Go away. Don't stop, keep going. Mingju's voice was soft and sweet, and she only felt that the man in front of her looked very tempting. At this moment, Jang Duo's army green shirt was fully unbuttoned, revealing his strong chest as he let the little woman do as she pleased. Soon, the unusual heat faded, and his strength gradually returned. For the first time, Jang Duo couldn't control himself, turned over, and took the lead. After a while, Mingju was exhausted from the excitement. She lazily rested her head on the man's broad shoulder, squinting as she looked at him. She gently touched the bruise on his jaw, sleepy and confused, and mumbled, "Good performance. Sister will find you again next time." Suddenly, the man coldly ordered, "Get up now." Mingju shivered in fright. Oh my gosh, she wasn't dreaming. This young man was a real person. Mingju quickly sat up. The two looked at each other in the dim cellar. For a moment, memories that didn't belong to Mingju flooded her mind. This wasn't her body, nor was it her modern life. The original owner shared her name, Mingju, and was just 18 years old. Her father had sacrificed himself, her mother remarried, and now she was living with her simple-minded aunt, forced to marry a fool. But the original Mingju was known for her fiery temper and stubbornness in the countryside. She wouldn't listen to others' arrangements to marry a fool. She had used a pot of sweet water with added ingredients to try to win over the educated youth Su Kai, but was instead tricked by him and ended up being caught by the militia captain, Jang Duo. Mingju's thoughts suddenly stopped. She was a female doctor in the emergency room, but now she had somehow traveled back to 1976, a time when everything depended on tickets and life was poor and backward. But now, Mingju didn't care about her embarrassment. According to the memories she had absorbed, they had been schemed against, and something big was about to happen. No. She had to escape. Thinking this, Mingju quickly climbed off Jang Duo, hurriedly fastened her clothes, and said, "Later, you." Just then, a rustling sound came from nearby, chilling her to the bone. Mingju suddenly turned her head and saw a black mouse, no bigger than her palm, nearby. She instinctively screamed and, reacting quickly, leapt into Jang Duo's arms, shouting, "Mouse! Mouse! There's a mouse!" Her legs tightly wrapped around Jang Duo's waist, and her hands held on tightly. Jang Duo smelled the woman's unique fresh scent, and his eyes were filled with turmoil. This woman had just pounced on him, and now she was holding him so tightly. He tried to suppress the strange feeling in his body, pulled Mingzu away from himself, then calmly stepped forward and 狠狠踩了一脚，送那老鼠归了西. After the cellar became quiet again, Jang Duo turned to the side, his gaze falling on Mingju's face. He coldly asked, "Who ordered you to do such things to me?" Mingju felt it was necessary to explain, but just as she was about to speak, footsteps and men's accusations came from above the cellar. It was right here. I saw them both go into the cellar with my own eyes, and then I heard those unbearable sounds inside. Mingju and Jang Duo exchanged a look, both realizing something. They quickly dressed, and then a group of people crawled in from outside. The cellar was used by Mingju's family to store winter food. It was narrow, but now it held more than 10 curious people. The visitors included men and women. The loudest among them was Su Kai, a young man the original owner had hoped to marry well. Just after Su Kai finished speaking, Ming Xiaojie, the village chief's daughter standing beside him, immediately pointed at Mingju with anger and scolded, "Mingju, how can you be so shameless? You seduced Brother Jiang." Su Kai quickly added, "Yes, Mingju. You came to see me at noon, confessed you liked me, and now you're sneaking into the cellar with another man? You and Jang Duo are not even officially together, yet you're messing around with men and women. That's immoral and corrupt." Villagers watching the scene immediately looked at them with contempt and mockery. Mingju frowned. In this era, messing around with men and women was no small matter. It could even be deadly. It seemed that Su Kai had come prepared, determined not to let her reputation be ruined. Jang Duo's gaze turned cold as he looked at the group, wanting to say something, but Mingzhu stepped forward and interrupted him, saying, "Shut up." If this serious man publicly accused her of forcing him earlier, she would have no way to fix it. Jang Duo. People nearby saw Mingzhu approaching and immediately backed away. Although Mingzhu looked small and weak, she was known in the village for being fierce and fiery. This time, Mingzhu didn't make a move but looked at Su Kai with a smile that carried a sharp edge, almost piercing him to pieces. "Are you blind? Witch Dog's eyes saw me messing around with Captain Zhang. We took everything off and invited you in to watch the ceremony?" Hearing Mingzhu's shameless words, Ming Xiaojia's face turned red quickly. She stomped her feet in anger, saying, "Mingzhu, you have no shame. How can you say such disgusting things?" Mingzhu calmly replied, "You all are accusing me unfairly. Do you really expect me to talk about morals and virtues? I haven't hit you because I am kind and gentle." Su Kai firmly said, "No one is accusing you unfairly. If you and Jang Duo had been honest, why would you be alone in this cellar now?" Mingzhu responded confidently, "There are mice in my cellar. I asked Captain Zhang to come help me catch them. Is that wrong?" Su Kai, with his polite face, looked at the curious crowd and sneered, "She thinks we're all fools. There are so many people in the village, anyone could catch mice. Why does she specifically call him?" Mingzhu answered naturally, "He just happened to pass by my house. If I didn't ask him, would I go to the fields to find you? When you come, the mice will run away. If I go into the cellar with you, then it would be hard to explain." Next to her, Ming Xiaojia listened, hoping she was mistaken. She looked shy and asked Jang Duo, "Big brother Jiang, is that true?" Jang Duo ignored her, still staring at Mingzhu's face, which looked innocent but was bold and passionate. Mingzhu casually pointed to a corner. "The mouse corpse is still in the corner." Ming Xiaojia hurriedly looked over. She had once wanted to marry a young intellectual, but after Jang Duo was transferred to the town, she kept hearing the village women joke that he was strong and healthy. If she married him, she would be truly happy. She listened to the teasing so often that she started to like Jang Duo. Now, she hoped more than anyone that Jang Duo was innocent. Seeing the mouse corpse, she immediately exclaimed happily, "There really is a dead mouse. Big brother Jiang is innocent. He and Mingzhu are fine." Everyone had come to catch a cheating spouse and hoped to see Mingzhu, usually bold and fierce, make a fool of herself. But it turned out to be a mistake, and they all felt bored and started to leave. Only Su Kai's face darkened. How could this be? He had worked hard to bring Jang Duo into the cellar, and everything should have gone according to his plan. How could there be nothing wrong? He didn't believe it. He stepped forward and blocked Jang Duo, saying, "Jang Duo, you should be with the militia now, digging a canal at Erda Brigade's field dam. The dam is east, opposite this direction. Why are you at Mingzhu's house?" The crowd, which was about to leave, paused when they heard this. Yes, something was wrong. The Pearl looked coldly at Su Kai, who was acting aggressively. According to the original owner's memory, although Su Kai was from the city, he was physically weak and couldn't earn a full day's work in the production team. It was hard for him to even eat alone. So, even though he looked down on the original owner, he often tricked her into giving him food and drinks, making her think he was interested in her. In fact, the woman he truly wanted to marry was the village chief's daughter, Ming Xiaojia. At first, Ming Xiaojia was very close to him, but after Jang Duo was transferred here, she visibly preferred to stick with Jang Duo. This made Su Kai panic and try to use this chance to kill two birds with one stone, give Mingzhu to Jang Duo, and make Ming Xiaojia lose hope completely. When it came to being mean, he was the worst. Mingzhu sneered, "Captain Zhang can choose his own path. It's none of your business. We came to the countryside to help build our country. When we see injustice, we must help investigate it." Su Kai said, looking righteous at Jang Duo and questioning, "Jang Duo, why are you afraid to speak? Admit it, you're messing around with Mingzhu." Just as Mingzhu was about to speak again, Jang Duo scoffed coldly, "I'm not just passing by. I came to propose marriage." He then turned to Mingzhu and asked calmly, "Are you over 18? Mingzhu was stunned. According to the original owner's memory, She had just celebrated her 18th birthday. She nodded. Yes, I am. Jang Duo took out a thick stack of money from his pocket and handed it to Mingzhu. Marry me. This is my bride price of 500 yuan. I'll send it to you in a few days. Do you want to marry me? Since he had slept with her, he should take responsibility. As soon as he said this, the crowd erupted in excitement. 500 yuan. In the countryside, a bride price of 200 yuan was considered very good, and only city folks paid 500. Plus, there was the 3 turns and 1 honk's gift. In all of Shaojing village and even a whole town, this was unique. Everyone was curious about who this militia captain from outside was. The first to react was Ming Xiao Jia. She jumped out and shouted, Big brother Jiang, you can't marry her. Ming Zhu is just a troublemaker. She doesn't deserve you. Jang Duo looked coldly at Ming Xiao Jia and said firmly, My affairs don't need outsiders to interfere. He was usually quiet and straightforward. Soon, his gaze fell on Mingzhu, waiting for her answer. Mingzhu was momentarily stunned. Just now, she had taken advantage of the situation to sleep with Jang Duo. He not only didn't embarrass her publicly but also wanted to marry her. But soon, Mingzhu realized she had traveled here and didn't know when she could leave. She looked pretty, and with her simple-minded aunt relying on her, she indeed needed a man outside as a shield, which could solve many problems. Moreover, his skills just now were good, having a temporary husband. It didn't seem like a bad deal. A shy smile appeared on Mingzhu's youthful face as she gently took the bride price, happily saying, All right, I'll marry you. Ming Xiao Jia's face darkened with anger. She shouted, Mingzhu, the person you like is Su Kai. Why are you marrying brother Jiang? Mingzhu scoffed and asked who said I like Su Kai. Su Kai, just recovering from the shock of the 500 yuan bride price, unconsciously looked at Mingzhu. In terms of appearance, Ming Xiao Jia couldn't compare to Mingzhu, but unfortunately, Mingzhu's family was too poor. Otherwise, he wouldn't choose Ming Xiao Jia. Now, to win Ming Xiao Jia's favor, Su Kai immediately stood beside her, glaring at Mingzhu with shared hostility. You told me you liked me yourself and you kept giving me food and drinks. Everyone in the village knows that. So, why are you denying it now just because of this 500 yuan bride price? Hearing this, Jang Duo's face darkened. He hadn't interacted much with Mingzhu before, but he had heard some rumors about her and had seen her give Su Kai food from afar. He cast a probing look at Mingzhu's face. It was better to clarify this matter. Mingzhu felt Jang Duo's gaze. This was hard to explain. After all, the original owner's feelings for Su Kai were well known. But now, the situation was different. She had already agreed to marry Jang Duo. Mingzhu disdainfully glared at Su Kai, crossing her arms and looking at him with a mocking smile. You're so funny. I was just helping a poor person from a youth training camp, saving you because you're too poor to eat. Who asked me to be kind? I never thought that my occasional help would make you think I liked you. Look at yourself. What kind of person are you? Huh. Even if there were no Captain Jiang, I wouldn't like a toad like you. After Mingzhu finished speaking, everyone around burst into laughter. She swept her gaze over the crowd, her young face turning cold. I'm going to discuss marriage with Captain Jiang. Are you all leaving now? People gathered to watch the event, but now that the biggest part of the celebration was over, they all started to leave, ready to go back to work in the production team with their tools. Only Su Kai stayed in place, his face dark with anger. Right now, Su Kai was so furious, he almost felt like flying. In the past, Mingzhu was always gentle and polite to him, always willing to help, but today she insulted him by calling him a toad. Her harsh words and attitude would definitely make Ming Xiao Jia dislike him. Sure enough, Ming Xiao Jia turned her head and shot him a sharp look, then stomped off. Seeing this, Su Kai hurried to follow her, trying to soothe her. Xiao Jia, don't be mad. There must be a problem with this. They walked far away from the crowd. Ming Xiao Jia stopped by a wall with red slogans painted on it and glared back at him. What problem? They're about to get married. Su Kai, you're so annoying. Don't follow me. I hate you so much. Ming Xiao Jia wasn't stupid. she could see how Su Kai felt about her. But since Mingzhu didn't want him, she definitely didn't want him either. Right now, she only wanted Jang Duo. She wanted to go home and find her dad to figure things out. She wanted to marry Jang Duo. She wanted to get back the bride price that belonged to her. Soon, Mingzhu and Jang Duo also came out of the cellar. In the sunlight, Mingzhu looked up at Jang Duo, who was much taller than her, but his shadow blocked her view. Thinking about what had just happened, she felt a little embarrassed, a red flush creeping onto her face. Mingzhu promised herself she wouldn't let that be a dream. She wouldn't be so reckless again, causing so many scenes. But now, just the two of them, they needed to find something to talk about. So she asked proactively, "Are you 9 meters tall? 1.88 meters. Oh. Mingzhu lowered her head, feeling a bit of a neck ache. That's really tall. Jang Duo didn't reply. He was indeed quite tall. The air grew quiet again. Mingzhu used to think that men who spoke little were charming, but now, it just felt awkward. Maybe. You should come inside and sit for a while? No, I'll get ready. Our wedding is in 3 days. Whatever needs to be done, you decide. Mingzhu looked up at him again. 3 days? Was the time really that tight? But she was just a silly girl, and it didn't seem worth worrying over. She simply agreed cheerfully, okay. Jang Duo didn't say anything more or mention what happened in the cellar. He turned and walked away. As soon as he left, Mingzhu let out a sigh of relief. She turned around and pushed open the door of the mud brick house. Inside was the kitchen. On either side of the door, there were clay pots. All the bowls and plates in the house were piled on the stove, messy and disorganized. In the middle of the house, there is a short, missing corner wooden table. On it, there are unwashed dishes and a small dish of salty pickles that look unappetizing. As for the 2 bedrooms inside, they are even more messy. The walls are covered with old newspapers, and the dust on the windows completely blocks the light. Everywhere, clothes are scattered and dirty. The bedding on the Kong, raised heated bed, has lost its original color, looks shiny with oil, and smells musty. Mingzhu rubs her forehead and calls this a pigsty. She thinks even pigs would find it too dirty. This place is truly poor and filthy. Although she usually doesn't clean often, she would never let the house get this messy. Thinking that Jang Duo was sent to Shaojing village half a year ago and has no fixed place to stay, living with militiamen near the youth commune house, Mingzhu considers that if they get married, Jang Duo will probably move here to live together. She rolls up her sleeves, planning to tidy up a bit, making this her wedding home. Time to work. She opens all the doors and windows to air out the house, takes apart the bedding to sun it, and puts the dirty clothes together to wash. She picks up a half piece of pig's trotter from the windowsill, ready to go to the river to wash clothes. There's so much to wash, she knows she can't finish it all in one afternoon. Mingzhu sighs, just bear with it and get it done. Suddenly, a ringing sound, like a mechanical alert from a different era, echoes in her mind. She stops abruptly, stiffening for a moment. What's going on? Could it be some kind of special power or space from stories about crossing over? Mingzhu looks herself over and around. Nothing has changed and nothing is different. Just as she's pondering whether she's hearing things, outside the fence wall, over a meter high, hurried footsteps approach quickly. Mingzhu turns her head and sees. The visitor is Mingzhu's 4th grandfather, Ming Changhe, and his daughter-in-law, Zhang Rong. As soon as they enter, Zhang Rong smiles warmly and steps forward. Mingzhu is still at home. That's perfect. I was just working in the fields with your eldest uncle. I heard you're going to marry Captain Jiang from the militia and that you received 500 yuan in bride price? Mingzhu looks at them. Her face darkens first, then she remains calm. Yes, that's right. Ming Changhe, hearing this, stomps his feet in anger and scolds. Marrying a man is such an important matter, and you didn't tell your elders before making the decision? You little girl, you're really something else. Pearl pursed her lips and smiled, saying, My elders are all buried underground. Tonight, I will send them dreams to tell them. Your grandparents are gone. Back then, our big family didn't split up. Now, I am the senior of our branch. Since you're getting married, why didn't you discuss this important matter with me? No split up? Pearl pretended to look surprised and confused. So, when I couldn't even have a meal with my aunt all these years, why didn't you, as the elder, come to help us? Longha's face stiffened for a moment, but Jiang Rong beside him quickly responded with a smile. Zhu, you can't blame your fourth grandpa for this. Our fourth branch also has tough conditions. She then shifted the topic directly. Today, your fourth grandpa came to talk to you. Actually, he wants to tell you that he arranged a good marriage for you some time ago. He already received the bride price, and they're even talking about the wedding date. You, child, how could you decide on a marriage on your own? That's like one girl marrying two men, making a joke out of us. Unknowingly, these words reached the ears of the man outside the wall, who had returned after listening. He didn't rush in but hid behind a tree, wanting to hear how Pearl would respond. If it had been Pearl before, she would have exploded at Jiang Rong's words. But now she was acting differently. She asked in surprise, "Oh, really? That's such bad luck. My wedding is in 3 days, and the person fourth grandpa arranged for me. I can't accept it. But Sister Mingyan from your family is already 22 and still hasn't found a husband, right? Since fourth grandpa took the bride price, why not let Sister Mingyan marry him?" Jiang Rong's smile immediately faded, and she quickly said loudly, "No. Why not?" Pearl blinked her bright eyes innocently, looking at Jiang Rong. "The groom fourth grandpa cares about is definitely a good match for my sister." Jiang Rong almost ground her teeth in frustration. Only someone like Pearl, who had no parents and was bold, could marry such a fool. Her Mingyan was lucky. She would marry a city person and change her fate. Enough. Longha, tired of the nonsense, order directly. Since you've decided on Jang Duo, I will cancel the marriage arrangement I made for you tomorrow. But Pearl, you are part of my family. The bride price Jang Duo gave you, you can't keep it yourself. You must hand it over to me for safekeeping. Pearl couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Longha, do you really think that calling me fourth grandpa makes you my ancestor? When my grandmother was alive, your family and ours had already stopped communicating. When she died, not a single person from your family came to mourn her. Later, every time you came here, it was either to ask for the house or to steal food. Now that I am getting married, you even dare to think about my bride price. Ha, you want the bride price? Dream on, I won't support a dog like you. Ming Changhe suddenly became very angry. He didn't expect Mingzhu to suddenly change her attitude. He scolded, "You shameless girl! How dare you insult your elders? Your grandfather's line has no male heirs, so it will end soon. This house should have belonged to my branch. Allowing you and your niece to live here is my generosity as a senior. Listen, if you don't hand over the bride price, I will break your legs and marry you off to Daegu village. Old eldest wife, hold her down for me." Following her father-in-law's order, Jiang Rong quickly walked toward Mingzhu, but as she reached out, Mingzhu grabbed her wrist. In a quick move, Mingzhu skillfully freed herself from Jiang Rong's grip. In that moment, Jiang Rong dislocated her shoulder, crying out in pain, her face turning pale instantly. Mingzhu kicked her directly in the, causing her to fall flat on the ground. She turned to look at Ming Changhe, a mischievous smile on her innocent face. "Grandpa Fourth, I tell you, this is the new era. Arranged marriages are no longer allowed. If you dare to talk to that fool from Daegu village again, I will report you and get you jailed. Now, get lost." Ming Changhe was so angry, he was about to explode. But since even his strong daughter-in-law had been beaten by Mingzhu, and considering his old age, he could only grumble angrily and leave with Jiang Rong. Before leaving, he didn't forget to threaten, "You shameless girl, just wait and see. This isn't over." Soon, the yard was quiet again. Mingzhu chuckled softly, brushing her hands as if disgusted. "Fighting with my sister?" Uffed. As she finished speaking, she turned and saw someone coming out from behind the willow tree outside the yard. Mingzhu paused in surprise. Wasn't that person just leaving? She stepped forward willingly. Jiang Diao looked at Mingzhu walking toward him. Just now, he had accidentally overheard what happened. He thought, Ming elders bullying others and getting beaten serves them right. But Mingju's reaction was completely different from the unreasonable, reckless image of the notorious troublemaker she was rumored to be. Jang Duo noticed her navy blue shirt was patched, her face pale and bloodless. She looked poor and worn out. Yet, she smiled softly with a slight dimple and asked in a sweet voice, "Why are you back again?" Jang Duo was speechless. Her delicate, gentle voice was a stark contrast to her tough appearance when dealing with those two. Such a big difference. His intuition warned him again that there was something wrong with this woman. Seeing Jang Duo's sharp gaze fixed on her, Mingju's heart skipped a beat. Is her current act of being obedient too different from the original girl? She quickly hid her smile and frowned at Jang Duo, who was scrutinizing her. Why are you looking at me like that? Didn't you just leave? Coming back means you have something to tell me, right? Jang Duo. This woman's mood changes so quickly. He composed himself and said, "Tomorrow afternoon, I'll take some time to go to the city with you to buy some wedding essentials." When she heard about going to the city, Mingju's eyes lit up and she happily agreed. Okay. She definitely couldn't miss such a good chance. It's the 1970s, and there are business opportunities everywhere. But Jang Duo frowned slightly after hearing her, staring at her again. Mingju regretted wanting to speak more. Better not talk too much. It only causes trouble. I plan to go to the river to wash clothes. Do you have anything else to do? No, that's all.
Goodbye.
Jang Duo finished speaking and turned to leave. Mingju watched his back and suddenly remembered something. Oh, by the way, if you don't mind, come to my house for a simple meal tonight. You should know my situation. I live with my aunt. Well, her mental health isn't very good. You should see for yourself. If you can't accept it, we can cancel the engagement and I'll return your bride price. When she mentioned canceling the engagement, Jang Duo turned around in surprise and looked at Mingju. People say she's unreasonable and bossy, but her words now sounded very normal and reasonable. Okay, I understand. You're going to the river, right? I'll go with you since I'm heading that way. Mingju had initially wanted to go back and see if she had some special advantage, but since Jang Duo said so, she couldn't refuse. She carried the basket full of dirty clothes and walked beside Jang Duo, side by side. Jang Duo glanced sideways at her, noticing her strange way of carrying the basket. The basket kept slipping down her shoulder, and Mingju kept adjusting it. Finally, she just hugged the basket to her chest. He couldn't stand it anymore. He casually took the basket from her arms and slung it over his shoulder, walking on silently. Mingju's eyes lit up. Wow, this young man is quite likable. She deliberately fell back a step, secretly observing Jang Duo's profile, feeling more and more satisfied. But looking at his age. Oh, Captain Jang, how old are you? Jang Duo hesitated for a moment and then honestly said, I was born on the day our country was founded, and I turned 27 2 months later. Surprisingly, he is 3 years younger than her. Does that count as an old man chasing a younger girl? Seeing Mingju silent, Jang Duo thought she might dislike his age, and his tone also became a bit awkward. I'm 9 years older than you. When you think about it, our ages don't really match. Mingju finally remembered that she was no longer the 30-year-old experienced Dr. Mingju, but an 18-year-old girl from Shaojing village, young and soft. She quickly said, It's okay, I don't mind. Big brother will take good care of me. Jang Duo's eyebrows slightly furrowed. He didn't look old enough to be her uncle, right? The two walked quietly along the small dirt road leading to the river. The hot August wind carried cicadas chirping, making people feel irritable. But seeing Mingju's bright, sunny smile at this moment, Jang Duo's heart unexpectedly calmed down. After taking Mingju to the riverbank, he found a shady spot under a willow tree, helped her move 2 stones, one for sitting and one for washing clothes, and only left after everything was ready. Mingju took off her shoes and sat down, dipping her feet into the water, while one by one, she took clothes out of the basket to wash. In the 1970s, not only was the air good, but the sky was also a clear, bright blue. She stretched her feet into the water, and immediately 2 big fish swam around her. Thinking quickly, Mingzhu lifted the empty basket beside her, scooped it into the water, and the two fish were caught, without moving. That was surprisingly honest of them. Mingzhu thought happily, her heart full of joy. Her family was very poor now. She didn't even have plain flour. Despite her poverty, she still had the courage to invite Jang Duo to dinner tonight. While washing clothes, she was still thinking about what to cook. Now, she decided to cook a fish using her good cooking skills. How delightful! It took her over 2 hours to wash a basket of patched clothes, bed sheets, and blankets. Carrying the wet clothes back was too heavy, so she simply hung them on the grass by the river. While waiting for the clothes to dry, she turned over stones by the river and caught many freshwater snails, putting them into a patched-up piece of clothing. It was strange. According to her memory, villagers rarely caught big fish or found snails in the river, but today, her luck was surprisingly good. By about 5 o'clock, the clothes were dry. She carried her full basket of harvest, humming a little tune, and headed home. To get home quickly and prepare, she took a shortcut through a small path in a cornfield, relying on her memory of the original owner. Coincidentally, the young workers were working nearby today. On the riverbank, Su Kai was sitting and chatting with a young woman who was a knowledgeable youth. He saw Mingzhu walking over from afar, carrying 2 big fish hanging from a grass rope, and his eyes lit up immediately. In the past, no matter what Mingzhu did, she would share everything with him as soon as he asked. Although Mingzhu seemed a bit strange this morning, as long as he spoke softly, she would surely bow her head and surrender. Thinking of this, he quickly stood up, left the young woman behind, and walked straight toward Mingzhu. Mingzhu saw Su Kai blocking her way with a gentle, refined look, and her face immediately turned displeased. Su Kai clearly looked at the fish in her hand and asked Mingzhu, "Are you washing clothes in the river?" If it had been before, Mingzhu would have immediately told him, "Su Jiqing, I just caught a fish. Wait for me, I'll bring you some tonight." But now, Mingzhu simply shot him a cold, indifferent look, with a tone of disgust. "Are you blind? Asking a stupid question." After saying that, she bypassed him and walked away. Su Kai, with a shameless face, took a step back and blocked her path again, his smile deepening. "Mingzhu, are you still angry about this morning?" "It was all a misunderstanding. I was upset because you confessed to me one moment and then got close to Jang Duo the next. I was so angry that—" He said this, but just thinking about the fact that Mingzhu was going to marry Jang Duo made Su Kai very unhappy. He felt betrayed and wronged. He couldn't hide his displeasure and directly said, "Mingzhu, are you really going to marry Jang Duo? I tell you, Jang Duo was sent from outside. You don't know much about him, so you shouldn't mess around. Of course, the bride price he gave you was willingly given. If you don't want to return it, I can help you come up with a plan to keep it." Seeing Su Kai's calculating look, Mingzhu suppressed her disgust and wanted to see what other tricks this man had up his sleeve. "Really? You have a plan? Let's hear it." Su Kai, thinking she was genuinely interested and perhaps moved, looked around and leaned in closer. But Mingzhu took a step back, frowned, and said, "Just stand there and say it. I'm not deaf." Su Kai didn't insist and lowered his voice. "As long as you point out that Jang Duo forced you this morning and paid you 500 yuan as a bride price, then Jang Duo will be arrested for coercion. Your marriage will naturally fall apart, and that money will be yours." Bright Pearl's eyebrows twitched sharply. In this era, forcing women against their will is a serious crime and can lead to punishment. This scoundrel wants her to die because of Jang Duo. After Su Kai finished speaking, he smirked slyly and said, "How about this? This method isn't bad, right? As long as Mingzhu follows his plan, he doesn't mind her being a simple village girl. He will marry her, and the 500 yuan will be his." Mingzhu looked up and spat at his clean face. Su Kai was stunned for a moment, then realized he had been spat on. He wiped his face in disgust and angrily said, "Mingzhu, what are you doing?" Mingzhu turned and loudly shouted at the nearby young workers, "What am I doing? I'm asking what you're doing. When you brought people to my house today to accuse me, I told you, I gave you food and drinks not because I liked you, but because I saw you were poor and pitiful. I was helping a beggar. I made myself clear, yet you still have the nerve to ask me for fish to eat? When you were born, did your mother give you two faces? You're so thick-skinned. You're embarrassing the young workers. Get out of here, scoundrel. She pushed Su Kai hard, then turned and walked away proudly with her chin raised. The young workers loved watching this kind of drama, so they looked at Su Kai and whispered among themselves. Su Kai was pushed off balance, but he managed to stand firm. He looked at everyone gossiping and clenched his teeth in anger. Then he turned to watch Mingzhu leave, his gaze cold. This woman must be possessed. Thinking about her 500 yuan and her fair, beautiful face, even more attractive than Ming Xiaojie, Su Kai felt furious inside. At the riverbank, Jang Duo was digging a channel with a group of people wearing a vest. A tall, thin man, sweaty and tired, approached. He handed Jang Duo a water bottle and whispered, "Boss, what's going on? I was working over there and heard you're marrying Mingzhu from Shaojing village, the famous troublemaker. They said it like it's true, and there's even talk of catching someone cheating." Jang Duo stabbed his into the ground and turned to look at him. His already dark face darkened further as he asked coldly, "Xiao Bin, do you know Mingzhu?" Xiao Bin immediately denied it. "How could I know her? I only heard she has a bad temper and a poor reputation. I wouldn't bother with her. I always keep my distance when I see her. Not knowing her, just spreading rumors and slandering others?" "Xiao Bin, what's going on? The way the boss looks at me is really scary. Could it be true what I've heard? Boss, you and Mingzhu." Jang Duo reached out to take the water bottle he handed over, unscrewed the lid, took a couple of big drinks, then casually wiped his mouth and said softly, "We're getting married in 3 days." At this, Xiaobin was completely stunned. It took him a while to regain his senses. Stammering, he asked, "How? So sudden? When did you meet her? How did things develop to this point?" "I didn't know. This happened just today, and it's not just Mingzhu's fault. After all, he also couldn't hold back." Thinking of the red mark left in the cellar, Jang Duo put aside his thoughts and didn't tell Xiaobin too much. "You don't need to worry about my affairs. Go do your work." Xiaobin had to lower his voice and lean in, saying, "Boss, don't forget your status. Your marriage is restricted. Once you're married, you can't divorce." Seeing Jang Duo silent, Xiaobin added, "Don't forget our purpose here. After we finish what we need to do, we'll go back. If you really want to marry here, you should report it in advance." "Yes, I'll go to the city tomorrow afternoon." It's clear Jang Duo has made up his mind. While Xiaobin was feeling regretful about Jang Duo's identity and the fact that he was marrying a legendary troublemaker, nearby at the dam, the village accountant, exhausted from the sun, hurried over. He said to Jang Duo, "Captain Zhang, pack up your tools quickly and come with me. The village head has urgent matters to see you about." Jang Duo always took his work seriously. He packed up his tools, told Xiao Bin, "I won't be back for dinner tonight," and then followed the village accountant out. When they arrived at the village committee, the accountant told Jang Duo to go inside by himself. Jang Duo entered and saw the village head, Ming Diu, sitting at an old double desk, holding a dry tobacco pipe, flipping through the work division book. Hearing the noise, his dark face lit up with a smile, and he warmly said, "Little Jiang is here. Come in, sit down." Jang Duo casually pulled over a heavy wooden stool and sat down, asking, "What does the village head want to see me about?" "Xiao Jiang, you've been in our village for half a year. You should know some about us, especially our family. My daughter, Xiao Jie, is 20 years old now, at the age to get married. Many people from nearby towns have come to propose, but I haven't liked any of them. I think you're a good young man, so..." Jang Duo understood and interrupted the village chief. "Have you not heard? I already got engaged to Mingzhu at the end of the morning, and the wedding will be in 3 days. Mingdu knew about this well. His daughter had come to see him at noon, crying and begging to marry Jang Duo. She was so desperate she threatened to jump into a well and drown herself if he didn't help her get engaged now. Ming Diu couldn't refuse his daughter's wishes, and he also thought. Jang Duo was sent from a big city. He was strong, capable, and could produce a lot of bride price money. His family was probably well off, making him a good match as a son-in-law. That's just talk. I can step in and help cancel that marriage and get back the bride price money. Jang Duo usually remained calm and distant, but now his tone grew a bit firmer. He asked back, "Why should a stranger help me cancel my marriage?" Ming Duo hesitated, furrowing his brow as he smoked a dry tobacco pipe, exhaling smoke in circles. He looked worried and said, "Xiao Jiang, let me be honest with you. My daughter is crazy about you. She even threatened to die for you. As her father, I can't just watch her risk her life. Besides, our family is much better off than Mingzhu's. Mingzhu is an orphan girl with a bad temper and a difficult personality. She's far worse than my Xiaojia. The village chief's daughter is naturally better. I don't deserve her. My marriage with Mingzhu is already settled, and no one can change that. Xiao Jiang, you need to understand. I am the village chief of Xiaojing village. You're also under my command here. I can clearly tell you if you marry Mingzhu, I won't give you the official proof of marriage." Hearing this threat, Jang Duo replied calmly, "My affairs are not related here. You don't need to bother, village chief." Ming Duo was so angry, he accidentally tapped his pipe on the table and snapped, "Do you know? Mingzhu's family has a bad background. Her grandmother was a wealthy lady from a capitalist family. I heard you came from a big city, where the screening is very strict, right?" This surprised Jang Duo. If Mingzhu's grandmother had such a background, it would indeed make things difficult during the background check. But since he had taken responsibility for the girl's purity, he felt he had to do what was right. Jang Duo stood up with a serious face and was about to leave. Ming Duo, seeing this, thought he had understood his words and felt a bit proud, raising his eyebrows. "Captain Jiang is a smart person. If you understand, you can come back and find me. As the village chief, helping you recover the bride price is not a problem. There's no need to bother you. I'll handle my own affairs." After saying this, Jang Duo left without looking back. As soon as he walked away, Ming Xiaojia, hiding in the next room, hurried over and asked anxiously, "Dad, do you think this can work? Anyway, I don't care. I must marry Jang Duo. Otherwise, I really want to die. Stop causing trouble. If he's a smart person, he wouldn't marry that unkind girl. Let's just wait and see." Hearing this assurance, Ming Xiaojia finally felt relieved. After Mingzhu returned home, she grabbed a stick and started beating the bedding that was drying in the yard. The floating dust almost covered the surrounding air. She coughed twice and sighed, thinking how brave her niece and nephew were to tolerate such dirt. After beating the bedding, she used a worn copper basin to fetch water. She washed the cloth and then cleaned the table windows inside and outside 2 or 3 times. She also bundled the firewood in the kitchen neatly and stacked it by the stove. The floor was swept clean, the bedding was spread flat on the kong, a traditional bed, and the small mud house finally looked decent. Finally, she tidied up the cooking area, then stared at the empty water jar with worry. Nowadays, there was no running water, so she had to go to the village well to fetch water. Relying on her memory of the original owner, she carried a yoke and 2 iron buckets and headed to the village center. Before long, Mingzhu was standing by the well, looking down at the water, full of confidence. She had watched TV shows, so how could she not have seen pigs run if she hadn't eaten pork? She hung the buckets on the rope by the well, lowered them into the water, and started swinging the rope. But after 5 minutes of swinging, the bucket still floated on the water surface and wouldn't sink. She was about to go crazy. Why was drawing water so hard? She sighed in frustration, debating whether to throw a stone into the bucket. Suddenly, a deep, pleasant voice came from behind her. "You don't know how to draw water?" Startled, Mingzhu turned around and saw a man standing a few meters away. Under the setting sun, Jang Duo's skin was dark, and he had a tall figure. At this moment, he looked at Mingzhu with curiosity and scrutiny. Mingzhu's heart was pounding. Living in this era, it seemed unreasonable not to know how to draw water from a well. But she could do other things. She could talk nonsense. She was good at that. She calmly explained, "When I was born, someone said I was unlucky with water, and would have trouble with it. So, my grandparents never let me fetch water when they were alive. It was always my grandparents and aunt who did these chores. Sure enough, after hearing this explanation, Jang Duo withdrew his scrutinizing gaze. He stepped forward, took the rope from Mingzhu, and stood tall there, making Mingzhu look even smaller and more delicate beside him, subtly shielding her from the harsh evening sunlight. He held the rope and swung it over the well, causing the water bucket to sink quietly to the bottom. Mingzhu. Eyes. Learned how. Hands, stop it. Jang Duo's strong arm easily lifted a bucket of water, then switched to another. After both buckets were filled, Mingzhu took the pole and moved forward, hooking the buckets, squatting down to rest the pole on her shoulder. But her fragile shoulders simply couldn't lift it. Seeing her delicate face turn red in embarrassment, Jang Duo frowned. His soon-to-be wife was really too weak to handle such chores. Without a word, he bent down, carried one bucket in each hand, and strode quickly toward Mingzhu's home. Mingzhu froze for a moment. When she reacted, she hurriedly grabbed the pole and ran after him, only to see Jang Duo walking briskly with two buckets, leaving her behind. TSK, a strong, healthy man is truly attractive. Jang Duo entered the yard. The messy courtyard from noon was now spotless after cleaning. It seemed she had been busy this afternoon. He went into the house. Although the kitchen was simple, it was tidy. Seeing the water tank, Jang Duo went over and poured water into it. The tank was large, enough to hold at least 4 buckets of water. He looked back at Mingzhu. Stay at home. I'll go fetch water a couple more times. Mingzhu nodded. That's kind of you. Thank you. As Jang Duo took a few steps away, he heard her say thank you and instinctively looked back at her. People say she's unreasonable, but the more he looked at her, the more she seemed obedient and sensible. Jang Duo's eyes darkened. Then he carried the buckets and left. Mingzhu looked at the sunset, knowing she needed to prepare dinner. But the house had no flour or rice. Their main food was either sweet potatoes or corn pancakes. Thinking of the little tricks her grandmother had taught her to make cornmeal pancakes, Mingzhu's eyes brightened. She reached into a small jar and soaked 2 handfuls of soybeans in water. Later, she carried a small white porcelain basin to the cellar. Thinking about what happened there this morning, her cheeks felt hot. She had been busy all afternoon but didn't dare to speak about it. Her legs still felt sore. She couldn't think too much, so Mingzhu quickly grabbed a few potatoes and came out. A few minutes later, after washing, peeling, and slicing the potatoes into a basin filled with water, she started to handle the fish she caught in the afternoon. When Jang Duo returned with water for the second time, he saw Mingzhu squatting in the corner of the yard, holding a knife, staring at the fish in the basin, hesitating to start. He thought Mingzhu was afraid to kill the fish. Jang Duo put down the water, walked over to help her, but saw the little woman skillfully removing the fish scales and then quickly slicing open the fish's belly with one cut. His steps suddenly stopped. He could tell that Mingzhu's technique was very skilled. Unaware of his presence, Mingzhu was carefully handling the fish's internal organs. She was an excellent emergency doctor, so dissecting was not difficult for her. Noticing a shadow blocking her view behind her, Mingzhu turned to look. Seeing Jang Duo had returned, she smiled sweetly. Is the water tank full? You're really impressive. If I had to fetch water myself, it would take at least an hour. Jang Duo. With that smile, she looked like a girl of 15 or 16. He walked over, kneeling on one knee beside the basin, reaching out to help. Mingzhu moved the basin closer to her, saying, Don't touch it. I'll handle this. You can sit inside the house. There's water in the kettle. If you want some, pour it yourself. I won't mind. Jang Duo didn't move. He looked at her silently for a moment and then asked, Can I ask you something? It's not to criticize you, but if we want to get married, there are some procedures we need to go through. Mingzhu didn't think much and nodded happily. Go ahead. I heard. Your grandmother was a wealthy lady? Hearing this, Mingzhu frowned. The original memory confirmed it, but only a few people probably knew.
Who told you that?
The village chief.
He just talked to me about it.
Mingzhu thought it was probably more than just a casual talk. The village chief was clearly trying to sow discord. Her delicate face showed some anger. Yes, my grandmother was once like that. But my great-grandfather was one of the earliest to serve the country. He donated all his family property to support the nation. My grandmother was a battlefield nurse at 17 and saved many people. As for my grandfather and father, they sacrificed themselves. But until the very end, they were heroes. After speaking, she looked at Jang Duo and said, "If you think my background is not good enough for you, then let's forget about getting married." Her firm words hit Jang Duo's heart, word by word. How could her family be unworthy of him? He didn't know much about Mingzhu's family, which made her worry unnecessarily. Seeing that the man in front of her remained silent, Mingzhu casually washed the fish blood off her hands and stood up, saying, "I'll go get the bride price." Jang Duo, noticing this, suddenly reached out and grabbed Mingzhu's wrist. Even without squeezing hard, he easily held her in place, making her unable to move. He looked serious and frowned at the lively girl in front of him, speaking in a dull tone. "Don't overthink it. This has nothing to do with your family background." Mingzhu raised her eyebrows. Was he trying to say he didn't look down on her family? Or he just didn't care about these things? But if he didn't care, why did he ask? Looking at Jang Duo, who was acting so serious, Mingzhu suddenly felt like teasing him. She smiled, her dimples showing, and asked playfully, "So? Captain Jiang, are you going to be straightforward? Do you want to marry me or not?" Mingzhu's words made Jang Duo blush deeply. His light brown face turned slightly red. People back then were quite innocent, and she held back her laughter. She asked again, "Come on, say something. If you don't want me, I won't bother you anymore." Jang Duo had never met a girl so direct in her words. He felt a bit uncomfortable. But then he remembered her passionate attitude in the cellar at noon, and it didn't seem so surprising anymore. They had already been so close, so he had to take responsibility. He muttered, "We must get married." "Fine, since you still want me, I won't return the bride price to you." Jang Duo nodded, then silently and seriously helped Mingzhu clean the fish. They went back to the kitchen together. Mingzhu didn't rush to cook the fish, but instead mashed the soybeans she had soaked for over half an hour using a mortar and pestle. Jang Duo wasn't good at cooking and didn't understand why she was mashing soybeans. But seeing her sitting by the stove, struggling to bend over, he reached out and said, "Let me do it." Mingzhu shook her head, "No need. Can you light a fire? Help me boil some water. I don't have time to do it myself." She had never used a rural clay pot before and didn't know how to start a fire quickly. But she couldn't keep saying she didn't know how, or others might think she was foolish. Jang Duo responded cheerfully, added water to the pot, then removed a small water scoop from the edge, filled it with well water, and sealed the small hole on the pot. Mingzhu realized the method. Before there were electric kettles, people used this device to boil water. Jang Duo went out to grab some leaves, stuffed them into the pot as a starter, lit a match to ignite the leaves, then slowly added small sticks while pulling the bellows to stoke the fire. Soon, the fire grew strong. While crushing soybeans, Mingzhu watched carefully, thinking that starting a fire might not be so hard after all. After crushing the soybeans, she added some water to dilute them, then took a large scoop of cornmeal from the flour jar. She mixed half with hot water and half with soy milk water, combined them, and set it aside. Meanwhile, Jang Duo poured the boiling water from the scoop into an old-fashioned green metal thermos. After cleaning the pot, Mingzhu peeled a few cloves of garlic, sliced some, and scooped a spoonful of pork fat from the ceramic jar. She heated the oil, then added garlic and dried chili peppers to release their aroma. She then hurried to a small black ceramic jar in the corner of the yard, scooped out some homemade fermented bean paste, and added it to the pot. This afternoon, she saw 2 small black jars in the shady area. She thought they were empty, but when she opened them, she was pleasantly surprised. One contained sauce, the other pickled vegetables. Mingzhu added fish to the pot, fried both sides, then added a bit of vinegar to remove the fishy smell. Finally, she poured in a large ladle of water and shaped the prepared cornmeal into semicircles, sticking them to the sides of the pot. She covered the pot, feeling like she was making fish stew in an iron pot. She pulled over a small stool by the dining table, sat next to Jang Duo, and they waited together for the water to boil. They sat quietly, feeling a bit awkward. So Mingzhu asked, "Have you talked to your family about getting married? What if they don't agree that you and I are together?" She didn't know where Jang Duo was from or his family situation. She had only read books and watched TV shows, knowing that many young people in this era married in the countryside, then later took exams, returned home, or moved on. Many married young people eventually divorced to return to the city. Jang Duo was a rare malicious sent abroad. Though different from the young intellectuals, his situation was similar, as he was bound to leave eventually. She wasn't worried that Jang Duo would divorce her later for career reasons. Since they had no real feelings, their marriage didn't mean much. After the policies improved, they could divorce and go their separate ways. For Mingzhu, that might even be a good thing. At that time, if she still couldn't return to her own world, she could use her profitability to change her future fate. She could take exams, go to college, continue her old job, or start a business. Anyway, she could live beautifully on her own. Jang Duo calmly said, "My marriage is my own decision." Even though he said this, Mingzhu thought it was better to clarify some things in advance. "I know this marriage was my fault. Don't worry, I'm not someone who clings stubbornly. If you regret it, you can ask for a divorce, and I will let you go." Jang Duo looked surprised at the 18-year-old girl in front of him. He didn't expect her to say such words. Divorce isn't a simple matter, especially for women, as it means her future days could be filled with constant suspicion and doubt. But now she could casually say the word divorce. Could it be? Jang Duo thought of something and asked calmly, "Why did you do that to me at lunch today?" Mingzhu was caught off guard and asked casually, "Do what?" After 3 seconds, both of them fell silent. Mingzhu swallowed hard and recalled everything in the cellar, feeling strangely dry-mouthed. But in the original owner's memory, the person she was looking for wasn't Jang Duo. This was purely accidental. "I didn't expect you to drink that cup of sweet water," she said, not wanting to say too much, simply attributing it to an accident. As soon as she finished speaking, Jang Duo remembered the scene when Mingzhu brought food to Su Kai that morning. So, that sweet water was prepared for Su Kai. The person she wanted was Su Kai, but he accidentally drank that cup of sweet water, ruining her plans. Jang Duo's face darkened visibly, and the atmosphere around them sank into a tense silence. In the end, it was all a misunderstanding, but they did do that thing. Regardless of her true intentions, he had to take responsibility. As for the rumors about Mingzhu being bad, whether they were true or not, Jang Duo could only observe over time. Mingzhu didn't want to continue this uncomfortable topic and said, "After we get married, you can move in with me." Jang Duo wasn't from this village and couldn't build a house here or stay long. Before coming, he was also considering where to live after marriage. Since she mentioned it, he couldn't refuse, but he wouldn't stay for free. "Okay. From now on, I will give you my wages, work points, and all kinds of tickets. Also, I have a house back home. Once the issues here are settled, I will take you back." Pearl listened to this and couldn't help but imagine. Where is her hometown? What issues need solving? And what will she do when she returns? Although she was very curious about his background, Jang Duo had her reasons for not speaking now. She wouldn't ask too many questions. She smiled softly and replied cheerfully, "Okay." As night fell, the fish and cornmeal pancakes were ready. Cooking with pig fat wastes money, so Pearl blanched the shredded potatoes, then mixed them with vinegar, pickled vegetables, and scallions to make a cold dish. Just as she placed the 2 dishes on the table, she heard footsteps in the yard. Pearl looked up at Jang Duo. "Maybe my aunt has returned." Jang Duo followed Pearl out of the main room into the yard and immediately saw Ming Chun and I, who was about the same height as Pearl. Although she was only in her 30s, she looked like she was in her 40s. Her hair was dirty and messy, styled in 2 braids that didn't suit her age. She wore a patched dark blue outfit that looked shiny from oil, and her overall appearance seemed very unusual. When she saw Pearl, she smiled innocently with a dirty face, but that smile froze instantly when she saw Jang Duo. The next second, she shrank her neck and lowered her head. Pearl, having the memories of the original owner, naturally knew Ming Chun's situation. She casually picked up a copper basin, filled it with water, and gestured to Ming Chun and I. "Aunt, we have guests at home today. Come wash your hands." Ming Chun and I dared not look at Jang Duo. She shrank her neck, bowed her head carefully, and moved to the wall to wash her hands beside Pearl. Seeing this, Jang Duo raised his hand to take a towel from the rope, intending to pass it over. But Ming Chun and I reflexively covered her head and squatted down loudly, begging, "Don't hit me. I won't dare anymore." Jang Duo, holding the towel, was left speechless. Pearl looked back at Jang Duo, who was frozen in place, her face full of awkwardness. She couldn't help but chuckle softly. She took the towel from his hand, helped Ming Chun and I up, and wiped her hands. "Aunt, you've seen this person before, right? He's the militia captain who came to our village recently. His name is Jang Duo." Ming Chun and I didn't speak, but nodded. Pearl continued, "He's going to marry me." Hearing this, Ming Chun and I reacted strongly. When she heard marriage, her eyes filled with fear. She quickly grabbed Pearl's hand tightly and shook her head nervously. "No marriage. Pearl won't marry. Marriage means getting hit, no marriage." She spoke very hurriedly, tears welling up in her eyes. Mingzhu knows that Ming Chunni was once famous for her beauty in their town, but she didn't recognize people's true nature. She married a poor farmer from Longa village about 10 miles away. The man was a childhood friend of Ming Chunni. When her grandmother was still alive, everyone thought he was a good person. Ming Chunni liked him very much. Her grandmother respected her children's choice and let Ming Chunni decide for herself. But unexpectedly, people can look kind but have a different heart. Less than a month after their wedding, the man revealed his true colors. He would hit her whenever he was upset. If Ming Chunni dared to resist, he would be very harsh. Her horrible mother-in-law was like a wicked old witch. She encouraged her son to hit his wife. She made Ming Chunni do all the housework. They preferred boys over girls. After her aunt had 2 daughters, she was pregnant with her 3rd child. The wicked mother-in-law secretly had someone check. When they found out the baby was still a girl, she was furious. She forced Ming Chunni, who was over 5 months pregnant, to take medicine to cause a miscarriage. It almost killed her, but the baby was a boy. Although they did wrong, her family blamed Ming Chunni for everything. They said she was a bad omen. They even hurt her head and drove her to madness. If her grandmother hadn't gone to deliver eggs to her daughter and accidentally discovered her daughter's mental state and then argued with the family, Ming Chunni might not have survived. Mingzhu knew what made Ming Chunni scared. She looked at Jang Duo shyly and said, "My aunt. She was hurt before by her husband's family. That's why she's afraid of men. She's worried I might have a bad marriage and get hurt too, like her, beaten every day." Hearing the last words, Jang Duo's lips pressed tightly. He knew he looked cold and tall, and just standing there could scare people. But he didn't think he was a bad man. After a few seconds of silence, Jang Duo bent down and spoke gently, "And I never hit women, and I would never hit my wife. If you don't believe me, I can write a promise. If I break it, you can take it to report me. Is that okay?" Ming Chunni listened carefully, then quickly looked away. She held Mingzhu's hand, clearly nervous. Mingzhu knew that changing someone's impression takes time. She said to Jang Duo, "Take your time. Let's eat first. The food is getting cold." She pulled Ming Chunni into the house and made her sit beside her. Jang Duo sat across the table. This kitchen isn't very big, but Jang Duo is tall, and when he sits at the small table, the room looks even smaller. The scene feels a bit mismatched. Mingzhu's eyes show a hint of a smile. Jang Duo notices her gaze and feels puzzled. "What's wrong?" he asks. "Nothing, just try my cooking," Mingzhu says, picking up a pair of chopsticks and placing a piece of fish into each of Ming Chunni's and Jang Duo's bowls. She then puts down her chopsticks and starts eating. Jang Duo is surprised by this small detail. She seems more careful than he thought. He takes a bite of the fish in his bowl, and his eyes brighten. Mingzhu can't wait to ask, is it good? Yes, it's delicious. As soon as Jang Duo finishes speaking, Ming Chunny whispers, Zhu Zhu, when did you learn to cook? You didn't used to. The fish is so tasty, and the pancakes are even better. Hearing this, Jang Duo glances at Mingzhu out of the corner of his eye. Did she really not know how to cook before? But with her skills, it's impossible to do this without years of practice. Mingzhu senses Jang Duo's scrutinizing gaze and feels like she wants to disappear into thin air. Her aunt really knows how to set a trap for her. She looks at Ming Chunny and casually says, Grandma taught me how to cook since I was little. Maybe you just don't remember. Come on, Auntie, if you like it, eat more. I'll cook this for you anytime you want. Ming Chunny sees that Mingzhu not only doesn't get upset, but even offers to serve her food. She's a bit confused about how Mingzhu has changed from before. But she likes this version of Mingzhu. She feels like she's dreaming. Ming Chunny grins foolishly at Mingzhu and continues eating happily, enjoying her meal more and more. Jang Duo gradually looks away and takes a bite of the pancakes. The cornmeal pancakes, with finely ground bean juice added, have a strong bean aroma. This flavor is probably better than what even the best state-run restaurants can make. The atmosphere gradually improves. Mingzhu secretly relaxes. It's really hard to be herself inside someone else's body. She's thinking about finishing her meal quickly and sending the person away, then investigating the mechanical sounds she heard this afternoon. But just as she's thinking this, before she finishes eating, a cry of pain comes from outside the door. The sound approaches from afar. Mingzhu and Jang Duo exchange glances and both put down their bowls and chopsticks, standing up. As the two of them reached the door, they saw old Fourth Ming's family rushing in with the village chief. The small kitchen was quickly filled with people, including some villagers who came to watch the commotion after hearing the loud crying. They stood outside in the yard, unable to squeeze inside. At the front was Ming Tao, the eldest grandson of old Fourth Ming. He was supporting Jiang Rong, who was sweating and crying in pain, and he pointed at Mingzhu, scolding fiercely, Mingzhu, you little brat. You broke my mom's hand, and she can't move now. We need to take her to the hospital immediately. You owe at least 500 yuan for her medical bills. We've called the village chief as a witness. Today, you better not give a single penny less. This isn't over yet. Hearing Ming Tao's loud accusations, the people outside couldn't help but feel surprised. Nowadays, families don't even have 100 yuan saved up, let alone 500. Ming Tao was really shameless. Everyone guessed that a fight was about to break out inside, since none of the cousins and siblings were easy to deal with. Ming Chunanai, who remembered her mother's final instructions, was determined to protect Mingzhu. She might be bullied, but Mingzhu must not be. Seeing Ming Tao yelling at Mingzhu, she was trembling with fear but still stepped forward to block Mingzhu. Summoning her courage, she shouted at Ming Tao, "Don't bully Zhu Zhu." Ming Tao, impatient, raised his hand and pushed Ming Chunanai away. "Idiot, get lost." As Ming Chunanai was about to fall, Mingzhu hadn't had time to catch her when Jang Duo quickly grabbed her unsteady body. Then Jang Duo turned and punched Ming Tao, pushing him away. Ming Tao, much weaker than Jang Duo, staggered back 2 steps and instinctively grabbed Jiang Rong's arm. Ah! The sudden pull made Jiang Rong scream in pain. After stabilizing himself, Ming Tao looked angrily at Jang Duo. If it had been anyone else, he would have fought back already, but Jang Duo's tall and strong figure alone was enough to scare everyone. He dared not fight back. Seeing this, Ming Chonghe, acting like an elder, looked at Jang Duo with displeasure and said coldly, "Captain Jiang, what do you mean? As the militia leader sent from outside Little Jing village, you're hitting villagers. Village chief, you should handle this, right? Fourth uncle, please stay calm." The village chief, Ming Diu, stepped forward with authority. He glanced at Jang Duo and then at the fish and dishes on the table, thinking to himself, Mingzhu really has no shame. She's clearly trying to cause trouble with Jang Duo. He was the first to oppose this. For the sake of his daughter Xiao Jia, he had to break up these two. Captain Jiang, Mingzhu was the one who started the fight. As a militia leader, it's not good for you to get involved in this. You might make mistakes. You should go back now, and I will handle this. Jang Duo didn't move and said in a serious voice, right now, I am Mingju's fiancé. Ming Dio frowned hard. This young man is so naive. He made himself clear at noon today. Why doesn't he understand? But Mingju, hearing this, felt warm inside. Good boy, he still cares about protecting his wife. He has potential. Her previously serious face turned into a smile again. Her face, already youthful and cute, looked very sweet, but her smile was hard to read. Hard to tell if it was happy or angry. Village chief, I know Ming Chang's family is close to you, but as a village official, many villagers are watching. Is it right for you to help them falsely accuse me of hitting someone? Ming Dio kept his usual smile. Mingju, you can't just say anything. Everyone in the 10-mile radius knows that I, Ming Dio, am someone who helps justice, not family. You grew up in our Shaojing village and everyone knows your temper. If you didn't hit your aunt, how could her hand be like that? How would I know that? Mingju looked innocent at everyone, speaking sincerely. This noon, my great-grandfather and my aunt came first and said they wanted me to marry the fool from Daka village. Then they said they wanted my house, and finally, they asked for the bride price from Jang Duo. I didn't give it and they scolded me, telling me to wait and see. I didn't expect they would spend the whole afternoon thinking up such a mean trick to frame me. Her gentle and innocent look surprised everyone, including Ming Dio and the onlookers. This is just typical scheming. If it had been Mingju's usual fiery temper, she would have jumped and started hitting people by now. After hearing Mingju's words, Ming Changhe was furious. He hit his cane and cursed, "Shut your mouth. I saw you push Jiang Ro myself. Why is Grandpa Siggy so angry? If you say I'm lying, then dare you promise in front of so many people that you won't be rude again and try to take my grandparents' house, my bride price, or interfere with my and my aunt's life." Ming Changhe's old face darkened with anger. Of course, he wouldn't promise. He wanted the house and money too. Hearing the mocking comments outside, he gritted his teeth and said unhappily, "Who took your bride price? You pushed Jiang Rong, and you should pay for her medical bills. Can a push on the arm really break it?" "I can't believe it," Mingju said as she walked toward Jiang Rong. When no one else reacted, she suddenly grabbed her arm. Jiang Rong cried out in pain, like a pig being slaughtered. But amidst her screams, Mingju quickly pinched her arm and with lightning speed, twisted and pushed, putting the dislocated arm back in place. Mingju thought that her quick movement probably went unnoticed, but Jiang Dong, standing nearby, had seen everything clearly. If Mingju's action of suddenly fixing Jiang Rong's arm was unintentional earlier, now it seemed deliberate. The young girl, Mingju, appeared more unpredictable than he had thought. Jiang Rong shook off Mingju's hand and said quietly, "It's fine. What's broken?" Jiang Rong paused, seeming to realize she wasn't in pain anymore. What was going on? Could Mingju have done something sneaky? But that girl was not capable of such tricks. Jiang Rong was confused, but she quickly understood. No pain meant she couldn't give up. She was still waiting to get her 500 yuan back. She covered her arm again and shouted even louder than before, though not as painfully. "Ouch, my arm hurts so much, Mingju. You're trying to kill me. Help. Someone's hurting me." Hearing the loud cries, Jiang Dong snapped out of his trance. It was obvious she was pretending. He looked at Jiang Rong with a cold face, ready to say she should go to the hospital for a checkup. If she was lying, he would arrest her for fraud. But he was a step too late. Mingju casually took some money from her pocket and threw it at Jiang Rong. Jiang Rong had never seen so much money before. Her eyes lit up, and she excitedly shouted, "Money. It's mine. Don't take it." She instinctively reached out to grab it, but only managed to catch 2 bills before Mingju grabbed her wrist with a sneer. "Old lady, isn't your arm broken and useless? How come you're holding the money? Look at you. The village chief is helping you and your family, falsely accusing me. You're pretending, but you should act a little longer. Make him look bad." Everyone saw Jiang Rong, who had just said her arm hurt, now easily lift her hand to take the money. The Ming family clearly came to bully a lonely widow and her child. The room suddenly fell silent. Jiang Rong's face turned red with embarrassment. She tried to break free from Mingzhu's grip, but Mingzhu, despite being young, was surprisingly strong. She nervously stammered, You. Don't talk nonsense. My arm was clearly sore all afternoon because of you. You must have done something sneaky just now. She was genuinely in pain all afternoon, not pretending. Ha, so many people are watching. Are you going to keep lying with your eyes open? Mingzhu laughed and turned to Ming Dio. Village chief, I have nothing to say to these unreasonable people. Don't you have anything to say? Ming Dio felt angry inside. Jiang Rong was usually smart, but why did she act so foolish when it came to money? What should have been a perfect opportunity turned into a mess. He tapped the smoking pipe on the stove and said calmly, Mingzhu, I'm not helping my family over justice. This is all a misunderstanding. I was also tricked. He looked at Ming Chang's family with disdain, his face dark. Then he said, Fourth uncle, you're really something. Relying on Mingzhu's bad reputation in the village, you can just make up stories to trick my trust? That's ridiculous. The money belongs to Mingzhu. No one can touch a single cent. Everyone go back and stop making a scene. After speaking, he was the first to push through the crowd and leave angrily. After all that happened, Ming Changha also felt ashamed. He glared at Jiang Rong, furious. What are you waiting for? Go home. Seeing the actors leave, the onlookers naturally dispersed. Mingzhu watched the defeated dog run away and smiled proudly. She might not be good at palace intrigues and novels, but fighting these old-fashioned fools was easy for her. Feeling a gaze on her from the side, Mingzhu turned her head and met Jang Duo's deep, probing eyes. Her heart tightened, and she involuntarily pressed her lips. Had her recent behavior revealed something? To stay true to her character, she deliberately looked serious and annoyed, frowning as she asked, Why are you looking at me like that? Did I scare you with my sharpness? Jang Duo wanted to help Mingzhu find a proper way to solve the problem, but she waved the money in her hand and handled it cleverly, making herself feel good. His idea was a bit crooked, but it wasn't rude, just a bit of quick thinking. He withdrew his gaze, maintaining his usual calm. No, you handled it correctly. Having some cleverness to protect oneself is good, but hurting others is not. She was still young, and he needed to guide her in the future so she wouldn't make moral mistakes because of her cleverness. Pearl didn't understand Jang Duo's intentions and thought he was secretly praising her. She raised an eyebrow and smiled, thinking, this is how magic defeats magic. She turned to look at Ming Chun and I, who was still trembling against the wall and hadn't come out of her fear. She said, Aunt, what are you standing there for? Help me pick up the money. Pearl squatted down and picked up the money on the ground one by one. Ming Chun and I avoided Jang Duo's direction and moved to Pearl's side to help. She spoke timidly and nervously. Zhu, where did all this money come from? So much. She had never seen so much money in her life. It's the bride price from your future brother-in-law. Pearl pointed at Jang Duo, who was also squatting and helping pick up the money. Wow, the big, strong man looked so big even when squatting, very reassuring. Ming Chun and I lowered her head and cautiously glanced at Jang Duo. Although he had just helped Zhu, his expression was too cold, and she felt scared. After collecting the money, Jang Duo tidied up and handed it to Pearl. Pearl thanked him and asked him to sit down and continue eating. But as it was getting dark outside, Jang Duo couldn't stay any longer, worried about damaging Pearl's reputation before the wedding. I've finished eating, I'll go back now. Pearl nodded happily. All right, I'll see you off. Before they could leave the house, Ming Chun and I mustered her courage and said behind them, Wait. The agreement. Pearl didn't hear clearly and turned back, asking, Aunt, what did you say? Ming Chun and I lowered her head and dared not look up. She pointed in Jang Duo's direction. We need a written agreement. Then we can marry. Pearl realized that Jang Duo had just promised her aunt in the yard that he wouldn't hit his wife and that they should have a written agreement. If he broke his promise, her aunt could complain. It seemed her aunt took it seriously. Pearl's eyes curved into a gentle smile, with dimples showing, and she said softly, "Aunt, are you serious?" "You don't need to." But before she finished speaking, Jang Duo returned to the house and asked Ming Chun seriously, "Aunt, do we have paper and pen at home?" Pearl was speechless. Wow, he was serious too. Whether he hits his wife or not, a written agreement can't really guarantee or change that. These two are truly remarkable. To secure her niece's future, Ming Chun and I turned and went into the East Room. She rummaged through a broken-legged wooden drawer and pulled out a piece of letter paper and a well-preserved steel pen, then handed both to Jang Duo. Thus, Jang Duo, tall and strong, leaned against the corner of the table, the tip of his pen making a scratching sound. In a moment, he finished writing the agreement and handed it back to Ming Chun and I. She looked it over, but couldn't read. Pearl leaned over to take a look and smiled lightly. "All right, let's do it this way." You see Ming Chun and I carefully putting things away, as if they are more important than money. Ming Zhu knows this is her lucky charm, so she lets her be. Later, she walks Jang Duo out of the yard. They stand under the big willow tree at the gate. Ming Zhu looks up at him. He is tall, which makes her tilt her head a bit. "I understand your aunt. Her condition has been okay these past 2 years, but I can't promise she won't suddenly have a relapse. Jang Duo, will you still marry her?" Jang Duo answers without hesitation yes. Even if Ming Chun's condition was serious, he would take responsibility for his actions and not run away. "Let's find time to take her to the town hospital and see if she can be treated." Treat. Ming Zhu knows that Ming Chun's mental illness is hard to cure. When she was first brought home, she was very sick. Over these 2 years, without outside shocks, she has gotten a bit better. At least she no longer harms herself or others. In this era, medical conditions are poor, and the town doesn't have a hospital with advanced equipment like CT scans. She can only watch her condition and hope for a cure. But Ming Zhu understands Jang Duo's kindness. She looks at him and smiles sweetly. "Jang Duo, you're so kind." Suddenly, Jang Duo, who is praised, feels a bit awkward. She smiles again. During this day, her behavior is really sometimes sweet and innocent, sometimes clever and lively, and sometimes a bit fierce and sneaky. All mixed together, making it hard to tell what she's thinking. Are women so unpredictable? Ming Zhu meets Jang Duo's gaze and feels guilty. Why does he love to stare at people so much? "Aren't you leaving? Is there something else?" Jang Duo realizes he's been too obvious and quickly looks away. He reminds her, "Work tomorrow morning. I'll pick you up at noon to go to town and buy things." "Okay. Then I'll go first. Bye-bye." Jang Duo doesn't say anything more and walks away confidently. Ming Zhu watches his tall figure disappear, her tense and alert mind slowly relaxing. She turns around and goes home. As soon as she enters the kitchen, she sees Ming Chun and I, who has lit a kerosene lamp. She is sitting at the long dining table, hunched over, holding her stomach, looking uncomfortable and very distressed. In the original owner's memory, Ming Chun and I often behaved like this. But in this era, it's not a serious illness, and they wouldn't go to the hospital. Usually, they just find a barefoot doctor to get some medicine. Ming Chun and I is simple-minded and can't speak well. The original owner never cared for her, and the family is very poor. So, she's used to enduring it. But now, things are different. Ming Zhu is not the carefree original owner. She walked over, squatted in front of Ming Chun and placed her hand on her stomach. Just then, Ming Chun let out a painful cry. This is an old stomach illness. Ming Zhu is a Western doctor. To get an accurate result, she would need a gastroscopy, but there are no such facilities here. However, stomach problems are not a big deal. When she was in school, Ming Zhu also studied traditional Chinese medicine. Although she wasn't good at pulse diagnosis, she remembered some basic herbal remedies because she has a good memory. She thought about the herbal ingredients and casually said, "It's not hard to get those. Just do it." Ding! As soon as she finished speaking, the familiar mechanical sound came again. Ming Zhu froze. She saw the yellowish light in front of her flicker suddenly, hurting her eyes. Her vision blurred for half a second. She rubbed her eyes and found herself standing in a large space filled with white mist. Mingzhu was instantly surprised. Wow, there really is a space. I knew time travel stories weren't lying. But after she looked around, she quickly felt disappointed.
TCH so poor.
All she could see was a small, well-like stone basin with a round, hollow center filled with water.
Ugh.
In the stories, isn't the space supposed to be all-powerful? What does it mean to give her just a basin of water? She felt a bit unfair but was still curious and stepped forward. Next, Mingzhu used a water scoop to take some water from the basin, but the water level didn't go down. No matter how much she scooped, it remained full. Could this water be endless? She looked at the clear water in the scoop and couldn't help licking her lips. She tried a small sip sweet. Not the kind of sweet with sugar, but the fresh, natural sweetness of spring water. She had never tasted such good water in her life. Mingzhu couldn't help but drink a few more sips. She was tired and exhausted after a whole afternoon of work, but strangely, after drinking this water, her fatigue disappeared, and she felt full of energy again. Yes, she took back her earlier feelings of unfairness. This water is amazing. Thinking about her aunt still suffering, she wanted to take some water out to see if it could help. But how to get out? She looked around with the water scoop in her hand. She remembered that when she entered, she casually said, "Just do it," and wondered if she needed a spell to leave as well. Mingzhu repeated, "Just do it." But there was no response.
So,
"I give up." She just said it casually, and suddenly, the white mist dispersed. The dim light covered her again. She really made it out. However, the spell for entering and exiting. This space seems a bit rebellious. Seeing Ming Chun and I still lying on the table in pain and unaware of her disappearance, it's clear that once she entered the space, outside time was frozen. Mingzhu didn't think much and quickly placed the water scoop on the stove beside her. She helped Ming Chun and I up and said, "Aunt, go rest on the Kong bed. I'll pour you a cup of hot water to drink." A hint of surprise flashed in Ming Chun and I's eyes. In the past, Zhu never paid attention to her and often scolded her for pretending to be sick. But today, Zhu not only didn't scold her but also smiled at her and told her to rest. Such Zhu is really nice. After Ming Chun and I lay back on the Kong, Mingzhu went back to the kitchen. She poured water from the scoop into her aunt's bowl, but she didn't dare let the patient drink cold water directly, so she added some hot water. Seeing Ming Chun and I curled up in pain, Mingzhu hurriedly handed her the water. "Here, aunt, drink some water." Ming Chun and I always listened to Mingzhu. She took the bowl handed to her, endured the pain, and drank the water quickly. After drinking, she clicked her tongue and asked in doubt, "Did Zhu add sugar?" "Anne doesn't drink sweetened water. The sweet water should be for Zhu." Listening to this, Mingzhu felt both amused and touched. Seeing Ming Chun and I's furrowed brow relax, she asked, "Aunt, does your stomach still hurt?" Ming Chun and I was stunned for a moment. After about 2 seconds, she touched her stomach and smiled like a child. "It doesn't hurt anymore." In the past, whenever her stomach hurt, it would last through most of the night. But this time, it was so strange. Why did it get better so quickly? Mingzhu watched Ming Chun and I regain her energy and secretly felt pleased. It seems this water not only works for herself, but also for others, with each person experiencing different effects. It's almost like a fairy water. Such a treasure water. Mingzhu was very satisfied with it. But while some people were happy, others were worried. At this moment, Ming Changhafar in the village center was extremely unhappy. He originally wanted to get the 500 yuan bride price from Mingzhu, but he had failed twice in a row. Especially tonight, he had completely lost face in front of the whole village. At night, he sat cross-legged on the Kong, smoking a dry pipe, watching his eldest son beat Jiang Rong with a stick. Jiang Rong cried out in pain, kept dodging the hits, but dared not step out of the door. Ming Changhe felt frustrated and cursed, hit her hard. This kind of wife can't be spoiled. It's really embarrassing me in front of everyone. Next to them were Jiang Rong's 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son, Ming Tao, 25 years old, was already married and known for not holding back when hitting his wife. My daughter Ming Yan is 22 years old and eager to marry someone from the city. She is very proud and confident. My younger son Mingho is 20 and often stares at the village girls with longing, dreaming of better things. Right now, I see my wife being beaten by my husband, but none of us try to stop it. We are used to it. Finally, Mingho, annoyed by the noise, says impatiently, "Dad, enough already. The most urgent thing now is to find a way to get the bride price money." Old Ming stops hitting and sits on the bed, panting and drinking water. He says, "Think about it. If it's impossible, just go and take the money by force. Mingzhu, as a young relative, shouldn't keep this money. It should be ours." Mingtao sneers, "Dad, do you think Mingzhu is so easy to bully? And her man. I can't even beat him. How do you plan to take the money?" Tonight, Zhang Diao punched him, and his shoulder still hurts. When he looked at his collar, it was swollen and blue. Suddenly, the room falls silent as everyone tries to think. Ming Yan, sitting at the foot of the bed, speaks first. "Grandpa, Dad, I have an idea." Everyone's eyes turn to Ming Yan. Her eyes are full of schemes as she looks at them. "Grandpa, since you took the bride price from Chu family, this marriage can't be cancelled. If Mingzhu disobeys your orders, let the Chu family come and find her. If they can't, they might resort to force, and Mingzhu's reputation will be ruined. Jiang Jiao might still want her then." Longhe, the father, takes a puff of dry tobacco, and white smoke comes out of his mouth and nose. He thinks about Ming Yan's words. But Mingho, impatient, scolds, "You're so stupid. What bad idea is that? If Zhang Diao changes his mind and wants the 500 yuan bride price back, we'll be wasting our effort." Ming Yan raises her eyebrows. "Why should we return the bride price? I overheard Ming Xiao say that Zhang Diao might be from the city. If he can pay 500 yuan, his family must have some money. He might be a good match for me. When I marry him, it's settled." Hearing this, Mingho's eyes brighten. "Then both bride prices are ours. Mingzhu will leave with the fool from Daka village, and the house will be ours." "Grandpa, I think this plan can work." Longhe brushes off the ash and agrees. "All right, it's settled then. Mingtao, you go tomorrow morning to Dakara's house and ask them to come and pick up the bride. All the money and the house belong to him." Once Pearl, that shameless girl, left, fixing up silly Chunny became much easier. From now on, all the household chores would be done by silly Chunny, and the work points she earned would go to him. He couldn't sleep all night. Pearl didn't usually sleep in a bed, but that night she was so hot that she couldn't rest well. The next morning, she woke up yawning. After eating a warm cornbread and leftover fish, she went with silly Chunny to the field to wait for their assigned work. From far away, she saw Jang Duo and militia member Xiao Bin entering the field. She smiled and waved at them from a distance. Jang Duo immediately saw Pearl's bright smile and nodded at her across the crowd. Then he and Xiao Bin stood at their usual spot to wait for their turn, without coming over to her. Instead, Ming Xiao Jie, standing next to Pearl, snorted loudly and mockingly said, "Look at this shameless girl. No one's paying attention to her, but she still tries to get noticed. How embarrassing." Everyone around knew Ming Xiao Jie was insulting Pearl, so they looked on with interest. Pearl didn't care much. Just as she was about to say something, Jang Duo pushed through some villagers from the front of the line and came to stand beside her. At this, Ming Xiao Jie's face turned dark with anger. Pearl smiled calmly and sarcastically said, "Some people are just sour because they can't get what they want. They don't even dare to name names when they curse. They just bark like dogs. If she dared to say my name, I'd tear her mouth apart." Pearl might not do other things, but if she said she would fight, she would do it in a second. Ming Xiao Jie instantly fell silent. A few minutes later, the village chief arrived from the road and began assigning work. Usually, women stayed in the yard helping peel corn husks, but this time, the village chief ordered Pearl to go to the dam to dig a trench. "Is everyone ready?" Then get to work. Pearl stepped forward and asked loudly, I have a question. Village chief, the men are working on the dam. Why are you sending me there? Next to her, Ming Xiaojia, who was furious earlier, now looked proud. She knew her father was venting his anger on her. This shameless Pearl wanted to compete for a man with her. If she kept fighting, she'd be exhausted. Let's see how she competes now. The village chief, looking honest and calm, said, What do you think I mean? Pearl, I've always been fair. I understand your family's difficulties, and the village has taken good care of you. But you and your aunt need to be more aware. Digging trenches is hard work. Every family has men to do it, but yours doesn't. So, it's just you and your mother. Your aunt is afraid of men, so I'm taking care of her. That's why I assigned you. Pearl felt annoyed listening to this speech. Clearly, this bad person was just seeking revenge for personal reasons. She was about to get angry, but Jang Duo, standing beside her, said in a deep voice, Follow the village chief's plan. Just come with me. Pearl looked away, then looked up at him. After a moment, she nodded. As she followed Jang Duo out of the crowd, she turned back and glanced at Ming Xiaojia. Her eyes showed a bit of pride, as if saying, I'm going to work with my man now. This made Ming Xiaojia furious.
How dare she?
Jang Duo walked quickly, and Pearl almost had to jog to keep up. After a while, she was too hot and decided to walk slowly and lazily. Jang Duo noticed she was falling behind and turned back. Why aren't you keeping up? Pearl, looking tired, came over and said annoyed, You might as well fly ahead. You're walking so fast, I can't keep up. Jang Duo was silent. Just moments ago, she was smiling happily at him, and now she was angry again. Such a strange temper. He slowed down his steps unconsciously, seeing her mood was low, and she looked very tired. He asked gently, Didn't sleep well last night? Oh, don't mention it. Pearl sighed heavily. It wasn't just a bad night. Last night, after she settled her aunt back in her room and lay on the bed, she felt completely dizzy. It turned out that the stove in the kitchen was connected to the bed in the bedroom. They cooked fish on the stove, and the heat spread to the bed. It was midsummer, and the whole night was unbearably hot. Luckily, there was space to go outside, and she went in several times to cool off, but she still couldn't get comfortable. Pearl muttered gloomily, The bed was too hot last night. I almost got cooked. That's an exaggeration. It's not an exaggeration. Don't believe me? Smell this, Pearl said angrily, raising her arm in front of Jang Duo. This is the smell of fried pearl. Hearing this, Jang Duo's usually tight lips unconsciously curved into a faint smile. That metaphor was really strange. Not far away, Xiao Bin, who had been secretly watching, suddenly realized something and was shocked. Is the boss actually smiling? He had known the boss for nearly 10 years and had never seen him smile before, especially not at a woman. Oh no, the boss is in danger. Pearl, this girl. She's really beautiful, white and pretty, but her temper is just too bad. He hadn't dared tell the boss before, but he had seen Pearl arguing with a girl once. She even made the girl cry and run back to her mother. He really wondered if the boss's head was hit or something. Why would he marry such a quarrelsome woman? However, this marriage won't last long. He has a feeling that the family of the leader won't accept Mingzhu as his wife. In late July, during the hottest summer, even in the morning, the sun was scorching. There was no shade on the dam, making it even hotter. Just climbing onto the dam, Mingzhu was already exhausted. It's not that she's delicate. She simply can't handle digging and moving stones. Jang Duo jumped into the canal, looked up at Mingzhu still standing on the dam, and reached out his hand. His voice was as cold as usual. Come down. Mingzhu squatted down, one hand on Jang Duo's hand, the other on the ground, carefully stepping into the canal's uneven ground. She looked around and asked, What should I do? Jang Duo took off his military green shirt, revealing only a blue and white checkered vest underneath. Mingzhu is short, her head level with his chest, and she looked at his strong chest muscles, which made the vest fit just right. Even though she's a doctor and used to men's body structures, After playing poker with Jang Duo yesterday, her fair face was unknowingly blushing. Jang Duo didn't notice her expression. He casually folded his shirt and placed it on a stone, calmly saying, "Sit here, you don't need to do anything." Mingzhu, huh? "I'll do that work," he said, and everyone around heard him. A few rough men started teasing. "Captain Jang is amazing. Your fiancé already loves you so much." "Captain Jang, you're overreacting, right? Women shouldn't be spoiled like that." "Exactly. No woman in Shaojing village works with her man without doing her part. Captain Jang is so big. He's probably afraid of his wife." "Huh? That would be embarrassing for a man." Zhao Bin, standing nearby, felt annoyed listening to these men teasing his boss. It was all because of Mingzhu's bad reputation. But his boss was a man of few words. He didn't argue, and just picked up his shovel to work. Zhao Bin was about to speak up for her, but Mingzhu took the lead. She smiled sweetly at the big men and said, "Uncles and gentlemen are right. Maybe all the women in our village are blind. They pick useless men who work all day and get scolded at home. Compared to your wives, I really am lucky." This group of useless men was scolded harshly, but no one dared to argue. Perhaps because they were afraid of damaging Mingzhu's reputation or because they didn't want to argue with women. They all kept their serious faces and went back to work. Zhou Bin looked at Mingzhu with respect. Maybe. Even fiery women have their good sides, like not being bullied. Feeling his gaze, Mingzhu smiled and waved at him. "Hello, Captain Zhou." Caught spying, Zhou Bin awkwardly looked away, responded hello, and quickly went back to work. Mingzhu sat in a narrow, poorly ventilated channel. Soon, she was soaked in sweat. No air conditioning, no breeze. She really wanted an ice lolly. She unscrewed her round military water bottle and took a couple of sips. Watching her man's vest become soaked, his tan skin glistening with sweat. While others took breaks after working a while, Jang Duo had been working non-stop. Mingzhu immediately stood up and walked over, politely offering her water bottle. "Jang Duo, take a break and drink some water." Jang Duo paused, turned to look at her flushed face. "You drink first." "I brought water from Zhou Bin." But Mingzhu sensed he was refusing. She forcefully pushed the bottle into his hand and, imitating the original owner's tone, a bit bossy, said, "Just drink this. I'm healthy, I won't pass anything to you." Jang Duo didn't mean it that way, but he didn't explain. He simply took her bottle and gulped down a few sips. Her bottle had cold water, now warmed a bit from the sun, but it didn't affect the taste. After drinking, Jang Duo felt very comfortable, as if he was full of endless energy. Mingzhu the lid back on his bottle and said, "Everyone knows to rest now. You should take it easy too. Work isn't finished in one go. In the afternoon I'll go out, so I'll work a bit more in the morning to make up for it." Thinking about how hardworking he was, Mingzhu felt a little guilty and said, "Sorry for troubling you." Jang Duo frowned at her. Sometimes her politeness made her seem less like a naive village girl who had never seen the world. Just then he noticed someone sprained their ankle above the channel. The person was holding a large, oval-shaped stone thicker than their waist. The stone slipped and fell down the channel, heading straight for Mingzhu. She heard a cry of ouch behind her. She instinctively turned her head, but in the next moment, a tight grip around her waist pulled her back. Jang Duo's strong arm lifted her up and held her close. Jang Duo quickly stepped back to avoid the falling stone, which hit the ground in front of them, kicking up a cloud of dust. Before Mingzhu could react to what was happening, she was hit with a mouthful of dust. After seeing the large stone in front of her clearly, she suddenly widened her eyes. If Jang Duo hadn't reacted quickly and with great strength, and if he hadn't single-handedly pulled her away like a little chick, she would have been seriously hurt or worse. Jang Duo glanced at her from the side, a hint of anxiety in his eyes he didn't even realize he had, and asked, "Are you okay?"
"I'm fine."
"Luckily you're here," Mingzhu said, still trying to steady herself by brushing her small hand against the man's chest. Only then did Jang Duo realize he was still holding the soft girl in his arms. If this got out, it would affect her reputation. He quickly released her and took a step back. Xiaobin heard the noise and ran over, worriedly asking, "Boss, are you all right?"
I'm fine.
The two who were almost hit remained calm and composed, but Xiaobin looked annoyed. He looked up at the people on the channel and said displeasedly, "Everyone, be careful. Such a big stone falling down, if it hits someone, can they still survive?" Mingzhu looked up and noticed among the people on the channel, it was Mingzhe, Ming Dia's nephew. Mingzhe grinned and forced a smile, but his tone carried a bit of pride. "Oh, Mingzhu, sorry about that. My brother slipped up. See, I even fell and got hurt. You won't blame me, right?" It was obvious he was doing it on purpose. If she had been the original owner, she would have jumped out of the channel to fight Mingzhe fiercely. But Mingzhu was not the original owner. In this hot weather, climbing into the channel to cause trouble was exhausting, and she was too lazy. She would settle this score later, double. "Mingzhe, Big Brother said it wasn't intentional. Why would I blame you?"
But
"If it wasn't intentional once, it's understandable. If it happens again, I won't forgive it." She smiled sweetly, her face looking lovely, but her smile inexplicably made Mingzhe's heart tighten. His task today was to cause an accident, make Mingzhu bleed, or even knock her out cold. Since it was an accident, no one could blame him. Even if he didn't succeed, he wanted Mingzhu to cause a scene in front of Jang Duo, so Jang Duo would dislike her.
But
Why wasn't she playing by the usual rules? They say strange things happen when something is abnormal. Mingzhu was acting strangely. Mingzhe, feeling disappointed and failing his mission, left in frustration. But he couldn't figure out what kind of curse Mingzhu had fallen under. In the channel, Xiaobin stood beside Jang Duo, looking furious. "Boss, I think that kid was definitely doing it on purpose." Jang Duo's normally dark face showed no emotion, but Xiaobin knew him well. Boss was angry. Xiaobin glanced at Mingzhu again and said, "If you hadn't hidden so quickly just now, something serious could have happened. Do you really think we can just forget about it?" Jang Duo hadn't spoken yet when Mingzhu waved her hand and, looking indifferent, smiled and said, "Hey, what's the big deal? Even if he doesn't admit it, taking him to the police station won't help. Forget it. A dog bites me, but I can't just bite back, can I? That's disgusting."
Jobin, duck?
Who? TSK. Mingzhu is really strange. I once saw her scold a young girl so badly that the girl cried and ran home to her mother.
Today.
She's being bullied from above, yet she chooses to stay calm? It seems this woman is fierce, but she probably fears the strong and bullies the weak. Mingzhu didn't know what Jobin was thinking. She only thought, if a dog bites her, she wouldn't bite back, but she would fight the dog. It's just that it's too hot now, and some things are better done at night. Jang Duo looked down at Mingzhu's bright eyes beneath her delicate eyebrows, and a cunning glint seemed to flash inside. It looks like this isn't over yet. He wanted to see what she was planning to do. After finishing the morning's work, Jang Duo and Mingzhu each went back to their places to wash up, then they headed out together to the county town. Shaojing village is remote and not accessible by car, so they had to take a horse-drawn cart to the town first. There are buses to the county every morning at 7 and every afternoon at 1. They hurried and just caught the bus before it left. In this era, you need a proof letter to go to the city. Without it, you'd be treated as a troublemaker and detained. Mingzhu definitely couldn't get a proof letter, but Jang Duo was the militia captain of Shaojing village, so he could get one. They showed their proof and boarded the bus smoothly. The old-style bus didn't have air conditioning or even a fan. It moved slowly and took a longer route, passing through 4 or 5 towns. People sat and stood crowded together. By the time they reached the town, it was already 3 p.m., and it would have been faster to ride a bicycle. After leaving the bus station, Mingzhu looked around. The entire county town had no buildings taller than 4 stories. The roads were still dirt, compacted and dry. The weather was hot, and there weren't many pedestrians. A few people rode bicycles past her with a stylish flying look. The walls around were covered with large red slogans, full of a strong sense of the times. Seeing Mingzhu constantly looking around, Jang Duo thought she was visiting the county for the first time and was curious because she hadn't seen much of the world. There's a bus at 6 p.m. tonight. We have 3 hours. Just follow me and we'll be fine. Oh, okay. Jang Duo took a few steps forward, and Mingzhu quickly caught up. There was about a fist's distance between them. The edges of their short sleeves brushed against each other as they walked. Normally, this was a normal distance, but for Jang Duo, it felt very uncomfortable. He instinctively moved a step aside to keep his distance from her. Mingzhu noticed Jang Duo's behavior and frowned slightly. She knew that in this era, people still paid attention to issues between men and women, especially with her about to get married soon. For some reason, her curiosity suddenly got the better of her. If she reached out and held Jang Duo's hand now, how would he react? Mingzhu smiled and leaned in a little, reaching out to take Jang Duo's hand. Jang Duo felt a soft touch in his palm. He froze for a moment and quickly pulled his hand back. Glancing around to make sure no one was watching, he looked at Mingzhu seriously and said in a firm tone, "Walk properly. Be mindful of your influence." Mingzhu. Despite being tall and strong, she was so shy. Is this what people call the cute contrast? Kind of adorable. I want to.
Cough.
How did such men disappear in later generations? Mingzhu continued to be rebellious, teasing him with a mischievous smile. Captain Jang, we're getting married soon. Do you think you'll still be mindful of your influence in bed? Jang Duo had sensed Mingzhu's hidden side since yesterday. She was bold, daring to say and do anything, but openly declaring it in broad daylight. That was simply too much. Yet, on second thought, their marriage was entirely accidental, a complete coincidence. The man she liked wasn't him, but Su Kai. Jang Duo's mood inexplicably turned sour. His stern features remained composed, and his voice was dull. If you need me to, I will be mindful. Mingzhu. Talking to such a strict man was really exhausting. Forget it. She decided not to tease him anymore. Mingzhu chose to stay quiet and be a little follower. At noon, they didn't eat because they were in a hurry to catch the train. Jang Duo took her to a state-run restaurant for a meal. He used a province-wide ration ticket and ordered braised pork, stir-fried eggplant, and 2 steamed buns. Mingzhu ate leisurely, not caring about her image even after eating meat. Instead, she thoughtfully used chopsticks to serve Jang Duo many dishes, saying he was tired after working all morning and needed to eat more. Jang Duo observed that sometimes Mingzhu had a calm demeanor that didn't match her age. Being with her felt very comfortable. Of course, it could also be that she was pretending because she didn't know him well. After all, she was quite changeable, and that was also true. Mingzhu took a bite of bread and looked at Jang Duo. Seeing him start again, she pretended to be unhappy and said, "Why don't you eat? Why are you just watching me? Always watching. It must be because she's too beautiful and you can't resist her." Jang Duo put down his chopsticks. "I'm finished eating. I need to go to the post office to make a call. Wait here alone and don't wander around." Fearing he might run out of time, Mingzhu pointed to the supply and marketing cooperative across from the post office. "I'm also done. After you come back, go straight to the cooperative to find me. I'll go shopping first." After saying that, she packed the remaining few pieces of braised pork, and Jang Duo went alone to the post office and dialed a number. After the operator transferred the call, a steady voice answered, "Hello, this is Fang Shuhui. Reporting to the leader, this is Jang Duo. I want to report my marriage." There was a pause on the other end. "What? Aren't you out on a mission? Have you returned to Beijing?"
No.
"So, why suddenly want to get married? Is your family pressuring you?" "Well, Dr. Ning is not young anymore. She's 22, right?"
You.
Jang Duo frowned and interrupted. "My fiancé is Mingzhu. She's from Shaojing village. Her grandfather and father are heroes. The family information is on record. Please arrange for the marriage certificate as soon as possible." There was a long silence on the line. After a while, the person seemed to come back from shock. "Xiao Duo, you're going to marry a girl from the countryside? As a leader, I have no objection, but as your uncle, I have to remind you, you probably won't pass your family's test." Jang Duo's tone was equally steady. "I'm 27. The marriage is my own decision. Also, please help me collect the tickets for the 3-turn and 1-sound show, so the people here can exchange them and send them over. The money will be deducted from my salary. Please do it as soon as possible. Feng Shui asked Jang Duo. Did something happen? Are you being blackmailed? This kid never cared much about marriage, so how come after half a year on a rural mission, he's suddenly in such a hurry to marry? Jang Duo's eyes darkened. Yes, something had happened, but he was the one who brought up marriage. When he woke up in the cellar, he couldn't help himself. No, he said casually to avoid causing trouble for his family. It's mutual love. Feng Shui was silent. All right. He wanted to see what kind of excellent girl could warm the heart of his tough, steel-like nephew. After hanging up the call, Feng Shui immediately made a phone call to Jingxian County. Across the street, Mingzhu entered the largest supply and marketing cooperative in Jingxian County. On the wall, there were red banners that read "Develop the economy" and "Ensure supplies and serve the people." Inside, there were stalls one after another, offering almost all the daily necessities needed in this era, similar to a commercial market in later times. What surprised Mingzhu was the prices. She looked around and bought quite a few things. When Jang Duo found her, her large white cloth bag was almost full. With all these items, even after removing various coupons, she spent less than 10 yuan. Jang Duo took the bag that was half pressed against her side and easily carried it. To him, the weight was as light as a feather. Mingzhu, feeling a bit excited, said, I bought a lot of things. Some household items, various seasonings, and even toiletries for you. Since there aren't many people in the village to socialize with us, I didn't plan to hold a wedding banquet. Do you need to host any guests? Jang Duo simply replied, Qiao Bin. Mingzhu knew there was only one person he meant. She nodded and said, Then I used your grain and oil coupons and meat coupons to exchange for 2 jin of pork belly, 2 jin of cooking oil, and 5 jin of white flour. That should be enough. Actually, she also bought 2 pieces of gauze underwear with side buttons. In this small mountain village, underwear wasn't common yet. But given her delicate and soft body, with a great figure, she only wore a short tank top underneath, which was quite uncomfortable to wear around. So, when she entered, the first thing she bought was underwear. However, if she told the man in front of her about this, he might think it was inappropriate, right? Forget it, no teasing him. Jang Duo, hearing her talk about what she bought, realized something and took Mingzhu to a clothing stall. He pointed at a military green suit hanging at the front and asked, How much is this set? The female employee at the supply and marketing cooperative glanced at them both and showed a dismissive attitude. Do you have fabric coupons? If not, this set costs 33 yuan. It can be sold separately, 11 yuan for the top, 22 yuan for the pants. Mingzhu instinctively exclaimed, So expensive. In this era, an ordinary urban worker's monthly salary was only about 30 to 40 yuan. Seeing Mingzhu's reaction, the female employee looked impatient. Coming from a small village, huh? This is Dinqililiang fabric clothes. Of course, it's expensive. Can a whole set of cotton cloth next door for 6 yuan compare? If you don't know the value, don't ask about the price. Mingzhu wanted to retort without thinking, If I don't ask about the price, how will I know whether to buy it? In this era, working at a supply and marketing cooperative was a stable, official job, and all the employees held high status. The other person sneered and said, It's like asking if you can afford it before buying. Mingzhu was so angry she almost laughed. Just as she was about to speak, Jang Duo took out some money from his pocket and said calmly, I want the set. The store clerk looked at Jang Duo more closely. She thought he was just a dark-skinned but good-looking man from the countryside, but he paid so quickly that she was surprised. Thinking about the prices back in those days and the bride price money Mingzhu had left, she honestly felt this outfit was not worth the price. She quickly stopped Jang Duo from handing over the money. No, I don't want this dress. Jang Duo frowned. If she didn't want new clothes he bought her, it could only mean, Don't you like it? Mingzhu. It's not about liking or not liking, it's about whether it's expensive. The female employee sneered disdainfully, If you can't afford it, why pretend to be rich? Mingzhu's eyes showed displeasure. She raised her chin to the employee and said disdainfully, This dress has been touched by her. I find it unlucky. Besides, even though the fabric is sturdy and doesn't wrinkle, it's still cold in winter and hot in summer. Why would I buy it? Hearing Mingju's words, Jang Duo thought for a moment and nodded calmly, understanding. If you don't like it, let's go and look around some more. Seeing the two of them turn to leave, the female employee was angry. She snapped, if you're too stingy to buy it, fine. One moment you want it, the next you don't. Are you playing with me? Seeing her anger, Mingju felt a little happy inside. She cheerfully said, exactly. I'm just teasing you. If you're unhappy, just quit. You've only been here a month, earning enough for a piece of clothing.
Just stop working.
The female employee wanted to say more, but Mingju immediately warned, if you dare to talk back again, I'll go tell your boss and cause a fuss. Then you'll definitely lose your job. After saying that, she didn't even bother to look at her anymore. Proudly, she grabbed Jang Duo's arm and turned to leave. The angry employee stomped her feet behind them, but dared not say another word. After all, this was a job others would kill to get. She couldn't lose it. Jang Duo was pulled along by Mingju for quite a distance. Watching her bright and lively expression, he could tell she was feeling very happy and relaxed. He frowned slightly. Her vengeful temper was really, but let her be. The female clerk's mouth was really annoying. He wasn't good at shopping or choosing clothes for women. So he said, you like a style, pick what you want. Mingju pointed to the fabric section nearby. I'll buy some fabric and make my own clothes. You can do that? Mingju smiled confidently. Yes, I can. When she was in college, she felt overwhelmed by studying. To take a break from memorizing, she enjoyed doing various crafts and watching videos of craft bloggers. She once sewed a traditional Chinese dress for her roommate, and everyone who saw it said it was amazing. In the end, Mingju used the cloth coupons given by Jang Duo to buy a piece of floral fabric with a white background and red flowers. She originally wanted to buy Jang Duo a new outfit, but he insisted he had new clothes and didn't need anything. So, she spent a little over 10 yuan on some plain white fabric and dark blue suit fabric, and bought a pair of white plastic sandals that looked quite retro. Before leaving, Jang Duo bought 2 packs of peach cookies and some assorted candies to give to her. Mingju instinctively said, I don't like eating those fruit candies. But Jang Duo replied seriously, isn't a wedding about giving out candies to celebrate? Mingju was stunned. Was he not buying for her, but for others? Had she misread his intentions? However, he thought about a lot. She didn't expect that this rough-looking man would be so thoughtful. He even remembered to buy candies for the wedding. It seemed Jang Duo cared about this wedding more than she did. She just didn't know if, after future policies were implemented, he would divorce her like those educated youths who wanted to return home. Mingju didn't like worrying about the future, so she stopped thinking about it. The two of them returned home with a full load and took the 6 o'clock bus back to the town. The ride there was crowded, but surprisingly, the return trip was even worse. A bus that normally has about a dozen seats was packed with over 40 people. They arrived early and had seats, but Jang Duo kindly gave his seat to an elderly man in his 50s. Mingju thought that such a strict person would expect his partner to be morally upright, but she was surprised to see Jang Duo just standing beside her, not insisting she follow his example of giving up a seat. That was quite considerate. He knew his limits and didn't push too hard. The bus jolted along the bumpy road, causing everyone to sway unsteadily. Jang Duo held her backrest with one hand and the seat in front of her with the other, keeping her safely in place and preventing anyone from getting too close. Seeing his strong, rock-like muscles in his arms, Mingju's mind inexplicably changed. She thought about yesterday noon, when he quickly grabbed her waist with both hands. She quickly pushed the distracting thoughts away and turned her head, her gaze falling just at his waist and abdomen. It was truly impressive, so much so that even the clothes couldn't hide it. Do not look at what is inappropriate. She cleared her throat, quickly opened the kettle, took a few sips, then tilted her head and handed the kettle to him, saying, it's very hot today. You should drink some too. This time, Jang Duo didn't refuse like he did in the morning. He calmly took the kettle and drank most of it. Strangely, even though it was just water, The water that Mingzhu gave him felt very different. After drinking, he felt full of energy. Mingzhu put the kettle away. To hide her awkwardness, she leaned back on her seat and closed her eyes for a short rest. More than 2 hours later, the car arrived at Guitown. They rode a neighbor's horse-drawn cart to the next village, then walked back to Shaojing village. It was already very dark. Jang Duo took Mingzhu home and left her belongings in the kitchen. Seeing him turn to leave, Mingzhu tried to stop him, saying, "Eat something before you go back. The young people at the youth station don't have any food now. It's too late and it wouldn't be good." "I'll go now," he replied. Mingzhu hesitated. Well, influence is a good thing. Thinking about today being the first time in her life she was so carefree and spent a lot of money on a man, she felt reluctant to let him leave hungry. Mingzhu looked at her bag, casually took out a pack of peach cookies, and quickly ran after him, handing them to Jang Duo. "Then, you can use hot water to warm the peach cookies and settle your stomach." Jang Duo wanted to return the cookies, but Mingzhu hurried back home, closed the wooden gate of the yard, and cheekily grinned at him through the low wall, saying, "Don't come in. It's not good. Good night, Captain Jiang. See you tomorrow." After saying that, she turned and ran back to her house. Jang Duo watched her lively little figure, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, which was unusual for his usually calm demeanor. After Mingzhu entered the house, Ming Chunni lit the kerosene lamp in her room. Seeing all the things she bought, Ming Chunni was surprised at first, then happy. It seemed that Zhu was really going to get married. Mingzhu soaked a few peach cookies and shared them with Ming Chunni for dinner. After eating, she boiled some spiritual spring water, and once it boiled, she cooked and cut up the meat she bought. She cleaned the pot, poured in pork lard, fried the pork pieces thoroughly, and stored everything in a pig fat jar. Without proper treatment, in this hot weather, the meat would go bad overnight. After finishing, she went into her space to take a shower, feeling refreshed afterward. She then took out a small floral cloth, measured, cut, and sewed it. She worked until late at night before turning off the oil lamp and sitting by the window, watching the moonlight outside. It was about time. Mingzhu left her house at night, guided by the moonlight, and made her way to Mingzhu's house a few hundred meters away. She climbed over the low wall and leaned against the window frame, listening to the snoring sounds coming from inside the house. A mischievous smile appeared on her lips. Mingzhu is the village chief's nephew, but also an orphan. His mother died giving birth to him, and his father was a drunkard who drowned in the river one night after drinking too much. So, only he lives in this house. Mingzhu picked up a thick wooden stick, casually took down a burlap sack hanging on the wall, and carefully pushed open the main room door, sneaking into the bedroom. Seeing Mingzhu sleeping soundly on the bed, she chuckled softly and poked his shoulder with the stick. Mingzhu opened his eyes in his sleep, groggily looking at the figure in front of him. "Mingzhu?" At this moment, Mingzhu was smiling gently, her eyes bright and her voice soft. "Big brother Mingzhu, hasn't anyone told you not to sleep too deeply at night?" Mingzhu thought he was dreaming, but when he looked closer, the woman in front of him was raising her stick high. He suddenly shivered and sat up quickly, instinctively trying to dodge, but he was too late. The stick struck his neck with a dull thud. He grimaced in pain, clutching his neck, still not fully reacting when a large burlap sack was pulled over his head. Immediately after, he was dragged forcefully to the ground. Mingzhu didn't hesitate. She immediately started punching and kicking the person inside the sack. Inside, the person was struggling desperately, letting out heart-wrenching screams and cries for help. "Ah, it hurts so much. Help me. Ah." She ignored him completely, kicking and cursing through clenched teeth. "Shout all you want. Scream as loud as you can. You live in such a remote place. No one will come to save you even if you yell your lungs out." The dialogue sounds strange. Never mind, just beat him up first. In the end, Mingzhu was beaten unconscious. The sack was removed and Mingzhu checked. He was okay, not dead. She dragged the sack, pulling the person out of the house like dragging a pig to slaughter. The next morning, Mingzhu was feeling refreshed and energetic. After finishing her night's work, She went to her space and slept for a few hours before coming out, feeling full of energy and vitality. After breakfast, she and her aunt went to the village square. Seeing Jang Duo, she greeted him from afar as usual. Everyone in the village was gathered in the square waiting for the village chief, but today, strangely, he hadn't arrived yet. After waiting for more than half an hour, the village chief and his daughter finally arrived, helping a person with a swollen face and bruises walk with a limp. When they got closer, it was Mingzhi. Everyone immediately started talking. Village chief, what's going on? Exactly, how did Mingzhi get beaten up like this? Ming Xiaojie angrily stepped forward, pointing at Mingzhi through the crowd and shouting, Mingzhi, come out. Tell me, why did you hit my cousin for no reason, and then put him in a sack hanging from a tree? If my dad and I hadn't found him in time, you would have killed him. Mingzhi in the crowd looked like she was just watching the scene. When she heard Ming Xiaojie's words, she suddenly frowned and then raised her hand with an innocent and confused look, pointing at herself.
Me?
Seeing Mingzhi, who was badly beaten, look so angry, Mingzhi's expression made him even more furious. He gritted his teeth and cursed through the pain. What are you pretending for? I saw you sneak into my house last night and hit me unconscious. When he said this, everyone present was shocked and turned their eyes to Mingzhi. Among them was Jang Duo, but his gaze was not watching for fun. He was observing and analyzing. Yesterday morning, he already felt that this wasn't over. This little woman's revengeful nature would surely lead to more trouble. But he never expected her to be so bold, daring to sneak into a man's house at night and beat him so badly. Now that she had been caught, how could she possibly explain herself? Jang Duo's expression darkened for a moment. No matter what, she would be his wife tomorrow, and as her husband, he had to take responsibility for this. Just as Jang Duo was about to step forward, Mingzhi suddenly smiled from within the crowd. Even if you are the village chief's daughter and nephew, you can't just falsely accuse people, Mingzhi said, stepping forward to the center of the crowd, drawing everyone's attention. Don't think a young girl, wouldn't dare to go to a man's house at midnight. Even if I did, with my small size and delicate body, how could I fight someone as strong as Mingzhi? And even if I somehow managed to knock him down, I wouldn't be able to hang such a heavy person from a tree. Hearing this, the villagers felt reassured. Even if Mingzhi was fiery, she wouldn't gain anything from fighting a man. Seeing everyone start to doubt him, Mingzhi broke free from the village chief's support, lunged forward, and cursed, "Stop your excuses.
I was sleeping deeply at the time.
You suddenly attacked me with a stick. I didn't even have a chance to react." As he spoke, he stepped in front of Mingzhi. Her bright eyes suddenly became alert. Just as she was about to kick him, a shadow blocked her small figure. Jang Duo protected her in front. The tall man grabbed Mingzhi's arm, and suddenly Mingzhi was as if welded to steel and concrete, unable to move. Jang Duo, you're just a newcomer soldier. Mind your own business. Jang Duo's lips twitched, his voice cold like ice. She is my fiancée. Her matters are my matters. Hearing this, Mingzhi's lips curved into a bright smile. My man is truly powerful and handsome. Ming Xiaojie saw Mingzhi's proud smile and became very angry. She walked up to Jang Duo and said angrily, "Big brother Jang, look at my cousin's face." Mingzhi's actions are so harsh. She clearly wants to hurt someone. How can you help her do bad things? She's mean and evil. If you marry her, you'll be harmed sooner or later. Jang Duo's stern gaze swept over her, and he asked coldly, "Do you have proof?" Ming Xiaojie was choked and her face turned red with embarrassment. Mingzhi stepped out from behind Jang Duo and pointed directly at the still angry village chief. "Village chief, your nephew and daughter are accusing people like this. Are you still going to ignore it?" Ming Duo said seriously. "Mingzhi wouldn't lie. So you're saying I'm lying? Well, tell me, why would I hit him for no reason?" Before Ming Duo could speak, Ming Xiaojie opened her mouth and said, "Because yesterday morning you." Ming Duo reacted quickly, pulled his daughter aside, and told her to be quiet. He handed the conversation to Mingzhi. "Xiaojie, tell us what really happened." Mingzhu's arm was still held by Jang Duo. Feeling frustrated and annoyed, he endured the pain and said, "Yesterday morning I was working on the dam, moving stones. I almost accidentally hit Mingzhu. She thought I did it on purpose, so she came to get revenge on me at night." Mingzhu smiled. "Yes, that's right." She deliberately woke him up and then fought back, making it clear that she was going to hit him. But since she had no proof and refused to admit it, what could he do to her? So angry. So mad. "Mingzhu, isn't that self-contradictory? If I wanted to revenge, I could have hit you at the dam yesterday. Why would I stay up late, climb over the wall, and beat you at your house? Am I crazy? I think you wanted to kill me yesterday but failed, and after being beaten up that night, you didn't dare fight back. Now you're trying to frame me." Mingzhu nearly ran out of breath, almost suffocating from anger. That woman. Last night, he clearly saw it was her, yet now she's denying it with a straight face.
You.
"It was you last night. It wasn't me." Mingzhu looked at the village chief's face and, imitating his earlier angry tone, said loudly, "Village chief, everyone here knows I have a bad temper. I settle my grudges face to face. There are many people in our village who have conflicts with me. When have I ever climbed over walls to get revenge? You can't just accuse me because your nephew is beaten up. Come on, let's report this to the police. Let them handle it. Mingzhu, stand firm and fear no shadow. In an era without surveillance cameras or fingerprints, there's no way to find out the truth." Mingzhu's words were strong and unwavering, clearly showing she was innocent. The villagers around naturally leaned toward her. But some people, eager to see trouble, encouraged, "Village chief, maybe we should report it." Xiao Jia immediately agreed, "Yes, Dad, let's report it. Let the police come and arrest Mingzhu. Once Mingzhu is taken away, Jang Duo will belong to her." But Mingdu angrily shouted, "What's the point of reporting? Isn't that embarrassing enough? Causing so much trouble in the village. If the county holds a meeting later, he'll be called out and criticized. If he loses his position, it won't be worth it." He shot a glance at his clueless daughter and pretended to be helpless, turning to Mingzhu, "Xiaozhe, we're all from the same village. Don't make things worse. Since it's not Mingzhu, and we can't identify the real culprit, just accept this loss yourself." Hearing this, Mingzhu is furious. "Second uncle, it's really her. I swear to the heavens I saw her myself." "Shut up," Mingdu replied impatiently, then waved to the spectators. "Today's work is the same as yesterday. Everyone get back to work." With the village chief's order, everyone dispersed quickly. Mingdu didn't bother to look at Mingzhu again and told Xiao Jia to send Mingzhu home to rest, then left with a dark face. Before leaving, Mingzhu smiled and said to Mingzhu, "Big brother Mingzhu, see how this person is? You really shouldn't do bad things. Karma comes fast. Next time you offend someone, you might not even realize how you end up dead. It's so scary." Mingzhu wasn't stupid. He could tell she was warning him. Mingzhu didn't give him a chance to speak. She quickly said, "Don't be angry. Getting upset isn't good for your health. The village chief is right, losing a little is actually a blessing. You should learn to accept some setbacks. It will bring you good luck." After saying that, she took Jang Duo's hand and walked away. After a few meters, she turned back to give her cousin a teasing look. Xiao Jia watched Mingzhu and felt so angry she stomped her feet. She pushed Mingzhu and scolded, "Why are you so useless? You didn't even throw a stone to hurt her. Instead, you got beaten up. You're so embarrassing." Mingzhu was in pain all over, and his face twisted as he spoke. His efforts seemed useless, and he was annoyed. "Are you blaming me? If you hadn't asked me to help, I wouldn't have offended that little troublemaker. I wouldn't have been beaten like this. That woman was really mean. Her attack was too vicious." Xiao Jia gritted her teeth with hatred for Mingzhu, who was shameless. She was determined to let Jang Duo see her true nature. Even if they married, she would find a way to ruin their marriage. Just wait and see. On the way to work, Jang Duo was walking especially slowly today, almost side by side with Mingzhu. The villagers ahead had already gone far, so he stopped and looked back at Mingju's proud little face. Mingju sensed his gaze and felt a shiver. She looked up at Jang Duo, keeping her face calm, and asked, "Why do you keep looking at me? Do I have words written on my face?" Jang Duo couldn't help but squint his eyes. It was like she was proud of herself, almost as if it was written on her forehead. Jang Duo looked away, surprised that a young girl dared to sneak into a man's home late at night. This time, Mingju didn't realize what was happening. But what if Mingju had prepared in advance? How could she have escaped unscathed?
He spoke seriously, don't do that again.
Mingju wondered, what's going on? Does he know I did this? No way could Jang Duo be that clever? She cleared her throat and asked seriously, "What do you mean? Don't do that again?" Seeing that she wouldn't admit it, Jang Duo's eyes darkened again. "You know very well." Mingju was silent. Did he really figure it out? It turned out Jang Duo was the sharp. But he hadn't exposed her publicly, which meant he was on her side. Mingju didn't bother to argue. She calmly said, "I don't think I did anything wrong. I just returned what he was trying to do to me. He didn't succeed, but I did." Jang Duo withdrew his gaze, his eyes deep. Mingju's actions yesterday morning definitely deserved a scolding, but behaviors like Mingju's also needed to be stopped. People can't always be so lucky. Just this once, no more excuses. Mingju knew that people in this era were quite conservative. The things she did last night probably seemed shocking to Jang Duo. She didn't want to be seen that way and asked directly, "Jang Duo, do you think I did something wrong? You should know I have no parents to support me. When I suffer unfairness, I can only fight back myself. Otherwise, people will think I am easy to bully. Then everyone will step on me.
Who can help me then?"
Without hesitation, Jang Duo simply said 2 words, "I can." Mingju was stunned for a moment. She knew that Jang Duo's words meant he would help her, with no other meaning.
But
to Mingju, it sounded more like a promise. Was this person trying to flirt with her? She didn't expect him to be quite good at it. Jang Duo felt that Mingju's gaze on him was strange. Usually, he didn't interact much with women and naturally didn't know what she was thinking. He'd undone withdrew his gaze and quickened his steps. "Let's go quickly. If people see us always alone." Before he finished, Mingju jogged a few steps to catch up, smiling broadly as she interrupted, "I understand. It's not good to be seen together." Seeing her deliberately imitate his tone, Jang Duo's lips curled into a faint smile he didn't even realize he had. This girl was quite interesting. The group arrived at the dam. Jang Duo arranged for Mingju to sit in a shady spot to cool off. When she was hot, she took a sip of water. When she was sleepy, she closed her eyes for a moment. Seeing Jang Duo move farther away, Shi Dudong shifted her position and handed him some water. The morning work passed quickly. The only thing she felt guilty about was she was lazy secretly, but Jang Duo was genuinely working hard. Not far away, Xiaobin watched Mingju being so lazy. The boss told her to sit still and not move, and she really didn't move? Is this suitable for marriage? To take a step back, is this how a woman should behave? It's such a pity that such a good man like the boss, a fine flower, ended up in a pigsty. With only half an hour left until work ended, Mingju stood up, but suddenly heard a gentle yet chilling call from above her. "Zhu Zhu." She looked up and immediately saw Su Kai, thin as a chicken, standing above the channel, waving at her. This sound not only made the people nearby stop what they were doing and look at Mingju, but even Jang Duo and Xiaobin, who were not far away, paused and turned around. Xiaobin instinctively nudged Jang Duo's elbow and asked, "Boss, how come this educated youth is here?" Jang Duo's eyebrows, which had been slightly furrowed, relaxed a little as soon as he thought about Mingju's confession last time. He remembered that Su Kai was the person she originally wanted to marry. Suddenly, he felt a bit annoyed and coldly glanced at Xiaobin. Xiaobin didn't understand and thought he had spoken out of turn. He shrank back, not daring to say more, but his eyes kept fixed on Mingju, who was not far away. Mingju, annoyed, walked to the edge of the channel and asked impatiently, "Do you need something?" Su Kai smiled and said, "Come up, I have a few words to talk to you alone." Mingju, knowing Su Kai's intentions, was too lazy to pretend. She directly scolded him. You, a city youth, don't even know the basic manners of the village? Talking alone with a single man and woman is not good. Say what you want here. I can't hear you if you speak softly. When Mingzhu mentioned not good, Jang Duo's furrowed brow unconsciously relaxed a bit. She really knew how to use the word not good. At this moment, Su Kai, noticing others looking at him with curiosity, felt embarrassed. But thinking about what Ming Xiaojie had just told him, his confidence suddenly returned. Ming Xiaojie told him, I know you have feelings for me. No, you just like the village chief's daughter, but compared to her, you probably still prefer Mingzhu, right? He was about to deny it when Ming Xiaojie added, Actually, I don't like you. I like Jang Duo. I want to marry him. Let's work together to break them up. You marry Mingzhu, I marry Jang Duo. After it's done, I'll ask my dad to arrange a light job for you. When there's a chance to return to the city, I'll make sure you get the first spot. Then, when you divorce Mingzhu and go back to the city, you can still find a girl there. How about that? To be honest, these conditions were very tempting for Su Kai. If it weren't for his background, he would naturally prefer Mingzhu. Then he could do light work, sleep with a beautiful woman for a few years, and then divorce to find a girl from the city. He immediately agreed and hurried to find Mingzhu. Mingzhu used to be easy to coax, but these days she was a bit rebellious. Still, she thought, after all, it was her that day who had tricked her and Jang Duo. It was only right she was angry. Su Kai looked around and awkwardly slipped into the channel. After he steadied himself, he brushed the dirt off his pants, then walked up to Mingzhu. He looked apologetic as he reached into his pocket and handed her an egg. This is specially reserved for you. When I went to find you this morning, you had already left. I hurried to bring it to you before work ended. Not far away, Qiao Bin secretly glanced at his boss. Seeing Jiang Dou's unreadable expression, he muttered quietly in frustration, There are so many people watching. If Mingzhu dares to accept, it would be embarrassing for the boss. Mingzhu didn't move. She looked at Su Kai with disdain. Suddenly, she sneered, Su Jiqing, you're so broke you can't even support yourself. What kind of egg are you giving me? It looks like a fox giving a chicken New Year's greetings. You're up to no good. Su Kai's face stiffened after being humiliated. But thinking about the conditions Ming Xiaojie offered, he pushed on, saying, Zhu, you really misunderstood me. I've eaten a lot of what you gave me before. I've always wanted to share with you when I could. It's about sharing joys and hardships together. Sharing joys and hardships? That phrase was completely tarnished. Mingzhu sneered, her expression shifting slightly as she casually took the egg. Qiao Bin was about to explode with anger. He glanced at Jang Duo again, but Jang Duo still had that unpredictable look. Yet Qiao Bin could clearly feel the temperature around them dropping rapidly. When Su Kai saw Mingzhu accept the egg, he relaxed a little. He knew this woman was easy to please. Soon, she would probably be reluctant to eat it, and in the end, she would give it back to him. Then, all he had to do was sweet-talk her a bit more, and Mingzhu definitely wouldn't want to marry someone like Jang Duo, rough and reckless. Thinking this, Su Kai smiled and stepped closer to Mingzhu. But before he could say anything, Mingzhu turned around happily and went to Jang Duo. She shoved the egg into Jang Duo's hand and said with a smile, Captain Jiang, you worked hard this morning.
Here, have this.
The onlookers. Su Kai almost clenched his teeth in frustration. Jang Duo looked at Mingzhu, who was shorter than him. Didn't she like Su Kai? Why did she pass the gift from Su Kai to him? And in front of so many people, was she not worried about her beloved losing face? Could it be that because of what happened before, she was angry at Su Kai's scheme and was deliberately getting back at him? At this moment, Su Kai couldn't keep his face straight. He immediately went to Mingzhu's side and said unhappily, Zhu, these eggs are for you to eat and help your health, not for others. Mingzhu stood beside Jiang Diao and looked back at him calmly. I used to pity you and helped you a lot, but you turned around and brought people to harm me. Do you think I'm easy to bully? I tell you, these eggs weren't given to me by you. They are your repayment. And you've eaten so much from me, so you should return everything exactly as it was. Oh, right, you can't produce anything? Then pay me back. I roughly calculated. You owe me at least 10 yuan. She spread her hands, acting as if it was natural, and demanded, no more nonsense. Just pay up. How can you be so unreasonable? When you gave me things, you didn't say I had to pay you back. Mingzhu sneered disdainfully. I never said the items were a gift. You, a grown man, eating others' things without paying and acting so entitled? And you knew I was about to marry Captain Jiang, yet you still came to bother me. What, did heaven hand down morality and only give you a free pass? Are you shameless? Su Kai was so angry from Mingzhu's barrage of words that his face turned red. He was a scholar from the city and didn't bother arguing with such a fierce rural woman. He turned and climbed up the channel. Seeing this, Mingzhu stared at the man's back, crossed her arms, and said proudly, Su Jiqing, when will you pay back the 10 yuan? I'll settle my accounts with you when I see fit. Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll scold you. Su Kai climbed onto the dam, looked back at this unreasonable woman, and, feeling embarrassed, quickly ran away. Mingzhu looked back, turned slightly to look at Jang Duo. Her small body shrank in the shadow of the tall man. She tilted her head and smiled coquettishly. How about it, Captain Jiang? Do I fight pretty well? Jang Duo was momentarily speechless. Being able to scold someone off the street and still be so proud of it, she was truly unique, past and present, at home and abroad. If it had been before, he probably wouldn't like her, but now, strangely, he felt very happy. Maybe because he couldn't stand men like Su Kai living so cowardly. He really didn't understand what Mingzhu saw in that man. He couldn't figure it out. Nearby, Xiaobin shrank his neck nervously. Here we go again. This was the second time he'd witnessed history. Mingzhu's scolding was really fierce. He even wanted to burn incense for her future husband. How would the boss's life go on? With a fierce wife at home. When work was over, everyone left the dam and headed back to the village. At the fork in the road, Jang Duo was about to part ways with Mingzhu when he stopped her. He told her that from now on, if she was assigned to work on the dam, she wouldn't need to come to work anymore. Mingzhu thought that since Jang Duo didn't want her to work, there was no point in going. She would just sit there bored, and she had many things to do at home, so she agreed. After lunch and a short rest, Ming Chun and I went to work. Mingzhu took out the fabric she bought yesterday. She had previously measured Jang Duo's shirt in the canal, roughly estimating the size, planning to make him a new shirt. The room was too hot, so after cutting the fabric, she went to the big willow tree at the door, enjoying the summer breeze, listening to the cicadas, and focused on sewing. In her later life, she was used to buying ready-made clothes, but now, in this era where she could make her own clothes, she found that this slow-paced life was quite pleasant. The only thing that made her sad was she missed her family. She wondered whether she was alive or dead in her later life. Since she was the family's favorite since childhood, if she had died, her parents and twin brothers would be very sad. Mingzhu dared not think too much. She couldn't find a way back now, and thinking about it was useless. She could only take one step at a time. The clothes in this era were simple in style. In just an afternoon, Mingzhu finished sewing a white shirt. When Ming-chun and I returned from work, Mingzhu handed her a round bamboo basket filled with needles and thread. Aunt, take this home first. Reheat the leftovers for lunch. I'm going to find Jang Duo. I'll be back soon.
Ming-chun obediently nodded.
Mingzhu folded the clothes and ran to the door of the two-room house next to the youth station, where Jang Duo lived. Just as she was about to knock, she heard footsteps behind her. Turning around, she saw Jang Duo and Xiaobin coming back together. Seeing Mingzhu, Jang Duo gave Xiaobin a signal, and Xiaobin immediately stepped aside, saying, "Boss, you all talk. I'll go for a walk." After Xiaobin walked away, Mingzhu smiled and approached Jang Duo, handing him the clothes. "Here, I made this afternoon. Wear it for the wedding the day after tomorrow. Try it on." Jang Duo took it and looked at it. The white shirt looked much better than those sold in the market. On the small pocket on the chest, there was a word sewn with brown thread, and Jiang character.
He was a bit surprised.
Despite Mingzhu having no parents and not knowing much, she was very good at making clothes.
And
She could also embroider characters. Although the character, Jiang, was simple, he felt that Mingzhu didn't seem completely uneducated. Jang Duo's eyes deepened, and he did not refuse. He held his clothes up to see if they fit perfectly. How did she know his size? Just as he was about to ask, a voice came from a few meters away at the youth station. "Excuse me, does anyone know how to get to Mingzhu's house?" Mingzhu also heard this and recognized her name being called. She turned her head to look along the sound and saw an elderly woman in her 60s and a middle-aged couple walking toward her, pulling a young man about 1.7 meters tall, but very thin and monkey-like. The young man kept turning his head, with messy features, wandering eyes, and a silly smile on his lips. He definitely didn't seem normal. The two young women, who were asked for directions, also looked at Mingzhu's face. One of the young women pointed in Mingzhu's direction. "That's Mingzhu." The elderly woman turned her head, and her gaze met Mingzhu's. Her wrinkled face hardened as she walked toward them. Mingzhu frowned, feeling instinctively that something was wrong. Although she didn't know this woman, she could guess a little about the strange young man behind her. Seeing some entertainment, the two young women quickly called their friends to come and watch. The elderly woman and her group of four approached. Jang Duo instinctively blocked Mingzhu behind him, his face dark. As someone with a special status, he could easily sense that these people were not friendly. Jang Duo was very tall, blocking Mingzhu completely, but who isn't curious? She tilted her head and peeked out from behind Jang Duo, watching the group. The elderly woman, seeing Mingzhu and the young man in a confusing situation, became angry and asked, "Are you Mingzhu? You're my Chu family's daughter-in-law. How can you be pulling and tugging with another man here? Come out." Mingzhu raised an eyebrow. As expected, she turned sideways, stood beside Jang Duo, pressed her lips into a smile, and looked at the four people with a sneer, then asked, "Seeing your silly grandson, you must be from Dhaka village, right?" Hearing Mingzhu call her grandson silly, the elderly woman was furious and scolded, "You scoundrel! What do you mean silly? My grandson is just more innocent than others. Men have what they need, and he's your future husband. How dare you look down on your husband's silliness? You really have no manners." Jang Duo's face darkened, about to speak, but Mingzhu spoke faster, saying, "Manners? That's laughable. I say, old lady, it's early morning and you've already died. This is the new era. Who are you talking about manners with? You don't need to tell me these things. I will tell you that your grandfather received 50 yuan as bride price from my family. Our marriage has already been arranged. You are now my Chu family's daughter-in-law. Yesterday, his family sent someone to inform us that we can come any time to take you away." "My grandfather?" Mingzhu scoffed loudly. "He's been dead for over 10 years. Are you saying he arranged my marriage? Ha! You must be seeing ghosts. Well, at your age, seeing ghosts is quite normal." "You!" The old lady was again very angry. "This girl's words are really sharp. When she gets married, I will see how I deal with her. The one who came to propose marriage at my house was your great-uncle, Ming Changhe." Mingzhu pretended to suddenly understand. "Oh, Ming Changhe. Do I have such a relative? How does he have the right to arrange my marriage?" And look carefully at this. She took Jiang Duo's hand firmly and said clearly, "This is the man I want to marry." The old lady, who was only about 1.5 meters tall and hunched over, had to tilt her head back to look up at Jang Duo from such a close distance. She knew well that her grandson couldn't compare to such a man, but her grandson was already over 20, and he needed to marry a woman to carry on the family line. "Your great-uncle said your marriage arrangement doesn't count." After saying that, she turned to her son and daughter-in-law and commanded, "Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and bring her home." Hearing the command, her son and daughter-in-law walked straight toward Mingzhu. Mingzhu was about to defend herself when Jang Duo loudly shouted, "Who dares to touch her? Forcing a woman against her will is illegal." Jang Duo's strong tone was enough to scare people. The couple stopped suddenly. But thinking about his son's marriage still not settled, the middle-aged woman immediately said, "She's not his wife. She's my daughter-in-law." "She is my wife," Jang Duo replied, pulling out the marriage certificate from his pocket. Mingzhu saw the certificate and brightened up, exclaiming happily, "It's really done." Jang Duo nodded. On the way to the city yesterday, Mingzhu had asked him if they could get the marriage certificate early. She was worried that Ming Chang's family might cause trouble again, so having proof would be safer. Jang Duo agreed and requested this when they submitted the marriage report. After review, the unit quickly called the responsible district to help process the marriage documents. Today, just before the end of work, someone delivered the certificate. The timing was so perfect. This certificate really came in handy. Jang Duo noticed that these people couldn't read. He pointed to the two names above and said, "We are now officially recognized as a married couple by the state. If you cause trouble again, I can report you and have you sent to jail." Hearing this, the elderly woman and her son and daughter-in-law looked at each other in surprise. It's not worth going to jail just for a woman. But the old woman was not willing to give up. She looked at Mingzhu and clenched her teeth tightly. "Even if you run away with this man, you still have to return the bride price to us. It's 50 yuan. Mingzhu chuckled softly. "The bride price wasn't given to me. If you want it, go ask the person you dealt with. Stop trying to cheat me. Just leave now." Seeing Mingzhu so bold, the old woman couldn't swallow her anger. She thought if her daughter-in-law ran away with someone, she would make sure to scratch her face. The old woman stomped and cursed, then suddenly lunged at Mingzhu. "You ungrateful, shameless scoundrel. A woman who marries twice. Just wait. I'll tear your face apart." Jang Duo saw the old woman causing a scene and raised his hand to stop her. But Mingzhu couldn't bear to listen to these curses about her family. She quickly grabbed the old woman's wrist as she swung wildly and scolded, "You wicked old woman. You've already had your karma and given birth to a foolish grandson. How dare you curse others?" She shook off the old woman's hand, took a step back, and thought, "I can't fight this old thing. If something serious happens, I won't be able to explain." But she didn't let the other person go easily and said fiercely, "Your grandson is so ashamed to be seen at home. How dare you parade him around? Do you want him to marry?
I spit on that.
Go home and take care of your foolish grandson. Even if he gets married, can he keep his wife? You're really carrying around a pile of dog as if it were candy, flaunting it everywhere. Do you think everyone is as stupid as your family's fool?"
You.
The old woman was a tough fighter from the village, never spoken to like this before. Now, after Mingzhu's harsh words, she couldn't get a word in. She was furious. She raised her hand to hit Mingzhu. But before she could speak, her face suddenly turned pale, her hands trembled uncontrollably, and she staggered backward 2 steps, falling straight onto her son. Seeing her mother faint, the son of the Chu family was terrified. He kept shaking her body. Mom, what's wrong? Don't scare me." The daughter-in-law saw that no matter how she shook the old woman, she didn't wake up. She was also frightened. Could she be dead? But then she thought if the old woman died here, she could not only take charge but also stay close to Mingzhu. Even if Mingzhu is unwilling, she can find reasons to bring the person back home as a wife. Otherwise, she might report her to the authorities, and she would definitely be afraid. She must accept the marriage, even if she doesn't agree. Mrs. Chu was happy inside and started crying loudly in front of the crowd. "Oh my dear, Mingzhu has killed someone. She has caused my mother to die from anger. Mingzhu, even if you return our bride price, it's not enough. You have to marry my son and settle the debt." Jang Duo's face remained calm. He thought the old lady was just pretending. It was common for families to argue, cry, and threaten to hang themselves. But when he saw the old lady twitch a few times and then stop reacting, he sensed something was wrong. He quickly stepped forward and opened her eyes. Her black eyeballs had rolled upward. He was about to call for a doctor when he saw Xiaobin coming back from outside. "Xiaobin, go find Lao Zhou. Someone has fainted." Xiaobin didn't know what was happening, but upon hearing the command, he turned and ran. Mingzhu stood nearby. At this moment, her eyes darkened. No, she couldn't let the old lady die here. She stepped forward, pulling Jang Duo away from the old lady who was trying to check her pulse, then felt her neck for a pulse. Frowning, Mingzhu suddenly climbed onto the old lady's body and quickly began chest compressions. Jang Duo looked at Mingzhu with a frown. The son of the Chu family saw this scene and was panicked. He reached out to pull Mingzhu back, telling her to stop. But Mingzhu shouted angrily, "Don't pull me. Do you want your mother to die?" His words frightened him into silence, not daring to move. However, the daughter-in-law of the Chu family didn't want the old lady to wake up again. She shouted, "You've already caused my mother's death. Do you want to beat her corpse? You wicked woman, get up." She rushed over to pull Mingzhu away, but Mingzhu ignored her. She continued pressing on the old lady's chest and gasped, "Jang Duo, stop them." Jang Duo withdrew his gaze. Although he wasn't sure if Mingzhu could save her, her determined look made him believe she could. Jang Duo stood up, his strong arms blocking the Chu couple. His strength wasn't heavy, but enough to handle two older, weaker people. After every 30 compressions, Mingzhu performed rescue breaths on the old lady. They repeated this cycle until the 4th time, when the old lady finally took a breath, as if a drowning person finally got air. She opened her eyes. Seeing Mingzhu sitting on her, the old lady's eyes widened. She gasped forcefully a few times, then, with a loud voice, she started to scold again. Pearl smiled softly, with a teasing tone that was almost deadly. "Hey, I just pulled you back from the brink of death, and now you're trying to turn your back on me? Want to insult your savior? Go ahead. Keep insulting yourself until you faint. I won't save you again. At your age, dying wouldn't be a loss."
Why you?
The old lady's breathing grew heavier. Pearl glanced at her face and saw she was calming down. "Listen carefully. If your family wants their bride price back, go ask Ming Changhe. If you don't want the bride price and just want a daughter-in-law, Ming Changhe has a granddaughter named Ming Yan, 22 years old, the perfect age for marriage. Since he took your bride price, the girl he marries should be his own granddaughter. Anyway, your families have exchanged bride prices, so if he doesn't marry his granddaughter to you, it's a scam. File a complaint if you want." Old Lady Chu listened, her mind turning. Ming Changhe also has a granddaughter? This could work. Money could be earned again, but finding a granddaughter-in-law was harder. She immediately decided to find Ming Changhe and ask for a granddaughter-in-law.
But
she couldn't let Pearl go either. She had just been so angry she fainted. She needed to get some benefit. The old woman sat on the ground, refusing to stand, and looked up at Pearl. "You don't need to teach me, but you almost got me killed just now. You owe me medical expenses." Hearing this shameless remark, Pearl chuckled softly. "There are so many people watching. You fainted yourself. What does that have to do with me? I saved your life, so you owe me treatment costs, 10 yuan. Hand over the money, old lady."
You.
The old lady clutched her chest, groaning in pain. But this time, her act was clearly different. Obvious to see she was pretending. Her son and daughter-in-law played along, crying and shouting. At this moment, Jiang Bian returned, pulling a middle-aged man over. The man's clothes were patched but neat and clean. "Boss, Lao Zhou brought someone." The middle-aged man was Zhou Changming, who knew medicine. He was one of the few educated people in the village and had settled here a few years ago. But the villagers of Shaojing village heard he had previously caused the death of all his family members, so they considered him unlucky and avoided him. So few people knew him. Zhou Changming looked around and finally fixed his gaze on Jang Duo's face, asking, "Zhou Bian said someone fainted?" Jang Duo was still thinking about Pearl's skillful rescue. There was indeed something strange about her. But now is not the time to think about these things. He pointed at Granny Chu, who was still sitting on the ground and was trying to cheat. She just stopped breathing. Mingzhu helped her press on her chest, and she woke up.
Now she says she can't go on.
Zhou Changming, hearing this, turned his head in surprise and looked at Mingzhu. Mingzhu instinctively avoided his gaze. Zhou Changming was stunned for a moment, then went over and squatted down to check Granny Chu's pulse. But she pushed him away and asked, "Who are you?"
What do you want?
In response to her suspicion, Jang Duo calmly said, "He is the former deputy director of the Shanghai People's Hospital." When he said this, Mingzhu was the most shocked. She bit her lip. Oh no, she had stepped into trouble. Granny Chu, upon hearing this, became a bit more honest. With a skilled doctor treating her, she didn't want to miss out. Zhou Changming checked her pulse and frowned. "Granny Chu, your heart has problems. It was a sudden cardiac arrest that caused the shock just now. If this young girl hadn't helped you in time, you might not be alive now. Hurry and go to the hospital for a checkup." Granny Chu naturally didn't believe this. Was it really that serious? She didn't care about the pretending doctor. She just wanted to get the money. Who knows if you guys are working together? "Mingzhu, stop this nonsense. Just pay up." Jiang Duo responded in a stern voice, feeling it was unreasonable. He didn't want to waste words with such a person and looked directly at Xiaobin. "Xiaobin, take them to the police station." The three women had never seen much of the world. Hearing they were going to the police station, they didn't dare cause trouble anymore. The two helped Granny Chu up and pulled her and her foolish son to leave. Mingzhu watched their backs, arms crossed, and smirked. "Hey, Granny Chu, remember this. The treatment fee is 10 yuan. Next time you see me, either take a detour or pay up." Granny Chu didn't dare respond. Her figure was already gone. The lively scene was over, and the spectators dispersed. Once everything was quiet, Zhou Changming looked at Mingzhu curiously and asked, "Little girl, do you know medicine?" Hearing this, Mingzhu felt a bit guilty. In this era, CPR was not yet widespread, so talking about it openly might cause suspicion. Seeing Zhou Changming and Jiang Duo both looking at her, Mingzhu quickly thought of an excuse. "My grandma taught me some things before she passed. I vaguely remember her telling me how to save someone who tried to hang themselves. You lay the person down, press on their chest up and down, and you can even put a reed pipe into their throat to air." The Granny Chu just fainted suddenly, so I tried it. I didn't expect it to work. Jiang Duo watched Mingzhu speak and gesture at the same time. He thought about her family and said to Zhou Changming, "Her grandmother used to be a battlefield nurse." Zhou Changming nodded suddenly. "Your grandmother probably used the records from Zhang Zhongjing's Jin Kue Yao Lu, which say, rescue from hanging, lying down with others pressing on her. One person presses on her chest with their hand and moves it several times. Also, from Gohong's Zhou Ho Jiu Zhu Fong, which says, block both nostrils with a reed tube and guide it from the mouth to the throat, then make her cough. It seems your grandmother was educated and knew medicine. These two medical books are not common." Mingzhu held her breath. Many people believe that CPR comes from the West, but in fact, ancient Chinese medical texts already recorded similar methods. Zhou Changming must have studied these two books thoroughly. Just hearing her simple explanation, he could tell where it came from. He really had some skill. Her family has some resources. She also likes to treat illnesses and help people, so her great-grandfather once hired a doctor to teach her some skills. Zhou Changming nodded clearly. "You learned very well. You just saved a life. If you want to continue learning these skills, you can study with me." He suddenly stopped and shook his head helplessly. "Forget it." Mingzhu's eyes twitched slightly. Zhou Changming was the former vice president of the Shanghai People's Hospital. If she used the excuse of learning from him to master medical skills, she wouldn't be easily doubted when helping others in the future. Thinking this way, Mingzhu immediately said, "Don't give up. I'm really interested in studying medicine. If Teacher Zhou is willing to teach me, I'd be very grateful." Teacher Zhou. Zhou Changming was touched. No one had called him teacher in many years. But even so, he carefully warned Mingzhu, "I am an unlucky person. I'm afraid that." Mingzhu naturally understood what Zhou Changming was about to say. She cheerfully interrupted, "Teacher Zhou, you're a doctor, and you still believe in those things? Well, I'm naturally lucky. I'll look after you. Besides, my reputation isn't good. People say I'm quarrelsome and rude. Haven't you heard?" Zhou Changming looked at the lively woman in front of him and couldn't help but smile. He had lived in this village for many years and had heard many rumors about it, including some about Mingzhu. But now it seemed that rumors were just empty talk. He glanced at Jang Duo again. I have some medical books and notes. Later, you can show them to your wife. If she has questions, bring her to ask me. The word wife sounded a bit strange to Jang Duo, but he didn't correct Zhou Changming. After all, he and Mingzhu were indeed married, legally and genuinely. Okay, thank you. After Jang Duo politely expressed his thanks, I glanced at Xiaobin, who was standing nearby looking confused. Xiaobin, take Lao Zhou back, and also get the book.
Okay.
Xiaobin led Zhou Changming away a few steps and whispered, Lao Zhou, was that old lady really saved by Mingzhu? Not fake. Wow, Xiaobin said, somewhat surprised. I didn't realize she has some skills. But that girl has such a bad temper. Aren't you worried about her? Zhou Changming smiled at Xiaobin. Bad? I think Captain Jiang has found a treasure this time. Xiaobin. What do you mean? He had seen Mingzhu scold people himself. Although Su Jiqing indeed deserved it, Mingzhu's words were sharp, and Captain Jiang was quiet and reserved. He might get bullied in the future. How is that a treasure? Zhou Changming just smiled, and Xiaobin became more confused. In the yard, Jang Duo told Mingzhu to wait a moment until he got the book, then he would go back. Mingzhu agreed. He wanted her to sit inside for a while, but there were many young workers next door secretly watching this way. For Mingzhu's reputation, he sat with her in the yard for a little while. After about 10 minutes, Xiaobin came back holding a big stack of books and notes. He handed the things to Jang Duo and then quietly went into his room. Mingzhu casually picked up a notebook and looked through it. Wow, Zhou Changming organized the materials very well. He really is generous, giving her his most valuable treasures. Jang Duo looked at a few pages and found they were full of technical terms, hard to understand. But Mingzhu was focused and her eyes shone, as if she could understand everything inside and was very interested. This was strange. He asked her about it, taking the initiative. You seem to understand these. Did you go to school for a few years before? Mingzhu froze for a moment, realizing she had been too excited. She forgot that she didn't like studying. She only went to middle school for half a year, and then stopped. She couldn't lie about this openly. But she couldn't cover it up now. In the future, she would have to hide things, especially with the college entrance exam coming next year. She wanted to go to university. She thought for a moment and decided the best excuse was her late grandmother. I only finished elementary school, then I stopped. But my grandmother taught me the stuff from middle school, though I didn't learn much. The things the teacher wrote here are very complicated, and I don't understand them. But my grandmother used to tell me stories about rescuing people on the battlefield, so I recognize some of the terms here. Pearl thought to herself, since she had already said that, he probably wouldn't doubt anymore. She didn't want to doctors and nurses study different things, right? Pearl secretly clenched her teeth. Why is Jang Duo so suspicious? Something she explained too shallowly or too deeply wouldn't be suitable. So she might as well turn hostile. After all, she was just a little troublemaker. Pearl's innocent, sweet face suddenly turned serious. She pretended to be angry, her soft voice carrying a hint of annoyance. Are you interrogating a suspect? My grandma was a battlefield nurse, but nurses can learn from doctors too, right? Jang Duo was momentarily speechless. He looked into Pearl's big, round eyes. She had been smiling just a moment ago, so why did her attitude change so quickly? Did she get angry just from asking a question? Such a temper. Seeing Jang Duo silent, Pearl's effect was achieved. She wouldn't push her luck and simply reached out to take the books from him. She stretched her hand toward Jang Duo's arms to take the books, and Jang Duo loosened his grip and handed them to her. But Pearl didn't expect the books to be so heavy. Her petite body almost couldn't hold them, or rather, she was leaning forward already. Coincidentally, her face directly touched Jang Duo's arm, and her lips brushed against his. Pearl froze. In her previous life, she could even lift dead bodies, but now, most importantly, she had just lost her temper with him, and now she was kissing his arm. How awkward was that? Jang Duo noticed the awkward expression on the little woman's face. He silently took a step back, creating some distance between them, and instinctively touched the spot on his arm where her soft lips had brushed. That feeling was tingling and numb. Pearl cleared her throat and pretended to be calm as she said, "I'm going back first." She held the heavy books, struggling to lift them, then turned around and left. Thinking about how she couldn't carry a basket or fetch water just 2 days ago, Jang Duo stepped forward and took the books from her arms again. "I'll take you home." His words left no room for doubt. Seeing the man stride ahead confidently, Pearl's previously serious face unconsciously turned into a smile. Not to mention, Jang Duo's ability to not argue back and to help her feel better was pretty good.
To resolve the awkwardness, 西主动小跑几步跟上，问道：“你走路慢一点，犯法吗？”
She tilted her head, pouting her lips, her innocent look, soft tone. She could melt anyone instantly. Jang Duo silently slowed his pace, walking beside her. But there was a gap between them. He calmly said, "No, it's not illegal." Pearl couldn't help but chuckle softly. She really did answer. Jang Duo looked at her with confusion. Seeing her smiling happily, he wondered, is her answer really that funny? As they passed the old tree in the village center, they saw a group of people coming from the small path, gathered under the big willow tree, chattering loudly. According to later generations' jokes, this old tree is like the village's CBD. In the past, dogs passing by here had to listen to the gossip of the women under the tree. The original owner once got into a fight because she was pointed at and talked about here. Strangely, today, the gossipers completely ignored Pearl and were talking about a big event. The eldest son of the Ming family, Minggoan, had committed a murder. It turned out that Grandma Chu, risking her life, ignored Dr. Zhou's advice and didn't go to the hospital. Instead, she led her family to the Ming family's house, insisting on taking Ming Yan back to marry her foolish grandson. This caused a conflict, and they started fighting. Ming Goen pushed Grandma Chu, who fell to the ground. She couldn't catch her breath and died. The daughter-in-law of the Chu family took the chance to cry and demand, either Ming Yan marries into the Chu family, or Ming Goen faces the consequences. After considering, Ming Changha decided to protect his son and agreed to marry Ming Yan to the Chu family the next day, despite her crying and protests. Pearl listened as she ate the full story, feeling a mix of emotions. Ming Changha's family truly reaped what they sowed. As for Grandma Chu, she could save herself once, but not twice. Such people like to go against fate and end up paying the price today. But why pick tomorrow? Why not choose a better day? It's really annoying. When Jang Duo took Pearl home, Ming Chun and I was cooking and tending the fire. Seeing Jang Duo enter the yard, she immediately got up and ran into the west room. Jang Duo thought she was still afraid of him, so he casually placed his book on the long table and was about to leave. Just then, Ming Chun and I came out of the room holding a red veil and a small white cloth wrapped around something. She looked at Pearl, raised her hand, and pointed at Jang Duo, saying for the nephew-in-law. After saying that, she handed the items to Pearl and ran away. Pearl looked at the red veil and couldn't help but smile, thinking, this was sewn by my aunt. When Grandma was alive, she used to tell us stories about the older generations. She said that back then, weddings always had phoenix coronets and red veils, symbolizing a happy life. My aunt remembered that and made me a set. But our generation doesn't follow this tradition. Do you mind? Jang Duo didn't think it was a big deal. Instead, he saw it as a kind of ceremony. That's nice. Pearl guessed he wouldn't mind. She casually opened a white handkerchief, revealing a dark green ring. According to the original owner's memory, her grandmother had said that this was a token of love left for her future son-in-law. She handed the ring to Jang Duo. This is a token of love from my grandfather and grandmother. My grandmother said it was for her future son-in-law. If you don't mind, please take it. Jang Duo looked at the ring, feeling surprisingly surprised. She clearly didn't want to marry him, but now she was willing to give him this keepsake. Was she trying to tell him to sincerely love her and live a good life? Jang Duo carefully accepted it. Thinking of something, He took off the jade pendant hanging around his neck on a black string and gave it to Pearl. This is also a family heirloom. Keep it as a token of our bond. Over the past few days, while working with Jang Duo at the canal dam, Pearl had noticed the black string around his neck. She was curious about what was hanging there, and now it was hers. It was a 3 to 4 centimeter Hetian jade pendant, very fine quality. One side carved with a heart sutra, the other with a lotus flower. It looked quite valuable. She shook her head. This is too precious. You should keep it yourself. This is what a Jiang family daughter-in-law should have.
Keep it.
Hearing this, Pearl no longer wanted to refuse. After all, she was indeed a Jiang family daughter-in-law. She lifted her chin, dimples faint, and playfully said, "Then put it on me." It was like she was asking him to put a wedding ring on her, since in this era, wedding rings weren't common. Seeing Jang Duo unmoved, Pearl quickly understood his thoughts and knew what he was thinking. She deliberately teased him. "Why are you just standing there? Are you reluctant to give it to me?" "No, it might affect things badly." "You wear it. It's inside the house, no one will see." Pearl pouted, recalling Jang Duo's intense reaction in the cellar, how he pressed her to the ground and did this and that. Why hadn't he thought about the impact then? She reached out and took Jang Duo's hand, intending to put the ring on his thumb, but it was too small. It wouldn't fit. Thinking quickly, Pearl took a red string, threaded the ring onto it, then tiptoed and placed it around Jang Duo's neck. After putting it on, she tilted her head up, exposing her snow-white neck to him, and cheerfully said, "There, my token exchange is complete. Now it's your turn.
Put it on me.
Otherwise, it'll get dark, and we'll just stand here, neither of us leaving." Jang Duo, being a man, couldn't just let her keep waiting. He stepped closer and carefully put the jade pendant around her neck. The two of them were very close at this moment. Jang Duo could smell a faint sweet scent on Mingzhu, which felt just like the water she had drunk herself, sweet and tempting. His throat unconsciously moved, and suddenly he withdrew his hand, stepping back as if he had done something wrong. His dark face showed a faint blush that was visible to the eye. "I'll go back first." Watching Jang Duo hurriedly walk away, Mingzhu chuckled softly. She gently stroked her jade pendant and didn't forget to say, "I really like this token. I will take good care of it. Captain Jiang, see you tomorrow." Jang Duo paused for a moment, then his tall figure gradually disappeared into the distance. When Mingzhu closed the door, she became more cautious. She told Ming Chunny inside, "Annie, I've locked the door now. Let's be more alert tonight. If we hear any noise, we must get up immediately, okay?" Ming Chunny didn't understand why, but every time Mingzhu thought about Ming Yan marrying the fool from Xiaoziu village tomorrow, her heart always felt uneasy. Jang Duo hurried back to his place. Just then, Xiao Bin had just returned from the village station with food. Seeing Jang Duo come in, he said, "Boss, I brought your meal." Jang Duo responded with a nod, washed his face with cold water, and then sat down to eat. As Xiao Bin ate, he asked curiously, "Boss, does Mingzhu really know medicine?" Jang Duo looked up at him.
"Why?
"Do you also think she's strange?" Xiao Bin shared his opinion, "Not just strange. I just heard the young people talk about how she saved someone. The method she used. I've never heard of it before." Hearing this, Jang Duo fell silent. Xiao Bin had known Jang Duo for a long time and naturally sensed that something was wrong. He could tell that Jang Duo wasn't confused about this. He suddenly widened his eyes and asked, "Boss, you saw that Mingzhu was suspicious long ago, so you married her to lure the enemy and get close secretly? That's a huge sacrifice. You even risked your marriage." Jang Duo, as the leader, was truly remarkable, doing so much for the mission, almost like risking his life for justice. Jang Duo shot a glance at Xiao Bin. This subordinate's mind was really full of thoughts. He just thought Mingzhu was a bit strange. First, she couldn't carry water or fetch water. Then she boldly climbed over the wall at night to fix Mingzhu, and now she even knew medicine. Moreover, her thoughts, her speech, calm, confident, and clear. These qualities. All these things, for someone raised in a village since childhood with no chance to see the world, simply didn't make sense. But his reason for marriage was very simple. He took responsibility for protecting a person's innocence. Jobin didn't know what Jang Duo was thinking. At this moment, he seriously lowered his voice and asked, "So, our goal from now on is?" Jang Duo looked toward the door and interrupted, "No change. You don't need to interfere with Mingzhu." Jobin thought it over and agreed. Since the boss had risked everything, Mingzhu was naturally left to him to watch over. Jang Duo stopped talking and continued eating. As for what kind of person Mingzhu was, he had plenty of time to observe her slowly. The next morning, Jang Duo put on a shirt that Mingzhu had made for him himself. He also handed the candy bag to Jobin, asking him to distribute the sweets to passers-by. The wedding in Shaojing village was very simple. Some ceremonies were even skipped. Just a simple meal with relatives was enough to be considered a wedding. Jang Duo arrived at Mingzhu's house on time. Jobin acted as the host and called out to the people inside, "The groom is here to pick up the bride." As he finished speaking, the main hall door opened. A woman from the same village, Mingfu's wife, helped the bride, who wore a red veil on her head and a military green outfit, walk out. Seeing Jang Duo, Mingfu's wife cheerfully said, "The groom is really handsome. Today, my daughter is getting married. Good luck and great fortune, a match made in heaven, full of happiness. Wishing you both a long life together and prosperity forever." While she was talking, Jang Duo and Jobin had already entered the courtyard. They saw a table placed against the earthen wall, with 2 red candles on it. Mingfu's wife helped the bride to the table and said to Jang Duo, "Captain Jiang, since everyone is celebrating, why don't you and the bride worship the heavens and earth here in the yard?" She then extended the bride's hand toward Jang Duo. Jang Duo looked at the woman carefully for about 5 seconds, then suddenly frowned. Something was wrong. He took a step back, his voice cold and firm. "You're not Mingzhu." Mingfu's wife clearly tensed up at these words, but she quickly recovered and smiled. "What nonsense the groom is saying. This is definitely the bride. I personally saw Mingzhu cover her head with the red veil." Jang Duo ignored what others said and stared at the woman in front of him, asking clearly, "Are you Mingzhu?" The bride didn't answer, but simply nodded. Seeing this, Mingfu's wife said, "On such a happy day, the bride speaking isn't auspicious. Captain Jiang, this really is Mingzhu. Don't worry too much. Come, let's worship the heavens and earth. After the ceremony, we still have work to do." Jang Duo turned aside to avoid Mingfu's wife trying to pull his hand and asked in a serious voice, "Where is Mingzhu? And what about Ming Chun and I?" Foolish Chun and I is sometimes awake, sometimes confused. I'm worried about delaying important matters, so someone took her to work. Zhao Bin, who was nearby, saw his boss suddenly act this way and was confused. He asked, "What's wrong, boss? Is something not right?" Everything was wrong. Mingzhu had said her wedding dress was ready, but she wasn't wearing it now. Also, yesterday Mingzhu took his token of commitment and said she would wear it forever, but now the person in front of him wasn't wearing it at all. Jang Duo raised his hand and suddenly pulled off the red veil from the person's head. Everyone clearly saw that the person under the veil was not Mingzhu but Ming Yan. Some people from the Ming Changhe family who didn't get along with Ming Yan burst out laughing right away. "Hey, Ming Changhe's son killed someone. Isn't he using his granddaughter to pay off the debt? Now he's playing tricks, swapping a princess. That's really unkind." Ming Yan bit her lip, her face blushing with embarrassment. She looked at Jang Duo with tearful eyes, feeling that as long as they publicly married, there would be no way to turn back. But she never expected Jang Duo to see through her. How did he figure out she wasn't Mingzhu? Zhao Bin was already stunned. When he saw the bride wasn't Mingzhu, he rushed into the house to look around and then hurried out, saying, "Boss, no one is inside." Jang Duo turned to leave. Ming Yan was panicked now. If Jang Duo really left, her grandfather would definitely send her to Chujia village. Since she had already lost face, she decided to go all out and cling to Jang Duo no matter what. She ran a few steps forward and blocked Jang Duo, blushing and shouting, "Jang Duo, you lifted my veil. I am yours." You can't go find Mingzhu. Jang Duo's gaze was cold and sharp. If looks could kill, Ming Yan would be a target now. Stop dreaming. This is not the old society. We don't have a marriage certificate, nor a wedding ceremony, and we have no relationship. Tell me, where did you hide Mingzhu and the others? Ming Yan raised her chin and stubbornly repeated, if you promise to marry me, I will tell you. Jang Duo knew she wouldn't speak, so he ignored her and turned to leave. Xiaobin followed and heard him say, go find out who saw Mingzhu today. Follow the trail and look for her. I'm heading to Chujia village now. Ming Yan watched Jang Duo's back and cried out, Mingzhu has already married that fool. It's useless for you to go now. They're already married. Jang Duo, I am your wife. Hearing this, Jang Duo's eyes turned cold and frightening. He took a step out of the yard, feeling his heart race for the first time. He wasn't sure if he still had time to stop all this. At this moment, everyone in Chu village knew that old lady Chu had been beaten to death. The other side had sent over a granddaughter to marry her simple-minded grandson. People thought the family was just avoiding hosting guests because of the funeral and wedding happening at the same time, so they didn't hold a feast or let anyone watch. But in reality, they had done something wrong. Early that morning, Minggoan hid outside Ming Zuniai's door, made her dizzy when she went out early to fetch water, and sent her to Chu village. When Mingzhu woke up and found her aunt was missing, she sensed something was wrong. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw Minggoan waiting for her. Now, both of them arrived at the Chu family. As soon as Mingzhu entered, she looked at the people in the yard with a fierce gaze and asked, where's my aunt? Hand her over. The Chu family daughter-in-law, dressed in mourning clothes, stepped forward and said, first, you and my son worship the heavens and earth. After you sleep with him, I will naturally return your aunt to you.
Pa.
Mingzhu sneered, your old lady was killed by the Ming Changhe family, and you're still colluding with them. Do you really think that just because I was brought here, I am your daughter-in-law? I tell you I am married now. Forcing women like this is a crime. The Chu family daughter-in-law wasn't afraid at all. She waved her hand dismissively and said shamelessly, I don't care about that. The Ming family said they must give us a daughter-in-law today, no matter what. As long as my son can get married, it doesn't matter who comes. Besides, it was the Ming family who brought you here. If anyone ends up in jail, it's them, not us Chu family. While saying this, she caught sight of the object around Mingzhu's neck. Was that a jade pendant? It looked very valuable. Her eyes lit up, and she reached out to grab it. Mingzhu didn't expect her to suddenly attack while talking, and before she could react, the string of the jade pendant was torn apart. Her face darkened. At that moment, she quickly stepped forward, grabbed the daughter-in-law's hair, and pushed her to the ground. But this body wasn't very strong. After a few struggles, Mingzhu was actually pushed down and held there. Fortunately, Mingzhu knew some medical skills. She knew exactly where to press to make someone feel unbearable pain. After a few rounds, the daughter-in-law was crying out in pain on the ground. Mingzhu turned over, pressed her down again, pinched the acupoint on her wrist, and easily snatched back the jade pendant. Mrs. Chu was upset and shouted that her husband should retrieve the stolen items, but he had just lost his mother. At this moment, he had no mind for such things. Their son angrily said, enough. First, lock this woman and her silly aunt together. After the funeral, we'll quickly hold the wedding. Later, she'll become your daughter-in-law, and the things will all be yours. Mrs. Chu thought this made sense, so she grabbed Mingzhu and headed toward the mud brick woodhouse. Mingzhu wanted to fight back, but when she heard her aunt was there, she decided not to resist. Inside the woodhouse, Ming Chunni was lying on the ground, motionless. Mingzhu quickly went over, placing her hand under her nose to check if she was okay. Luckily, she was just fainted. The crying and wailing outside was very loud. Mingzhu looked up at the window of the woodhouse on the back wall. The window was small, but she and her aunt could squeeze out. She needed to wake her aunt first. She wanted to go into the space to get some water for her aunt to restore her strength. But as soon as she entered the space, Mingzhu was stunned. Unexpectedly, she had accidentally brought her aunt into the space too. This space could not only carry items but also people? That was amazing. She stood up to get water, but suddenly noticed that, in the space which originally only had a well, there was now a wooden cross-shaped coordinate axis embedded in the well wall. The axis pointed clearly in each direction, with 50-meter markings. Curious, she casually pushed the center point southward to the 50-meter mark. Strange, the space didn't change at all. Confused, Mingzhu exited the space and was surprised to find she was no longer in the woodhouse, but on a hillside 50 meters away from the Chu family house. Was the space moving? In an instant, Mingzhu was overjoyed. It seemed that moving 50 meters inside the space didn't change it, but in reality, she could also move. However, the limit was 50 meters. But for her current situation, that was more than enough. Thinking about the situation, Mingzhu didn't dare delay. She quickly took 2 cups of spiritual spring water and fed them to Mingchunni. Seeing signs she was waking up, Mingzhu immediately pulled her aunt out of the space. Mingchunni woke up. Mingzhu asked how she felt, and, once sure she was okay, she pulled her to run back. On the way, Mingwen said that Mingyan was now wearing her veil and was about to marry Jang Duo. Once the ceremony was over, Mingyan would officially become Jang Duo's wife. Although legally this wasn't true, at that time, laws were not well established, especially in rural areas. Most people didn't understand the law. Many still held old ideas, believing that bowing to heaven and earth was more important than a marriage certificate. She was worried that Jang Duo didn't know that the person under the bridal veil had already been secretly replaced. She was confused and ended up marrying Mingyan, which made it impossible to explain clearly. Meanwhile, Jang Duo was worried that the Chu family would force Mingzhu into marriage by trickery, making her feel helpless. She was so delicate and weak. She couldn't resist. His steps grew faster. In the hot summer sun, he ran about 7 or 8 kilometers in just 10 minutes. On the way to Daka village, he saw a familiar figure from afar. It was Mingzhu. He saw a woman nearby pulling her aunt and running towards him. Jang Duo's tense heart finally relaxed a little, and Mingzhu felt the same. But as they got closer, his heart sank again. Mingzhu looked disheveled, her clothes dirty, clearly having been bullied. "Are you hurt?" he asked. Mingzhu shook her head tiredly, holding out her pendant that had been torn from its string. "The Chu family wanted to steal my token. I fought with them. I'm not hurt, but they are." She took a deep breath, adjusted herself, and asked quickly, "Why are you here at this time?" "Ming Changha's family took my aunt and forced me to Daka village, saying Ming Yan would marry you in my place."
Did you get married?
Could it be that they only realized something was wrong after the wedding? Jang Duo chuckled softly and shook his head. "No, I knew something was wrong the moment I saw her. She wasn't wearing her token around her neck." Hearing this, Mingzhu let out a heavy sigh of relief and smiled. She really didn't expect Jang Duo to escape the trap and come to save her so quickly. Their mutual effort gave her a strong sense of safety and warmth in her heart. Seeing that they were both exhausted, Jang Duo wanted to borrow a vehicle to take them back. But Mingzhu waved her hand. "No need, don't delay. We can't miss the auspicious time. We're getting married today. Things are like this today. Let's do it tomorrow. You should take your aunt home to rest."
No.
Mingzhu was very firm now, clutching her token tighter. "I've collected my token, and we must get married today. If they didn't marry today, the villagers might start to scheme against her." She wanted to go back quickly, to let everyone know that the plan of the Ming Changha family had failed. She needed to be legally married, and in proper form, so they couldn't pressure her anymore. When Mingzhu and Jang Duo returned home with her aunt, the dust on their clothes had settled, their hair was neatly tied, and they looked clean and well-organized. What they didn't expect was that Ming Yan was still staying at Mingzhu's house and hadn't left. Ming Yan decided to give up and argued loudly, grabbing a few villagers trying to drive her away. "Why should I leave? Didn't you all see Jang Duo lift my veil just now? I am already his wife. I want to wait here for him to come back, and I also want to get back the bride price from Mingzhu. My husband's bride price. Why should Mingzhu keep it? Before anyone could speak, Mingzhu's voice came from outside the crowd. Your veil? That was sewn for me by my aunt. Do you think just because you wear it, you're the bride? That's really funny. Seeing Jang Duo really bring Mingzhu and Silly Chun and I back, Mingyan's last straw broke. Why would the Chu family let them go? Wouldn't the Chu family still come to bother her? Seeing Mingzhu finally appear, some villagers asked happily, Mingzhu, where did you go on such an important day? You even let someone pretend to be you. Mingzhu was waiting for this question. She smiled warmly and said, it's because the Mingguan and family are wicked. They wanted me to marry the fool in place of Mingyan. When they realized they couldn't control me, they cruelly kidnapped my aunt to threaten me. I went to get her back. Someone immediately said, that's truly heartless. Exactly. This family is rotten to the core. The father is greedy, taking bride money but selling other people's daughters. The mother kills someone but doesn't use her own daughter to pay, instead harming others' daughters. The daughter just directly takes someone else's man by pretending. They even want to keep my house. TSK. Such relatives bring bad luck to anyone who gets involved. Mingyan stomped and angrily said, Mingzhu, shut up. About your man, Jang Duo lifting my veil. Everyone saw it. He is my man. Mingzhu wasn't angry. She still smiled warmly at Mingyan, with dimples and kind eyes, looking much more beautiful than Mingyan. She said, since ancient times, a marriage is only official after the wedding ceremony. You pretended to be me. The wedding was already exposed before it even happened. Do you still want to cling to others? Mingyan clenched her fists tightly, glaring. But she wouldn't give up. After all, whoever gives up now will have to marry the fool. You don't need to argue in front of so many people. You already went to Daka village to marry the fool. You are the fool's wife. Mingzhu chuckled softly. Is that so? Did you see it? Everyone in Daka village knows that at this time, the fool's family is still holding a funeral. The wedding will only happen after the funeral is over. If you go now, you can just in time to witness the ceremony. Mingyan felt nervous inside. You're talking nonsense. I won't go. I am Jang Duo's person. Jang Duo replied in a deep voice. I have nothing to do with you. I am Mingzhu's husband. Jang Duo, if you don't admit it, I will report you for misconduct. Mingzhu took out the marriage certificate from Jang Duo and proudly showed it to everyone. Look clearly, Mingyan. You are educated, so you should know that a marriage certificate is recognized by the state. Don't say he didn't have a wedding ceremony with you. Even if he did, I am still his legal wife. If you want to report him, go ahead. I also want to report you for sneaking into my house without reason and pretending to be me to scam people. Mingyan frowned and stared at Mingzhu. This woman was acting strangely. She wasn't like this before. She used to be unable to argue and would start hitting people. She was a typical shrew.
But now,
she was so sharp-tongued. It was really annoying. Just as Mingyan was thinking about how to make Mingzhu reveal her true self, she saw the couple from the Chu family dragging Mingguan over here. Mingyan stepped back in fear, feeling extremely guilty. Jang Duo also saw the group and, disgusted, blocked Mingzhu behind him. But Mingzhu was not afraid at all. The Chu family's wife approached and glared fiercely at Mingzhu hiding behind Jang Duo. She couldn't understand how this little girl, who was clearly in the yard, managed to run out with this silly girl. Mingyan's mind was spinning quickly. She took the initiative to speak first to the Chu family's wife. Auntie, Mingzhu and your son had a wedding, then suddenly ran back. Are you here to pick her up? Mingyan. Mingzhu turned her head to interrupt. Your words sound strange. Yesterday, your grandfather clearly said he would marry you to the Chu family. Why would I, a normal person, go to the Chu family to have a wedding with your silly fiancé? Are you trying to tell everyone that the Chu family forced me and broke the law? I think they are here to pick you up. Right, auntie from the Chu family? The Chu family's wife was not a fool. She immediately understood Mingzhu's words. If she really wanted to investigate the kidnapping and forced marriage, it might not end well for her. Moreover, Jang Duo looked strong and sturdy. The Chu family couldn't beat him, especially since they had a marriage certificate. It was better to keep Ming Yan obedient, especially since her father had caused someone's death. Everything had to follow the Chu family's rules. The daughter-in-law from the Chu family quickly made her choice. Mingzhu is right. We are here to pick you up, Ming Yan. What's wrong with you? Your father caused my mother's death. We agreed you would marry to settle the debt. Why have you been so long? And now you're here, making us look everywhere for you. Ming Yan's face instantly stiffened. I won't go. The one who should marry is Mingzhu. I don't want to marry your foolish son. The Chu family daughter-in-law wasn't in a hurry. She turned and gave Mingguan a side glance. Father-in-law, since your daughter is so unwilling, we can't force her. Our family respects the law. If she needs to go to jail or pay for her actions, so be it. We will report this to the authorities right now. Stop. Mingguan hurried forward, blocking the Chu couple from leaving. He looked at Mingyan and asked, Did you get married to Zhang Diao? Mingyan was about to speak when someone who had been listening laughed and said, Where? Zhang Diao immediately saw that she was pretending. They didn't get married at all. Mingyan is just pretending to be brave and trying to get closer. It's really embarrassing. Hearing this, Mingguan was furious. All morning, he had tried to do something, but nothing worked. Now, he felt he had no other options. He strode over to Mingyan and grabbed her arm. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and go with your in-laws to Daka village. I won't go. I don't want to marry a fool. Mingyan cried loudly, feeling desperate. But Mingguan didn't care about going to jail. He forcibly dragged her outside. You can't refuse. If you hadn't come up with that bad idea, saying we didn't need to return the bride price and forcing Mingzhu to marry, none of this would have happened. Hearing this, Mingzhu's eyes darkened. Mingyan, so eager to push her into trouble? She thought Mingyan was easy to bully. So, Mingzhu decided to teach her a lesson and make her understand what it means to suffer the consequences. Just as the Chu family daughter-in-law was happily about to take her new daughter-in-law away, Mingzhu suddenly stepped out from behind Zhang Diao, smiled sarcastically, and said, Auntie Chu, wait a moment. I have a few words to say to you. Mingzhu approached her and whispered, Mingyan is proud and ambitious, eager to marry someone from the city. Your family probably can't keep her. Even if you push her today, she'll still run back. This was exactly what the Chu family daughter-in-law was worried about. They couldn't just leave her at home all day, not working. She was feeling worried when Mingzhu said again, As long as the two of you get the marriage certificate, she will be your real daughter-in-law. Even if she runs away in the future, you can let your son follow her or stay at her house. It's not wrong for a son-in-law to stay at his wife's family home. The daughter-in-law of the Chu family looked at Mingzhu with admiration. Luckily, she didn't become her daughter-in-law, or she really wouldn't be her match. This young girl was too clever. But this plan suited her perfectly. Mingzhu watched the group walk away, a small smile on her lips. After they left, Mingzhu turned to her aunt happily and said, Auntie, please share the wedding candies with everyone. I'll go inside to change my clothes and come out to bow at the wedding. Her aunt obediently did as told. Mingzhu quickly entered the bedroom. She first went into her space, took a relaxing bath, then changed into a new dress. She also styled her hair into a neat high ponytail. Only then did she cover her head again and call out to her aunt. Soon, her aunt came in, helping Mingzhu, who was wearing a white floral long dress, out of the room. Nowadays, not many women in the countryside wore dresses. Only Ming Xiaojie from the best-off family in Xiaojing village had a few dresses, which she occasionally wore to show off. Mingzhu's small dress with a white background and floral pattern was different from hers. The style was something people of this era had never seen, high-waisted, fitted, and covering her knees. It made Mingzhu look very good, and even the small part of her leg that was exposed made Zhang Diao's dark face turn slightly red, unnoticed by others. He remembered the feeling when he was in the cellar, moving quickly and holding her ankle. Realizing what he was thinking, Zhang Diao quickly restrained his inappropriate thoughts and stepped forward willingly, standing with Mingzhu at the square table. Mingzhu, with her red veil over her head, patted her aunt's hand and said, "Auntie, you go to the main seat. I have no parents, so you are my elder. We will bow to you." Although Jing Chun and I was simple-minded, she was not really foolish. Especially these past 2 days, after being nourished by spiritual spring water, her previously muddled mind had become much clearer. Hearing this, she was moved. With Jiang Diao's approval, she nervously walked over and sat on a stool. Jiang Diao looked at Xiao Bin, who immediately said smartly, "Come, groom and bride, bow to the elders. Please bow 3 times in a row." In this era, weddings were simple, with no rituals like bowing to heaven or honoring ancestors. After bowing 3 times, Xiao Bin quietly asked, "Boss, what do we do next?" Mingzhu said, "Jiang Diao, once the veil is lifted, the ceremony is complete." Jiang Diao stepped forward and gently removed her veil. In the sunlight, Mingzhu's face showed no shyness of a bride. She looked up at Jang Duo with a bright smile. That smile seemed even warmer than today's sunshine. At this moment, the two were very close. Jang Duo could even smell the sweet, fresh scent on her. She had just been running, yet she still smelled so nice. Women are usually fragrant, but is Mingzhu different? Standing behind Jang Duo, Xiao Bin saw Mingzhu and was genuinely surprised. People look good in nice clothes, and horses look good with good saddles. Mingzhu is naturally fair and cute. Wearing that dress and tying her hair high made her look more like a city girl than some girls from the city. Will the boss not be tempted by beauty in the future? Jiang Duo's heart was beating strangely fast. He looked away from Mingzhu and turned to the lively crowd, saying, "Thank you all for coming to watch. Please take care of us in the future." Everyone complimented Jiang Duo, and then left one after another. Mingzhu looked at the sun and said, "It's too late to go to work now. I'll go tomorrow. I'm going to cook now. I'll help." "No need. You have other tasks. Go call Teacher Zhou. It's a happy day, and he should join us for a simple meal. The materials he gave me have been very helpful. I must thank him properly."
Okay.
Seeing this, Xiao Bin volunteered, "Boss, I'll go instead." He turned and left. Jiang Duo thought for the first time that his subordinate was quite perceptive. He also didn't sit idle, carrying a yoke to fetch water diligently. Mingzhu went inside to ask her aunt to help with the fire. She took out the fried pork belly from the lard jar and cut it into 3 parts, 2 small pieces and 1 large. The large piece was cut into chunks with a mix of fat and lean for braised pork. The 2 small pieces were sliced into strips for cooking. Thinking about the day she arrived and caught freshwater snails in the river.
They should have cleaned out the sand by now.
After stewing the braised pork, Mingzhu scooped a basin of water and went to wash the snails in the yard. While she was washing, Xiao Bin and Zhou Changming arrived. Zhou Changming entered, congratulating her and handed over 6 yuan as a gift. Mingzhu refused for a long time, but in the end, Jiang Duo came back with water, and he forcibly returned the money to Zhou Changming. They had agreed that they wouldn't hold a big wedding, only a simple meal with friends, and wouldn't accept gifts. Xiao Bin saw the small basin of snails Mingzhu was washing and asked in surprise, "Mingzhu, where did you get these?" 3 days ago, when I went to the river to wash clothes, I felt around in the water. Does that river still have freshwater snails? Zhou Bin was even more surprised. I've been there many times, but I've never seen them. Mingzhu raised an eyebrow. She hadn't caught any? There are clearly many. And not only did she find many, but she also caught 2 silly fish that weren't very smart. Maybe you didn't look in the right place. I flipped over a stone and found so many there. You're really lucky next time. Take me along. Mingzhu happily agreed. Sure. She asked Jiang Duo to move the kitchen table outside to the yard, so he could chat with Zhou Changming and Zhou Bin in the shade. She went back to the kitchen, took a pot of hot water, and was about to go out, but she was worried they might notice her special water. After thinking for a moment, she found a jar of the stone bamboo tea her aunt had brewed before and steeped it in the teapot to serve to the 3 of them. Of course, Mingzhu also heard Zhou Bin praising how tasty the stone bamboo tea was. It seems the sweet taste of her spiritual spring water is unbeatable. It's really good. Zhou Bin drank half a pot of tea in the yard and felt full of energy. When he smelled the delicious aroma coming from the kitchen, he suddenly felt very hungry and quietly asked, "Captain, what is Mingzhu cooking? It smells so good." Jang Duo's face darkened a little, and he looked at Zhou Bin with a cold expression. "What did you just call her?" Zhou Bin was momentarily stunned, unsure, and whispered, "I called her Mingzhu. Change it to sister-in-law." Zhou Bin's eyes widened. "But I'm several years older than her." He really couldn't bring himself to say it. Jang Duo didn't reply, just stared at him seriously. Zhou Bin felt his hair stand on end under the stare and had to surrender, nodding repeatedly. All right, I'll call her sister-in-law. Is that okay?" Jang Duo withdrew his gaze and said calmly, "She's cooking braised pork." Zhou Changming, standing nearby with a teacup, took a sip and smiled gently. Tonight, Mingzhu prepared 4 dishes: braised pork, shredded meat stir-fried with potato slices, shredded meat stir-fried with zucchini, and spicy snail in chili sauce. Zhou Bin sniffed the aroma and couldn't help but drool. Mingzhu set the dishes and utensils, and he eagerly tasted the spicy snail. He couldn't help but praise, "Sister-in-law, your cooking is amazing." Hearing him call her sister-in-law, Mingzhu, who was pouring water, trembled slightly. "Captain Zhou, just call me Mingzhu. I'm younger than you, and if you call me sister-in-law, I'd feel a bit embarrassed." Before Jang Duo could speak, Jang Duo casually handed a piece of meat to Mingzhu and Mingchun and I and said, "It's the right thing to do." Xiao Bin immediately nodded, Yes, it's the right thing. Your age doesn't matter. Our boss is the important one, right, boss?" Jang Duo ignored him. Mingzhu stifled a laugh. How can Xiao Bin, a chatterbox, be under the same roof with Jang Duo, this serious and reserved person, for so long? She smiled happily and said, "Teacher Zhou, Captain Xiao, please eat more. Don't be shy." Zhou Chengming kept nodding. "I want to eat more too." "Mingzhu, your cooking is really good. Who did you learn from?" "My grandma." Mingzhu was used to blaming her grandma for everything, knowing she wouldn't deny it. Zhou Chengming praised, "Your grandma is amazing. She does everything excellently and raised such a good granddaughter." Mingzhu smiled confidently and nodded without modesty. "My grandma is very impressive. She's the best grandma in the world." "Teacher Zhou, Captain Xiao, if you really like my cooking, come over often to eat at my house." Polite words are easy to say. Today is a good day, just for fun and celebration. Later, Mingzhu pretended to humbly ask Zhou Chengming some medical questions, just to show off to Jang Duo. Soon, both Mingzhu and Mingchun and I finished eating. The men had big appetites, so Mingchun and I went inside to boil water, and Mingzhu followed to prepare some staple food. She planned to use the fine flour brought back from the city to make noodles for them. After Mingzhu left the dining table, Zhou Chengming quietly said to Jang Duo, "Your little wife is a good choice. She looks fragile but is actually very healthy, straightforward in character and thoughtful in handling things. She's a good helper." Xiao Bin listened to this praise and almost choked. If old Zhou knew that Mingzhu was the boss's monitored person, he might regret praising her like this. "Old Zhou, you're just flattering and talking nonsense. She's just an ordinary rural girl." No, her temper is much worse than most girls, right, boss?" Jang Duo shot him a sidelong glance, neither denying nor agreeing. Xiao Bin found it hard to understand the boss's thoughts. Although Mingzhu was indeed pretty and a good cook, her temper was bad. The boss wouldn't let him say a single bad word about Mingzhu now. Could it be that she's already caught in a beauty trap? Zhou Chengming shook his head, looking like someone experienced. "Xiao Bin, you don't understand. This girl has good manners. Think about it, if you had no support in the village and were bullied, wouldn't you fight back? Anyway, this girl definitely married the right person. Xiao Jiang, take good care of her and spoil her a bit." Xiao Bin thought carefully. It seemed that was true. If she weren't strong enough, she might have been sold 3 times by Ming Changhe's family already. But the boss suspected she might have issues. If she was problem-free, that would be great. I just hope she has no issues. Otherwise, the boss's life would be ruined. His marriage, lost forever. Jang Duo remained silent. He looked toward the kitchen, feeling mixed emotions. He never thought about divorce after marriage, but Mingzhu wasn't interested in marrying him. She even considered divorce. Would she still want to live a good life with him in the future? Thinking about this, he felt oddly irritated. In the kitchen, Mingzhu rolled out noodles, stir-fried with green onions, then boiled water, added a little salt. It was a simple bowl of noodles, but Xiaobin ate 3 bowls. He wasn't someone with a big appetite, but today he just couldn't get enough. He felt a bit embarrassed. After all, these days, who doesn't have access to fine noodles? He needed to repay the kindness later. After eating, Xiaobin didn't plan to leave. Zhou Chengming saw this and reminded him, "Xiaobin, it's getting late. Aren't you leaving?" "Oh, old Zhou, why are you in such a hurry? Today is the boss's big day. I have to celebrate his wedding night." Zhang Duo frowned, lips pressed tightly. Zhou Chengming saw that Zhang Duo didn't want to be disturbed and sighed. "All right, just stop bothering the newlyweds on their wedding night. Let's go." In the end, Xiaobin was pulled away by Zhou Chengming. When Mingzhu came out of the kitchen, everyone had already left. She wanted to say something but saw Zhang Duo tidying up the dishes, preparing to wash them. She didn't stop him. Housework should be shared. She cooked. He washed the dishes, that's right. Mingzhu looked at the tall man, 1.87 meters, squatting there washing dishes. She couldn't help but laugh. What a contrast, kind of adorable. After Zhang Duo finished washing the dishes, night had fallen completely. In the house, Mingzhu lit the kerosene lamp and packed up the daily items Zhang Duo had brought from his previous place. Now they were alone under the same roof. She felt nervous inside, and Zhang Duo, behind her, was probably feeling the same. He stood by the bed, watching the young woman kneeling on the bed, tidying the bedding. His Adam's apple moved involuntarily. After Mingzhu finished arranging the bedding, she sat sideways on the edge of the bed, looked up at Jang Duo, who was still standing still. The moment their eyes met, they quickly looked away. Mingzhu rubbed her forehead, feeling very embarrassed. Although they had already experienced that kind of thing, and it was very passionate and bold, honestly. That day, she thought she was dreaming, so she felt a bit confused and reckless. Now, if she were to act so wild again, she knew she couldn't do it. Deep down, Mingzhu still held a little bit of traditional values. Until today, she and Jang Duo had only known each other for 4 days, so they weren't very familiar. She could sense his awkwardness and nervousness towards her. She thought this man was more traditional. That day, he had been drugged. If he had been sober, he would never have slept with someone he didn't know. After a moment of silence, Mingzhu spoke first. Jang Duo. Yes. I think. We're not very familiar with each other yet. Maybe we should take some time to build our relationship first then. Move on to the next step of becoming husband and wife? Under the light, Jang Duo's expression was calm, showing no change. Mingzhu decided not to look at him anymore, and simply said directly, mainly. That day in the cellar, I went a little overboard and hurt myself. So I got a bit injured. Jang Duo's heart sank. Is it serious? Just a moment ago, he felt awkward about Mingzhu talking about becoming husband and wife, but now he only felt guilt. Mingzhu was a delicate girl. How could she withstand his reckless actions? That day, he really couldn't control himself and didn't hold back. Mingzhu waved her hand. It's not that serious. I stopped bleeding since yesterday, but it still hurts a little. I just want to rest and recover before. I understand. I respect your decision, Jang Duo said. Then he stepped forward, picked up the bedding Mingzhu had just laid out, and placed it on the ground. Mingzhu was stunned. There was no need for that. Come up to the bed and sleep. The ground is damp and bad for your health. As a doctor, he naturally understood health and wellness. Mingzhu knew better than anyone what was good or bad for her body. But Jang Duo insisted, it's okay. I'm used to sleeping on the ground. Just go to sleep early. Seeing that she couldn't argue with him, Mingzhu didn't say anything more. But after turning off the oil lamp and lying on the bed, she immediately regretted it. This heated bed. Today it's way too hot. She can't sleep. After tossing and turning for over half an hour, Mingju finally couldn't take it anymore. She rolled to the edge of the bed, looking at the moonlight shining through the open window, watching Jang Duo lying still on the ground. She softly asked, "Jang Duo, are you asleep?" Jang Duo responded with a muffled sound, "No." "Is the ground cool?" "Okay." Hearing this, Mingju's eyes sparkled with longing. "I also want to sleep on the ground with you." Jang Duo. He opened his eyes, turned to look at Mingju on the bed, and saw her pouting, looking upset. "The bed is so hot, I can't sleep at all." Seeing the little woman looking so sad and complaining, Jang Duo suddenly remembered how she had looked earlier, tired and fragrant, as she tried to comfort him. That day, she also couldn't sleep well because of the heat, so she was very tired the next day. While he was thinking about how to help her cool down, the woman on the bed couldn't hold on anymore. She hugged a pillow, slipped off her bare feet, and quickly moved onto his bedding. Mingju placed her pillow next to Jang Duo's, then flopped onto the ground, lying beside him. The heat from the sizzling flesh-like warmth disappeared, and Mingju sighed happily. "That's so nice." But now Jang Duo was feeling terrible. Mingju noticed his breathing had become heavier, his arms stiff, as if his whole body was tense. Of course, Jang Duo was a passionate young man. Now, with a beautiful woman beside him but unable to touch her, even the strongest willpower was hard to hold. Thinking this, Mingju gently patted his arm to comfort him. "It's okay, just pretend I'm Xiaobin." Jang Duo's voice was a little hoarse, barely hiding his feelings. "I won't sleep with Xiaobin." "Then just pretend I don't exist."
Sleep now.
Jang Duo. Such sweet fragrance lingered near his nose. How could he pretend she didn't exist? He slowly exhaled, trying with strong willpower to suppress the heat rising inside him. At this moment, Mingju's body finally wasn't so hot anymore, but she knew sleeping on the ground wasn't a long-term solution. No, she needed to build a small outdoor kitchen during her free time in the coming days. In the future, she'd cook outside in the summer, or the earth bed would be too hot. Lost in these thoughts, she drifted into sleep. The next morning, Mingju slowly opened her eyes to the crowing of roosters. What she saw was Jang Duo's handsome, strong face just inches away. She was resting her head on half of his pillow, hugging him tightly with her arms and legs. What made things worse was that she had her hand resting on his waist and stomach. Jang Duo's sleeping posture was stiff, clearly indicating he was uncomfortable. Mingju instinctively bit her lip, feeling very awkward. Does this count as touching Captain Jang inappropriately? While he was still asleep, she quickly withdrew her restless hand. She was slowly and gently pulling her hand away from his waist and stomach when Jang Duo suddenly opened his eyes. In the moment they looked at each other, Mingju quickly sat up, turned her back to him, and awkwardly forced a smile. "Sorry, I don't sleep well." Jang Duo also sat up, turning his stiff neck, and said, "Neither do I." She had fallen asleep in the middle of the night and ended up crawling onto him, waking him up abruptly. Then, he pushed her away, but she kept climbing back on him. He truly endured a long, tough night. Now, Mingju looked embarrassed, but she didn't have to be so blunt. A little politeness wouldn't hurt. After all, she was a girl with a shy face. She changed the subject directly to avoid embarrassment, stood up, and said, "You pack up the bedding. I'll go make breakfast." Before Jang Duo could respond, she hurriedly left, disappearing quickly. Breakfast was simple cornmeal pancakes with pickled vegetables. In this era, every household ate like this, without picky preferences. After finishing her meal, Mingchun went to work, and Mingju headed to the corner of the yard to plant some vegetables. This season, the only vegetables they had were potatoes and a few climbing zucchinis on the wall. It was too monotonous. People needed a balanced diet. Thinking about how big her yard was, she could definitely grow some vegetables herself. In the past, that had been her dream garden. Who wouldn't want a small space they could plan and manage on their own? That day, she went to town and bought seeds before Jang Duo returned. Now, Mingju was planting a few vegetable beds along the low wall of the yard, each about 3 meters long. She grabbed a shovel and started digging. But this soil was really hard. It was tough to pry up. Jang Duo finished breakfast and washed the dishes, about to go to work, when he saw his little wife digging in the yard. Within minutes, she was so exhausted she was sweating all over. "What are you doing?" Mingzhu didn't even look at him. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and replied, "The day we went to town, I bought some seeds. I want to plant some vegetables in the yard. In about a month, we can enjoy fresh vegetables from our own garden." "Well, how about that? Perfect, right?" She snapped her fingers with a bright smile, then bent down, gripping the shovel tightly, and stepped the handle to dig vigorously. But the soil only moved an inch. Jang Duo raised an eyebrow. The young girl he married looked so delicate, really fragile, she couldn't do anything right. Jang Duo stepped forward and took the shovel from Mingzhu. "Let me do it." Mingzhu wanted to be polite, but the ground was too hard for her to dig. So she stepped back and pointed to the empty space, sharing her idea. Jang Duo nodded after listening. "Got it. You rest now." Mingzhu didn't want to rest. She grabbed a small stool and sat in the shade by the wall to keep him company while he worked. Honestly, watching Jang Duo work was really enjoyable. This strong man was full of muscles. His arms looked firm and powerful, like he could break a shovel handle with his bare hands. No wonder the women in the village often gathered around him, talking about how capable he was. He was so attractive. Feeling Mingzhu's gaze, Jang Duo casually turned his head to look at her. Mingzhu quickly looked away, feeling guilty. She smiled and said, "Captain Jang, you're so capable. You're truly a hero from heaven or earth." A man usually likes to hear compliments, right? Since she couldn't help much, she had to praise him properly. And it was true, he was really strong. Jang Duo's brows furrowed slightly. Where did she learn all these lines? Her words made him uncomfortable. But he didn't say anything. He kept working on the task. In less than half an hour, he finished turning the soil and tidied up the vegetable bed as Mingzhu requested. Mingzhu walked over to look at the new land and sighed happily. "Wow. Captain Jiang, you're amazing. Without you, I couldn't finish in a day. You're like my superhero." Jang Duo. Here she goes again. He placed the shovel aside and asked, "Can you plant the seeds yourself?"
Of course I can.
Mingzhu knew that the villagers mocked her as someone who was born with a father but no mother, a troublemaker who only fought and cursed. But she was different now. She was a flower-growing expert. Her balcony was full of colorful flowers and plants. She even grew vegetables in foam boxes. Right now, she wanted to defend herself. The gossip in the village is half true, half false, exaggerated. Just listen and don't take it seriously, okay? Jang Duo said nothing. He looked at the time, it was about right. Then go ahead and plant. I need to get to work. When he was about to leave, Mingzhu immediately said, "Wait, let's do it together. You don't need to go. Let's go see first. If Mingda still asks me to dig ditches, I will come back to farm vegetables. She can't dig the ditch, so going there would just be a waste of time. It's better to do what I can at home. But if I don't dig the ditch today, I can still earn some work points and I won't be criticized." Mingzhu turned around quickly and ran back inside to get a big jar of cool spring water, then handed it to Jang Duo. "It's so hot, you should drink more water, or you'll easily get heat stroke or dehydration." Jang Duo took the water, and they both walked side by side to the yard where they were waiting for instructions. A rough man and a delicate young woman walking together naturally drew attention. People gossiping about Mingyan looked over. Mingzhu didn't care about their stares. Her eyes met Ming Xiaojie's, who was glaring at her with anger. She saw the jealousy in her eyes. As Ming Xiaojie passed by, Mingzhu deliberately covered her waist and whispered to Jang Duo, "I didn't sleep well last night. My back hurts so much." Jang Duo's lips pressed tightly. That kind of talk seemed too much and not good. He whispered back, "You should rest at home later. My husband is really good to me." Jang Duo was used to Mingzhu's compliments. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He couldn't help but talk nicely, even if his words were a bit careless. But to Ming Xiaojie, who was nearby, her words sounded harsh. She almost ground her teeth in frustration. What is Mingzhu showing off? They will leave each other sooner or later. She snorted and deliberately caused trouble in front of everyone. Mingzhu, you're so cruel. You really hurt your cousin. Mingzhu stopped and looked back at her with a cold, indifferent tone. What did I do to hurt her? Don't pretend. Everyone in the village is talking about it. Yesterday, Mingyan was forcibly taken to Daka village by her father and the Chu family to get married. Her mother-in-law is terrible. She tied her up in the house and taught her foolish son to sleep with her. Mingzhu found it funny. If you can't speak properly, then say less. She was taken there by her father, not by me. What does that have to do with me? Ming Xiaojie angrily retorted. If you had married her off, these things wouldn't happen. Why should I marry her? Oh, you're so kind and sympathetic. If you want to marry her, go ahead. I believe Ming Yan will be grateful to you for the rest of her life. If you agree, I can have someone pass a message to the Chu family now. Marrying into the village chief's family would make the Chu family happy. You. Who would marry a fool? Ming Xiaojie instantly panicked. Oh, you don't want to marry a fool, but you're pretending to be kind here? Usually, you and Mingyan don't get along, and now you're both acting so righteous. Isn't that disgusting? You're so two-faced. After saying this, she glared at Xiaojie and then went with Jang Duo to the front of the line. Ming Xiaojie stomped in anger. Why is Mingzhu so sharp-tongued lately? It's so frustrating. Watching from the corner, Qiaobin couldn't help but think again. Sister-in-law is never beaten when it comes to tricky people. When the time came, Ming Dio started dividing the work. As expected, Mingzhu was again sent to work at Chu Ba. That Ming Dio clearly doesn't want her to earn work points. But it doesn't matter. She has ways to earn money. She greeted Jang Duo and then went home to farm vegetables. On the way to work, Qiaobin saw Jang Duo occasionally pressing his right shoulder with his left hand and moving his arm. He guessed what was happening and asked with a mischievous smile, Boss, you're so strong. Were you tired last night? Looks like Mingzhu really suits you. Jang Duo coldly shot him a glance. Qiaobin instantly fell silent, knowing to keep quiet. But they are all men. Asking what's wrong is natural. He didn't expect that Mingzhu, who looks small and delicate, could be so powerful. She managed to wear out the boss. Sister-in-law is impressive. Jang Duo didn't know Qiaobin's thoughts. He only felt his arm was really sore. After so many years of training and completing tough tasks and working on farms in Shaojing village for half a year, he had always been in good shape. He had never experienced such deep soreness. Last night, Mingzhu had pressed on him all night. His body had been stiff all night, and now he truly understood what that felt like. It was very uncomfortable, especially when that gentle, warm woman snuggled into his arms and moved restlessly. He felt every cell in his body screaming, wanting to pin her down and do something. But in the end, his reason won over desire. He and Mingzhu are not really close. Sometimes she's very strange, and he had to be careful. Jang Duo warned himself that he must not lose control over her again. He should try to avoid close contact in the future. Especially what happened in the underground cellar. He must not let it happen a second time. After Mingzhu returned home, she first watered the vegetable beds thoroughly with spiritual spring water before planting and covering the soil. She planted various vegetables in different beds, including spinach, long beans, small bok choy, and large bok choy. She also combined scallions and coriander into one bed. She worked for most of the day. Feeling hot, Mingzhu went to the space to take a shower and then started to worry about the meals for the next day. Because the previous owner was lazy and her aunt was not very clever, they didn't plant vegetables in the right seasons, so besides the potatoes from the village and the zucchini climbing on the wall, there were really no seasonal vegetables at home. However, nature always offers the best rewards. So Mingzhu carried a handmade wicker basket and a small shovel and went up the mountain. Her house was at the end of the village. Just a few dozen meters behind her house was a small hill. She reached the foot of the hill, planning to pick some wild vegetables, but in this era, Every household was short of clothes and food, so the wild vegetables at the foot of the hill had already been gathered. Mingzhu could only walk deeper into the forest. After wandering for about half an hour, she finally found a few shepherd's purse plants under a lush old locust tree. As she went further in, the wild vegetables became more abundant. Besides shepherd's purse, she also dug up half a basket of dandelions. She became more excited as she continued. Under a crooked old pine tree, her sharp eyes caught a glimpse of something white and protruding from in the thick branches covering a sturdy root. Mingzhu was curious. She moved closer and pushed aside the dry branches, revealing an irregularly shaped round ball. Its surface looked like elastic cowhide, and it was soft underneath. She touched it and got some sticky mucus on her hand. Mingzhu was very happy.
Could it be
a rare fungus called roulingxi? It's commonly known as tai sui, a rare fourth form of life beyond animals, plants, and fungi. When she was a teenager, Mingzhu went to visit her father's friend's house and saw a porcelain jar in their living room, which contained a piece of this meat-like substance that had been cut. The family said they bought a gene, about half a kilogram, of tai sui for 1 million yuan, and claimed that drinking tai sui water could cure all diseases and prolong life. Later, Mingzhu studied medicine and indeed saw in Li Shizhen's Compendium of Materia Medica that roulingxi, is a living organism that can be eaten and used medicinally. The Shun Nong Ben Chao Jing also recorded that roulingxi is non-toxic, nourishing, and can enhance vitality, making one feel light and youthful with long-term use. Although there is no scientific proof of its magical properties, it is rich in polysaccharides, vitamins, and other nutrients. Even if it cannot cure diseases, it can boost the immune system. And this thing also has other important uses for Mingzhu. She pulled out the meat lingzhi mushroom, cleaned it in her space, and wow, it was huge, at least 50 jin. If this were in later times, she would have made a fortune. She cut about 3 jin of the meat lingzhi out of her space, brought it home to soak in a water tank, then went to the yard to pick wild vegetables for cooking, feeling very happy. When Jang Duo and her aunt finished work and came back one after the other, Mingzhu was almost done wrapping her chive dumplings. She asked her aunt to help light the fire, just about to start boiling the dumplings when Xiaobin arrived. He also brought a few jin of fine flour he specially exchanged for in town. He said he felt embarrassed because he ate too much yesterday and wanted to make up for it, so he bought some flour. At first, Mingzhu didn't want to accept it, but Jang Duo told her to take it, so Xiaobin wouldn't feel embarrassed to come over for meals later. After all, men tend to eat a lot. Mingzhu thought so too, so she accepted it. But she also didn't want Xiaobin to lose out, so she kept him to eat dumplings together. Since Xiaobin had never eaten dumplings in this small Jing village, he was really craving them now and couldn't refuse Mingzhu's kind invitation. Knowing everyone had worked all morning and must be hungry, Mingzhu asked her aunt to cook the first batch of dumplings, then she went to wrap more. During dinner, all three ate a lot, and Xiaobin couldn't help but praise sister-in-law. How come her cooking is so good? It's the same ingredients, but yours tastes better. Even the chrysanthemum tea you brewed at noon tastes better than others. Hearing this, Mingzhu felt happy inside. See, the effect of the meat lingzhi. She pretended to look mysterious and said, that stuff is different, you know. I added a special ingredient to it. Hearing her say that, Jang Duo and Xiaobin both looked at her curiously. Mingzhu smiled and asked, Jang Duo, don't you think the water I gave you to drink tastes especially good? Jang Duo nodded, feeling the same, very sweet. Everyone drank well water, but it didn't taste like this. Mingzhu called them to the kitchen, lifted the wooden lid of the water tank and pointed inside. This is the water I used, brewed with this thing. Xiaobin looked at what was inside the tank, confused. Sister-in-law, what is this? Meat lingzhi, also called tai sui by the older generation.
Tai sui?
Suddenly, Jang Duo looked at her with surprise, and Xiaobin exclaimed in shock, this is tai sui? I've heard people say that eating tai sui can bring the dead back to life, or even make ordinary people live forever. This thing is very hard to find, sister-in-law. Where did you get it? Immortality? I thought it was like Tang monk's meat. People in the past really liked to boast. Mingzhu naturally wouldn't let anyone know she found it on the mountain. She casually said not long ago, "I picked it up when I was gathering firewood near that dead locust tree behind the house." Hearing this, Xiaobin was even more incredulous. "You found it just like that? You're so lucky."
Lucky?
Mingzhu took these words to heart. And maybe it was true. Since coming to this world, her luck has been really good. When she washes clothes, fish come to her feet waiting to be caught. When she digs wild vegetables, she often finds a big piece of meat or a rare mushroom. She is truly the lucky goddess, Mingzhu herself. Jang Duo kept staring at the thing in the jar, his brow furrowed. He had heard of the Tai Sui, but had never seen one. Why was Mingzhu so sure? "How do you know this is Tai Sui?" Mingzhu held her breath, sensing that Jang Duo was becoming cautious again. Fortunately, she was prepared and confidently said the Compendium of Materia Medica and Shinnong Herbal both mention it. It comes in many forms and colors, but it always remains the same at its core. "Don't worry, I won't mistake it." Xiaobin nodded along and said, "Boss, Tai Sui looks like a lump of fat, and, to be honest, after drinking the water you soaked yesterday, I felt energized all day. It must be real." "Sister-in-law, this is a treasure. You'd better hide it well so no one steals it." "I've been hiding it all along. Now that I'm married to Jang Duo, I have a backing now, so I dare to put it in the water jar," Mingzhu said casually, unaware that her words struck deep into Jang Duo's heart. His heartbeat suddenly quickened. He glanced sideways at the smiling woman. The person she liked wasn't him, but she said he was her support. Unintentional words can touch the heart most deeply, but the more casual they are, the more they might be a trap for Jang Duo. He still had to watch her. After Xiaobin went back for his nap, Mingzhu pulled Jang Duo into the room and leaned close to his ear, softly telling the truth. "Actually, I didn't tell you everything just now. I found this on the mountain, and it's more than just this much, over 50 gene. The rest I hid, so no one would find it." She could lie to Xiaobin, but with Jang Duo, she had to be honest. After all, he was suspicious. The two are very close at this moment. Mingzhu breathed softly into Jang Duo's ear, making him think again of the scene in the underground cellar, her swaying on him and biting his ear. He turns his face away instinctively, keeping some distance from Mingzhu. He doesn't know what's been happening to him lately. He keeps thinking about such things. Mingzhu doesn't notice Jang Duo's strange behavior and continues talking to herself. "By the way, do you know how to hunt? When I went to dig wild vegetables in the mountains, I saw wild pheasants and rabbits. Let's go catch rabbits together someday." Jang Duo agrees politely, but he's puzzled. Are there really wild pheasants and rabbits in those mountains? He has been there many times and has never seen any. After taking a short rest, Jang Duo hurries off to work. Mingzhu at home unfolds the fabric she bought last time, planning to make a new dress for her aunt. Her old clothes are all patched up, but Ming Chunni's clothes are even worse. Patched repeatedly, it's hard to look at. Just as Mingzhu is about to cut the fabric and sew the dress, there's a shout outside the door. "Sister-in-law! Sister-in-law! Something's wrong. Come out quickly." Hearing the commotion, Mingzhu drops her sewing and runs to the yard. She sees Xiaobin, sweating all over, looking anxious. She frowns and asks what happened. Xiaobin gasps, "The rainy season is coming soon." This afternoon, the boss went to the dam by the reservoir to reinforce it. Coincidentally, Su Kai also went. He's deliberately causing trouble for the boss, saying the boss forced himself on you in the underground cellar that day, and that's why he married you. He also claims that you and the boss are truly in love, and it's the boss who stole his beloved. That's nonsense. Mingzhu's face darkens. Su Kai is a shameless scoundrel. She steps out quickly, Xiaobin following and saying as they walk, "You know our boss is just a quiet guy. He didn't pay any attention. But Su Kai is so bold, he even pushed people. The boss is strong and just stood there, not moving." Su Kai, like a weakling, fell into the reservoir himself. When they pulled him out, he was lying on the ground, motionless, and wouldn't wake up. "I just want to ask Lao Zhou for help at the reservoir, but Su Kai is so shameless. I'm afraid he'll cause more trouble if he wakes up. Only you can prove his words are lies." We need to teach him a lesson. Mingju's face is grim as she runs with Zhou Bin toward the reservoir. Everyone working at the reservoir has stopped and gathered around to watch. Mingju pushes through the crowd and enters. She sees Jang Duo standing there with a serious face. When Mingju arrives, his cold gaze directly looks at Zhou Bin. Zhou Bin's heart trembled, knowing that the boss was blaming himself for meddling, but his temper. Wasn't he worried about getting hurt? Zhou Bin shrank his neck and stood behind Mingju without stepping forward. Jang Duo looked back at Mingju. Seeing her staring at him, his eyes darkened gradually. Su Kai was indeed someone she liked. Would she now blame him for hurting the person she liked? After a moment of eye contact, Mingju looked away, walked to the other side of Su Kai, and squatted down. She felt his neck pulse and asked Zhou Changming, "Teacher Zhou, how is he?" Zhou Changming shook his head, continuing acupuncture. Nothing serious, but he just won't wake up. Nothing serious, but still not waking up? That means he's pretending. Trying to scam people, huh? Great. Coming in front of her to fake an accident. Teacher Zhou, no need for acupuncture. I have a special medicine, she said, casually pulling out the needles Zhou Changming inserted. Then one hand opened a water bottle, and with the other held Su Kai's neck, pinched his mouth and poured in a few sips of water. Jang Duo, standing behind, watched Mingju feeding water to Su Kai. His originally dark face grew even gloomier, making others afraid to approach. Su Kai was clearly pretending. Could she not see that? But the next second, something unexpected happened. After Mingju finished feeding him water, she released Su Kai, stood up, and kicked the unconscious man back into the reservoir. Su Kai had just been given a sip of medicine and was feeling full of vitality, but suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his backside and fell back into the water. No, this time he was kicked in. The person who was unconscious just a second ago was now desperately struggling in the water, calling out for help. Help. Help me. I can't swim. Help. Mingju stood at the edge of the reservoir, stopping the villagers from going into the water to rescue him. She crossed her arms, stared at the man begging for help in the water, and said leisurely, "Aren't you fond of pretending to be dead? Then die properly for me. Dare to blackmail my man, I'll send you on your way." Jang Duo, nearby, looked at Mingju with surprise. She always managed to do things that surprised him. Feeling Jang Duo's gaze, Mingju playfully smiled at him, then quietly whispered, "Don't worry, I just gave him some water. He won't die easily for a little while." Zhou Bin overheard this and quietly asked sister-in-law, "Did you give him some longevity water?" Mingju raised an eyebrow. Of course, wasted a good bottle of water. Seeing Su Kai struggling and almost losing strength, about to drown, Mingju patted Qiao Bin on the shoulder and said, "Captain Qiao, please help pull him out." Qiao Bin was very happy at this moment. He quickly dove in and managed to pull Su Kai out after a few strokes. Seeing that Su Kai had truly stopped breathing this time, Mingju instructed Qiao Bin to perform artificial respiration on Su Kai, following her method. Although Qiao Bin disliked Su Kai, he had no choice now. He blew air into Su Kai twice and saw him cough out a lot of water, then suddenly opened his eyes. Cough, cough, cough. Su Kai sat up coughing, his eyes red. He pointed at Mingju with trembling hands, angry and trembling. "You. Mingju, why did you push me into the water? You were unconscious, so how do you know someone pushed you in?" I was just too weak to open my eyes, but I knew it was you." Mingju wore a calm smile and said, "I'm just helping you fight poison with poison. See, I pushed you into the water, and you immediately woke up. In a way, I saved your life. I am your lifesaver. But I am usually straightforward and only care about money, not personal feelings. Su Jiqing, how much is your life worth? How much do you plan to pay me? Don't tell me you have no money. If I don't get paid for saving you, I will send you to meet the king of right now. You." Su Kai was so angry that his hands trembled even more. "It was Jang Duo who caused me to fall into the water. You saving me is just what you should do. Why should I pay you?" Ha! Mingju couldn't help but laugh. "Jang Duo caused your fall? I only know that you started trouble first and wanted to fight him. He didn't even touch you, and you fell into the water by yourself. Su Kai still argued. If he hadn't dodged, I wouldn't have fallen. A dog bites someone and loses its teeth, but still blames others? It's your own fault. Stop blaming others. The 10 yuan you owed me last time, plus the money for saving your life this time. Your worthless life isn't worth much. I'll just take 5 yuan from you. Total 15 yuan. Pay up. You are exploiting rural youth. I won't pay you. Then you are framing and harming honest workers. Why do you say I like you? I am truly ashamed of your ancestors. They must have lacked virtue to produce such a shameless turtle-like descendant. You refuse to pay? As Mingzhu spoke, she grabbed his collar and pulled him back toward the reservoir. No money, then go die. I don't need to save you for free. Su Kai saw that Mingzhu was serious and was so frightened that he fell to the ground with a thud. He pushed his legs back forcefully and shouted loudly, "You shrew, let me go. It's just 15 yuan, I will give it to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Mingzhu released her grip and held out her palm, demanding the money. "Give me the money." Su Kai clenched his teeth and said harshly, "I don't have any money on me. After work tonight, go to the youth station to find me." Mingzhu snorted and then looked at Xiaobin. "Captain Xiao, I am a married woman, so it's inconvenient for me to go get the money alone. Please help me after work today and get the money for me. If he doesn't have money, just take the tickets instead." Xiaobin readily agreed. "Sure. No problem." He suddenly admired Mingzhu's brave personality. With her fiery temper, probably no one in the world could take advantage of her. If she hadn't come today, the boss would have a hard time solving this. And if higher-ups found out, she might get into trouble. Sister-in-law is truly impressive. Seeing Mingzhu do this, Su Kai felt angry. He had planned to talk sweet words to her tonight and coax her into not asking for money anymore. But now, it seemed hopeless. He couldn't understand why Mingzhu had changed so much. He truly regretted that he didn't sleep with her that day. No, he couldn't just give up this opportunity. He was unwilling to let Jang Duo have her so easily. He would find a chance to get Mingzhu back. After dealing with this, the villagers who had been watching went back to work. Mingzhu once again became the talk of the village, a topic everyone discussed over meals. She was really fiery. Xiaobin and Zhou Changming went aside to talk. Mingzhu looked a bit frustrated at Jang Duo and said softly, "This is the end. My reputation as a shrew might never be cleaned up." Seeing Mingzhu return to her charming and lively look, Jang Duo's lips unconsciously curled into a smile, and his voice became unusually gentle. "Do you still mind that?" "Originally, I didn't mind, but now, I am married to you. Aren't you afraid that in the future, people will say that Jang Duo is Mingzhu's man, the shrew?" Jang Duo hadn't thought about these things and said casually, "What others say doesn't matter to me." Mingzhu knew he would say that. She tilted her head and smiled, patting Jang Duo's arm, and casually praised, "Well, our Captain Jang has a big heart." Seeing her sweet smile, Jang Duo felt an inexplicable itch in his heart. But he was still curious. Why did Mingzhu like Su Kai so much before, and why was she acting so differently now? She is either acting out of love and hatred to deliberately revenge on Su Kai, or she has completely let go of Su Kai and wants to live a good life with him. Jang Duo told himself not to think too much, to calm his mind, and looked up at the sky. "The sun is fierce today. You should go home." Mingzhu nodded. "Okay, I'll go back now. By the way, if Su Kai comes to bother you again, don't mind what he says. If he annoys you, just hit him. That kind of person deserves a beating. He'll probably back down after 2 hits. Jang Duo didn't reply. Hitting people is wrong, and hitting dogs only makes your hands dirty. Mingzhu waved goodbye to him. Before leaving the reservoir, she was thirsty and opened her water bottle to take a sip. Jang Duo realized that Su Kai had touched that bottle earlier, so he quickly called out Mingzhu. Mingzhu turned around and saw Jang Duo walking quickly toward her. He snatched the water bottle from her hand and handed her his own bottle. "Drink this." Mingzhu was confused. Seeing Jang Duo staring at the mouth of the bottle with a frown, she suddenly understood what he meant and smiled. Are you worried I'm kissing Su Kai indirectly?
Fine, I'll use your bottle then.
Let's go. She took a sip from Jang Duo's bottle and strode away. Jang Duo remained standing there, lost in thought for a long time. Indirect kissing? What strange words is she saying? If that's how she's putting it, then he and she have probably kissed many times indirectly. Thinking about the soft, warm feeling of Mingju's lips, Jang Duo's body inexplicably felt a rush of heat. Su Kai, who hadn't left far away, noticed the water bottle in Jang Duo's hand and fell into deep thought. The drink Mingju gave him just now was sweeter than water. After drinking it, he felt completely comfortable. That couldn't be ordinary medicine. It was something special. It made him want to drink more. He squinted his eyes. What exactly was that thing? After returning home, Mingju reluctantly helped Mingchun and I sew her pants. It was late, so she could only finish the clothes tomorrow. For dinner, she made a simple dish with dandelions and cornmeal and used the last 2 eggs and some remaining shepherd's purse to make a soup. In the evening, Xiaobin borrowed money from Su Kai and brought it over just in time for a meal. While eating, he casually said, "By the way, boss, tomorrow morning when you go into town, can you help me buy a bar of soap? I've run out." Okay. Hearing this, Mingju looked at Jang Duo with bright eyes. You're going into town again? Before Jang Duo could reply, Xiaobin chuckled. Sister-in-law, hasn't the boss told you yet? Today, after you left the reservoir, the post office delivered a letter saying that the boss had arranged for you to get a new ticket with a special pattern. He asked you to go to the city tomorrow morning to bring back some things. From now on, you will be the first new wife in Shaojing village to use this new ticket. Mingju was momentarily stunned. Jang Duo really is a person of action, but these things, she didn't care that much about them. Jang Duo didn't say much. Noticing Mingju's expression, he asked, "Do you need anything else? I can buy it for you." That was exactly what Mingju was waiting for. Her eyes sparkled as she excitedly said, "Then take me with you. I want to spend the 15 yuan I got from Su Kai." The last time she went to the city was too rushed, and she didn't get a chance to explore much. To live a better life, sometimes you need to make a little extra money. Maybe going to the city again will bring some good opportunities. Jang Duo looked at Mingju's hopeful face and thought that since she had nothing to do at home, he agreed. While eating, Mingju happily stomped her foot and said, "Great. We can go to the city again." Seeing her so happy like a child, Jang Duo smiled. Next to them, Xiaobin couldn't help but laugh when he saw Mingju like this. Since witnessing Mingju's way of handling Su Kai this afternoon, he had changed his opinion of her quite a bit. The boss is usually quiet and reserved, so it's good to have a woman who can talk well and isn't at a disadvantage. Also, he had been paying extra attention these days, secretly finding out about Mingju. Mingju has never left Shaojing village since she was born, so there's little chance she's the target. But the boss is very cautious, so it's not a bad idea to be more careful. If she's innocent, then they can continue living together. The two of them seem quite compatible. After dinner, it was already dark outside. Before leaving, Xiaobin teasingly said, "You newlyweds are very close now. I won't disturb your romantic night." Hearing the phrase romantic night, Mingju's mind started to imagine some inappropriate scenes. But she only thought about it briefly, since she and Jang Duo had agreed not to do anything like that for now. Just like during the day, Jang Duo went to wash the dishes. Mingju also went back to her room early to rest. She was very hot, so when Jang Duo was out of the house, she took a cool shower in her space, then went outside to relax and dry her hair. After returning home, she touched the warm bed and without saying a word, she directly placed her bedding together with Jang Duo's on the floor mat. When Jang Duo entered the room and saw the young woman tidying up her bedding on the ground, he couldn't help but recall the uncomfortable heat from last night. Mingju looked up at Jang Duo standing at the door and said, "The bed is still very hot. I will sleep on the floor with you tonight." Seeing her roll up her blanket and place it in the middle to separate the two sides, Jang Duo's expression darkened for a moment. He thought she might mind sharing the bed with him, so he said, "I'll sleep outside." Mingzhu didn't mind and asked, "Why go outside? There are so many mosquitoes. Are you going to feed the mosquitoes?" "I put my blanket in the middle because I'm worried I won't sleep well and might disturb you. If you're worried I might pounce on you, just tie me up." Hearing this, Jang Duo felt a bit more at ease. He took off his shoes and lay down on the bedding, softly saying, "It's okay." Mingzhu smiled and leaned closer, mischievously saying, "What do you mean it's okay? Captain Jiang, are you really waiting for me to pounce on you? I didn't see that coming. You have these little thoughts too." Mingzhu's sudden closeness made Jang Duo stiffen for a moment, especially as her alluring, sweet scent washed over him again. His mind started to wander. Jang Duo quickly looked away, hiding the guilt in his eyes. The room was dim, but Mingzhu still sensed something was off about the man, probably feeling shy. She playfully poked his chest with her finger and softly said, "Oh, Captain Jiang, you're feeling shy." Before she finished speaking, Jang Duo suddenly grabbed her shoulders and, with lightning speed, pressed her down onto the ground mat. In that instant, Mingzhu's heart skipped a beat. She looked at the man so close with deep meaning in his eyes and unconsciously held her breath.
Could he be
wanting something? Should she refuse or not refuse? It seemed neither option was quite right. Her mind was in chaos, and Jang Duo was no different. He endured and finally suppressed his natural reaction, speaking in a deep voice, "Stop joking. Go to sleep." Then he released her and turned to his side. Now, both of them were quiet, so quiet that Mingzhu could hear her own restless heartbeat, pounding like drums. Even the sounds of night insects outside the window seemed amplified. Mingzhu instinctively touched her pulse. She had never felt her heart beating so fast in her life. It really misleads men about beauty, almost causing a rapid heartbeat to stop. A brief insomnia before bed did not affect Mingzhu's poor sleeping posture. The next morning, she woke up again in Jang Duo's arms. Today was a bit better than yesterday. At least she didn't touch anything she shouldn't, just resting her head on his arm and holding his waist. Jang Duo still looked uncomfortable, but said nothing. Seeing he didn't speak, Mingzhu naturally didn't bring up what happened last night and quietly went to the bathroom. Jang Duo rubbed his temple and frowned. Sleeping was more tiring than fighting. After breakfast, Mingzhu changed into her homemade floral dress, loosely tied a small braid at the back of her head, with the rest of her hair flowing over her shoulders, looking like a good girl. Jang Duo's eyes widened to her appearance, then quickly looked away and pretended to urge, "It's time to leave, or we'll miss the bus." Mingzhu responded and jogged to catch up with him. They took a car into the city, and Jang Duo took Mingzhu straight to the supply and marketing cooperative. Mingzhu didn't rush Jang Duo to change the 3 turns and 1 horn, but instead took a leisurely walk around, wanting to see what was most popular to sell these days. People in this era had low incomes, and they saved on clothing, housing, and transportation. The first step to making money was from food. What kind of food should she sell? She knew how to make many snacks, but there was no oven here, so she couldn't make many things. Until she saw the tofu stall ahead, with blocks of tofu displayed. Mingzhu's eyes lit up. What a coincidence. Her mother liked to research healthy meals and often made healthy tofu at home, so Mingzhu had learned the skill. Plus, she now had spiritual spring water, an advantage. This was it. She called Jang Duo over, bought more than 10 jean of soybeans. Worried he wouldn't accept her selling homemade products, she first paid and got the tickets, then whispered to him, "It's not for us to eat. I want to make tofu to sell." Jang Duo was surprised and slightly frowned. That might not be good.
See?
I knew he wouldn't agree. Mingzhu smiled and said, "Anyway, the soybeans are bought, and I can't return them. If it doesn't work, I'll make it work." Jang Duo wanted to say more, but Mingzhu already put the cloth into his hand and turned to look at the cookware stall, casually changing the subject. "Sleeping on the floor for a long time isn't good for the body, so I want to buy a pot and set up a small stove in the yard to cook. What do you think?" Jang Duo agreed. "That sounds good. Then why don't we build a small kitchen in the yard?" During summer, she cooked. In winter, she stacked firewood. How about building a small house next to the cellar? It wouldn't block the light for Aunt's bedroom, and there would still be plenty of space. As for her half of the yard, she just divided a part yesterday to grow vegetables. The remaining area could be used to build a small kitchen, which would block the light from the bedroom. Jang Duo nodded and agreed, okay. Mingzhu then asked if we change the kitchen, we need to remove the mud bricks. Do you know how to do that? Jang Duo replied, I've never done it before. I'll ask someone how to do it. He had never lived in the countryside before. He could do some farm work, but he didn't know much about removing mud bricks. Still, he was willing to learn. Seeing Jang Duo always willing to help her, Mingzhu couldn't help but smile. She gently curled his arm and playfully said, Captain Jiang, you're so easy to talk to. So from now on, whatever I say or do, you'll agree, right? Good things and things that don't go against principles, I can agree to, Jang Duo said, trying to subtly pull his arm away from her embrace. Mingzhu refused to let go and asked on purpose, then, walking with my husband holding my arm, doesn't go against principles, right? Seeing others start to look over, Jang Duo lowered his voice and said, it doesn't go against principles, but we should be careful about how it looks. Mingzhu couldn't help but laugh. She loved teasing him about his serious way of saying look, which was just too cute. I'm not even familiar with them. Why should I care about how I look for strangers? I'm holding my legal husband, and that's not illegal, she said, tightening her grip on his arm. Jang Duo was completely helpless against Mingzhu's stubbornness. Mingzhu dragged him to pick out a big pot and exchanged some tickets for eggs and preserved vegetables. With Jang Duo's 3-turn-1 sound, they had so many things that they clearly couldn't take the bus. Jang Duo asked Mingzhu to wait outside the supply and marketing cooperative. He went to the nearby transportation station and hired a cart. The cart traveled from the village entrance to the end of Mingzhu's home, attracting curious looks along the way. People had heard of the 3-turn-1 sound thing, but no one actually owned one. The village girls and young women started to envy Mingzhu. At the same time, they also felt regret. Jang Duo, this country bumpkin, had lived in the village for half a year, and they hadn't realized how capable he was. They thought Mingzhu, that little troublemaker, had gotten a good deal. When Mingzhu returned home, she was especially excited. While Jang Duo was moving the sewing machine into the house, she put on her new watch and rode her new bicycle around the village. Not for anything else, but because of those spiteful looks she just received, she had to show off a little and make them jealous. Lunch was made by Auntie, and the three of them ate a simple meal. Jang Duo then went out to ask the villagers how to remove the mud bricks. Mingzhu returned to her room and studied how to use the sewing machine from this era. When she looked at it, she realized it worked on the same principle as the electric sewing machine she bought in her previous life. She threaded the needle, took the clothes and fabric she cut for Auntie yesterday afternoon, and tried sewing a seam. Surprisingly, it worked quite well. The clothes that would normally take her an entire afternoon to sew by hand only took about 10 minutes. She showed the new clothes to Ming Chunny, who was about to go to work, and checked the fit. Ming Chunny stared at the new clothes for a long time. Her mind had been strangely clear these days, and she suddenly realized. Mingzhu seemed to really treat her differently now. If Mingzhu left her, she would come looking for her. If she was thirsty, Mingzhu would make her herbal tea. If she was hungry, Mingzhu would cook for her. Now she even made her new clothes. Since her mother passed away, no one had been so kind to her for many years. Ming Chunny's eyes welled up. Zhu, you can keep the clothes for yourself. Auntie has her own clothes. I'm married out and was driven back. I don't want to burden my niece. Burden? No way. My grandparents are gone, and my parents too. Auntie, I only have you now. Don't ever say such things again. It makes me sad. Mingzhu didn't like these overly sentimental scenes. Instead, she felt a strong longing for her own parents and 2 brothers. She simply draped the clothes over Ming Chunny and looked her over. They fit quite well. It's said that nieces resemble their aunts. Mingzhu is pretty, so Ming Chunny naturally isn't bad either. Ming Chunny is only 36 years old. In her previous life, many women of this age were still unmarried. If she hadn't married the wrong person, she wouldn't have wasted nearly 10 years of her life in confusion. Seeing her spirit improve day by day thanks to the spiritual spring water, Mingzhu was genuinely happy for her and hoped she could find a new way to live her life. That's good. Don't worry, Auntie. Wear the new clothes when you need to. I've thought of a way to make money. Our days will only get better from now on, you know? Ming Chunny looked into Mingzhu's shining eyes and hesitated for a long time before suddenly asking, "Are you really Zhu Zhu?" Mingzhu paused for a moment. Ming Chunny continued speaking to herself. "I feel like Zhu Zhu is different from before. Now she's better, like the sun, warm and bright." Mingzhu didn't expect that the first person to truly realize she wasn't her original self in this world was the most confused person she knew. She smiled and said, "I used to be mean to others and not nice to you. I won't do that anymore. Auntie, you don't need to be afraid. I've grown up and gotten married. Now we have support. Jang Duo and I will take good care of you." When Jang Duo, who had just come back from outside, heard this, he stopped in his tracks at the kitchen door. This was the second time Mingzhu said he was her support. Did she truly believe in him deep down, thinking he could protect them? Mingzhu felt the light behind her dimming a little. She took a step back and peeked out her head, seeing Jang Duo standing at the door. Then she smiled brightly, pulled her hand out, and asked, "Jang Duo, look. Do you think my new clothes I made for Auntie are pretty?" Jang Duo nodded at Ming Chun and I. "They look good." Mingzhu nudged Ming Chun and I with her elbow. "See, Jang Duo also says they look good. My auntie, with a little dressing up, is an unbeatable beauty. Even Tang Sung would get confused." Ming Chun and I blushed at Mingzhu's words. Covering her face, she quickly took off the new clothes and hurried to work. After they left, Jang Duo looked at Mingzhu with some helplessness. "Why do you even tease your auntie? She's quite old. My auntie is only 36. She can still remarry, so she's not that old," she pouted, comparing, "You're only a few years younger than her." Hearing this, Jang Duo's brows suddenly furrowed, sensing something deeper. "Are you saying you think I'm too old? Mingzhu, how could I dislike you? I just met my auntie is still young. That day, you called me uncle. Mingzhu, does Captain Zhang have to be so serious and hold grudges?" She decided to play dumb and asked back, "Did I?" Jang Duo responded seriously, "Yes, you said uncle because I care more." Hearing Jang Duo say that, Mingzhu felt a sudden tightness in her chest. She remembered it so clearly. Could he have been upset for days? Suddenly, she burst out laughing, turned sideways, and looped her arm around Jang Duo's, looking up at him with a sweet, coquettish voice. "Captain Zhang, why are you so old-fashioned? When I call you uncle, it's a kind of fun between spouses. Why do you take it seriously? How about I call you brother from now on?" Mingzhu's sweet voice, combined with her charming smile, made Jang Duo's stomach tighten unexpectedly. He quickly turned to the side, easily pinning the little woman against the old doorframe. His tall figure completely blocked the light behind her. Mingzhu's eyelashes fluttered, and her heart pounded wildly again at that moment. Did Jang Duo just press her against the door? Is Jang Duo not an old-fashioned person? How is he so capable? This really almost took her life. Jang Duo, smelling the sweet aroma filling his nose, became a bit clearer-minded and realized he had lost control again. He quickly took a step back and said seriously, "You shouldn't shout when you go out. It's not appropriate." Mingzhu, who had just held her breath, now relaxed her breathing. She tilted her head and helplessly smiled. Okay, I won't shout when I go out. I might just shout occasionally at home." Jang Duo was silent. Shouting at home was also not good. He was afraid he couldn't handle her softness, just like earlier, which inexplicably made him feel an urge he shouldn't have. He didn't continue this topic. Instead, he told Mingzhu that he would bring Xiaobin over in the evening to help remove the mud bricks. Then he would go to work first. After Jang Duo left, Mingzhu let out a breath and patted her chest with her hand. Just now, when she was backlit and looked into Jang Duo's eyes, she suddenly felt an impulse to rush at him. She thought maybe she had been holding back for too long in her 30 years, and when she saw a lively young man, She couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed, craving his presence. But she must not do that. It's just a slightly more outstanding living specimen. Dr. Ming, stay calm. That night, when removing the mud bricks, Mingzhu wanted to help, but Jang Duo said it was a strength task and didn't let her interfere. So, she just took responsibility for logistics. They chose a large open space at the west end of the house, used local materials, pushed dirt, chopped wheat straw, then mixed the soil and straw with water, softened the straw, and kept stirring until it became a sticky mud. Jang Duo soaked the wooden mold borrowed from a villager, placed it on the ground, filled it with the prepared mud, tamped it down, smoothed the surface with water, and took out each brick mold. They made over 100 bricks this way. Until the surrounding space was full and no more could be dried, Jang Duo and Xiaobin stopped. Jang Duo roughly calculated that building a medium-sized kitchen would require 500 or 600 bricks, without doors and windows. So, for the next 4 days after work, he and Xiaobin would come back to remove more bricks. Mingzhu was not idle either. Besides cooking for them and her aunt, she also kept an eye on her little vegetable garden, occasionally turning the soil and gathering the dried bricks back into the yard to stack. That night, after dinner, Mingzhu laid out her bedding early, waiting for Jang Duo to come back from the river after bathing. When Jang Duo entered and saw her smiling face, with her little eyes glancing at him, he guessed she had something to say. "What's wrong?" "I'm going to the city tomorrow." Jang Duo thought about the beans soaking on the stove and asked her, "Are you going to sell tofu?" Pearl clasped her hands together and immediately became a flatterer. "Captain Jiang is so impressive. When I pucker my, you already know what I want to do." "Jang Duo, speak properly." Her words were sometimes elegant, sometimes crude. Pearl chuckled softly. "I originally planned to finish making tofu in the morning, then ride my bike to the town at noon, and afterward take a bus to the city to sell it. But I was worried the bike might get stolen in the town, so tomorrow at noon you can ride your bike and take me to the town. Tofu can also be sold in the town or village." But Pearl shook her head. "Master Ming is making things difficult for me, giving me tasks I can't do. He just wants me to be idle and not earn work points, maybe to laugh at me. But I won't let them see me fail. If I want to make tofu a long-term business, I need to find a steady sales route in the city. After all, the city has more people, more disposable income, and a larger market than the village." Jang Duo listened carefully and didn't argue, only asked in a deep voice, "Are you okay going alone to sell? Why? Are you worried that your beautiful little wife might be kidnapped?" "Don't worry. Your wife is clever. No one can trick me away. I can go by myself, and it won't interfere with your work." Jang Duo hesitated for a few seconds but finally agreed. "Try it once. If it doesn't work, come back. Next time I'll go with you." Pearl was very happy. She reached out and hugged Jang Duo's arm, coquettishly saying, "Our Captain Jiang is so understanding. I am truly lucky to have married such a good man." Late at night, the two were alone in the room. She still held his arm, her soft body pressed against his. Jang Duo turned his face aside, his Adam's apple moving slightly. He held his breath, trying to ignore the tempting, sweet scent that made him want to think about more. His voice was a little husky, time to sleep. Hearing this, Pearl realized she had raised her tail high, risking igniting his desire. She quickly let go and turned over onto her pillow, feeling a little excited inside. Of course, her excitement was because she was about to start her business, and she was so nervous she couldn't sleep. She ended up staying awake until late at night, then unknowingly snuggled close to Jang Duo, falling asleep slowly, with his steady breathing. The next morning, the rooster's crow didn't wake Pearl. Jang Duo shook her several times before waking the little woman half lying on him. Pearl opened her eyes, groggy, and looked up to meet the man's gaze. She quietly rolled over, returning to her pillow, closed her eyes, and mumbled, "Oh, how has it already dawned? I haven't slept enough yet. Just go back to sleep. Tofu can be made tomorrow." Hearing this, Mingzhu suddenly sat up and pouted. "No, it will spoil. That's 10 gene of beans. I can't waste them." Seeing her delicate and annoyed look, Jang Duo's lips curled into a slight smile. He didn't say much, went out to prepare breakfast, left a portion for Mingzhu and Aunt, then finished eating, and went to work. After breakfast, Mingzhu went to grind soy milk on the stone mill outside the yard. The ratio of beans to water was 6-1. She struggled to turn the stone mill, feeling frustrated and thinking, if only I had a blender. After grinding the beans and boiling the soy milk, she made brine with salt and white vinegar in a 2-1 ratio, seasoned the soy milk, pressed the tofu, and by the time she finished, it was almost 10 o'clock. Looking at the white, tender tofu in her bundle, she cut a piece to taste. Wow. The tofu made with spring water was simply amazing. At noon, Jang Duo hurried back to deliver her. As soon as he entered, Mingzhu, like a treasure, brought a plate to him with a big smile on her face. "Brother, come try my tofu. It's white, tender, soft, and bouncy." Jang Duo's throat suddenly caught, feeling that the way she called him was a bit off. Seeing Jang Duo's face turn noticeably red, Mingzhu chuckled. This person was so playful. "You're not asking me to eat my tofu, but the tofu I made. What are you thinking?" Jang Duo was about to say something but was interrupted when Mingzhu stuffed a piece of tofu into his mouth. After eating, his brows relaxed. Mingzhu stared at him and asked with bright eyes, "How is it?" Jang Duo nodded and summarized with 3 words, "Very delicious." As expected, Mingzhu's face lit up as she said, "It will definitely sell well. Let's go, let's head out." The country road was rough, and the tofu kept shaking. Jang Duo tied a quilt to the back of his bicycle, and on each side, he slanted 2 thick wooden sticks to support the tofu. Mingzhu watched, impressed by his clever way to prevent shaking. Captain Jiang was quite sharp. After securing the tofu, Jang Duo also tied a wooden board to the front beam. He sat on the bicycle seat, his voice a little awkward. "You need to sit in front." Mingzhu chuckled softly. Just sitting in front? Why was he blushing? Such a sincere and gentle man. Whether in later times or now, he was hard to find. 15 minutes later, Jang Duo carried her to the town. He carried the tofu to the bus platform and secretly gave the driver a dime, hoping that when they reached the city, the driver could help carry Mingzhu's things down. The driver happily agreed. Later, Jang Duo also told Mingzhu, "Don't miss the 6 o'clock bus this afternoon. I'll come to pick you up." Mingzhu nodded and told him to go back to work quickly, not to worry about her. After the bus slowly drove away, Jang Duo turned his bicycle and left. But he didn't go back to the village. Instead, he went to the town office, where there was only one phone. He registered inside and dialed a familiar number, speaking proactively, "Uncle, it's Jang Duo. I have a personal matter and need your help." On the other end, Feng Shuhui chuckled softly. "It's rare for my nephew to come to me for a personal matter."
Tell me what it is."
"My wife Mingzhu has gone to the city. She wants to sell some tofu she made. Please find someone to secretly help her arrange sales." Feng Shuhui was a bit surprised. Jang Duo had married that young village girl named Mingzhu, and now he was even willing to use this connection to help her. Hearing no response, Jang Duo added, "Don't worry, her tofu is the best in Jing City. It won't embarrass you." Wow, Jang Duo used to never say such grand words.
Now,
Could it be that he's fallen for that village girl? But Feng Shuhui remembered a few days ago when he called Zhang's family to tell them about the marriage and how everyone there opposed it. "Xiao Duo, your family was quite against you marrying secretly. I've kept it quiet for now, but sooner or later, you'll have to give an explanation." "And about Dr. Ning?" "Uncle," Jang Duo interrupted, his voice deep. "What you're telling me now is 2 different things." Seeing that Jang Duo didn't want to talk about his family, Feng Shui felt helpless. Who did this stubborn kid take after? All right, I'll find someone to look after your little wife. Just wait until your task is done, and you'll face the chaos then." After saying this, Feng Shui hung up directly. Jang Duo stood there, eyes sharp and serious. Half an hour later, Mingzhu arrived at the station, ready to get off. The driver proactively helped her carry her things down.
she looked at the tofu stand.
With her small build now, she probably couldn't lift it herself. Jingju was thinking about whether to give a small amount of money to a nearby craftsman to help her when she saw a man dressed in a navy blue suit carrying an old-fashioned briefcase walking toward her. His goal was clear. His eyes were fixed straight on the tofu stand in front of Jingju. "Miss, are you here in the city to sell tofu?" he asked. Jingju was stunned, thinking she probably wouldn't be so unlucky as to run into an inspection right after getting off the car. She quickly explained, "This is my own farm produce. The policy allows me to sell it for money." Seeing her cautious look, the man smiled and said, "Don't misunderstand. I am a member responsible for purchasing at our Jean County Supply and Marketing Cooperative. I'm just on my way to the local town to place an order. How does your tofu taste?" Jingju's expression changed repeatedly. Was some divine force helping her again, bringing her good luck? "My tofu tastes different now. You can't find it elsewhere. Come, try it for free," she said, tearing off a small corner of the gauze covering the tofu, then using a small knife to cut a piece and hand it to him. The craftsman didn't hesitate and took a bite. The next second, his eyes widened in surprise. He had been working all day and was tired from helping with tasks, but after just one bite of the tofu, he felt his internal organs fill with energy and his spirit lifted significantly. He had never tasted such delicious tofu in his life, more fragrant than meat and even more invigorating. Staring at the tofu, he swallowed hard. "This smells so good. I'll take it all. How much do you sell it for?" 1.5 cents per jean. "I have 40 jean here, so it's 6 yuan in total."
What?
1.5 cents? That's too expensive. Our cooperative's tofu sells for only 8 cents. You're doubling the price. Who would buy it? Even if they do, we can't sell it at that price. Jingju knew someone would say that. She squinted and smiled. "That just proves you don't know how to sell. You can tell I make special tofu. I use a secret water recipe for grinding soybeans, which costs more than the beans themselves. The tofu I make is nutritious, good for brain health, fighting fatigue, and boosting immunity." The craftsman was stunned. "Really? Is it that amazing? Anyone who tries it will be hooked. It's even more satisfying than meat. I can only supply a limited amount each day. Don't worry about selling it at 1.8 cents or even 2 cents. I can easily sell it outside at that price. If you don't want it, I can sell it in small amounts elsewhere. Do you still want some? I will leave first if you don't want me to stay." When the master saw Mingju bend down to carry the tofu rack, he could still taste the sweet aroma on his tongue. He knew Mingju was telling the truth. Once you eat this tofu, you'll never forget it. He was already eager to take another bite. Even if he didn't have a task, he wouldn't miss out on this top-quality tofu. It's a rare delicacy. All right, I'll take your tofu." He decided to bring it to the supply and marketing cooperative to sell. If others find it too expensive and it doesn't sell, he would just keep it for himself. It's better than wasting it. In the end, the master paid and left with the tofu. Mingju held the 6 yuan she earned, feeling very excited. With only 1.5 yuan for 10 jean of soybeans, she made a profit of 4.5 yuan. Occasionally coming back, after covering small expenses, she could earn at least a few dozen yuan a month. In this era, that was already a decent income. The road to wealth was calling out to her with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Jang Duo, on his way back to work, was a bit distracted. He was worried because Mingju was doing business in the city for the first time. At 6 in the evening, he rode his bike to the town. After waiting for over half an hour, the bus from the city arrived, swaying as it stopped. Mingju was the first to jump off. When Jang Duo saw her familiar figure, he felt a huge weight lift from his heart. Mingju was standing by the bus door, waving at him with a bright smile. "Brother, come quickly." Others getting off the bus looked at them curiously. Are they siblings? They don't seem like it. Jang Duo's sharp face showed a faint blush. He frowned and approached Mingju, glancing around and lowering his voice. "Stop calling me that so loudly." The little woman in front of him stuck out her tongue, leaned close, and whispered softly with a sweet voice, "I just want to please you. I bought a lot of things but can't carry them all. Can you help me, brother?" That last sentence, the tone, and the way she said it made Jang Duo freeze in place, feeling a warm rush in his stomach. Jang Duo tried to hold back, forcing himself to suppress the strange heat. Without saying a word, he helped Mingzhu load her things onto his bicycle. She bought dozens of soybeans, a few pounds of coarse flour, some meat, and vegetables. There was also a small bamboo basket filled with silkworms. While tying everything up, Jang Duo asked, "I didn't see any silkworms for sale at the supply store. Where did you buy them?" Pearl stood nearby, smiling as she honestly replied, "I went to the black market. The things there are much cheaper than at the supply and marketing cooperative." Hearing those words, Jang Duo looked up at her. "Did you sell tofu at the black market?" "Not exactly. I was feeling lucky today, and I don't know which kind of divine blessing I caught. As soon as I got off the bus, I met someone from the supply and marketing cooperative going to the countryside. I sold all my tofu to him in just a few minutes. Since I still had time, I asked around and went to the black market to buy these things." The same money could buy more things, and Pearl didn't see anything wrong with that. But to Jang Duo, it seemed very inappropriate. "It's illegal there. You shouldn't go." After Pearl finished tying up her things, she skillfully sat on the front beam of the cart and looked back at him with her head tilted up. "Captain Jang, don't be so strict. It's my first time going there." Her tone carried a slight hint of grievance, and Jang Duo's heart softened instantly. "Don't go there again." His voice unconsciously softened. That place was full of all kinds of people. When he wasn't around, wasn't she afraid at all? "All right, I won't go." Pearl agreed easily and then changed the subject, starting to talk about her day. She hadn't originally planned to go to the black market. She wanted to go straight to the entrance of her family's courtyard after entering the city. The people there had more stable income. After trying her tofu, she was sure she would gain regular customers, securing her sales. But Pearl didn't expect that as soon as she entered the city, she ran into someone from the supply and marketing cooperative. Not only did she save on transportation costs, but she also saved an entire afternoon's worth of time. Jang Duo looked down at Pearl. She was talking animatedly, occasionally turning her head to blink lively eyes at him. She was facing the sunset, her body glowing like she was covered in gold dust. Her already sweet face looked even more charming, making Jang Duo's heartbeat feel strange. His gaze lingered on her face for a moment before quickly shifting away, not interrupting her endless chatter. He used to dislike noisy people, but after living with Pearl these past few days, he had actually gotten used to her constant talking. Getting used to something, sometimes that can be a scary thing. When they returned home, it was almost dark. The first thing Pearl did upon entering the house was to scoop out 10 jin of beans to soak. Mingzhu had already prepared the pancakes. After Mingzhu finished soaking the beans, she took over the cooking duties, chopping meat while saying to Jang Duo, "Captain Jang, could you go call squad leader Qiao? He's been helping us clear the mud bricks for so many days. He usually just eats a quick meal, but today we bought some meat, so let's invite him to a proper meal." Jang Duo, who wasn't very good at cooking, washed his hands and went to call him. Mingzhu quickly finished cooking the vegetables, but she didn't see anyone come back for a long time. She stood at the door under the old willow tree, looking ahead, wondering if Jang Duo was delayed by something. Suddenly, she heard footsteps behind her. She turned around and saw Jang Duo walking toward her with Xiao Bin. "Hey, how come you guys came from down the mountain?" Xiao Bin said, "Sister-in-law, I heard the boss say you saw wild pheasants and rabbits on the mountain before, so I went up after work to catch some wild animals." Mingzhu looked down at both of them. They were empty-handed. "Where were the animals? Didn't catch anything? Did you set traps?" Don't mention it. I wandered around for over an hour and didn't see a single rabbit's fur." "Sister-in-law, I've been here half a year, and I haven't seen any living animals on this mountain. Where exactly did you find them?" Mingzhu pointed to the northwest side of the mountain, in the middle of the woods, near a small patch of old locust trees. "I searched that area carefully, but I didn't see anything." Mingzhu was very interested in this matter and said, "Let's go take a look after we finish eating. I really saw a big, fat gray rabbit that day." Xiao Bin happily agreed, "All right." Their eager attitude caught Jang Duo's eye, and his expression grew colder. Xiao Bin used to seem quite cautious around Mingzhu, but over the past few days, he was becoming bolder and more reckless. He even made plans with Mingzhu to go up the mountain together that night right in front of Jang Duo. Xiao Bin noticed Jang Duo's intense, almost murderous gaze, and he shrank back, not understanding if he had said something wrong again. The boss's stare was really frightening. Mingzhu invited both of them inside for dinner. Xiao Bin didn't dare move until Jang Duo withdrew his cold, fierce look and ordered in a deep voice, "Come in and eat." Xiao Bin then sheepishly followed her inside. He had been here many times before. At first, he felt embarrassed about eating too much, but now he wasn't shy anymore. He even felt confident enough to ask for another pancake. He genuinely thought that after getting to know Mingzhu better, he found her to be very easy to get along with. After dinner, Mingchen and I took the initiative to wash the dishes. Mingzhu didn't stop her, but eagerly called Xiao Bin to go up the mountain. Before leaving, she casually looked back at Jang Duo and asked, "Jang Duo, are you coming?" Jang Duo responded with a cold face and no reply. Seeing this, Xiao Bin immediately realized he had made a big mistake and quickly said, "Of course the boss should go. He's an expert in this area." Hearing this, Mingzhu grinned and said, "Boss, let's go." Jang Duo suddenly frowned. "What did you call me?" She was actually calling him that way along with Xiao Bin? Mingzhu didn't understand Jang Duo's feelings. She chuckled, thinking he didn't like the nickname, then sweetly changed her tone. "Brother, let's go." Xiao Bin instantly got goosebumps. What did he hear? He wished he didn't have ears, if only he were deaf. What a shame. Jang Duo was completely helpless against Mingzhu's quick thinking and was easily manipulated. In the end, Jang Duo and Xiao Bin took their tools and left together. Mingzhu smiled and followed behind. She held an old-fashioned flashlight. To save electricity, she only turned it on after entering the mountain. Once she could no longer see the moonlight. After climbing for a while, they reached the place where she had found the Tai Sui last time. She glanced at Jang Duo, who was very close to her, and lowered her voice to whisper in his ear, "I found the Tai Sui right here." Mingzhu was standing on a slightly higher spot, shoulder to shoulder with Jang Duo. Her light, airy words felt like a gentle breeze blowing in his ear. He felt a tingle and awkwardly responded with a soft Xiao Bin, walking ahead, saw that they weren't following and turned around to ask, "Sister-in-law, is this the place?" Oh my goodness. What did he see?
A quiche.
Yes, from Xiao Bin's perspective, Mingzhu, standing in the dark, seemed to be kissing Jang Duo's face. Xiao Bin's face instantly turned bright red. How could she be kissing him? He might as well go deaf and blind. Mingzhu didn't know about Xiao Bin's misunderstanding. She still responded, "Yes, that's the place. Let's see if there are any traces, like grass eaten by rabbits or footprints on soft soil. If we find anything, we can set a trap." Okay. Xiao Bin withdrew his gaze and started searching. Jang Duo took Mingzhu to a relatively flat area. "Xiao Bin and I will look around. You wait here." Mingzhu smiled gently, showing consideration. "All right, here are the flashlights for you." The three of them only brought 2 flashlights. Jang Duo didn't want one, worried Mingzhu might be afraid of the dark. He walked over to Xiao Bin, and they took a few steps forward. Xiao Bin lowered his voice and said, "Boss, can you guys do this kind of thing without others knowing?"
What?
Jang Duo didn't understand. Xiao Bin deliberately whispered, "I saw you just now. Kissing, huh?" Suddenly, Jang Duo was speechless. He shot Xiao Bin a sharp look. "What kind of look is that? What's wrong?" Xiao Bin asked. "Never mind. Just go find your rabbit." Not far away, Mingzhu stood still, turning her flashlight to look at a mulberry tree a few meters away. Her eyes lit up. She slid down toward it. Since she was here, she couldn't leave empty-handed. Picking some mulberry leaves for her silkworms was also a good harvest. She was busy collecting leaves when she suddenly heard a dry branch crackling nearby, under the bushes. She bent slightly and saw a chubby white rabbit squatting under the mulberry tree, with its back to her, intently nibbling on the grass on the ground. Mingzhu's eyes widened. Very carefully, she bent down slightly, then suddenly reached out and grabbed the rabbit's long ears. She quickly stood up and called out to Jang Duo and Xiaobin nearby. "Look, Jang Duo." They both turned around and saw Mingzhu holding a bunch of mulberry leaves in her pocket, one hand holding the flashlight and the other carrying a big, fat rabbit. Xiaobin pulled Jang Duo to her side, both surprised. "Oh my gosh, sister-in-law, how did you catch it?" Mingzhu looked at the mulberry tree below her, feeling a bit incredulous. "I was picking mulberry leaves here, and it was eating grass underneath. I was quick and caught it." Xiaobin excitedly shook Jang Duo's arm. "Boss, look at this. Sister-in-law's luck is incredible. I've been here countless times, never seen a single bird or animal, but she just picks some leaves and catches a rabbit without any tools." Jang Duo also looked at the rabbit in her hand with disbelief. Could she really be this lucky? Mingzhu genuinely thought if there are 108 ways to be incredibly lucky, how bizarre could they be? This was practically textbook-level luck. People in this era are simple, and animals are just as silly. First, there are the not-so-smart fish, then the clumsy rabbits that can't even run properly. Thinking about that big gray rabbit from last time, which wasn't even afraid of her and just wandered right into her, she realized she had a knack for this. She thought for a moment, then handed the rabbit to Jang Duo. Jang Duo thought she couldn't hold it, so he casually took the rabbit from her. To his surprise, the rabbit, which had been calm and not struggling in her hands, suddenly began to thrash violently and desperately tried to escape when in his hands. Mingzhu suddenly realized, could it be because she had the spiritual spring water that made small animals more attracted? Does that mean she could become a skilled hunter anytime? Regardless, this trip up the mountain was not wasted. The three of them returned home, with full loads. After arriving, Mingzhu put the rabbit in a cage. She went to her aunt's room and spread mulberry leaves on the round bamboo basket used for raising silkworms. Those silkworm babies really eat a lot. The mulberry leaves given at night were all gone after just a few hours. If this keeps up, she'll have to go to the mountain to pick mulberry leaves every day, which is too tiring. Thinking about how the vegetable seedlings watered with spiritual spring water grew much faster than normal, Mingzhu was tempted again. When Jang Duo went to wash in the river, she went behind the house and used the spring water to water the mulberry trees, hoping for good results. After last night's insomnia and today's exhaustion, Mingzhu was really very sleepy now. She returned to her space, took a quick shower, and hurriedly laid out a mat to lie down, falling asleep in less than a minute. Jang Duo finished his bath outside and came into the room to see Mingzhu already asleep. Maybe because it was too hot, she was lying on her back in the middle of the mat, her clothes messy and slightly lifted, revealing her smooth belly and half of her chest. His Adam's apple moved slightly, avoiding her gaze, and he let out a deep breath. He walked over and sat down by the bed. That inexplicable pounding in his chest made Jang Duo breathe a little harder. He looked at Mingzhu again, instinctively wanting to help her pull down her clothes to cover her skin. His fingertips accidentally touched her smooth skin, and his body stiffened for a moment. Mingzhu seemed to sense that cool touch, and subconsciously, she felt very comfortable. She instinctively hugged his arm. His palm was pressed against her chest, and the warmth from his hand kept flowing through her, making her feel very happy. He felt as if he was burning up with heat, but the sleeping woman had no awareness of this. She was so drawn to his coolness that she happily rubbed her face against his elbow like a cat. As she kept rubbing, she suddenly turned over and sat up, then gently pushed him down, pressing her body on top of him. She pressed her face against his chest and continued to sleep soundly. Jang Duo's heartbeat, like a drum, reached Mingzhu's ears as she was sleeping. Her consciousness slowly returned, and she blinked her sleepy eyes. Looking at the man so close in front of her, Mingzhu's eyelashes fluttered. Oh no! Her restless sleep had once again caused her to tease the innocent Captain Jang, and he made her feel flustered. Mingzhu nervously closed her eyes again, pretending to sleep. It's not her fault. Jang Duo's cool presence was so comfortable, like a natural little cool mat. Wake up and go to sleep downstairs. Mingzhu. Her small body slowly slid back to her spot, and she muttered, How do you know I'm awake? Your breathing changed. Mingzhu choked, feeling embarrassed. How could he tell just by her breathing? Being caught pretending to sleep. How awkward. Is Jang Duo not embarrassed? She didn't believe he was as steady as a mountain. Thinking this, Mingzhu suddenly asked softly, Jang Duo, are you feeling uncomfortable? Jang Duo looked at her confused. Mingzhu pointed at his waist and lower abdomen. Suddenly, Jang Duo's expression changed repeatedly. Under the faint moonlight, his face visibly reddened. Mingzhu rolled over and lay on the ground, looking at him seriously and asking, do you want me to help? Jang Duo's throat moved slightly. He didn't answer, but his heart was already in chaos. Help.
How?
On their wedding night, she said she didn't want to, and mentioned they weren't familiar enough yet, so they should get to know each other first. Mingzhu saw through Jang Duo's doubts and quickly explained, don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to take advantage of you. I just reached out a bit. Jang Duo's brow twitched sharply. Truly, there's nothing she wouldn't think or say in this world. He suppressed his restless feelings, turned over to face away from her, crossing his arms over his chest, trying to calm his racing heart and pretend to be calm. Don't overthink. Go to sleep. Hearing this, Mingzhu felt puzzled. Just sleep, so why did he turn away? Could he be shy? Captain Jung really seemed to be full of innocence. Cough cough, adorable. She looked at his strong back with a smile. Honestly, this man's front and back were full of surprises. Look at those obvious muscle lines, so tempting. Thinking this, her hands couldn't help but poke at his muscles. Wow, real muscles. Jang Duo, with his back to Mingzhu, was already feeling restless. Suddenly, her gentle, cat-like touch on his back made his whole body ignite, and his cells started to scream with excitement. Suddenly, he was overwhelmed by a sudden impulse and quickly turned over. His movements were so fast that Mingzhu didn't even have time to react. Before she knew it, Jang Duo was pressing her down, and her restless hands were caught and held above her head by the man. Jang Duo looked into her lively eyes, feeling his heart grow warmer, and his breath carried a faint warmth. Eventually, his remaining sense of reason brought him back. He lowered his voice, his tone husky. Don't make trouble. Go to sleep. Mingzhu knew he was truly getting annoyed and worried he might lose control. She hurriedly nodded, like pounding garlic. Seeing Jang Duo lie back down and close his eyes again, Mingzhu's heart remained restless, still full of excitement. This young man knew how to flirt. His speed, his gaze, his posture, all teasing her heart. The next morning, Mingzhu woke up to find Jang Duo already gone to work. After breakfast, she continued grinding beans and making tofu, busy all morning. When Jang Duo finished his work and returned to take her to town, Mingzhu saw the sun-dried bricks on the roadside and asked, are those bricks not dried yet? It might rain in a few days. They're dried. Tomorrow, we start building the kitchen. Then I won't go to the city tomorrow. I'll stay at home to help you guys. You don't need to do these. Mingzhu sat on the front of the cart, turned to look at him, and smiled playfully. Oh, I know, Captain Jung. You don't want your little wife to do heavy work. Building a house takes strength, and you all need to eat. I'll stay at home and do logistics work for you. Since she said that, Jang Duo didn't refuse anymore. He let her be happy. The bus arrived at the county bus station on time. When it stopped, Mingzhu looked out the window and saw the member from the supply and marketing cooperative who bought her tofu yesterday. He was waving hello through the bus glass. Mingzhu quietly got off the bus. The man immediately approached her, smiling broadly, looking into the bus and asking, little girl, how much tofu did you bring today? I want it all. Mingzhu smiled and said, it seems the tofu from yesterday sold pretty well at the cooperative. At first people thought it was too expensive. I followed your method and let them try a small piece. After tasting it, everyone bought some. This morning, they all came back to the cooperative looking for your tofu. I was so overwhelmed I had to come to the bus station to find you. Most importantly, he didn't expect the tofu to sell so quickly at such a high price. He went to the bathroom for a moment, and when he came back, all the tofu was sold out. He hasn't been able to save any for his family, so today he must save some in advance. Mingzhu happily laughed. Today, just like yesterday, still 40 Jin, 6 yuan. The head of the supply and marketing cooperative took out money and said, "Can you make a bit more tomorrow? 40 Jin isn't enough to sell. I'm not coming tomorrow or the day after."
What?
The leader looked up at her, a bit excited. "No way, such good selling stuff. Don't run out of stock. I have something to do at home. No one can take me to town, and this heavy stuff, I can't carry alone. Then I'll arrange for the cooperative's vehicle to pick up the goods from your home." Hearing this, Mingzhu's eyes shifted slightly. Are you thinking of a long-term partnership? Of course. Your tofu tastes great, so we should work together for a long time. Mingzhu thought that although a profit of a few dozen yuan a month was good, long-term cooperation relying on her alone, grinding soy milk every day, would wear out her hands. She needed to think of a way to make earning money easier. For now, she should focus on establishing the partnership. It's a good start. This is a small business. I can't guarantee to do it every day. If you're willing to cooperate, you can come to my house every 3 days to pick up the goods. I can give you 80 Jin at a time. Every 3 days. 80 Jin still might not be enough to sell. Mingzhu shrugged indifferently. Then we probably can't work together. You should go get someone else's goods. The leader hurriedly said, No. 3 days is 3 days. 80 Jin every 3 days. You can't change your mind. My name is Lu Qingkai. Where will I find you to pick up the goods after 3 days? Go to Shaojing village. My name is Mingzhu. I live behind the old willow tree at the end of Shaojing village. In the evening, Jang Duo came to pick up Mingzhu. He saw she had bought a lot again, mostly items unavailable at the supply and marketing cooperative. His face was serious. You went to the black market again? Mingzhu grinned. How do you know so much? But Jang Duo cut her off directly, speaking in a serious tone. Mingzhu, I told you not to go to those places anymore. Seeing his stern expression, Mingzhu felt he seemed angry. When she saw that the other passengers had left, she playfully leaned to the side, hugging his arm. Don't be angry. I won't go there again. You promised yesterday too. Mingzhu raised her hand to swear. I swear, I really won't go anymore, and I won't need to go to town every day in the future. I already told the supply and marketing head they will come to pick up the goods every 3 days. Captain Jiang, don't be angry. They know they were wrong. The words of teasing her made her feel uncomfortable, and Jang Duo didn't know how he felt about her acting spoiled. Anyway, she found herself disgusting. Jang Duo didn't trust Mingzhu to go alone to the city every day, especially since she was brave and disobedient. What if she went to the black market alone and encountered danger?
Now.
It's better if she doesn't go to the city at all. Jang Duo cleared his throat, pulled his arm out of her grasp, and looked a bit uncomfortable. Be careful with your words. Mingzhu stubbornly hugged his arm, swaying back and forth. I don't care. You have to say you're not angry anymore before I let go. Otherwise, I might just kiss you in front of everyone. When Jang Duo heard this, his expression remained unchanged. Over time, he had come to understand Mingzhu a little. Although she always spoke boldly, since the incident in the cellar, she hadn't done anything too crazy. Especially last night, when he pressed her down, she immediately became obedient. Clearly, Mingzhu was just a tough-talking person, like a paper tiger. Now he didn't take her words seriously. He wanted to pull his hand out of her embrace to avoid being seen. Seeing this, Mingzhu immediately tiptoed and kissed his face. Her warm, red lips touched his cheek, and at that moment, Jang Duo stiffened, turning his head in surprise and looking at her. Mingzhu raised her eyebrows and grinned slyly. Captain Jiang, are you still angry? If you are, I might just kiss you again. She said this, pouting her lips and pretending to kiss him. Jang Duo instinctively avoided her and softly said, Don't make trouble. I'm not angry. Mingzhu chuckled. How could he be so funny? If she really had the guts, she would have kissed him just now. She was so easy to fool. Mingzhu let go of Jang Duo's arm. I knew that my Captain Jiang is the most handsome, best, and most generous man in the world. Jang Duo's lips curled into a smile. Her sweet words just slipped out easily. Forget it. Since she was the little wife he married, she was willing to coax him, and he was happy to let her do so. The next day, in the kitchen, Jang Duo and Xiaobin had no experience in this area. They invited Ming Desheng, who was good at mud and brickwork, from the village to help. They agreed he would work for 2 days, and Jang Duo would exchange 2 days' work points from the production team for his help. Under Ming Desheng's guidance, Xiaobin carried mud bricks, Jang Duo worked as an assistant, helping with mud, and Ming Desheng built the wall. They worked together smoothly and efficiently. Mingju was responsible for logistics, making tea and cooking for the 3 of them. She squatted by the wall and handled the rabbit she caught the night before. She peeled the skin, washed it thoroughly, and stuck it on the wall to dry, planning to make a scarf for her aunt to wear in winter for warmth. After finishing with the fur, she started processing the rabbit meat. Zhou Bin pushed a cart of mud bricks from outside and accidentally saw Mingju's actions. His eyes widened, and he quietly walked over to Jang Duo.
Boss, sister-in-law.
It looks like she's doing surgery on the rabbit? Jang Duo turned around and saw Mingju laying the rabbit flat on the ground. She squatted there, gripping a bone-cutting knife like a pen, carefully removing the rabbit's internal organs. Indeed, it looked a bit like a doctor performing surgery. He was thinking about this when Zhou Bin had already come over to Mingju. Sister-in-law, with your way of doing things, when will the rabbit be cut open? Let me do it instead. Zhou Bin said this and took the cleaver Mingju had placed on the chopping board, grabbing the rabbit and starting to chop it up with a series of quick strikes. Mingju was stunned and took a long time to react. She hadn't touched a surgical knife for days, so when she saw the rabbit's body, she couldn't help but want to dissect it to see inside and check if the rabbit had any issues. Unexpectedly, this person was too fast with his hands. After chopping the rabbit, Zhou Bin looked at Mingju proudly. How about it, sister-in-law? Did I chop it well? Fine. He did it himself, saving her trouble. Mingju gave Zhou Bin a thumbs up and praised him. Captain Xiao, your knife skills are really good. You're very capable.
You're great.
Zhou Bin was so flattered he rubbed his head awkwardly and stood up to walk over to Jang Duo. He originally wanted to show off to Jang Duo, but strange, Jang Duo's face was fine just now, so why does he look so frightening now? Looking at his expression, it was as if he wanted to eat him. Zhou Bin shivered and said, Boss, since you're so capable, go push all the remaining mud bricks back into place. Zhou Bin was completely speechless. He had just helped sister-in-law with the work. How could he be scolded now? What kind of misdeed had he committed? Mingju finished washing the rabbit and went back to the kitchen, chopping scallions, garlic, and dried chili on the stove. Jang Duo walked in with a stern face. Mingju asked back, What do you want? The water is already placed in the shady spot outside. Mingju didn't notice anything unusual in his voice and continued chopping vegetables. Seeing that Jang Duo hadn't gone out for a while, she quietly stood nearby. His tall figure blocked most of the light coming through the door, making the kitchen suddenly seem darker. She looked up in confusion and saw Jang Duo staring at her, his deep eyes hard to read. Mingju asked puzzled, What's wrong? Jang Duo sat sideways on a bench, casually breaking some small branches and stuffing them into the still-burning pot. It looked like he was helping, but he said lightly, Xiaobin isn't married yet. I know, Mingju replied nonchalantly. Jang Duo's features tightened as he stared at her silently. Mingju's eyes shifted slightly. What does he mean? Does he seem a bit angry? Xiaobin, not married yet. These 2 words suddenly made Mingju realize. She quickly put down her knife, squatting in front of Jang Duo. Her small body looked very tiny compared to his strong, sturdy frame, making her look adorable. She pressed her hands on his knees, tilted her head close to his face, and asked with a playful smile, Jang Duo, are you jealous because I just praised Xiaobin? Jealous? Jang Duo's mind turned quickly, and he replied, No, he isn't married yet. You should be careful with your words. Can that even be considered jealousy? Mingju understood his meaning but was just making an excuse. She deliberately said sweetly, What's the big deal? I'm married now. Everyone knows I have a man, and he should call me sister-in-law. Haven't you heard of the saying older sister-in-law is like a mother? A mother praising her son isn't too much, Captain Jang? Jang Duo was momentarily stunned. How could such a strange idea come from her? It seemed so natural. He didn't continue the topic but looked at her intently. If you don't want him to help next time, just say so. Mingzhu was a bit surprised. You noticed? Jang Duo didn't reply but had been watching them closely. He saw the slight unwillingness on Xiaobin's face when he snatched the rabbit from her hand. Mingzhu didn't expect Jang Duo to be so observant, noticing even her subtle emotional changes. Wanting to stop her good husband from feeling upset, she seized the moment, cupped his face with her hands, and smiled beautifully. Jang Duo, you're so attentive. I'll reward you with a kiss. She tilted her head and suddenly launched a surprise attack, kissing his left cheek. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the kitchen door. Jang Duo tensed up and instinctively turned his face to look outside. Meanwhile, Mingzhu's kiss landed right on his lips. She froze. Jang Duo also stiffened. Outside the kitchen, Xiaobin, holding a teapot, entered and froze in place. Is it still possible for him to unsee what he just saw? Xiaobin didn't have the courage to ruin his own eyes, so he turned and ran away, leaving the two lovers still in the kissing position. Mingzhu blinked, realizing this is bad. She had just thrown herself at him earlier and now forcibly kissed him again. Jang Duo would definitely think she was a complete troublemaker. Fortunately, Jang Duo didn't push her away. If he had, she would have been really embarrassed. She pretended to stay calm, believing that as long as she didn't feel awkward, others would be the ones feeling uncomfortable. She slowly released Jang Duo, cleared her throat, and said, Captain Jang, you can't blame me for taking advantage of you. I only wanted to kiss your face, but I didn't expect you to turn around suddenly. Her tone carried a hint of slight grievance, intentionally or not. Jang Duo's throat moved, and his voice was a little deep. That's because someone else was coming. So, it's just a lovely misunderstanding. Please don't mind. If you really mind, I can't be responsible. After saying this, she smiled brightly at Jang Duo, stood up, and returned to the stove to continue slicing. Jang Duo also stood up, his tall figure standing nearby, looking a bit uncomfortable. You do it. I'll go outside and take a look. Okay. As Jang Duo left the kitchen, he instinctively touched his still warm lips with his fingertips. This wasn't the first time Pearl had kissed him. Last time in the cellar, it was even more intense than now. But for some reason, Jang Duo inexplicably felt that this shallow kiss made his heart race faster and his blood surge. It was the first time in his life he experienced such feelings. He almost went crazy. Xiaobin saw Jang Duo come out and quickly got up from the resting table, awkwardly carrying a water jug and walking over, seeming to want to explain something. Boss, want some water? He nodded quickly and hurried. Yes, I was just thirsty. There was no water in the jug, so I wanted to get some from the kitchen, but I didn't expect to run into you and my sister-in-law being affectionate. Give me. Jang Duo interrupted Xiaobin, dismissing the idea of affection. That was a misunderstanding. If Xiaobin hadn't suddenly appeared, such an awkward situation wouldn't have happened. Xiaobin hurriedly handed over the water jug, lowering his voice to kindly remind, Boss, next time if you really can't hold back and want to do it, maybe do it secretly? I bumped into you twice. You two are too uncontrollable. Shut up and do your work. Jang Duo ordered and turned back to the kitchen. Xiaobin scratched his head in confusion, thinking that since he saw such a big scene, the boss would surely be angry and scold him. But this time, Jang Duo didn't get angry at all. His mood kept changing, sometimes good, sometimes bad. What's going on? Could it be that Pearl's influence is contagious? When Pearl saw Jang Duo bring Xiaobin's water jug inside, she went over to take it herself. She poured some cooled warm water into it and asked, Did Xiaobin tease you? He wouldn't dare. Pearl filled the water and handed the kettle to him. Don't dare to tease you. If he dares to joke with you, I'll help you scold him. She said this while pretending to be fierce, clenching her small fist and turning it near her ear. Jang Duo slightly smiled. Pearl's look was too charming and cute. She even tried to hit someone, but with her little strength, calling her skillful with her fists is an exaggeration. He tilted his chin towards the pot and softly said, "The water is boiling." Pearl quickly turned around, stepped to the stove, poured the rabbit meat into the pot, and added scallions and rice wine to cook. While the fire burned brightly, she went to the small vegetable garden and picked some spinach seedlings, washing them together with the wild greens her aunt had dug up yesterday. When the rabbit was almost done, she took out the meat, leaving the broth in the pot, and added the greens and tofu to make soup. The other stove was also lit. Pearl chopped scallions, garlic, and dried chili, then fried them in oil to release aroma. She added soybean paste and sugar, put in the rabbit meat, and braised it all together. At noon, dishes like braised rabbit, cold spinach noodles, and wild greens and tofu rabbit soup were served. Jo-bin was already used to Pearl's cooking skills and ate without hesitation, almost bursting his stomach. But Ming Desheng, who was eating her food for the first time, was truly surprised. Everyone said Pearl was a useless, quarrelsome woman, but in reality, her cooking was excellent. Whether it was the dishes, the tofu, or the rabbit meat, everything was delicious. Among all the wives in Xiaojing village who could match her skills. At first, he felt shy about eating too much, but after Jo-bin quickly ate 4 cornmeal pancakes, Ming Desheng had no reason to hold back and started eating eagerly too. By evening, when he returned home and looked at the food his wife made, still cornmeal pancakes, he wondered why they tasted so different and hard to swallow. That night, a group gathered in the village center to relax. They chatted about various things and somehow, the topic turned to Pearl. Someone said Pearl was greedy and lazy, never working since she got married, and wondered why Jang Duo married such a lazy wife. Ming Desheng immediately defended her, saying Pearl grew good crops, cooked tasty meals, and was good at making medicinal teas. One sip of her tea made him feel refreshed and energized. Some people said he was bragging, others mocked him for being hopeless. After a meal at her house, they thought he was just defending a quarrelsome woman and felt embarrassed. Ming Desheng was honest and straightforward, but he couldn't keep up with their chatter. He simply ignored them and took his wife home to sleep. His words went unheard by others, but outside the crowd, a thin figure squinted thoughtfully, as if lost in thought. After a day, the kitchen walls were built, and the triangular roof supports were in place. The main task for the next day was to build the roof. Jang Duo and Xiaobin borrowed a cart early in the morning to go to the only kiln in town and brought back the small tiles they had ordered in advance. Ming Desheng came over and started fixing the roof and laying tiles. Though there wasn't much work, the 3 of them worked busy all day. In the evening, Ming Zhu finished cooking and called them to eat. Xiaobin was exhausted, but after drinking the herbal water brewed by Ming Zhu, he suddenly felt full of energy and lively again. While Ming Desheng went to the bathroom, he whispered to Jang Duo, "Boss, with this herbal water, I feel like I'm living like a fairy. Your wife really found a treasure." Jang Duo didn't reply. For someone strong and healthy like him, this didn't mean much. But Ming Zhu and his aunt drank more, which could help strengthen their bodies. Especially Ming Chun and I, who seem to be in good spirits these days. Ming Zhu told him it might be because of this water. While he was thinking, Ming Zhu came out of the kitchen. "Strange," she said. "Usually, Annie should have come back by now. Why isn't she here today?" She casually took off her apron and called to Jang Duo, who was drinking tea in the yard. "Jang Duo, you 3 eat first. I'll go look for Auntie. You don't need to wait for us." Seeing this, Jang Duo wanted to go with her, but Ming Zhu refused. They had worked hard all day, so searching for Auntie was a small matter she could handle alone. Ming Zhu knew that Ming Chun Ni's afternoon work was to peel corn in the yard to the west. But when she arrived there, no one was around. Frowning, Ming Zhu wondered if Annie had taken a different path home. She turned and followed that small path, and soon, she found Ming Chun and I crouched beside a haystack by the roadside, not moving. Ming Zhu sensed something was wrong and hurried over to squat down. What caught her eye was a wound on Ming Chun Ni's forehead, still bleeding, and she looked dazed and twitching. Ming Zhu's heart tightened. She grabbed Ming Chun's shoulders and asked urgently, Andy, what's going on?
Who hit you?
Yes, Sue.
Duque.
Afterwards, Ming Chun kept talking about it repeatedly, and Mingju finally understood. It turned out that today, when Ming Chun finished work, Su Kai suddenly came to see her. He told her that Jang Duo was a liar and asked her to go with him to expose Jang Duo's true nature. Confused, Ming Chun was pulled away by Su Kai, and they ended up on this small path. Seeing no one around, Su Kai revealed his true intentions and immediately started questioning her, asking if Mingju knew how to brew medicinal tea and what ingredients were used. At first, Ming Chun refused to answer. Su Kai lost patience and resorted to violence, threatening her with force. She was beaten so badly that she cried out loud. Finally, overwhelmed with fear, she accidentally told the truth. After Su Kai left, Ming Chun remembered Mingju's advice not to tell outsiders about the family's special traditions, as it could cause trouble.
So,
she was afraid of being scolded by Mingju and stayed hidden here, not daring to go home. Mingju, upon hearing this, felt pity and hugged Ming Chun gently, patting her back to comfort her. Don't be afraid, Auntie. Even if you tell others about the special tradition, it's okay. I will handle it. But if someone bullies you, you can't hide outside. Remember to come home immediately and find me. You have a niece who will support you, understand? Hearing this, Ming Chun couldn't help but cry. She thought Zhu Zhu would be angry with her. She had been hiding here for so long and was really scared. But unexpectedly, Zhu Zhu didn't scold her. Instead, she hugged her and comforted her. Zhu Zhu had changed. How could she be so kind now? Mingju helped Ming Chun to stand up and brush some grass and dirt off her clothes, soothing her. All right, Auntie, don't cry.
Come with me.
Seeing Mingju pulling her towards the village center, Ming Chun asked confused, Zhu Zhu, where are we going? Mingju walked quickly, her eyes showing determination and anger. To settle the score, she led Ming Chun to the entrance of the youth workers' station and loudly called out, Su Kai, you scoundrel, come out here. Her voice was loud enough that not only the youth workers inside heard her, but also nearby villagers. Among them was village head Ming Dayo. Seeing Mingju's fierce attitude and the injury on Ming Chun's forehead, Su Kai couldn't help but feel nervous. Last night, he was cooling off in the village with some youth workers. He overheard Ming Desheng talking about Mingju brewing medicinal tea. Su Kai couldn't help but remember the water he drank that day. He was eager to find out what was in it and how it could taste so sweet. Recently, Mingju has become a little afraid of Ming Chun, which is why he turned his bad thoughts toward her. At this moment, Su Kai already knew there was a Tai Sui in the water, giving him some confidence. He stepped forward and lowered his voice to say to Mingju, Zhu Zhu, I know your secret.
Let's talk privately.
Maybe if we talk it over, I will keep your secret.
Oh?
Mingju glanced at him sideways, noticing he was threatening her. He really has guts. Well, tell me, what do you want to talk about? Outside the crowd, Ming Xiao Jia watched Mingju and Su Kai get very close. She exchanged a look with Su Kai and immediately stepped back from the crowd, running toward Mingju's house. Mingju didn't notice these things. She only heard Su Kai threatening, I know you have a Tai Sui in your hand. If everyone in the village finds out, they'll definitely want it from you. I can help you keep the secret, but only if you divorce Jang Duo and marry me, or give me a piece of the Tai Sui. Mingju's eyes turned cold. She had a clever plan for him. He was asking for trouble. She raised her hand and slapped Su Kai hard. Suddenly, Su Kai was struck so hard his ears buzzed. He took 2 steps back, screaming and shouting, Mingju, why did you hit me? Because you're reckless. Everyone in the village knows my aunt is afraid of men. We all understand to keep our distance, but you, a literate youth, are rushing to bully her. She moved forward again to slap him, but Su Kai quickly dodged sideways. Unexpectedly, Mingju only fainted, then kicked him hard in the knee. Ouch! Su Kai was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Hearing the laughter around him, he angrily said, Mingju, you dare to hit a youth from the village. Do you believe I'll tell on you? Mingzhu knew what he was about to say and interrupted directly. Go ahead and report me. I will report you too, for hitting a villager from Xiaojing village just because you're a youth. Su Kai instinctively argued. Who hit your aunt?
Don't falsely accuse me.
I haven't even seen her today. Mingzhu's expression changed slightly. She refused to admit it? Fine, then she would deal with him, using her way of not admitting. Su Kai, do you have no shame? I used to pity you, give you food and drinks, even shared most of the precious Tai Sui I found. But how did you repay me? By falsely claiming I like you, ruining my reputation and hitting my aunt? How ungrateful can you be? Hearing these accusations, Su Kai was stunned. He thought he now knew her secret and held the upper hand, but he never expected Mingzhu to. It completely caught him off guard. Ming DeYoung, who was watching the show, heard the words Tai Sui and immediately widened his eyes. He quickly asked, What Tai Sui? Mingzhu, where did you get that Tai Sui? The things dug up in the village are collective property. You have no right to keep it for yourself. Mingzhu calmly replied, Village head, you're overthinking. The Tai Sui I found was dug out from under the dead locust tree behind my house. The land belongs to me, and the locust tree was planted by my grandfather. So, naturally the Tai Sui is only mine. Hearing this, Ming DeYoung frowned tightly. Why should we believe you? Just go and see for yourself. The hole under the locust tree where the Tai Sui was placed is still there. It's covered with a lot of sticky mucus, and I haven't cleaned it properly. Ming DeYoung was momentarily speechless. If that was true, then the thing really belonged to her. He felt annoyed. Why was Mingzhu so lucky? She managed to find such a precious Tai Sui in her own land? He had heard she went up the mountain a few days ago and even caught a rabbit. No, he couldn't let Mingzhu get all these good things. He looked around at the villagers and pretended to be regretful. Mingzhu, you're too much. Such a treasure, and you just give it away to outsiders? Don't you see your own relatives and friends in the village? Mingzhu listened to this hypocritical talk and found it amusing. She thought, what a good moral blackmail. I can see them. I'm not blind. But these villagers either look down on me or mock and slander me behind my back. Even if I wanted to give it away, no one would want it. When Su Kai treated me like a friend, I sincerely regarded him as a big brother. Seeing he was weak, I gave him more than half.
But I didn't expect.
Alas, I was just bad at judging people. He's just a backstabber. You're talking nonsense. Su Kai was anxious. He stomped his foot and shouted, Village head, don't listen to her lies. I've never seen any Tai Sui. I only found out today from Ming Chun and I that her family has a Tai Sui. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered that he had just said he hadn't seen Ming Chun and I today. This was a trap. Su Kai was about to argue further, but Mingzhu didn't give him the chance to lie anymore. She stepped forward and directly kicked him in the chest, knocking him to the ground. At the same time, Jang Duo and Xiaobin pushed through the crowd and came in just in time to see this scene. Xiaobin turned to Ming Xiaojie, who had called them over, and asked with a look of disbelief, Is this what you told us? That your sister-in-law is secretly meeting with Su Kai? These two people were clearly whispering just now. She only went to call someone after looking at the signal Su Kai gave her. How did it become like this in such a short time? Mingzhu turned her head, looking confused at Jang Duo and Xiaobin, and asked, What private meeting? Xiaobin, who usually speaks quickly, immediately said, Just now, Ming Xiaojie ran into your yard and told the leader that you came out to meet Su Kai privately. The leader didn't believe it, so she asked him to come see for himself. Otherwise, she would tell the whole village. Mingzhu stared at Ming Xiaojie and chuckled. Your private meetings with men involve shouting insults and calling each other names. You even call him a scoundrel and beat him up? That's quite a unique taste. I really hope every man you meet secretly will do the same to you. Ming Xiaojie's face darkened with anger.
You.
Su Kai, tell me, what exactly is going on? Su Kai struggled to sit up, holding his sore chest from the kick, looking innocent. I don't know. Mingzhu first accused me of hitting her aunt, then spread rumors that she found a Tai Sui and shared most of it with me. She even kicked me just now. It's obvious she wanted to hurt me. I want to report her. Jang Duo had already heard most of it and looked at Mingzhu with a serious expression. Did he hit the injury on your head? Mingzhu nodded, but didn't want Jang Duo to interfere. She pretended to be angry and said loudly, yes. He wants to accuse me? Well, I'll accuse him too. He thought he could hit me without leaving evidence, but everyone can see the dirt footprints on my aunt's pants, left by Su Kai's shoes. His shoe tread pattern matches perfectly. Also, his steel pen, which he always keeps in his pocket, fell there. I picked it up. She patted her pocket and said, he, a rural youth, hitting a villager. This is a serious mistake. Hearing this, Su Kai instinctively looked down at his left pocket. The pen was really gone. He was stunned by Mingzhu's words. No, he couldn't go to the police. He nervously swallowed and said, well, you hit me too. My chest still hurts. Can we just forget about this? Forget what? Mingzhu snapped. I gave you the Tai Sui before, but I won't now. You have to give it back to me. Mingzhu, when did you give me the Tai Sui? Are you really trying to falsely accuse someone? Exactly. Mingzhu sneered. There are so many people in the village. If I don't accuse someone else, I'll accuse you? Don't pretend. Everyone here knows that before I married Jiang, I gave you good things. Do you think denying it will work? She looked at Ming Dio and said, Village chief, I did give Su Kai more than 10 jin of Tai Sui, but now he denies it. If the village can help me get it back, I am willing to give 10 jin to the village for free. Ming Dio's eyes lit up when he heard this. He really wanted that Tai Sui, so he immediately agreed. Mingzhu made an excuse that her aunt's wound was bleeding and needed to be treated. She called Jang Duo and Xiao Bin, and they left with her aunt. Su Kai sat on the ground, listening as Ming Dio called his name and said he would take him to the village team to do some ideological work. He immediately felt regretful. He thought, I should not have provoked Mingzhu. She is too mean. At this moment, he didn't know that 2 hours later, when he returned to the youth station from the village team and saw the steel pen he had taken down and placed on the table earlier, he almost fainted. There was no evidence that he had hit anyone. Mingzhu had suddenly noticed that the pen she usually used to pretend to be cultured was missing from his pocket, so she deliberately tricked him. He was so angry at that woman. On the way home, Mingzhu told Jang Duo and the others what had just happened. Knowing that Su Kai was interested in Mingzhu's Tai Sui, Xiao Bin scolded him all the way. Back home, Mingzhu asked Jang Duo to have dinner with Xiao Bin and Uncle Ming first. She then took Ming Chun and I to her room to wash her wound and applied spiritual spring water for a while. The wound, which was bleeding earlier, stopped bleeding. Ming Chun and I also said that her wound no longer hurt. Mingzhu served her a separate plate of food and brought it to her room. Seeing that she could eat heartily again, she felt relieved and came out. In the kitchen, she saw Jang Duo waiting by the door. She asked in confusion, why didn't you eat with the guests? Xiao Bin is with them. How is your aunt?
She's fine now.
She's eating well. The Tai Sui water really works. It stops bleeding and relieves pain. Jang Duo nodded, looked her up and down, and asked, what about you? Did he hit you before I left? Mingzhu looked at him with a pitiful expression and said, I hurt too. Jang Duo's brow furrowed, about to say something, but Mingzhu waved her hand in front of him and sweetly said, I slapped him too hard. My hand hurts. Captain Jiang, please on it for me. After you, it won't hurt anymore. She succeeded in making herself feel sick. But even so, Mingzhu didn't know how to hold back. After all, her rough man at home was too easy to tease. Jang Duo let out a breath of relief, raised his hand to press her palm, and said, stop messing around. Okay, I got it. I won't. Mingzhu carefully retracted her hand with a serious look, nodded, then smiled and said, that rookie isn't my match. I didn't even give him a chance to fight back. Don't think I look weak. Actually, I'm pretty fierce. Jang Duo didn't interrupt her rambling and listened carefully before saying, the issue with Tai Sui has already caused a lot of trouble. Even if he can hand him over, Ming Da, you will secretly keep him. Puff. Mingzhu leaned closer, her eyes sparkling with energy, and whispered, "You don't really believe I gave Tai Sui to him, do you?" Jang Duo looked at her frowning. Didn't she just say that herself? Seeing Jang Duo's trusting look, Mingzhu happily said, "Looks like I acted very well just now. Even you believed me. Captain Jiang, you should really take a good look." She raised her hand and poked her face. "Does your wife look like she has a problem with her mind? I'm not incapable of using good things. I just don't want to give them to him." Jang Duo almost laughed out of anger. She had just been serious outside the youth camp, and he truly believed her words. Maybe others thought the same. But she was actually lying? Could an 18-year-old girl really be so clever? He increasingly felt that Mingzhu was very strange. It was as if, inside her 18-year-old body, there was a powerful, smart, and cunning soul that was hard to understand. Mingzhu felt nervous under Jiang Duo's stare. She pushed his arm and said, "All right, go eat. Don't keep people waiting too long." Jiang Duo agreed, took a few steps, then stopped, looked back at her, and seemed hesitant to speak. "What's wrong?" Suddenly, Jiang Duo asked, "Aren't you fond of Su Kai?" Mingzhu understood Jiang Duo's meaning. The original owner used to like Su Kai openly and recklessly. But now she was Jiang Duo's wife. She had to learn how to speak properly and not do things that could cause misunderstandings. Mingzhu calmly said, "That was before. Who hasn't been reckless when they were young? It's different now. If anyone dares to bully me, I'll make them regret it." Jiang Duo's eyes darkened. She was blind before. What about now? Still blind? Thinking about how she had dealt with Su Kai so decisively these past few times, he guessed. There were some things he shouldn't ask too deeply. Since she said that, he believed her. He hoped she wouldn't lie to him. The next morning, Mingzhu was busy grinding soybeans to make tofu. After what happened last night, she was sure Ming Deyu would definitely hold Su Kai accountable and wouldn't let him get away easily. Sure enough, because Su Kai didn't hand over the Tai Sui, today Ming Deyu was sent to the dam to move stones, leaving him exhausted and in pain. But Mingzhu also thought that once the news about Tai Sui spread, trouble would surely come her way. As expected, during noon, just as she finished packing the tofu and was waiting for the supply cooperative to pick it up, she saw Ming Changhe arrive with his grandson Ming Tao, bringing Ming Deyu along. Seeing Mingzhu in the yard, Ming Changhe got straight to the point. "Mingzhu, I've heard about the Tai Sui matter. I'm here to claim my share." Mingzhu looked at him coldly, calmly asking, "When did Grandpa Ming put your Tai Sui here?" "Don't pretend." Ming Changhe didn't want to beat around the bush. He looked serious and said, "This land belongs to the Ming family. The Tai Sui you found here naturally belongs to me half." Ming Tao quickly agreed. "Half? No, Grandpa. That should all go to us. She's an outsider, not qualified to take anything from the Ming family." Mingzhu didn't bother to respond. She turned to Ming Deyu and asked, "Village head, are you here for the same reason?" Ming Deyu wore his usual fake smile and said, "It's not like your Grandpa Ming came to me about this. I actually think it's not unreasonable for him to want some Tai Sui, since this land really belongs to the Ming family. My grandfather's surname is Ming. Of course, this land is Ming's. But what does that have to do with Ming Changhe?" "Village head, instead of wasting time, you should take these two illiterates to the village registry and carefully check who owns this property, Ming Guocheng. I am Ming Guocheng's only daughter and the sole heir of this house. That's the logic, but..." Ming Deyu remembered what Ming Changhe had said before he came. As long as he could help him get the Tai Sui, he would split it with him. He pretended to advise, "After all, he's your elder. Just share some with him." "No way." Mingzhu was firm, and those 3 words directly angered Ming Tao, who couldn't hold back. Ming Tao reached out and grabbed Mingzhu's collar, glaring fiercely as he shouted, "Are you going to give it or not? If not, don't blame me for being rude." Mingzhu wasn't afraid at all. She quietly reached into her pocket, clutching the nail wrapped in paper, tightening her grip. She raised an eyebrow and sneered, not giving it. In the next second, she pulled her hand out and sharply stabbed the back of Ming Tao's hand. Ming Tao screamed in pain and quickly let go of Mingzhu. Pearl quickly stepped back, but Ming Tao, angry, rushed toward her. He grabbed her wrist, pulled her in front of him, and raised his hand to slap her face. "You wicked woman. I'll beat you to death." Pearl clenched her fist tightly, ready to strike again when suddenly a strong gust of wind swept through. Ming Tao was holding her wrist tightly, but someone grabbed him with great force, very harshly.
"Ah!"
Ming Tao cried out in pain, his face twisting in anger, and he had to loosen his grip on Pearl. Pearl turned to look at the man who appeared. Jang Duo. When did he arrive? Jang Duo was now radiating a cold aura, gripping Ming Tao as if he were a tiny insect. Ming Tao didn't realize Jang Duo could be so frightening. Before he could beg for mercy, Jang Duo kicked him in the stomach, knocking him to the ground. Dust rose into the air, and when it settled, Jang Duo, full of anger, had Ming Tao pinned down. Ming Tao kept crying out and begging for mercy, but Jang Duo didn't let go. Instead, he pressed his foot down on Ming Tao, making him unable to move. Seeing his precious grandson being hurt, Ming Changha was furious and shouted, "Jang Duo, you are a militia member. How dare you hit someone? Aren't you afraid I'll report you?" Just then, Xiao Bin, who was running over, saw the scene and his heart jumped into his throat. Oh no, the boss made a mistake. He tried to step forward and pull Jang Duo away, but Pearl shouted sharply, interrupting Ming Changha. "Ming Changha, listen carefully. Jang Duo is my husband. He's hitting the bad guys who bully his wife. As the militia leader of Shaojing village, he's fighting against the intruders attacking the villagers." Her words made Xiao Bin stop in his tracks. Now he had to say, "Sister-in-law is mighty." Jang Duo ignored Ming Changha's threat and turned his head, his gaze coldly fixed on Ming Duo. Ming Duo. His stern voice, calm yet commanding, made everyone feel a chill at their feet. Ming Duo froze completely. This was the first time Jang Duo had called out his full name, and a strong sense of pressure hit him. "Little Jiang Yu." Jang Duo interrupted him coldly. "There are 2 heroes in this family who sacrificed for the country. As the village chief, you brought people here to hurt the children of heroes. I will report this, and you will bear the consequences." Ming Duo was most afraid of being reported. He immediately denied, I didn't do anything." Jang Duo's voice grew colder and more terrifying, "But the person was brought here by you." Ming Duo was afraid things might get out of hand, so he hurriedly said, "No, they asked me to help settle this fairly." "Xiao Jiang, this has nothing to do with me. Whether it concerns you or not, the government will decide." "Just wait for the investigation," Jang Duo replied. After saying this, Jang Duo grabbed Ming Tao's collar and pushed him toward Xiao Bin. "Take him to the town police station. Ming Duo, you, and Ming Changha go together."
No, Xiao Xiao.
"This is all a misunderstanding. I came to help mediate. I didn't know Ming Tao would suddenly start hitting people." For such a flimsy excuse, Jang Duo was unmoved. Ming Zhu, however, twitched her eyes and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, as if she had an idea. "Village chief, even though you didn't hit anyone, your words have damaged your reputation as a leader. I dug out a Tai Sui on my land. Why should I give any to Ming Changha?" To avoid responsibility, Ming Duo argued, "I never said you had to give it to Ming Changha. The house is yours. Whether you share it or not is entirely your choice. I just came to speak up for you, not to force anything." "Voluntarily? Nonsense. I don't want to." "Then don't share it," Ming Duo replied, glancing cautiously at Jang Duo with a helpless tone. "As village chief, villagers ask me for help. I can't refuse. Coming here puts me in a tough spot." Jang Duo looked away coldly, ignoring him. Ming Duo's face froze in embarrassment. He could only look at Ming Zhu. Zhu, I just said a couple of words. This has nothing to do with me." Ming Zhu sneered inwardly, but nodded sincerely. It seems the village chief might have been misled by Ming Changha's family. "In that case, you'll have to go to the police station too, because only you can prove that Ming Tao caused trouble at my house and assaulted me, an innocent villager, right?" Yes, I must go." Seeing Ming Duo suddenly turn against Ming Changha, He was so angry, he couldn't speak. Ming Dayu naturally wouldn't risk his village official position over a piece of Tai Sui. It wasn't worth it. Before Ming Changha could speak again, Ming Dayu directly threatened him with a stern tone. "All right, uncle, stop causing trouble. The idea for the thing was yours." Ming Zhu was just holding Ming Tao accountable. "It's already good that she didn't pursue your unruly behavior. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't care how old you are, I'll report you to the police." Although Ming Changha had lived a long life, he hadn't faced many serious issues. Hearing about being reported, he was immediately intimidated. Lao Song looked old and serious, but didn't dare say another word. In the end, Ming Dayo half supported and half dragged him away. Jang Duo told Xiaobin to take the people to the police station first, then followed behind. After they left, only 2 people remained in the yard. Mingzhu looked at Jang Duo's serious face and tried to lighten the mood with a smile. "Captain Jiang, you're back just in time." Jang Duo said seriously, "Uncle Dachin heard Ming Tao say he was coming to see you about the Tai Sui, and told me." "Oh, then I must thank Uncle properly later, or I might really get bullied." Mingzhu said this and turned to casually hold Jang Duo's arm, praising him. "When you dealt with Ming Tao just now, your movements were so smooth and natural. It was really cool." She wasn't just talking nonsense. Jang Duo, who stood up for her earlier, was truly handsome. Having lived 2 lives, she had never seen such a skilled man. He was definitely a good soldier material. She said this and gave Jang Duo a thumbs up. Surprised by her sudden compliment, Jang Duo's usually cold and serious aura immediately softened, replaced by a bit of awkwardness and an inexplicable happiness. Why was her mouth so sweet? But when she saw the red mark on Ming Zhu's originally delicate and soft wrist, caused by Ming Tao, Jang Duo's brow furrowed again. He reached out to check her wrist carefully. Seeing Jang Duo's serious expression, a slight smile appeared on Ming Zhu's lips. Although Jang Duo wasn't good with words, his actions always touched her heart, making it hard not to be moved. She withdrew her hand and shook her head at him. "It doesn't hurt, just tender skin. Easy to bruise, it's okay." Jang Duo thought about that day in the cellar, when he held her ankle. Afterward, there was also a red mark there. He collected his thoughts and told Ming Zhu, "If you can't handle it next time, just come find me." Okay, if I can't beat them, I'll run and ask my man for help." "I'll remember that." Ming Zhu leaned on his arm, acting cute, her voice soft and gentle, finally easing Jang Duo's furrowed brow. "By the way, I took Ming Dayo out. You won't blame me for acting on my own, right?" Jang Duo shook his head no. He knew Ming Zhu had her reasons for doing that. Indeed, Ming Zhu had her own ideas. Ming Dayo isn't just a smiling tiger, he's also a clever old fox. He holds the village chief position, so many things can be explained. As long as he refuses to admit he's with Ming Changha, the police can't do anything to him. Rather than wasting time, it's better to let him admit openly that Tai Sui is mine, than send Ming Tao to jail. Let them bite each other like dogs. Dog bites dog? Jang Duo raised an eyebrow and then chuckled softly. She thought she had gained quite a lot. Seeing Jang Duo smile, Mingzhu reached out and poked his mouth corner. "So, Captain Jiang can smile too? Your smile looks pretty. In the future, don't always keep a serious face. Smile more. You'll look younger." Jang Duo was stunned. Smile? In his past life, he faced only. How could he possibly smile? But now, things are different. He can try to live a normal life. Jang Duo asked Mingzhu to wait at home for the supply store people. Then, he went to town to find Xiaobin and others. Once the yard was completely quiet, Mingzhu let out a breath of relief. After resting a while, she heard the sound of a carriage outside. She peeked out and saw a carriage loaded with vegetables, probably just brought in from the neighboring village. She went out to meet it and saw Lu Qingkai, wearing a straw hat, jump down from the carriage. Seeing Mingzhu, he smiled and said, "Oh, Mingzhu, I didn't expect to find your house so easily. Just come to the village and..." Since he called her sister, Mingzhu warmly called him Brother Lu. "Brother Lu, you came just in time." The tofu just finished steaming, and it's quite heavy. Come in and help carry it.
All right.
Lu Chunkai followed Mingzhu into the house. Soon, 2 bundles of tofu were loaded onto the carriage. Lu Chunkai stood in the shade of the yard and paid Mingzhu. Far down the small road, Ming Xiaojie knew her father and Ming Changhe had come to Mingzhu's house to ask for a fortune-teller. Curious about what a fortune-teller looked like, she pulled Ming Lianhua, who was working with her, to join in. When they arrived outside Mingzhu's house, they didn't see her father, but saw a middle-aged man whispering with Mingzhu under the eaves. The man even slipped her money. Ming Xiaojie's eyes lit up. She suddenly pulled Ming Lianhua close, and the two hid behind the wall. In the yard, Lu Chunkai got back on the carriage and discussed with Mingzhu, "Sister, honestly, your tofu is so delicious, it's hard to forget. I only come every 3 days, which is a pity. Do you think we could come every 2 days? Not for now. We're very busy at home. I don't have time." Lu Chunkai looked disappointed. "All right then. We'll talk again when you're free. I'll leave now and come back in 3 days." Okay. With that, the carriage turned around and left the village end. Mingzhu returned to the yard and closed the door. Ming Xiaojie was still crouched by the wall, but her eyes were already squinting with excitement. She knew Mingzhu, that sly girl, would eventually slip up. Finally, she caught her. Mingzhu dared to sneak out and meet someone while Jang Duo was not at home, unwilling to be lonely. It seems that the other man will come again in 3 days. A sly smile appeared on Ming Xiaojie's face. Mingzhu, just wait and see. Around 1 p.m., Jang Duo and Xiaobin returned from the town together. Mingzhu handed them water and asked, "How did it go? Did you handle it?" Xiaobin knew the boss was quiet, so after gulping down a big sip of water, he spoke first. "Sister-in-law, it was quite lively just now." Ming Tao thought Ming Diyu would help him out at the police station, but Ming Diyu actually testified against him. He was so angry he wanted to accuse Ming Diyu too, which showed Ming Diyu was involved. In the end, the police called someone from the town and they took Ming Diyu away, giving him a good scolding. On the way back, Ming Diyu was furious and kept cursing Ming Changhe. Hearing this, Mingzhu chuckled softly. Jang Duo looked at her smiling, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Dog eat dog, isn't this just the effect she wanted? This little woman really has a talent for planning. Mingzhu brought out the hot food from the pot for the two of them and asked them to move the table to the shady part of the yard to eat. They were just eating when the already gloomy weather grew even darker, with thick clouds pressing down and the wind starting to howl. Xiaobin quickly finished his cornbread and said, "Looks like it's going to rain." "Boss, sister-in-law, my clothes are still drying outside. I need to go back first." After saying that, he quickly ran away. Mingzhu sat opposite Jang Duo, muttering, "This rain probably won't be small."
Yeah.
"That's perfect. You and Auntie don't need to go to work this afternoon. Just rest at home." "Depends on the situation," Jang Duo replied and continued eating. Mingzhu rested her elbow on her knee, supporting her chin with her palm, and looked up at the dark clouds overhead. The wind was getting stronger, howling loudly. The drooping willow branches on the trees all leaned westward, and some dried corn leaves on the roadside were swept into the air, swirling and dancing. This scene made Mingzhu unconsciously relax her brow. She had never seen such a sight before. Jang Duo watched her stare at the sky, suddenly becoming calm. His gaze was steady, and a faint smile still played on his lips. Curious, he asked, "What's wrong?" Mingzhu didn't move, only murmured softly, just suddenly feeling a sense of peaceful times. Her life was too fast-paced. Every day was busy, coming home to sleep, working nervously in the hospital to treat patients. In the past, she thought her life was fulfilling. But now, think again. How many beautiful natural scenes has she missed? Strong winds, heavy rain, blooming flowers, changing seasons. Later in life, she seemed to have lived the wrong way. Jang Duo didn't quite understand Mingzhu's meaning, but he was focused on her suddenly disappointed look. Although she was only an 18-year-old girl, her eyes seemed to hold endless stories, sometimes bright and pure, sometimes complicated and worldly. Like a mystery, making him unable to see through her, yet making him want to understand her more. Large raindrops fell heavily, and Mingzhu and Jang Duo both stood up at the same time. Mingzhu hurried into the nearby kitchen, holding her head, while Jang Duo moved to the dining table to follow her. Seeing a pile of wood on the ground, some cut open, some marked with lines, stacked neatly, Jang Duo placed the table against the wall and asked, "What are you doing?" "Oh, I want to take some time to make a door and window for the kitchen." Jang Duo was surprised and asked, "You can do that? It's just a rectangle, just measure and cut."
What's so hard about that?
Mingzhu looked up at him with a gentle smile and said, "Do you really think you're marrying someone who can't do anything?" "I'm not saying that." He squatted down and looked at the marked measurements on the uncut wood. It seemed she was good at any task that didn't require strength. Outside, the rain was pouring harder. Mingzhu didn't want to get soaked going back inside, so she pulled Jang Duo to sit on a small wooden stool, handed him the wood and saw, and cheerfully said, "Captain Jiang, strong man, good big brother, could you please help your wife? Cut these pieces of wood along the lines I drew." Her soft voice made Jang Duo's heart tighten. She truly, no matter how she was taught, she couldn't hold back that mouth of hers. To stop her from talking nonsense, he quickly took the tools and started working quietly. Mingzhu smiled and didn't stay idle either. She took the pieces of wood she had sawed earlier and, following the order she marked, nailed them together one by one. They worked well together, each focused on their task, not disturbing the other. As Mingzhu was nailing, a nail went off course, and she accidentally exclaimed, "Ouch." Jang Duo thought she had hurt her hand, so he immediately put down his tools and pulled her hand to check. Seeing his serious and focused expression, Mingzhu felt her heart tighten. He really cared about her. In this unfamiliar world, this man, who was suspicious but made her feel safe, warmed and touched her. He made her think of home, her parents and brothers, giving her a sense of belonging in this new time. She didn't know whether this was a good or bad thing, but for now, she was very grateful to him. "Jang Duo, I didn't hit you, I was just startled." Her voice was sweet and gentle. Jang Duo looked up at her, and their eyes met. They were very close, close enough to easily exchange breaths, close enough to see the flickering light in each other's dark eyes, close enough to. Mingzhu wanted to kiss him. She thought about it and did it. She leaned forward, her warm lips pressing softly against his. Gently, slowly, she brushed her lips against his. Jang Duo instinctively tightened his grip on her hand, trying to hide his nervousness, but Mingzhu saw right through him. Still pressed close to his lips, she chuckled softly. This innocent man was nervous. She moved her head back, about to say something, but Jang Duo suddenly held the back of her head and kissed her actively this time. Unlike a simple lip-to-lip kiss, this was a real kiss, a deep, merging kiss. For the first time in her life, Mingzhu was kissed so passionately by a man. She had the advantage, but she was completely stunned. After about half a minute, Jang Duo released her, breathing heavily and closing his eyes to steady himself. Mingzhu touched her lips gently, feeling the sensation. It was surprisingly good. She was done for, completely captivated. After catching his breath, Jang Duo looked up at her. Their eyes met again, and he quickly looked away, a bit embarrassed. I just now was. It was an uncontrollable impulse, a strange feeling. Knowing Mingzhu didn't like him and that she loved teasing him, he still couldn't control himself. Seeing his discomfort, Mingzhu broke the awkward silence with a playful smile. "Captain Jiang, I didn't realize you had such a strong revenge streak. I just kissed you once, and you almost choked me to death. Are you trying to find a new wife?"
Sorry.
"No need to apologize. It's a normal reaction. Look how fierce you were just now. I guessed it last time, right? You just couldn't hold back," she said, playfully tracing circles on Jang Duo's shoulder with her finger, her mischievous smile showing. "Do you want me to help you?" Although Jang Duo was used to Mingzhu's bluntness, he couldn't stay calm when she openly talked about such private matters. His face turned red, and he couldn't hide his embarrassment. He cleared his throat, turned away as if to ignore her, and continued sawing the wood with a serious tone. No need. Pearl looked at his shy expression and couldn't help but softly tease him. All right then, Captain Jang, whenever you need me, just come find me. Your wife not only has hands but also a mouth. Jang Duo's hand, which was sawing wood, paused. He was truly about to go crazy because of this shameless little woman. He turned to look at her and asked helplessly, Aren't you making windows anymore? Yes, I am. I'm making them now, she said, picking up the hammer again. Thinking about how Pearl almost hit her hand just now, Jang Duo put down his tools and took over her work. Tell me how you want the nails, and I'll follow your instructions. Pearl tilted her head to look at him, smiling brightly and sweetly, saying, Captain Jang is so kind. Such casual praise was no surprise to Jang Duo. They spent the whole afternoon finishing one large window at the front and two small windows on the back wall. When the finished pieces were assembled, Jang Duo frowned slightly. It was a type of window called a support window. This kind of window is common in large buildings in Jing City, but in all of Littlewell Village, no one has it. Pearl, a girl who had never left Littlewell Village, how could she make such a window? I've never seen this kind of window in Littlewell Village, Pearl said, stunned. She thought to herself, this guy's observation skills are really sharp. Have you seen it somewhere else? Do you think it looks good? Pearl smiled at him. I've never seen the real thing, but I read in water margin that Pan Jinlian closed her window and a bamboo pole hit Shiminqing, leading to a tragic story. Isn't that kind of window like this? Jang Duo. What is she even talking about? Water margin is about the heroes of Liangshan. Pearl waved her hand. Which girl reads water margin for the Brotherhood of the Heroes? Anyway, I only remember the stories of Wu Song, Pan Jinlian, and Shiminqing. That window is the same style, but don't worry, you're not Wu Dalong, and I won't push windows open to hit other men. Sometimes Jang Duo really wanted to cover her mouth. Pearl didn't continue discussing this topic, knowing that the more she said, the more mistakes she might make. She went to the kitchen door. Although the rain outside had stopped, it left the yard muddy, and stepping through would get her shoes dirty. Pearl felt annoyed. This was the only bad thing about this era. She turned around and saw Jang Duo also coming over. Her eyes lit up, and she sweetly called out, Brother. Jang Duo frowned. Don't call me that randomly. No matter. Pearl grinned and spread her arms at him. The yard is dirty, and I'm being picky. I really don't want to go. Carry me back, okay? Seeing her playful, sweet smile, Jang Duo had no way to refuse. He simply squatted down. Come on up. Pearl pulled him up, tiptoeing to wrap her arms around his neck. I'm not Pigsy carrying a bride. I prefer Princess carries. Hug me. After saying that, she jumped lightly, and Jang Duo reflexively caught her. This was the first time he carried her horizontally, and it was very light, like carrying a child. He felt shy about making eye contact with her. After carrying her out of the kitchen, he took a few steps into the house. Ming Chun and I had already woken up. She was in the kitchen preparing dinner with cornmeal. Seeing the two of them come in while hugging, she quickly ran back to her room. Jang Duo awkwardly put down Pearl and lowered his voice. I'm going to fix the window. Pearl watched the man's hurried retreat and smiled happily, feeling like she had met an exceptional man. The rain continued off and on for 2 days. At night, Pearl soaked 20 pounds of soybeans, planning to secretly store them in the storage space if the rain kept up. Fortunately, the weather cleared on the 3rd day, giving her a sunny day. After breakfast, Jang Duo and his aunt went to work, leaving Pearl alone at home making tofu. Using the new kitchen and new stove, she found it quite easy to cook. By noon, the tofu was ready. In the small vegetable garden, a row of chives had grown neatly to about 8 or 9 centimeters. Pearl thought the chives were growing fast, so she casually cut a big bunch and crushed the flowers, planning to make some tofu pudding for a snack. Just as the chives were ready, a sharp, mocking voice suddenly came from the door. Haha, Pearl, you dare to secretly meet someone behind Zhang's back. Pearl looked up and saw Ming Shaojia, followed by several people. all gathered to watch the scene. Ming Xiaojie, full of righteous anger, said loudly, "See, I told you all. I saw Pearl stealing someone 3 days ago. You didn't believe me, but now you see it with your own eyes. These two are caught in the act." Lu Chenkai was stunned at first, but now he realized this was an accusation against him and Pearl. About something else. He couldn't bear such a serious charge. He stepped out of Pearl's house to explain, "Miss, you've misunderstood. He hadn't finished speaking when Ming Lianhua, panting heavily, called Jang Duo back from working on the dam on the small road in the distance. Because when she went to call someone, she shouted, 'Captain Jiang, Mingzhu is at home secretly seeing a man caught in the act. You should go back and check.' So now, not only Jang Duo has returned, but many workers on the dam also came. At once, Mingzhu's house was crowded with people, 3 layers inside and outside. Ming Xiaojie pushed Lu Chenkai aside and went to Jang Duo, angrily saying, 'Big brother Jiang, I told you before, Mingzhu is not a woman you should marry. She's shameless and flirts with men everywhere. You didn't listen. Look, she even doesn't let go of such an old man. This time, I caught her in the act. You should divorce her quickly. We can help send her to the police and testify. This woman has committed a crime of hooliganism and deserves to be punished.'" Mingzhu raised her eyebrows slightly. Ming Xiaojie just wanted to use her words to frame and falsely accuse her of something terrible. But using such tricks against her was a bit too insulting, perhaps? Honestly, she didn't even want to bother with such brainless retaliation. However, she turned to look at Jang Duo, curious about his attitude. He had hurried over with a group of people just now. Could he also believe these people's lies? Jang Duo calmly avoided Ming Xiaojie's attempt to hold his hand, turned around, and went to Mingzhu's side. He frowned and asked, "Are you okay?" Hearing this, Mingzhu smiled slightly and said 4 words, enough for her.
I'm fine.
"There are many people here, but they don't dare to do anything to me." Jang Duo nodded, then looked at Lu Chenkai. "You are Master Lu from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, right? Sorry, today the villagers misunderstood and caused trouble for you. You should go back now." Ming Xiaojie immediately yelled, "Big brother Jiang, he can't leave. He's really Mingzhu's lover. Why don't you believe me? 3 days ago, I heard him secretly say Mingzhu's tofu was delicious, and that 3 days wasn't enough." As she spoke, the shy people around blushed. Some young wives whispered, "Who would say such embarrassing words? It's so shameful." Jang Duo looked coldly at Ming Xiaojie. "Without evidence, don't accuse others falsely." Ming Xiaojie was unhappy. She pulled Ming Lianhua over and said, "I have proof. 3 days ago, I wasn't the only one who heard those disgusting words." Ming Lianhua, tell me, am I lying? Ming Lianhua nodded firmly. Xiaojie didn't lie. That day, the 2 of us heard it together at the wall. Pearl couldn't help but laugh softly. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Chenkai, standing nearby, said with a look of frustration, "Yes, I did say that, but I was telling the truth. The tofu Pearl makes is really tasty. I come here every 3 days to buy some, and it's not enough." Xiaojie sneered, "Talking about making tofu, stop rambling." Hearing this, Lu Chenkai looked back at Pearl with confusion. "Pearl, your skills. Don't the people in this village know? Haven't you ever shown your talent?" Pearl shrugged and smiled. "I haven't because this stuff is expensive. Not everyone can afford it." Lu Chenkai paused, realizing he had a point. Yes, the tofu is indeed costly. Seeing that everyone still didn't believe him, he walked over to the cart, lifted the white cloth covering it, and pointed to the tofu on top. "I'm a buyer from the County Supply and Marketing Cooperative. I came to pick up Pearl's tofu. We agreed on 80 Jean every 3 days, but her tofu is so good that the cooperative can't keep up with the sales. That's why I said 3 days isn't enough." Looking at the tofu, Xiaojie still didn't believe him. She crossed her arms and sneered, "Nonsense. We're all from the same village as Pearl. She doesn't know how to make tofu. You're just pretending to sell the tofu you bought elsewhere." Hearing this, Lu Chenkai found it unbelievable. He looked at Pearl. Pearl, what kind of people are in your village? Accusing someone so confidently. Pearl sneered, not everyone in our village is like that. Most people are sensible. But this one is special. She's the daughter of the village head. She doesn't need to think. She just talks nonsense. Xiao Jie's eyes widened in shock. How dare Pearl call her stupid? She pretended to be hurt and looked at Jang Duo. Brother Jiang, look at Pearl. She's causing trouble without reason. Don't believe her nonsense. Jang Duo's expression grew serious. I believe her. Pearl can make tofu, and she makes it very well. Hearing Jang Duo's firm support, Pearl felt warmth in her heart. She smiled calmly at everyone. The tofu on this cart is indeed mine. I still have a pot of tofu pudding at home, hot and ready. To clear my name, I invite everyone to try some tofu pudding today. She said this and led a group of people into her small kitchen. Some people at the door smelled the fragrant tofu and couldn't help but swallow hard. Others, upon entering, exclaimed in surprise, Pearl, this really is your work? Your tofu pudding looks so white and tender. It must taste great. Looking at how delicious it looks isn't enough. Being able to eat something tasty is true skill. Mingju said this as she asked Jang Duo to bring all 6 bowls from their home into the room. To ensure everyone could taste it, she only filled each bowl halfway, adding chives, salt, and sesame oil for flavor, so the 6 nearby villagers could drink first. After a few people finished, they were all stunned. The bean aroma, the sesame scent from the sesame oil, combined with the fragrance of chives, instantly pleased everyone's taste buds. Most importantly, after drinking, their minds felt clear, and they felt full of energy. This is so delicious. I've lived 40 years and have never tasted such good tofu pudding. Yes, it's truly a delicacy of the world. Mingju casually washed the 6 bowls and filled 6 more to serve again. Soon, over 30 people took turns tasting her tofu pudding, and everyone was impressed. Except for Ming Xiaojie and Ming Lianhua, everyone else received a bowl. Ming Xiaojie snorted coldly, not interested. Seeing everyone had tasted it, Lu Qingtai took the opportunity to say, Now do you believe me? Mingzhu really makes amazing tofu pudding. I'm here to collect tofu to sell. Ming Xiaojie retorted unwillingly. Who knows if you secretly did something else? Anyway, you're not clean. Lu Qingtai thought she was just being stubborn and unreasonable. He only came to collect tofu, but ended up being accused of stealing. No matter how he explained, he couldn't clear his name. But Mingzhu was calm. She knew Ming Xiaojie liked Jang Duo and understood what she disliked most. She stared at Ming Xiaojie with a mischievous smile, then turned to Jang Duo, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed him on the lips while standing on tiptoe. Everyone was shocked by Mingzhu's bold move and looked away. Ming Xiaojie's face turned black with anger. Jang Duo froze for a moment, then felt the sweet, smooth sensation of the woman's lips. Before he could react, Mingzhu let go of him, looked up at him sweetly, and asked, Captain Jiang, what does it taste like? People around looked at the two again. Jang Duo stared into Mingzhu's bright eyes, still stunned and unable to recover. Mingzhu asked again, what does your wife's mouth smell like? Jang Duo actually thought about it carefully and replied seriously, bean aroma. Mingzhu smiled charmingly and turned to look at Ming Xiaojie, who was clearly angry. Ming Xiaojie, stop your little tricks. I am clean, and my husband only has eyes for me. No matter how much you slander, he believes only me unconditionally. Ming Xiaojie pointed at Mingzhu, angrily shouting, You have no shame, and you're shamelessly acting out in public. Mingzhu looked indifferent. You're hilarious. You're on my territory, secretly watching my husband kiss me, and you call that shameless? Were your parents shameless when they raised you? Laughter spread around. Ming Xiaojie scolded, What are you all laughing at? Don't forget, you came here with me to catch a cheating couple. A nearby older woman smiled and said, Xiaojie, stop joking. We all came early with you. The villager's cart only arrived a few minutes ago and is about to leave. Nothing can happen in just 2 minutes. Ming Xiaojie's face turned even redder.
You.
Are you all shameless?
How can you say such things?
Mingzhu crossed her arms and sneered, since you're so ashamed, you better not get married in this life. Once you're married, you'll have to do shameless things. Just stay a forever single girl. Seeing she couldn't argue with Mingzhu and no one around to help her, Mingxiao Jie glared at everyone in anger, stomped her foot, pushed through the crowd, and left. Mingzhu watched her back, her eyes narrowing slightly. She was always clear about her grudges. Help someone, she remembered kindness. Hurt someone, she held a grudge. She liked to settle scores later. So this debt, she would return it in full, no matter what. The older woman reminisced about the delicious tofu pudding in her mouth, curious, and asked, Mingzhu, how did you make this tofu so tasty? Is there a secret?
Please tell me.
Mingzhu was straightforward. No secret, just different water. I used water from the Taisui spring to grind the soybeans. Everyone around became even more eager. If it was anything else, they could try to learn it, but this Taisui water, they didn't have it. Why was Mingzhu so lucky? They were so jealous. Lu Chengkai looked surprised. Girl, do you have Taisui water? No wonder this tofu made me feel so much better. You're amazing. Mingzhu didn't respond to that but smiled and said, Brother Lu, I'm really sorry today for scaring you in our village. Lu Chengkai was indeed startled today, but he was also amazed by Mingzhu's bold and confident actions. He gave her a thumbs up. Honestly, today's events are thanks to you. If it had been anyone else, they might have been falsely accused. Girl, you really have a talent. Pearl looked at Jang Duo with a bright smile and said, It's still my husband's trust in me. At this moment, Jang Duo's face, which had been flushed, returned to his usual serious look. He acted as if nothing had happened, calmly guiding Lu Qingtai away. Seeing this, everyone else also dispersed. Pearl turned and entered the yard, walking toward the kitchen while looking at the newly installed window with a decorative latch. Made a window like Panjilian's, and even created a scheming husband. Looks like this window attracts love. It's not the window, he replied, but you. Your courage is really growing. Pearl stopped and looked back at him, smiling with her eyes. Are you talking about me kissing you in front of everyone? Thinking about the soft, irresistible sweetness she just tasted, Jang Duo felt a tightening in his stomach. He cleared his throat uncomfortably. You shouldn't cause trouble outside. People might talk about us. Pearl pouted and argued confidently. What can I do? Ming Xiaojie falsely accused me. I have to prove my innocence. Jang Duo said calmly, You don't need to. I believe you. Pearl smiled faintly. Captain Jiang, you're so confident in me. But what if I really did cheat on you? You wouldn't. So I was just saying, what if? Would you leave me and divorce me?
No ifs.
Jang Duo's eyes suddenly became serious and earnest. There was no way he would divorce her. Pearl lazily pouted her lips. In a bossy novel, it wouldn't be written like this. She deliberately spoke in a rough voice, saying, You should say, if you dare cheat on me, I'll break your legs and lock you up to take care of you forever. You can only be mine. While saying this, she playfully raised her hand and poked Jang Duo's chin to show him. Jang Duo frowned. Where did she learn such strange words? He held her restless hand and said sincerely, I will never hit you. Forever. Pearl chuckled softly. Forget it. He can't be a domineering boss. He should just continue being her innocent, rough husband. In a few minutes, it would be time to finish work. Jang Duo decided not to go back to Bahang and instead went into the kitchen with Pearl. The large pot of tofu pudding was almost finished, and Pearl was feeling annoyed. It's all Ming Xiaojie's fault. I wanted to invite Xiaobin over for tofu pudding today at noon, but now it's not enough. He went to the county for some business and won't be back until evening. I asked why he didn't come to join the fun earlier, and just then it was perfect. Mingzhu picked up a small porcelain bowl, filled it with tofu pudding, and said, Let's take these to Uncle Dachin's house. That day, Mingtao caused trouble, and luckily, he went to tell you. Okay, I'll go. You help me chop some firewood. We've been making tofu lately, and we've used up all the firewood.
Sure.
Mingju carried a small bowl of tofu pudding and took a shortcut to Ming Dachen's house, about 200 meters away from her home. When she entered the yard, she saw Dachen's thin wife sitting in the shade, washing clothes. Mingju cheerfully called out, "Auntie, I made some tofu pudding. I brought some for you and Uncle to try. Also, thank you for telling Captain Jiang about us the other day." Jiang Suelon immediately stood up, dried her hands, and came over, waving her hand. "No need, no need. That was just a small favor. You should take it back and enjoy yourselves. My family kept some." Mingju handed the bowl to Jiang Suelon. "Auntie, if you don't mind, please don't be polite. It's still warm, so pour it out quickly." Jang Suelon couldn't possibly dislike it. Seeing Mingju insist, she couldn't refuse anymore, but she was genuinely surprised. The two families hadn't interacted much before. She never expected Mingju would come all this way just to bring them food over such a small matter. It seems her husband was right. The girl, Mingju, has a very kind heart. They went into the kitchen. Seeing that Uncle Dachen wasn't there, Mingju casually asked, "It's this late, but Uncle hasn't come back yet?" Our family situation is special. We rely on your Uncle Dachen to support us. He's at this age, and to earn more work points, he has to work 2 extra hours every day." Mingju naturally understood their situation. Jiang Suelon had a difficult childbirth with her 4th child and almost didn't make it. Since then, her health had been poor, and she couldn't do heavy work or earn extra points. They had 4 children, 2 older ones in middle school and 2 in elementary school, at the age where they needed to eat well. Although Uncle Dachen was a cousin of village head Ming Dia didn't bother to take care of Uncle Dachen. He even looked at his poor cousin with disdain. When needed, he relied on this honest man to help his family. When not, he simply ignored him. Carrying the heavy burden of the family alone, Uncle Dachen truly had it tough. Mingju remembered Lu Qingsai's words from last time, telling her to increase the supply. Suddenly, she had an idea. When Mingju returned home, she saw Jang Duo sweating as he chopped wood under the willow tree at the door. She carried a basin, like a lively little rabbit, running and jumping to his side, blinking her big eyes. "Jang Duo, I want to talk to you about something." Jang Duo paused his work, turned to look at her attentively, waiting for her to continue. Mingju turned to the side, sat on a stone beside the large millstone, and looked up at him. "Big Cheng's wife isn't feeling well and can't earn work points. I want to help her make tofu so she can earn some money to help with household expenses, but I don't know if it's suitable." Jang Duo had been here for a while and knew that Ming Cheng worked very hard every day to earn more points, even risking his life so that their family of 6 could barely eat. Helping them was naturally good, but he didn't expect Mingju, who just started earning money, would think of helping others. Jang Duo nodded. "That's a good idea. There's nothing wrong with it. Have you talked to them yet?" "Not yet. It's not really something we can decide. I want to discuss it with you first, then go to the county town to talk to Brother Lu, and finally talk to Uncle and Aunt." Jang Duo nodded. Although Mingju was young and a bit mischievous in front of him, she was very thoughtful when it came to matters. "I need to go to the city tomorrow morning. I'll talk to Lu Qingkai then." Mingju nodded and casually asked, "Why do you and Xiaobin take turns going to the city? Is there something going on?" Jang Duo frowned slightly. There were some things she couldn't know, so he had to avoid her eyes and continue chopping firewood with his axe. "There are some matters from my hometown that I need to handle." Mingju was clever. Since Jang Duo didn't say directly, he must have his reasons. She wouldn't ask further. She cheerfully asked, "When you come back, can you buy me 100 jin of soybeans?"
Sure.
Mingju took some money from her pocket and handed it to him, but Jang Duo didn't take it. "No need, I have money." Mingju put the money into his pocket and patted it. "Usually, I spend your money without guilt because you're my man. But buying soybeans is my tofu-making cost, and it shouldn't be mixed up with our usual expenses. Here, take it. I'm going inside to cook." After giving him the money, she ran quickly into the yard and into the kitchen. I thought Jang Duo understood her words, but the next day after Jang Duo left, Mingju saw the money she gave him yesterday neatly pressed on the sewing machine. Mingju chuckled helplessly, This person is typical for talking less and doing more. If it were in the future, he would have fooled many girls. After Jang Duo returned in the afternoon, he told Mingzhu about Lu Qingcai's feedback. Lu Qingcai said that recently, the best-selling item at the supply and marketing cooperative's vegetable section was her tofu, which was usually sold out as soon as it was put on the counter. He also promoted it by saying it was made with tai sui water, which increased demand even more. Not just 80 jin, but even 280 jin could be sold out easily. As long as the tofu is of the same quality as Mingzhu's, he would buy as much as possible. Mingzhu felt relieved. After dinner that evening, Mingzhu took a walk with him to Ming Desheng's house. Ming Desheng had just come back from the fields. When he saw the two, he invited them into the yard. Mingzhu asked everyone to sit for a while. "Uncle, Andy, I came today to ask if you're interested in making tofu with me to sell to the supply and marketing cooperative." Ming Desheng and Jiang Tsuelon looked at each other with confusion. "Mingzhu, I heard from the team that your tofu is made with tai sui water. If your wife makes it and sells it with you, wouldn't that affect your reputation?" Mingzhu smiled. "I came to talk to you because I definitely don't want you to make ordinary tofu. You prepare the soybeans yourselves. I'll supply you with a bucket of water every day, just enough." Ming Desheng quickly waved his hand. No, that's tai sui water, something precious. We can't take advantage of you." Mingzhu chuckled softly. "Uncle, don't be so polite. These 4 kids are growing, and they need to eat well." Hearing this, Jiang Tsuelon's eyes reddened. "Mingzhu, I want to work with you, but good tofu depends on good water. We can't use your water for free." "That's fine, Auntie. Let's settle the accounts honestly. I sell tofu at 1.5 mao per jin. If I supply you with water, you give me a commission, 5 cents per jin, every 3 days, for 80 jin each time." Ming Desheng was surprised. Can tofu really sell for 1.5 mao per jin? After deducting costs and commissions, his family could make 4 yuan. That's 40 yuan a month, enough to make him nervous. His whole family couldn't even save 10 yuan now. This really shocked him. "Mingzhu, no need. If your wife works with you, just give her 1 or 2 cents per jin." "Uncle, I don't like to get involved in other people's affairs. Let's each do our own. If my aunt is healthy, then follow my advice. You two should think about it. If you want to join, come to my house tomorrow evening to fetch water and soak the beans. We'll supply the goods the day after tomorrow." Ming Desheng's family hadn't eaten dinner yet, and Mingzhu didn't say much. After chatting, she pulled Jang Duo to go back first. They walked along a small country road filled with the sound of insects at night. The wild grass by the roadside was swayed and shaken by the wind, reflecting the shadows of the grass on the ground. Mingzhu truly felt that such scenery was very soothing. She noticed out of the corner of her eye that Jang Duo kept looking at her. When she turned her head, she caught his gaze. She quickly stepped over to Jang Duo and naturally wrapped her arm around his. "Captain Jiang, why do you keep looking at me? Is there something you want to tell me?" Jang Duo looked down at her arm in his embrace, feeling a strange warmth and tingling all over his body. If she let go now, she would probably tease him about no one seeing. Talking too much might make it seem like he cares too much. Jang Duo simply withdrew his gaze and let her hold him, unconsciously slowing his steps. "Why did you suddenly think of pulling away?" Mingzhu honestly said, "If I gave it for free, it wouldn't be helping people, it would be charity. But taking a cut is different. They buy my water and use my channels to earn their money. Helping becomes a fair trade. They're happy to earn and I benefit too. Isn't that a win-win for both sides?" Jang Duo listened to Mingzhu's words and a faint smile curved his eyebrows. Indeed, no matter what, she always had her own unique perspective. That was the charm of this little woman. Seeing Jang Duo nod silently, Mingzhu hugged his arm and swung it playfully, acting cute. "Captain Jiang, say something. Is your little wife doing well?" "Very well. Then you should reward me." Jang Duo thought she was acting like a child again. "Rarely," he asked gently. "What do you want?" Mingzhu tilted her head and pouted playfully.
A quiche."
She smiled and jumped in front of him, blocking his way, pressing close to Jang Duo. "Wow, Our Captain Jang is actually kissing his wife in the street.
That's really something.
Jang Do's Adam's apple moved slightly. This girl was acting out again. Clearly she was the one who asked him to kiss her. He took a step back. It's time to go home. Mingju's upper body was already pressed against him, but he suddenly retreated. She lost her balance and fell forward, sliding down along his body. Even though Jang Do quickly grabbed her shoulders to prevent her from falling, she still instinctively kneeled on the ground, her face hitting his waist and stomach. The moment she exhaled warm breath, Jang Do froze completely. He hurriedly supported her, squatting down and turning his face away from hers. Mingju usually teased Jang Do, who was innocent and pure. Though she was shameless, she was just a pretty pillow, good to look at but not very useful. She had just touched something she shouldn't have, and now her face was burning with embarrassment. Seeing Jang Do squatting in front of her, she awkwardly raised her hand to cover her head. Ouch! Ouch! She whined, acting delicate and pretending to be hurt. Jang Do, you don't love me? You avoided me and made me fall. My head hurts so much. Jang Do chuckled softly. I didn't hit your head just now. Mingju's eyes twitched. Then she sat back on the ground, clutching her knees. My leg hurts even more now. Jang Do tried to hide the smile rising in his heart. Under the moonlight, Mingju sat in front of the tall Jang Do, looking small and adorable. It made him feel a strange urge to reach out and touch her. But he held back.
Stop messing around.
Get up and go home. Mingju refused to move, shaking her head. No, I can't. My leg hurts. I can't walk. Captain Jiang, since you're involved in this accident, you have to carry me back. Without hesitation, Jang Do put one arm around her shoulders, slipped his hand under her knee, and easily lifted her horizontally. He started walking toward home. Mingju didn't expect him to carry her without saying anything about the inconvenience. She instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. You startled me. Why are you so obedient today? Doing whatever I say. Did you secretly do something to upset me? Jang Do glanced at the girl in his arms, his voice deep.
Impossible.
I guess you wouldn't. Mingju chuckled softly, thinking that the 100 meters to her house would be heavy to carry her. She patted his shoulder. You should carry me on your back. It's tiring to be in your arms. Jang Do kept walking briskly. You said you don't like being carried by others, right? Thinking about that rainy day, she once said that carrying someone on your back is like Zhu Beiji carrying his wife. Mingju held Jang Duo's hand tightly, using a bit of strength, her face almost pressed against his sharp, defined side face. Do you remember what I said? Can you always go along with me like this in the future? Jang Duo looked down at her expectant face.
She was much younger than him.
Everyone here thought he was just a rough outsider, not worth much. But she married him without hesitation, even when things went wrong because of some mistakes. Jang Duo only knew that he had the duty to take good care of her. He nodded seriously.
Yes.
Mingju also looked at him intently. A breeze brushed past them. As it carried her familiar scent, she felt a ripple in her heart. She liked his response to everything, which made her feel strangely safe. If she was truly destined to never return to her world, living with a man like him for a lifetime would be quite good.
But
she would really miss her parents and brothers. Thinking of her family, she tilted her head and leaned on Jang Duo's shoulder, looking up at the crescent moon hanging on the willow branch. Jang Duo noticed her breathing had become heavier. He slowed his steps and asked, "What's wrong?" Mingju tightened her grip on his hand, shook her head with a smile, and said, "Nothing. Just remember what you just said. No matter what I do, you have to go along with me and stand by my side." Jang Duo clearly felt her mood was a bit down, but she didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't ask further. Although he was curious about her, he didn't have the habit of prying into others' thoughts. "Yes, but you also need to tell me in advance what you plan to do, so I can be prepared." Mingju cheerfully replied, "Okay." When they reached the door, Jang Duo stopped, seeing she had nothing more to say. He stood under the big willow tree, looked at her seriously, and asked, "So, you have nothing to tell me?" Mingju frowned, unsure what he meant. "In what way?" "Just ask directly if you want to know something." Jang Duo straightforwardly said about Ming Xiaojia. Mingzhu was momentarily stunned, then chuckled softly. Jang Duo, you're quite something.
In such a short time, you already know so much about me.
Looks like you've been thinking about me a lot.
Stop joking.
Let's get to the point. Pearl jumped out of Jang Duo's arms and looked at him. She spoke seriously for once. I plan to deal with her using the same method she used on me. I don't want to tell you the details because you're honest and might not like my way of handling things. I can only tell you that as long as the other person doesn't have bad intentions, they won't fall into my trap, and I won't succeed either. It all depends on whether they have a moral bottom line. Well, don't stop me. You just promised to support me in everything and not to go back on your word. After spending so many days together, Jang Duo knew she was careful with her actions. If others didn't provoke her, she wouldn't bother them first. Moreover, yesterday Ming Xiaojia was so aggressive in front of everyone. If Pearl hadn't been clever, she might have been unfairly criticized too. He wouldn't stop Pearl from venting her anger, but will that affect you? Pearl smiled, her serious expression from earlier gone. She really loved how this man always thought about her and worried for her. No, it won't. Then, what do you need me to do? Pearl was surprised for a moment. Did she hear right? A kind and honest man like Captain Jiang not only compromises for her, but also wants to help her?
Pearl nodded happily.
No need.
Just trust me and support me.
If Jang Duo knew what she was planning, he would be shocked. The next morning, Pearl, who hadn't gone to work for several days, finally came to the farmyard with Jang Duo and Ming Chan and I. Jang Duo had previously disliked Pearl and deliberately arranged for her to work on the dam. But unexpectedly, she refused to do that job, even willing to give up her work points, and instead started researching Tai Sui tofu. Now that she was part of Jang Duo's family, and Jang Duo had gone to the dam, Pearl didn't need to go either. He sent her to pick corn in the hot cornfield. Pearl cheerfully followed a group of village women to the cornfield. The original owner was lazy and disliked farm work, so she was often criticized by the villagers. Since Pearl also didn't know how to do this, she decided to keep up her usual image. She worked for a while, then found a place to sit and rest. She spent the whole morning walking back and forth in the cornfield, trying to make herself noticed in front of everyone. Anyway, her real goal today wasn't just to appear busy. She didn't care what others thought. As noon approached, Pearl secretly did something big. When she came out of the cornfield for the nth time, a few village women were also resting. They saw her but didn't say much because they weren't very familiar with her. Mingzhu sat nearby. When the oldest woman closest to her finished drinking the water from her pot, Mingzhu raised her eyebrows and said, "Auntie, you've finished your water. I haven't finished mine yet. Would you like some?" "No need, I'll be leaving soon anyway." Mingzhu nodded and said, "This is boiled Tai Sui water. It's quite good for relieving fatigue.
If you don't want it, that's fine."
The woman turned and replied, "No, I don't mind." "Mingzhu, maybe. You could give me some? I'm really thirsty." Smiling kindly, Mingzhu poured all the water from her pot into the woman's. Seeing this, another woman quickly said, "Mingzhu, do you have more? My pot is also empty."
Look.
Mingzhu shook her head regretfully. "I'm out of water too. But if you're really thirsty, it's not far from my house. I can take you there to fill up. I boiled some this morning and let it cool." Hearing this, the others agreed eagerly. "Can we join you? After all, Tai Sui water is valuable. Everyone loves to get some." Frowning slightly, Mingzhu reluctantly said, "All right, let's go quickly and come back soon so we don't delay your work." A group of 5 or 6 people headed along the village path toward Mingzhu's home. When they passed the cow shed by the village, the woman suddenly grabbed the closest older woman and lowered her voice. "She'll listen. What's that noise?" Several women pricked up their ears, including Mingzhu, who looked confused. Soon, a soft, annoyed female voice came through. It fell out. "Quickly put it back in." Then a man's hurried voice responded, "Coming, coming." The sounds of embarrassed voices kept coming. The woman was the wife of the village security chief. When she heard about what was happening, she couldn't ignore it. She quickly led a few others toward the sound, shouting, "Who's there?" They hurried to the barn door and saw Su Kai and Ming Xiaojie, half-dressed, tangled together on a bed of grass and weeds inside. Seeing the group suddenly arrive, Ming Xiaojie screamed in fright, pushed Su Kai away, and both quickly covered themselves with grass and weeds. Stammering, Ming Xiaojie asked, "Why you? Why are you here?" The security chief's wife was also startled. She hadn't expected to catch Ming Xiaojie. Their families were friendly, and her husband had always been under Ming's control, so she didn't say anything. Ming Xiaojie was very scared, but when she thought about her father's identity, she shouted fiercely, "What are you looking at? This is a misunderstanding. You'd better not talk nonsense, or I'll have my dad deal with you. Just get out of here quickly." Ming Zhu stood at the back, blocking the way of a few people, and looked shocked. "Ming Xiaojie, are you trying to hurt your dad? It's broad daylight. You're openly behaving badly with a man, and even using the village officials to threaten us. If we report this to the authorities, your dad might lose his position as village chief. I think the security officer would be better suited for the job. Your family doesn't have a child with such bad morals." Hearing this, the security officer's wife, who had been worried about relationships earlier, spoke bluntly, "Xiaojie, what are you doing in the middle of the day?" Ming Xiaojie angrily shouted at her, "Shut up." Seeing Ming Zhu's arrogant attitude, she suddenly understood what was happening. She pointed at Ming Zhu and said, "It was you. Just now, while I was resting and drinking water at home, you wrote a note and left it at my door, saying Captain Jiang was waiting for me here. You deliberately made me pick it up, didn't you? That's how I was tricked into coming here." Another person involved, Su Kai, also took the chance to speak. Yes, I also received a note saying Ming Zhu was here, so I came. We're being framed."
And I drank.
"What are you talking about?" Ming Zhu interrupted Su Kai, looking innocent. She knew Su Kai was about to say that her drink was problematic. Of course it was. She used her space skills to secretly add something to both of their drinks and left a note for them, like a trap for someone to take the bait. But she wouldn't give them a chance to speak first. She quickly changed the subject, feeling helpless. "Today, the aunties and women can testify for me. I was in the cornfield the whole morning. When did I ever deliver a note to you? Don't wrong me." The security officer's wife nodded. "Xiaojie, you must be mistaken. Ming Zhu was definitely in the cornfield today. She didn't do much work, but she was with us the whole time." The others also testified for Ming Zhu. Ming Xiaojie was furious. She clearly saw the note and thought she was meeting Jang Duo, but after waiting at the cowshed for a while, she realized the person who came was Su Kai. At that moment, she felt hot all over. Su Kai suddenly came over and hugged her. She felt so comfortable that she followed him. She covered herself with some grass and reached into her pocket at the cowshed door, cursing and searching for evidence. "It's true. It's this woman who's harming me. I'll show you." As she spoke, her voice suddenly stopped. Where was the note? Pearl's lips curved into a gentle smile. The paper was naturally taken after the two of them had undressed, carefully using the space to retrieve it. She also had to thank them for throwing their clothes by the barn when they were in a good mood, which gave her the chance to act. She looked innocent and followed Ming Xiaojie's words, saying, "All right, since you don't believe the witnesses and are accusing me, then show us the notes you received. We'll compare them at the police station to see if the handwriting is mine. Then we can also report you too for misconduct." "Ming Xiaojie, you said before that misconduct involves eating peanuts. Since you're so shameless, don't blame us for reporting you." Hearing this, Ming Xiaojie suddenly panicked. She couldn't go to the police station. If she did, these people would accuse her, and how could she live after that?
"You.
Don't talk nonsense. We didn't do anything wrong," she hurriedly said, fearing for her life. Su Kai was even more scared and quickly said, "Someone is trying to hurt us. They put poison in our water." Ming Xiaojie nodded repeatedly in agreement. Pearl sneered, "You just said I wrote the notes to trick you, and now you're saying someone poisoned you. Won't you just frame me again? Honestly, I'm glad I came to work today. The older women can testify for me. Otherwise, I'd be falsely accused, and die unjustly. Ming Xiaojie pointed at Pearl. Stop pretending. It's definitely you. 2 days ago, I caught you cheating, and you're just trying to get revenge. Pearl calmly replied, You're accusing me because of your bad character. I can prove I'm innocent. But what about you? Do you have proof? Without proof, this has to go to the police. We need to clear things up. But no matter what, as long as you and Su Kai aren't a couple, you'll be branded a troublemaker. She reached out and tried to pull Ming Xiaojie outside. Ming Xiaojie, still undressed, was frightened and panicked when Pearl suddenly pulled her. Su Kai, hearing Pearl say, As long as you and Su Kai aren't a couple, quickly reacted. He grabbed Ming Xiaojie's other hand and loudly shouted, We didn't do anything wrong. Xiaojie and I are going to get married. Pearl raised an eyebrow. She didn't actually want to kill anyone. She just wanted to pair Su Kai and Ming Xiaojie together, using their own methods against them. Hearing this, Ming Xiaojie's mind exploded. She shook off Su Kai's hand and slapped him across the face. She was about to curse Su Kai, calling him a frog dreaming of eating swan meat, but Su Kai suddenly covered her mouth and pulled her into the corner of the barn. He didn't care that neither of them was dressed and whispered in her ear, Xiaojie, so many people saw us. If we really go to the police station, we'll both be in trouble. The only way to stay alive now is for us to get married. I don't want to die, and what about you? Ming Xiaojie also didn't want to die, but she didn't want to marry this poor young man. What she wanted was Jang Duo. Ming Zhu crossed her arms and looked at their backs with displeasure. She said, What are you two dirty troublemakers whispering about? Don't think you can avoid responsibility just because of this. Hurry up and put on your clothes and go to the police station with us. Ming Xiaojie made a firm decision. She couldn't die. She turned around and shouted at Ming Zhu, Who wants to go to the police station with you? Su Kai and I are a married couple. We're handling our own affairs. If you see us, that's your problem. Ming Zhu raised an eyebrow and smiled, her eyes flickering over the two of them with disdain. You really are a perfect match. I sincerely wish you both a long and happy life, and may you have many children soon. Ming Xiaojie's eyes turned red with anger. Who wants your blessings?
Get lost.
Ming Zhu wasn't angry. Her sarcastic smile deepened. Fine, we'll go. Since you're so proud of your self-respect, continue working with men in the barn. After saying that, she turned to the people at the door and said, Auntie, ladies, let's go. Let's not ruin the good thing between the couple. Go to my house for water. These two are really something. They sleep in the cow shed, and they're still so eager. That's really urgent. The group laughed and walked away. Ming Xiaojie was so angry, she almost flipped the barn. Su Kai, standing nearby, also felt nervous. In the past, he would have been happy to marry Ming Xiaojie. But since the Tai Sui incident, the village chief had been targeting him. If they really got married, life wouldn't be easy. Within just one afternoon, the affair between Ming Xiaojie and Su Kai in the barn became a well-known joke in the small village. Ming Zhu specifically went out to listen to gossip before she came back to have dinner with her aunt and Jang Duo, chatting about what had happened. When Ming Duo found out about this, he was so angry his face turned purple. He went home and beat Ming Xiaojie and Su Kai harshly, nearly killing Su Kai. He kept saying he dared not marry Ming Xiaojie. But this marriage, could he really just say no and refuse? Before Ming Xiaojie married, she had already slept with someone. The news spread quickly, and from then on, no one in the nearby villages would come to propose marriage at his house. He has not only lost face now but also has to accept his silent loss. Seeing Mingzhu speaking animatedly and happily, Jang Duo didn't respond, only nodded in agreement. Until Mingzhu went out first to pick mulberry leaves, Mingzhu quietly asked, Jang Duo, I noticed you haven't spoken since earlier. Do you think I went too far? Jang Duo shook his head. No, it's not that. He just can't understand some things. Did you really write the note? And what about the water medicine? You weren't there at the time, so how did you do it? Mingzhu guessed that his focus would be on that, so she was prepared. Recently, during busy farming times, Most people are busy harvesting corn except for strong workers like you. Su Kai was nearby these days, so I deliberately acted lazy, resting back and forth in front of the older women to annoy them and make them less attentive to me. Then, when they weren't paying attention, I slipped over to Su Kai's place and poured medicine into his bottle, hiding the note under the teapot. What about Ming Xiaojia? How did you know when she would go to rest? Mingzhu curled her lips. You really think she just went back to rest temporarily? She goes to punch the clock and then goes home to earn work points. That's her usual way. I went outside her house to distract her, drew her out and walked away, then sneaked inside to put the medicine and drop the note. After they fell for it, I took a look at the note, timed my return, and brought the older women over to our house for water. Jang Duo's face darkened. You're so bold. Aren't you afraid of getting caught? If he had known her plan was so risky yesterday, he wouldn't have let her do it. Mingzhu understood Jang Duo was worried, but she couldn't let him think too much because she used space to hide some things that couldn't be explained easily. She carried a small stool over to Jang Duo, tilted her head to look at him, and smiled sweetly. Captain Jiang, be honest. Are you upset because you're fond of Ming Xiaojia and I dealt with her, or because you feel sorry for her losing her innocence? I heard she used to be close to you, and the village chief also liked you and wanted you to be his son-in-law. Tell me, do you like her? Jiang Duo's expression was calm. Nonsense. Mingzhu didn't care about that and casually raised her hand to wrap around him, tilting her head and pouting sweetly.
Come on, tell me.
Are you angry because you're worried about my danger, or because you're upset she lost her innocence? I heard she used to be very close to you, and the village chief also liked you and wanted you to be his son-in-law. Do you like her? Jang Duo looked indifferent. That's not true. I don't know her well at all. Then who did you like? At your age, did you have a girlfriend before? Jang Duo still couldn't tell Mingzhu about his situation because he was on a mission now and had to stay silent. Mingzhu was deliberately acting unreasonable. She didn't care whether Jang Duo had a past. They had only known each other for a short time and were brought together by accident. Once the policies opened up, whether they could stay together was uncertain. She just wanted to distract Jang Duo and didn't expect him to answer. But when Jang Duo suddenly stopped speaking, she felt a little uncomfortable. Is this what they call possessiveness? She loosened her hold on Jang Duo and pouted, asking, You're at that age. It's normal to have a past. I don't know your history, and if you don't want to talk about it, I won't ask.
But
you've never been married before, right? She remembered watching TV shows where people married in their hometown but lied outside, claiming they were single. She didn't want to unwittingly become a mistress. Even though Jang Duo didn't seem like that kind of person, it was better to clarify some things. Jang Duo's brow twitched sharply. No, don't think about all that nonsense. Mingzhu's mood instantly improved. She deliberately patted his back and teased, So, when Captain Jiang was with me, you were also a young man full of hope. Don't worry, I'll be responsible for you and take good care of you. Jang Duo's lips pressed into a line. She was acting mischievous again. He avoided her teasing and said seriously, Let's forget it this time. Don't do anything dangerous again. This is the last warning. Okay, I promise. Jang Duo thought. She promises so many times, but has she ever really kept her word? His last warning was unnecessary. He'd have to watch her more carefully in the future. In the evening, when Jang Duo finished work and returned home, Ming Desheng also came over. He looked a bit embarrassed but smiled foolishly. Mingzhu, I've talked with your aunt.
If
you don't mind taking a little loss, we want to make tofu together. What's the loss? You already paid me, right? Our two families are cooperating happily. Just wait, I'll go get a bucket of water for you. Jang Duo said, I'll go. She had only a little strength to carry water, so she shouldn't tire herself out again. Mingzhu nodded. After Jang Duo went inside, she remembered something and gave a few instructions to the uncle. After the uncle left, they all sat down to eat. Mingzhu ate a few bites of cold potato strips and then stopped eating the cornmeal pancake. Jang Duo noticed she hadn't eaten much today and frowned, asking, Why aren't you eating anymore? Pearl pursed her lips. I'm tired of eating this every day. I have no appetite. You guys can eat it. Jang Duo looked at her face and was silent for a moment. I need to go to the city tomorrow afternoon. Do you need me to buy anything? He's going to the city again? Pearl didn't ask much. Thinking about her own needs, she said, buy some silkworms.
Get more.
Although the silkworms she bought earlier were only about 10 days old, because they ate the nourishing mulberry leaves from the spring water, they had already started spinning silk. She needed to raise more silkworms before winter came, so her family could have enough clothes to stay warm. Jang Duo nodded. The next morning, after Pearl finished making tofu, she went to Ming Deshang's house to guide Jiang Suelon on how to make the tofu tender and beautiful. Now, Jiang Suelon liked Pearl more and more. She couldn't help but talk more and started chatting about village gossip. She said that this morning, the village chief took Ming Xiaojie and Su Kai to the city to get their marriage certificates. The village chief looked very serious and ignored everyone, clearly not liking his daughter-in-law. Pearl found it funny. Ming Deshang had previously liked Jang Duo. Compared to him, Su Kai was useless. It was no wonder Ming Deshang liked him. While they chatted, the tofu was ready. Pearl waited at home for a while, and Lu Qingkai arrived. After taking her tofu, he drove the cart to Jiang Suelon's house. Lu Qingkai paid the bill in front of both of them, initially handing the money to Pearl. Pearl waved her hand. This tofu was made by my aunt. You pay her first and then I'll settle with her. Lu Qingkai happily handed 12 yuan to Jiang Suelon. This was the first time she earned so much money with her own hands. When she took the money, her hands trembled, and her eyes involuntarily reddened. After Lu Qingkai left, she immediately counted out 4 yuan and handed the rest to Pearl. Zhu, I spent 3 yuan on costs. I'll keep 1 yuan, and the rest is yours. Her husband worked all day, earning only about 1 yuan for a full day's work, so she was very satisfied to keep just 1 yuan. Pearl smiled and took the 4 yuan from her other hand. Aunt, honesty is important in business. Let's stick to what we agreed on.
I only want my fair share.
If it's not mine, I don't want it. Okay, I need to go home and get ready for lunch. You should hurry too. The children are about to finish school. She took a few steps, then seemed to remember something and added, Auntie, don't just give the tofu soup left in the pot to the children. Since you're not feeling well, drinking more of that will be good for your health. Only when you're healthy can you take better care of the children. Alright, Zhu, take your time. After Mingzhu walked away again, Jiang Suelon looked down at the 8 yuan in her hand, tears falling steadily. She had been poor for half her life, and she never imagined she would earn 5 yuan someday. All of this was thanks to Mingzhu. She would never forget Mingzhu's great kindness to her family. She wiped her tears and was about to go back inside when she saw her sister-in-law come out of the house, smiling as she approached. She casually put the money into her pocket. Her sister-in-law softly said, Suelon, why did you let the 2 children grind so many beans so early today? Are you selling tofu with Mingzhu? Jiang Suelon smiled and replied, Yes, sister-in-law. Isn't her tofu made with special water? You don't have that water. How did you make it? I bought it from Mingzhu. After making the tofu, she charges 5 cents per jean. Her sister-in-law was stunned. That expensive? Jiang Suelon shook her head. Not expensive. The tofu made with that special water sells for about 15 cents a jean. This was what her husband told her yesterday. Mingzhu said that if anyone asked, she should tell the truth. She didn't fully understand Mingzhu's intentions, but she trusted her. Mingzhu's actions definitely had her reasons. The supply and marketing cooperative's truck came every 3 days. Instead of hiding the fact that she was making tofu with Jiang Suelon, it was better to let people know openly. Besides, she was really lazy. She could work on some small business for a few days out of curiosity, but doing it long-term was exhausting. She was tired just grinding beans. Thinking carefully, maybe there's an even simpler way to make money? By noon, Zhang Dong was back. After a simple meal, he rode his bike to the city. Mingzhu watched Zhang Dong leave, feeling more suspicious. Why has he been so secretive these past few days? What is he really doing? Thinking about that mysterious person, she realized there must be some unspeakable secret. Since it's a secret, She shouldn't pry. She decided to go home and take a nap. When Mingzhu entered the yard, she saw her aunt eating lunch. She honestly thought the meal was a bit plain. She really wanted to eat some meat. She turned her eyes slightly and went inside, gathering the bedsheets and pillowcases from 2 rooms and placing them in a basket on her back. "Aunt, I'm going to do laundry. You finish tidying up and rest for a while before heading to work." Ming Chani immediately stood up and obediently said, "I'll go do the laundry." "No need. I'm not just doing laundry. I also want to go catch fish." "You don't need to worry about it." She said this and quickly ran out. She went to the place where Xiao Bin, who lived near the youth commune site, was staying. At the door, she called out Captain Xiao. Xiao Bin had just finished eating and was about to sit down inside when he heard Mingzhu's voice and immediately came out. "Sister-in-law, why are you here? Do you need something?" "I'm going to wash clothes in the river and catch some fish. You remember last time you said I should call you when I go fishing again? Want to come?" Xiao Bin loved going up the mountain to hunt and down to the river to fish. Yes, wait a moment, sister-in-law. I'll grab some tools." They happily headed toward the river. Along the way, Xiao Bin boasted about his past fishing experiences, claiming he was a real expert at catching fish. He was so noisy, he could match Mingzhu's talkativeness. Mingzhu led him to the spot where she had washed clothes last time. Because it had rained heavily a few days ago, the water in the river was noticeably higher and flowing faster than before. Xiao Bin stared at the river surface for a while, frowned, and looked very unhappy. No fish. The water's so high, it seems hopeless. But Mingzhu didn't think so. She brought over 2 stones, one to sit on and the other to scrub clothes, and said to Xiao Bin standing on the bank, "Don't worry. Wait a few more minutes." After saying that, she took out the bedsheet and started washing it. Xiao Bin didn't stay idle either. He turned around several times, up and down. Nearly 20 minutes passed. Just as he was about to give up and go back to work, Mingzhu suddenly called out from about 10 meters away, "Xiao Bin, come here. Fish are coming." Mingzhu mimicked her previous method, placing her foot in the water. As she expected, the spiritual spring water on her body attracted the fish in the river. More than 1 or 2. When Xiao Bin hurried over, he was stunned. Just moments ago, there were no fish in the river, and now about a dozen were swimming around Mingzhu. He had never seen fish that didn't try to avoid people before.
"Sister-in-law, this."
Mingzhu knew what surprised Xiao Bin. Though he wasn't as cautious as Jang Duo, seeing the scene, it was no wonder he was shocked. She calmly explained, "I used water with Tai Sui, a special water, on the bedsheet. I didn't expect the fish to be attracted." "Wow, this Tai Sui water really is a treasure." Pearl pointed to her woven basket. "Don't just stand there, take my basket and hurry up to catch the fish." "Oh, okay," Xiao Bin said, lifting the basket and going into the river. He didn't need to be very careful. He easily caught the fish one by one and put them into the basket. In a short while, about a dozen fish were in the basket. At this point, Xiao Bin no longer boasted about being a good fisherman. Compared to his sister-in-law, he was far behind. As evening fell and it got dark, Jang Duo finally rode his bike back home. He entered the yard and saw Xiao Bin in his own yard, watering the vegetable garden with a bucket. "Boss, you're back," Jang Duo said with a frown. "Why are you here?" he asked. Just as Xiao Bin was about to reply, Pearl came out of the kitchen, smiling happily. "Oh, Captain Jang is back." Seeing Pearl, Jang Duo's serious expression softened a little. He took a cloth bag from the handlebar of his bike and handed it to her. "Here. What is this?" Pearl asked curiously as she took it. She opened it and exclaimed, "Wow, you bought pork for me. You said you were tired of eating vegetables, right?" Pearl never expected that her casual remark would be remembered and acted on so quickly. She loved the feeling of everything being responsive and well-arranged. Without caring if anyone was watching, she jumped next to Jang Duo, hugged his arm, and rubbed her face against his strong muscles. "Oh, Jang Duo, you're so good. Always responding to your wife's needs. I really like you so much." Jang Duo felt unexpectedly happy, but didn't show it because Xiao Bin was nearby. Just as he was about to say something, Xiaobin cleared his throat and whispered, "Sister-in-law, there's someone standing here." Pearl turned around, still leaning partly on Jang Duo, and looked at Xiaobin. In this situation, you should just pretend you're invisible.
Xiaobin was speechless.
Being invisible was really hard for him. If it weren't for catching fish, he'd want to slip away. Thinking about the fish, Xiaobin suddenly became excited. "By the way, boss, this afternoon I did something big with my sister-in-law." He moved to the wall and pointed at the large jar. "Look, my sister-in-law, and I want to catch fish. She's amazing. She lured so many fish." He was still excited about catching fish that afternoon, talking more and more enthusiastically, not noticing that his leader's face had darkened. "Did only you two go?" Jang Duo asked.
Xiaobin nodded.
"Yeah, just us two. Pretty impressive, right?" Pearl. "That big brother, is the air not good enough? He just has to find trouble." Sure enough, Jang Duo glanced at Mingzhu and spoke in a deep voice. "Go prepare the meat. I need to talk to Xiaobin." "Okay." Mingzhu gave Xiaobin a look that said good luck, then turned and went to the kitchen. Xiaobin looked at his boss's suddenly serious face, was a bit confused, and asked cautiously, "Boss, have you found out something?"
"Come outside with me."
"Yes." Xiaobin immediately straightened up, put down his bucket, and followed Jang Duo under the willow tree outside. There was no one around. Xiaobin stood properly and asked innocently, "Boss, what do you need me to do now?" "Be careful with your words and actions in the future. Keep your distance from Mingzhu." Xiaobin's face tightened with worry. Could it be that sister-in-law really has a problem? Jang Duo frowned. "Isn't he overthinking things? I just want you to be careful about your influence. Mingzhu is married. Is it appropriate for you to be so close to her?" Xiaobin sighed in relief. Luckily, he actually liked sister-in-law's personality recently and didn't want her to become an enemy of him and the boss. Wait, no, something's not right with the boss's words just now. He thought for a moment and suddenly looked surprised. "Boss, are you jealous? Do you really like sister-in-law?" Seeing that Xiaobin didn't realize his mistake, Jang Duo's face darkened.
"Xiaobin."
Xiaobin immediately felt the pressure and quickly stood straight. "Yes, sir. Do 50 push-ups right here, immediately." "Yes." Xiaobin stepped back, then lowered himself and started doing push-ups in front of Jang Duo. After finishing 50, he stood up and heard Jang Duo say, "Someone in the village is targeting Mingzhu. If someone with bad intentions sees you alone with her, what will they say behind her back? We won't stay here much longer. Don't cause trouble." Xiaobin understood Jang Duo's concerns and nodded quickly. "Yes, boss. I'll be careful next time." "But what does we won't stay long mean? Has there been action against our target?" "Yes, we are on standby at any moment these days." "Understood." Mingzhu made fish head tofu soup, a simple garlic roasted fish, and a dish of stir-fried shredded pork. After several days, she finally enjoyed a hearty, satisfying meal. Xiaobin also ate eagerly and praised, "Sister-in-law, you can do everything. I've never tasted such good roasted fish before. It's delicious. When you leave here someday, just go work as a chef at the state-run restaurant. I'll definitely be there to support you every day." Mingzhu frowned. "Leaving here someday?" She is from a later generation and naturally knows that policies will change. Sooner or later, she will leave this poor little mountain village.
"But..."
How could Xiaobin's words sound like he already foresaw the future? Jang Duo gave a warning glance and glared at Xiaobin. Realizing he had spoken too much, Xiaobin quickly changed his words. Anyway, Mingda has been targeting you, and it's hard for you to work. Why not go to the city and work at a state-owned restaurant?" Mingzhu pretended not to notice Xiaobin's nervousness and smiled. "That's not a place just anyone can go. Besides, I can't stand serving people. Why leave? It's better to stay here, take care of Andy, and look after Captain Jiang. I can cook whatever I want. Isn't that nice?" Yes. Xiaobin dared not argue further. He stood up immediately. "Auntie, Captain, sister-in-law, I've eaten enough. I'll head back now. You all should rest early too." After Xiaobin left, Ming Chun and I finished her meal and went to pick mulberry leaves. Zhu Zhu had raised more silkworms, and she wanted to take good care of them. Mingzhu sat at the dining table, smiling gently as she watched Jang Duo still eating. Jang Duo glanced at her sideways. What's wrong? Nothing, I just had a really good meal tonight, and am happy. I think life depends on meat to keep going. Before, I was eating only coarse grains and bland vegetables. I was almost turning into a rabbit. She said this, cupping her face and winking at Jang Duo. See, doesn't it look like one? Jang Duo's lips curved into a faint smile.
No.
Mingzhu nodded in agreement and said seriously, well, of course, I'm not as beautiful as a rabbit. I'd rather be a fox, a little fox spirit that charms Captain Zhang's soul. This time, Jang Duo didn't argue. He listened quietly as Mingzhu rambled on, but inwardly, he thought she didn't look like a rabbit or a fox, but more like a cat. When strangers reached out to her, she would fight back. But in front of him, she was sometimes obedient, sometimes playful, making him want to reach out and pet her. Realizing he was thinking too much again, Jang Duo quickly reined in his thoughts. After Mingzhu finished speaking, he got up and washed the dishes in the yard. Mingzhu sat by the vegetable garden, keeping him company. Suddenly, footsteps sounded outside and someone whispered, "Is Mingzhu at home?" It wasn't fully dark yet. Mingzhu stood up and, under the dim light, saw who it was. Neighbors from Ming Dayu's family. Mingzhu got up and smiled at them. Second uncle, second aunt. Why do you have time to come to my house? Most villagers in Shaojing village had the surname Ming. Although the Ming Chongqing family had long been distantly related to her family, according to the village's kinship system, their relationship was still considered quite close. Second aunt warmly offered a bunch of spinach to Mingzhu, saying, "My family grows a lot of spinach. I brought some to share with your family. I also have something I want to ask for your help with." Mingzhu smiled and pointed to her vegetable garden. "I appreciate your kindness. Look, I have plenty of vegetables too, enough for your family. Take some home to eat. If you need anything, just tell me. Actually, I saw you selling tofu with your aunt today. She said she bought water from you. Since I have some free time at home, I was wondering if I could join you in this business?" Mingzhu looked hesitant. Second aunt, "You saw that today at noon. Why didn't you come to talk to me earlier?" Several families in the village found out about this and came to ask me. I only have enough water to soak about 3 or 4 buckets a day. More than that doesn't help. Also, the supply and marketing cooperative doesn't need that much tofu each day. Hearing this, the couple of second aunt became more anxious. "Mingzhu, our relationship isn't far apart. Could you share some with us?" Mingzhu sighed and thought for a long time, then asked, "If I let you team up with one of the families, can you do it?" "Yes, yes, yes." Second aunt nodded repeatedly. Working with others, she could get half, 2 yuan 50 cents, which is much more than she earns working alone. "All right, I'll make arrangements. As long as you cooperate fully, I'll give you a definite answer tomorrow afternoon." The couple of second aunt promised to listen to Mingzhu and kept saying many good words before leaving. Jang Duo wiped his hands clean and asked Mingzhu, "Will many people come to see you this afternoon?" Mingzhu slightly smiled. Several families saw aunt selling tofu from afar. After asking about her, 4 families came to see me. I think more will come tomorrow. Are you going to the city tomorrow?
Why?
Can you help me go to the supply and marketing cooperative to find Lu Qingkai? I can supply him daily. Jang Duo nodded. That's good. Then I won't need to arrange for others to cooperate. No, they must cooperate. Jang Duo looked at her with confusion. Mingzhu smiled slyly. I'm quite cautious. I don't know if they'll secretly keep some of my Tai Sui water for other uses or tamper with the tofu. If it affects the quality, it would ruin my reputation. Only by working together can they supervise each other and prevent trouble. Also, the people working together shouldn't be too close, or they might cheat as a group. We must be cautious to avoid harm, but also stay alert to protect ourselves. Jang Duo looked at Mingzhu with admiration. In this matter, he hadn't thought as thoroughly as Mingzhu had. Once again, Mingzhu surprised him and made him see her differently. Mingzhu smiled warmly and raised an eyebrow at him. How about it? Is your wife smart enough? He looked into her bright eyes under the night sky, thinking about the question Zhou Bin asked him earlier that evening. His heart stirred slightly. For the first time in over 20 years, he wondered what it really felt like to truly like someone. Seeing Jang Duo's serious gaze on her, Mingzhu suddenly jumped into his arms with a hug. His thoughts were interrupted, and instinctively, he reached out to hold her. Mingzhu kissed his cheek and teased, "What are you thinking about? I notice you always stare at me blankly. Are you admiring my beauty?" Used to being sneakily kissed, Jang Duo's face remained calm. "No, I just think what you said makes sense. Recently, I've been going to the county town every day. I plan to talk to Lu Qingkai then." Mingzhu squinted and smiled. "Then I'll be counting on you, Captain Zhang." Jang Duo bent down to put her down, but Mingzhu's legs wrapped around his waist, and she refused to let go. She swayed him and pouted, "Oh, just 2 steps away, and you can carry me home. I don't want to leave." As she spoke, she inwardly gagged at herself. But Jang Duo seemed unaffected. Whatever she said, he listened. Do men really like women who act cute? The next afternoon, Jang Duo returned from the city with good news. In just a few days, the reputation of the Taisui tofu had spread in the county. Everyone who tried it knew how effective it was, and those who hadn't yet tried it were eager to do so. The supply and marketing cooperative now received daily requests through connections to pre-order the tofu. They heard Mingzhu could supply it daily, which made Lu Qingkai very happy and excitedly patted his thigh. That night, Mingzhu asked Jang Duo to accompany him. They visited the 4 households that had come to see her yesterday. She divided them into 2 groups and told them to prepare for deliveries every 3 days, starting with soaking the beans tonight, so they could supply the next day. The 4 households worked hard all night. The next day, under Mingzhu's guidance, they successfully made the tofu and sold it to the supply and marketing cooperative. Everyone received their share of the money and was very happy. Mingzhu was naturally even happier. She hadn't done much but earned 10 yuan. Because these families live scattered in the village, after the supply and marketing cooperative's truck made a round, the news spread that Mingzhu was making tofu with her family. That afternoon, several people who didn't know Mingzhu well but had no festivals came to visit her. Mingzhu chose 6 households with free time and formed 3 teams. One team delivered supplies on the same day as Jiang Suilan. This way, the 6 teams worked in 3-day shifts, allowing Mingzhu to step back and just wait to earn her share. When others came to ask, Mingzhu didn't offend anyone. She simply told them to talk to the 6 teams. Whether they could accept their investment was not her problem. Shaojing village is small, with about 50 or 60 households. Over 10 households earned money with Mingzhu, so her reputation in the village quickly improved. In the past, everyone pointed at her wherever she went, but now, anyone who sees her will chat with her a little. That afternoon, she was sitting in the village center CBD, relaxing and listening to some elderly women gossip. As evening approached, Mingzhu was about to go home and cook. Suddenly, from a distance, second aunt from Ming Changxing's family ran over, looking excited, bringing the biggest melon of the day. There was a big commotion at Ming Changhe's house. Ming Yan took advantage of her in-laws' distraction and ran back from Daka village, looking disheveled. Her in-laws chased after her, calling her to go back, but Ming Yan cried and refused, kneeling and begging her grandfather to take her in. She even said her mother-in-law was terrible, tying her up every night to make her get pregnant, and forcing her to share a bed with her foolish son. The fight was quite loud, and villagers passing by stopped to watch the lively scene. Her in-laws were tough too. Over an hour ago, they sent their foolish son over, saying he would stay a few days with his wife at his father-in-law's house. When the fool from Chu's family saw Ming Yan, he tried to undress to sleep, which made Ming Changhe's family furious. Second aunt, excited, patted Mingzhu's hand and said, "Zhu Zhu, I think this is karmic retribution. Their family wanted to sell you to the fool's family to take your land. Later, their aunt during your wedding exchanged Ming Yan to marry Captain Zhang. They've done so many bad things, so this is what they get." Mingzhu listened, a slight smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. It was indeed karma. If they hadn't been so greedy and had honestly broken off the engagement, none of this would have happened. But the mother of the fool from Dhaka village really listened to advice and actually sent her fool over. After chatting a few words, Mingzhu got up and went home. In the past 2 or 3 days, Jang Duo has either been going into town every day or sneaking out with Xiaobin at dusk, claiming they're going to hunt wild rabbits on the mountain. At first, Mingzhu wanted to follow, but Jang Duo refused. Even Xiaobin, who often praised her good luck, hesitated and said it was inconvenient to bring her along. Mingzhu is smart and naturally understands that they are hiding something. She no longer insists on going and just focuses on her logistics work. When passing the fork in the road, Mingzhu saw Ming Yan walking from afar with an empty basket on her back, followed by a foolish man from the Chu family who was playfully swinging a grass stalk and laughing. When Ming Yan saw Mingzhu, her face stiffened for a moment, then she glared at her with a fierce look. Mingzhu didn't care about her expression. She looked at her, then at the foolish man behind her, and as usual, ignored them and continued walking forward. Feeling proud and hurt, Ming Yan thought Mingzhu's look earlier was mocking her. She threw her basket toward Mingzhu and shouted, "Mingzhu, stop right there." The basket didn't hit Mingzhu. She stopped, turned around to look at the person calling her, and waited. Ming Yan gritted her teeth and stepped forward, pointing at her. "What was that look you just gave me? Are you mocking me?"
Why would you mock me?
Mingzhu didn't want to argue with her, but since the other woman was provoking her and rudely pointing at her, she couldn't ignore it. She didn't respond to Ming Yan but looked at the foolish man behind her. "Hey, fool, your wife wants to sleep with you." The fool immediately threw down his grass stalk and quickly tried to undo his pants to pounce on Ming Yan. Startled, Ming Yan shouted at him, "Get lost." The fool grinned and said, "Wife wants to sleep, poke poke." Ming Yan's face darkened. She pushed at the fool, but he was still a man with strength, and he grabbed her, throwing her onto the soft grass by the roadside, trying to pull down her pants. While pushing him away, Ming Yan looked at Mingzhu with a humiliating expression. Mingzhu raised an eyebrow and smiled, pointing at her own face. "See clearly? That's the look of someone mocking you. Next time, don't get bored and pick fights. When you see me, either shut your mouth or take a detour." After saying that, she no longer looked at her and turned to leave. Ming Yan clenched her teeth, pushing the fool aside while watching Mingzhu's back. She remembered what her mother said about Mingzhu recently finding a tai sui, a zodiac sign, in the village, and she was furious, gnashing her teeth with hatred. Mingzhu is just a low person. She doesn't deserve to be Jang Duo's wife, let alone own a tai sui. Bright eyes with a cold, unfriendly look, and a bad idea forming in her mind. Mingzhu was at home preparing food, waiting and waiting. She waited until Ming Chunny finished feeding the silkworms, and even then, Jang Duo hadn't brought Xiaobin back for dinner. As the moon rose high, Mingzhu grew worried. She asked her aunt to eat first, then went to her older brother's house, where Jang Duo was working, to ask about him. She found out that Jang Duo and Xiaobin had left before finishing their work. Since they are part of the militia, they don't need to tell anyone where they're going, so the villagers on the dam didn't know their whereabouts. After thanking them, Mingzhu returned home. She thought that Jang Duo usually knew how to handle things well, so he must have had an urgent matter to attend to and couldn't tell her. She decided to relax, left some food for them, and ate dinner with her aunt. At night, she sat outside the door to enjoy the cool breeze, waiting until 11 o'clock. Usually, Jang Duo would be back by then. But tonight, only the rustling sound of the wind moving the willow branches and the chirping of insects in the nearby ditch filled the night. She used to enjoy listening to these natural sounds, but today, they made her feel more uneasy. She didn't go to bed until late at night and finally fell asleep at dawn. Over the next 2 days, Jang Duo and Xiaobin didn't show up. The villagers noticed and started talking behind their backs. However, Mingzhu didn't hear any of this and didn't know what was happening. At noon, her aunt went to wash clothes by the river after lunch. Mingzhu was about to clear the table when she saw, through the low wall, Ming Xiaojie walking proudly toward her house from a distance. "Oh, your man hasn't come back in 2 days, and you still have the mood to eat," Ming Xiaojie said. None of your business. I don't want to talk to you today. Stay away from me and get lost. Mingzhu snapped. You probably know Jang Duo is about to be transferred, so you're in a bad mood, Ming Xiaojie said with a smug look, as if she knew everything. Mingzhu looked up with a cold gaze. What did you say? Oh, I guess he didn't tell you, Ming Xiaojie said proudly. My dad asked around in town because Jang Duo and Xiaobin haven't come back in 2 days. Turns out, they were sent here temporarily to help out in Shaojing village, but now they're probably being transferred back. As she spoke, she walked proudly to Mingzhu and smiled. I only came here for a few days to stay, and just to sleep with a woman. I even married you, by the way. When I left, I didn't even say goodbye. I wasn't planning to stay with you for long. Don't you think that's funny? You fought with me, thinking you found a treasure, but in the end. She was feeling proud, but Mingzhu didn't want to listen to her chatter anymore. She picked up the soup on the table and poured it onto Ming Xiaojie. Ming Xiaojie screamed and looked down at her new dress, which she had just bought, and yelled angrily, Mingzhu, you're crazy. This dress is new, you have to pay me for it. Pay you? I was just pouring soup in my own yard. Who do you think you are to run into me? Ming Xiaojie was furious. She had only worn the dress once. She stepped forward to slap Mingzhu, but Mingzhu grabbed her wrist, pulled her forward, slapped her back, and pushed her to the ground. Mingzhu's eyes were full of anger as she stepped closer and asked, Are you going to leave or not? If not, I'll ruin you today. Ming Xiaojie clenched her teeth, realizing she couldn't beat Mingzhu. She got up, wiped the soup off her clothes, and walked out while cursing, You shrew. No wonder your man doesn't want you. You deserve it. Live as a widow for the rest of your life. As Ming Xiaojie left, Mingzhu's face grew colder. Jang Duo was not the irresponsible person Ming Xiaojie described. He was disciplined and reasonable and wouldn't disappear without reason. Something must have happened to him. But she didn't know where he had gone, not even his hometown, so she couldn't find him. Having lived 2 lives, she was worried about someone for the first time and it didn't feel good. Mingzhu decided to wait another afternoon. If Jang Duo didn't come back tomorrow, she would go to the county with her marriage certificate to check. In the evening, she called Ming Dachun and Jiang Suilon to her house, asking them to bring some Tai Sui water back. She was busy these days, so she asked Jiang Suilon to help manage the tofu business and distribute water to their families. Jiang Suilon agreed naturally and comforted Mingzhu. After seeing them off, Mingzhu closed the door early, planning to rest well that night so she could go find someone tomorrow. But as soon as she lay down, she heard the roar of a motorcycle outside, which was very out of place for this time period. Mingzhu immediately got up and hurried outside. Outside the door, Xiaobin had already rushed in. Seeing Mingzhu, he quickly called out, Sister-in-law, the team leader is in trouble. Hurry up and get ready. Come with me to the county hospital. Hearing this, Mingzhu felt a sudden pang of anxiety, but she quickly regained her composure. Time was urgent. Without asking many questions, she entered the house, grabbed her bag, and told Ming Chunni to watch over the family. Then she got on Xiao Bin's 3-wheeled motorcycle. On the way, Zhou Changming was also there. Mingzhu sat in a separate seat, and after the motorcycle started, she didn't ask what had happened. Instead, she inquired about Jang Duo's condition. How is he now?
Well.
Xiao Bin, riding the motorcycle, looked sad. The boss was injured while saving me. He's unconscious. The doctors at the county hospital haven't done such a big operation before, so they told us to go to a higher-level hospital. I was worried about delaying treatment if we went too far, so I came back to ask Dr. Zhou for help. I also didn't want you to worry, so I brought you along. Mingzhu frowned. She listened for a long time, but didn't hear the main point. Her tone was a bit sharp. I'm asking where he's hurt. He has injuries on his head and back. Mingzhu knit her brows. With a head injury and unconsciousness, it was probably very serious. Seeing Mingzhu's obvious anxiety, Zhou Changming tried to comfort her. The motorcycle is fast. We'll be at the hospital soon. Don't worry. Mingzhu nodded, knowing she could only wait like this. Xiaobin rode quickly, and in less than 20 minutes, they arrived at the county hospital. The 3 hurried to Jang Duo's ward. As an emergency doctor, Mingming was used to all kinds of patients. But seeing such a big man lying on the bed, with bandages on his head and motionless, she couldn't stay calm. She felt pain, deep pain. After explaining her identity to the hospital doctors, they showed visible respect. While Zhou Changming examined Jang Duo, Mingzhu also checked him nearby. Jang Duo's back wound was caused by a sharp object. After cleaning, it wasn't deep, but was quite long. Even if he had lost a lot of blood, it could cause unconsciousness. The main concern was the head injury. The wound wasn't large, but it caused coma, probably due to bleeding inside the skull. After examining Jang Duo's pupils, Zhou Changming gave the same diagnosis. The patient might have intracranial bleeding. Surgery needs to be arranged quickly. That year, there was no CT scanner in the country. Diagnosis relied on doctors' experience. The surgical equipment was also outdated. Mingzhu was worried and said directly, "Professor Zhou, please let me go to the operating room with you." Before Zhou Changming could speak, the hospital doctors immediately stopped her. "Nonsense. This is brain surgery, not a child's game. What are you doing going in as an outsider? Are you causing trouble?" Pearl explained, "I'm learning medicine from Teacher Zhou. I can."
Can what?
Even a doctor who has been practicing for 9 years wouldn't dare perform such surgery. What can a young wife like you do? Time was tight, so Pearl didn't argue much and looked at Zhou Changming. "Teacher, I promise not to cause trouble. Let me come with you." Zhou Changming was a careful person. Pearl had asked him about medical knowledge before, and she knew more than many experienced doctors. Seeing her determined eyes, Zhou Changming remembered a past surgery that left him with lifelong regret. He finally nodded and told the doctor from the county hospital, "This is my student, learning from me. Let her come into the operating room." The doctor asked, "Director Zhou, can I go in with you?" Zhou Changming was well known in the medical field. If he appreciated her, and she got a recommendation letter, she might have a chance to leave the county and go to a bigger city like Shanghai. Since it was his territory, Zhou Changming didn't object. "Come in together." Half an hour later, the pre-surgery preparations were complete. Pearl entered the operating room, looking at the outdated equipment, her brow furrowing more tightly. She stepped forward one pace behind Zhou Changming, where she could see clearly. The county doctor immediately moved to Zhou Changming's side, pushed aside 2 other surgeons, and started assisting him. The surgery was intense. After opening the skull, Zhou carefully removed the blood clot, treated the bleeding points, and answered the county doctor's questions. The county doctor kept bragging to Zhou Changming. Zhou Changming didn't respond to any unnecessary chatter. Just as he was about to sew up, Pearl suddenly spoke while watching the intracranial bleeding. "Teacher Zhou, isn't the bleeding happening a bit fast? Could there be more than one bleeding point?" Hearing this, Zhou Changming immediately examined the area carefully. Pearl leaned in cautiously, staring at the wound. After the blood was drained, she pointed to the bleeding spot she found. "Teacher, do you see this spot here? Is it a bleeding point? Or am I mistaken?" The county doctor shot her a displeased look. "What spot? You, an outsider, shouldn't interfere. The bleeding point was just treated by Director Zhou." "Yes, it's a bleeding point." Zhou Changming interrupted the county doctor. There was indeed a tiny bleeding point near the thalamus. Because it was hidden by the blood clot, he hadn't noticed it immediately, but Pearl had. He glanced sideways at Mingzhu with some surprise. Such a small bleeding spot is easy to overlook, but she not only noticed there was a problem, but also found it. This really shows she has a good talent for medicine. This bleeding spot is small and easy to miss. "Mingzhu, you are very observant. Well done." Hearing this, the county doctor looked a bit embarrassed. At the end of the surgery, the doctor asked again if he could sew the wound. Mingzhu didn't want him to touch Jang Duo's head. Just as she was about to speak, Zhou Changming directly refused, "Let me handle the stitching for this kind of wound." The doctor looked annoyed and glanced at Mingzhu sideways, thinking that today he lost his chance to show off in front of Director Zhou because Mingzhu took the spotlight. But Mingzhu didn't care about his displeasure. Her only goal was for Jang Duo to be okay. The surgery went smoothly. When they brought Jang Duo out of the operating room, Xiaobin outside was very anxious, with red eyes from lack of sleep. He hurried over immediately, nervously clasping his hands together, and looked at Zhou Changming with concern. Dr. Zhou, how is our leader? Don't worry, the surgery was successful. Xiao Bin relaxed as if he had lost half his soul, and he suddenly sank to the ground, exhausted. I was so scared, really worried he wouldn't make it. If something happened to him, I don't know how I could explain it to his family. I have only 10 lives, but I can't afford to lose any. Mingzhu frowned. Xiao Bin just said, how could he explain to Jang Duo's family if they went back? Could it be that they really need to be transferred away from Shaojing village? The group arrived at the ward. Xiao Bin felt very guilty towards Mingzhu. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. If it weren't for me, leader wouldn't be lying here. Mingzhu looked at Jang Duo, who was motionless on the bed, and was silent for a while. She softly said, that was Jang Duo's own choice. You don't need to apologize to me. Xiao Bin lowered his head and didn't speak again. The less anyone blamed him, the more guilty he felt. Seeing Zhou Chengming yawning nearby, Mingzhu thought he must be exhausted after doing surgery all night. Captain Xiao, you've worked hard. Please help send Teacher Zhou back to rest. Also, go find Aunt Cui Lan and ask her to stay at my house these days to keep my aunt company and ease her worries. And please ask my aunt to prepare 2 sets of clean clothes for me and Captain Zhang. Okay. Oh, and also bring a fish from the pond. Captain Zhang needs to recover his strength.
Got it. Kia benodded repeatedly.
At this moment, the only thing he could do was to make up for his mistakes. After Xiao Bin left with Zhou Chengming, Mingzhu sat by the hospital bed and took Jang Duo's hand willingly. She looked at Jang Duo's face, thinking about how he hadn't come back these days. She was so worried she couldn't sleep all night. She remembered last night rushing to the hospital and feeling scared of losing him. Seeing him injured in the ward made her feel more heartbroken than when she was a doctor caring for patients. Mingzhu raised her right hand and gently placed it over her heart. It seemed like she had fallen for Jang Duo. If she couldn't go back, then she should chase the man she liked with all her might. But what if she could still go back? If she loved him so deeply, could she really let go and leave without any regrets? While she was lost in thought, the door to the ward was pushed open from outside. A nurse came in to give Jang Duo an 4 and saw Mingzhu there, looking upset. Mingzhu frowned, wondering if she had offended the nurse. She stood to the side, watching as the nurse tried 3 times to insert a needle into Jang Duo's hand, but failed each time. Just as the nurse was about to try a 4th time and pull out the needle, Mingzhu got annoyed. She quickly held the nurse's hand and said displeased, "Are you a nurse?" The nurse pushed Mingzhu's hand away, looking proud and haughty. "I'm not a nurse. Are you? Last night, you were trying to steal the spotlight from Dr. Chen in the operating room. Now you want to criticize my work?" Mingzhu raised an eyebrow, realizing she was defending Dr. Chen from last night. Seeing Mingzhu's smile, the nurse became even more annoyed. She shoved a glass 4 bag into Mingzhu's hand and said arrogantly, "It looks like you look down on us. If you think you can do better, then try. Do you have the skill?" Mingzhu used to have a very good relationship with doctors and nurses at the hospital, but she would never tolerate irresponsible people in such a life-and-death job. "All right, you're a professional, but I'm not. If I, with no training, can insert a needle on the first try, then it proves your skills are lacking. Maybe you shouldn't be doing this work." Hearing this, the nurse's face turned cold. "Do I need to compare myself to you? Just now you said I couldn't do the needle. With veins like this, if you can't do it in 3 tries, then you're just not skilled. Open your eyes and see clearly." While speaking, Mingzhu already hung the 4 bag on an old-fashioned infusion stand. She removed the needle, expelled the air, then bent down without hesitation. Quickly, accurately, and steadily, she inserted the needle into Jang Duo's hand vein. She looked up and gave a teasing glance to the nurse. The older brother beside her, who was originally watching the scene, was also stunned by Mingzhu's skill. "Little girl, what are you doing? Your technique is pretty good. I'm just a farmer from the countryside. I don't dare call it skill. This kind of simple task, isn't it easy once you see it? I'm not useless. I can learn it." The nurse stomped in anger. "Are you mocking me behind my back? You're overthinking. I'm openly criticizing you. Nurses like you, who target patients out of spite and poke around randomly, have no sense of responsibility. Listen, go and resign voluntarily, or I'll make sure you can't stay here. The nurse didn't take Mingju's words seriously. She looked down on her arrogantly and sneered. A rural woman from the mountains, who's afraid of you. The nurse glared at Mingju and turned away proudly. The older brother nearby kindly comforted her. Little girl, don't bother with them. Their kind of work isn't something we farmers can control. Mingju raised her eyebrows, thinking maybe not necessarily. But at the moment, she wasn't in a hurry to deal with the nurse. Her top priority was to take care of Captain Jang first. Jang Duo was still unconscious, so she had no mind to deal with those petty people. She used the excuse of disturbing the neighbor's rest to open the screen between the two beds, then entered the space and took out a glass of Taisui water. The water was ready, but there was no spoon to feed Jang Duo. She regretted a little, wishing she had stored more supplies in the space. But she thought quickly, no spoon? No problem, she had a mouth. She took the water into her mouth, gently held Jang Duo's jaw, and mouth to mouth, fed him the water. There was no better way for someone in a coma. A large cup of Taisui water, all used efficiently. More than 2 hours passed, and Jang Duo's for hadn't finished draining when Xiaobin returned. He was sweating profusely from the heat, bringing the clothes Mingju wanted to change into and fish, as well as Taisui water from 2 military green water bottles from Mingju's home. Seeing that Xiaobin had been tense and nervous since last night, Mingju casually chatted with him. Xiaobin, influenced by Mingju's relaxed tone, finally relaxed his brow a little. He handed Mingju 2 fine steamed buns and a half-enamel bowl of braised pork, bought on his way from the state-run restaurant, and said, "Sister-in-law, don't go hungry. Eat something first to fill yourself up." Pearl looked at the food in front of her and frowned. "You don't have many tickets, so why are you buying such expensive food? I don't feel right about eating it. Sister-in-law, I'm at your house, and I've already eaten better food than this many times.
Don't be polite.
Just eat." Pearl smiled and didn't refuse further. Jobin thought for a moment and then said, "By the way, sister-in-law, I borrowed a pot from a big sister across the street. You can go to her house at noon and in the evening to cook for the team leader." Pearl nodded and thanked him. In the afternoon, she asked Jobin to stay and take care of Jang Duo. She then carried a fish and left the hospital, heading in the direction Jobin pointed to find the big sister's house to make fish soup. After she left, the man on the neighboring bed needed to use the bathroom. Since his family wasn't there, Jobin kindly helped him walk over. On the way, the man told Jobin about how the nurse had been rude to Pearl earlier. Jobin was very angry after hearing this. When passing the nurse station, he cast a stern look at the annoying nurse. Meanwhile, Pearl's fish soup had been simmering on low heat for 2 hours. When she returned to the ward, it was just dinner time. She brought out the fish soup, and the whole room was filled with a fresh aroma. The man next door couldn't help but swallow repeatedly. Pearl was always generous. After saving some for Jang Duo and Jobin, she also handed a bowl to the man. He didn't mind the hot soup and eagerly drank several large sips. But soon he regretted it. Such delicious fish soup should be sipped slowly. It was like a cow chewing peony, a waste to just gulp it down. Jobin, who only drank fish soup and wasn't full, took the opportunity while helping the man downstairs to smoke a pipe to buy a few cornmeal cakes from the government restaurant. Once they left, Pearl seized the chance to feed Jang Duo mouth to mouth, just like at noon. Everything was going smoothly. But just as she was about to finish the last bowl of fish soup, her lips suddenly felt a gentle kiss. Pearl froze for a moment, then quickly looked up. She saw Jang Duo had opened his eyes and was staring at her. In that instant, everything seemed frozen in time. Jang Duo didn't expect to see Pearl kissing him when he opened his eyes. Their eyes met, and his lips still felt warm. His heart was pounding uncontrollably at that moment. Pearl snapped out of her shock, smiled happily, and excitedly held his hand. "Jang Duo, you're finally awake. This spring water is really a good thing. For a patient with mild coma from brain hemorrhage, It usually takes 5 to 7 days after surgery to wake up. But it was only a whole day, and he had already woken up. Mingzhu was so happy that her eyes turned red without realizing it. Her voice was soft and a little choked as she said, "How could you be like this? When you're outside, don't you think about your wife waiting for you to come home? Do you know how worried I was? I was so scared on the way from home to the hospital." Mingzhu's nose reddened, and her eyes shimmered with tears, making Jang Duo's heart tighten. He gently held her hand and spoke in a husky voice, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Mingzhu continued to complain, "How can you be fine? You were so close to death, brain hemorrhage. If Professor Zhou hadn't come in time, the consequences would have been terrible. You're newly married. Do you want me to be a widow? Or do you think I can't handle being bullied, and you want to give others a reason to blame me for being unlucky? I'm sorry." Seeing Jang Duo look guilty and keep apologizing, Mingzhu couldn't bear to say more. She pouted and leaned her head on his uninjured shoulder, feeling wronged. "I don't need your sorry, Jang Duo. You must protect yourself well, stay healthy, and stay by my side. Spend your whole life with me. Take care of me, love me."
Can you do that?
Jang Duo's heart trembled a little. A lifetime? Was she really determined to spend her life with him? Had she truly let go of Su Kai? For some reason, he felt inexplicably happy. He gently and firmly replied, "Yes." Mingzhu smiled slightly and looked up at Jang Duo. His strong features were complemented by a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes. When he focused on someone, it seemed as if he could steal their soul. Her heart moved slightly, and she chuckled softly. "Just saying you'll protect me isn't enough. You need to seal it with a stamp." After saying that, she leaned down and kissed Jang Duo's lips. Unlike the playful kisses she used to tease him with, this kiss was awkward but very sincere. Unexpectedly close, Jang Duo stiffened all over. When he reacted, he instinctively took her lips in his, greedily entangling her tongue. Her body softened, and she pressed against him instinctively, but she didn't mean to touch his wound. Jang Duo frowned and took a deep breath. Mingzhu suddenly sat up and nervously asked, "Did I hurt you?" Jang Duo shook his head, comforting the little woman in front of him, "It's okay." Because they were so close, Mingzhu saw her own confused and dreamy expression reflected in Jang Duo's deep black eyes, and she couldn't help but feel a little amused. She is a professional doctor, but at this moment, she was acting flirtatiously with her patient. She adjusted her breathing, saying, "Don't say it's nothing. Tell me where it hurts, and I'll check for you. I'll call the doctor if needed." Jang Duo looked seriously and said, "It really doesn't hurt anywhere." Mingzhu listened and felt a bit puzzled. Could it be that the taishui water worked? "I fed you 3 big glasses of water while you were unconscious today, and just now, I gave you fish soup made with taishui water." Jang Duo nodded in agreement. That must be it. He usually felt less pain than others. When he was seriously injured before, he relied on willpower to get through. But this time, unlike last time, he didn't feel any pain at all. It seems the taishui water really made a difference. Mingzhu then said, "You probably can't guess how I fed you." Jang Duo looked at her silently. Mingzhu smiled warmly and leaned close to his ear, whispering, "I fed you with my mouth." Thinking of the kiss he had just woken up to, which indeed carried the scent of delicious fish soup, Jang Duo frowned and looked at Mingzhu. Seeing his expression, Mingzhu playfully asked, "What's with that look? Are you worried I'm dirty?" Jang Duo immediately denied, "No, thank you for taking care of me. Shouldn't spouses take care of each other?" Mingzhu didn't want to hear words of gratitude. Instead, she picked up the fish soup bowl. "There's a little left."
Come on, I'll feed you.
"Don't waste it."
Okay.
Mingzhu's eyes curved beautifully as she smiled and asked, "Captain Zhang, how do you want me to feed you? With a spoon? Or continue with my mouth?" She originally just wanted to tease Jang Duo, but unexpectedly, Jang Duo calmly replied, "Either is fine, whatever you prefer." Mingzhu raised her eyebrows, thinking, he's doing this on purpose, right? She didn't believe he could stay faithful. Thinking this, she lowered her head and took a sip of fish soup, then leaned closer to Jang Duo again. Just as her lips touched his, The door of the hospital room suddenly swung open from outside. Xiaobin walked in carrying some candies, and upon seeing the scene, he was completely stunned. Mingzhu was also startled by the sudden noise and accidentally swallowed the fish soup in her mouth. She quickly sat up, frowning. "Captain Xiao, you scared me." Xiaobin was about to apologize, but noticed Jang Duo was wide awake. He hurried over to the bed, eyes red with excitement, and said emotionally, "Boss, you're awake. Thank heaven. I feel terrible. If it weren't for me." Jang Duo frowned and interrupted in a serious tone, "Stop making noise." Hearing these two words, Xiaobin immediately fell silent. Mingzhu looked at the two of them with a strange expression. "By the way, Captain Xiao, didn't you go out with the guy from the next bed? Where is he? No need for your help anymore. He has family here, so I am no—" He hurried over to the bed, eyes red with excitement, and said emotionally, "Boss, you're awake. Thank heaven. I feel terrible. If it weren't for me." "Okay." After Mingzhu left, Xiaobin looked around the door to make sure no one was watching, then returned to the bedside and stood straight. Jang Duo looked serious and asked, "Did you report to the boss?" "Yes, I called in the afternoon. After they asked about your condition, they told us to continue the mission." "Good. Boss, I'm sorry. It was all to save me, so I couldn't catch the target. It delayed our progress." Jang Duo interrupted him in a deep voice, "Since you know, be more careful on future missions. If there is a next time, there will be strict punishment." "Yes. Tell me what happened while I was unconscious." Xiaobin pulled over a chair and sat by the bed, recounting everything that happened after he was injured and unconscious, including Zhou Changming taking Mingzhu into the operating room for surgery, and also the incident where the nurse bullied Mingzhu, as the guy next door mentioned. Although Jang Duo didn't speak, his expression grew more serious as he listened. That night, Mingzhu insisted on staying to take care of Jang Duo. Xiaobin had no choice but to be sent out of the hospital and stay at a guest house. Before sleeping, Jang Duo asked Mingzhu about the nurse. Mingzhu didn't seem very angry, remaining calm. "I wasn't bullied, but people with bad intentions like that don't deserve to be nurses. If that nurse hasn't resigned by tomorrow morning, I will go to the hospital director and complain. I don't believe they have nowhere to listen." Jang Duo watched Mingzhu neatly arranging the bedding, his eyes deep and thoughtful. After she finished, Mingzhu turned to Jang Duo. "Do you have a movement? I'll help you, then we can sleep." Jang Duo snapped back to reality, his face turning red and shiny with embarrassment. "No, I haven't." Seeing his expression, Mingzhu suddenly leaned close and whispered playfully, "Why are you suddenly shy? During your unconscious time, I helped you with the catheter. I saw everything that shouldn't be seen. Captain Jiang, you're really mighty and strong." Jang Duo was used to her bluntness, but such words. He lowered his voice, gazing into her bright eyes. "Don't look at things you shouldn't." "Uffed. She was clearly praising you," she said, leaning forward slightly and giving him a kiss on the lips. "All right, this is a good night kiss. If you feel like it, just call me. I am your wife, so there's no need to hold back." Unknowingly, such actions made Jang Duo's heart race. He had seen all kinds of fierce and evil people in his life, but he never expected to be completely controlled by an 18-year-old girl, and he couldn't find any way to deal with her. But when he thought about the news he had just received, his eyes darkened. Could it really be related to her? The next morning, Xiaobin bought breakfast from a state-run restaurant and brought it to the two of them. After eating, Mingzhu casually went to wash the dishes. Taking this chance, Jang Duo said seriously to Xiaobin, "You go to the director's office for me." Then he whispered a few words to Xiaobin, who nodded and immediately went to do as told. Not long after, Mingzhu returned with 2 ceramic cups, but Xiaobin was already gone. "Where is squad leader Xiao?" "He went out to use the restroom." Mingzhu didn't think much of it. She checked Jang Duo's wound, which showed no swelling or signs of fever, so she felt reassured. A little over 10 minutes later, Xiaobin returned. Mingzhu asked him to help take care of Jang Duo, then she left the house. Soon after, Zhou Chengming came to visit Jang Duo in the hospital. Seeing that Jang Duo looked quite energetic, Zhou Changming couldn't help but praise. Such a big operation. And you woke up in just one day. You really are young. Xiao Bin proudly said, our leader's physical fitness is the best. Every year, he ranks first in strength. Plus, with sister-in-law's Tai Sui water blessing, he recovers faster than normal. Zhou Changming nodded, then gave Jang Duo a routine checkup. However, his expression gradually grew serious. Jang Duo sensed something was wrong and asked, Old Zhou, is there a problem? Your body is fine, and you're recovering quickly. I know Mingzhu found the Tai Sui water, and I've tasted her Tai Sui water tofu. But according to medical books, Tai Sui water isn't supposed to be that powerful. Hearing this, Jang Duo frowned and remained silent. Beside him, Xiao Bin casually said, it's very powerful. The elders in our area say Tai Sui can bring the dead back to life and even turn bones to dust. Everyone has seen how effective sister-in-law's Tai Sui water is. Although Zhou Changming still has doubts, Jang Duo's recovery is clearly very good. He simply nodded and said, there are few people who have seen Tai Sui in person. The medical records may not be complete. Anyway, Jang Duo's recovery is more important than anything else. Jang Duo's expression relaxed a bit. Thanks to you for helping me with the surgery. You saved my life. This also has a part to do with your young wife. She went to the operating room with you and discovered the second bleeding point in time. Otherwise, you might have needed a second brain surgery. Xiao Bin didn't know about this, and Mingzhu hadn't mentioned it. Jang Duo was hearing it for the first time. He was quite shocked and could tell she played a big role in the surgery. But did she really learn this much from just a few days of reading medical books? Zhou Changming just smiled and said, maybe she has special talent. She really impressed me. Among the people I know, many are good at studying medicine, but Mingzhu is the most special. She didn't go through formal training, yet she has such talent. She's a very promising medical student. Hearing this praise, Jang Duo couldn't smile. Instead, his expression grew more serious. He wanted to ask more questions, but suddenly heard noise from the corridor, including Mingzhu's voice. He withdrew his thoughts and looked at Xiao Bin. Go check outside. Xiao Bin turned and left the ward, and Zhou Changming followed. Right now, the nurse station was very lively. Mingzhu had just gone to the director's office to explain some things. She thought it wouldn't be so easy to handle the situation, and even prepared other plans. But unexpectedly, she only recounted yesterday's events, and the director responsibly accompanied her to the nurse station. The nurse who had looked down on Mingzhu earlier now changed her attitude completely. She hurriedly smiled and said, Director, why are you here in our department? Our supervisor. The director interrupted her and said seriously, no need to bother the supervisor. Today, I am here to solve problems for the people. Shaolin, as a nurse, you handed the infusion set to the patient's family. What are you trying to do? Lin Suihong immediately denied. Director Niu, you can't believe this village woman's words. Yesterday, she provoked me first, saying I didn't know how to give an infusion, so the patient provoked you, and you just handed your needle to others? I also heard you failed to insert the needle 3 times? Now Lin Suihong was very nervous. She argued his blood vessels are not obvious. The director's face turned cold. But I heard that the patient's family member inserted the needle in one go. Coincidentally, the patient from the neighboring bed was also here. He immediately testified, that's right. I'm in the same ward. I saw clearly yesterday how easily she inserted the needle, smoothly and confidently. Lin Suihong watched the director's increasingly gloomy expression, feeling uneasy, but still refusing to admit her mistake. That was just luck, director. I am a professional. Jingju couldn't listen anymore and interrupted her, speaking firmly. All right, since you're so professional, let's have a contest. If I lose, we forget about what happened yesterday. But if I win, you leave the hospital and stop harming innocent patients here. As a doctor, it's a bit shameful to compete with a nurse over something as small as inserting a needle. But Lin Suihong's heart was not right. She always vented her personal anger on patients, which is a serious mistake for a medical professional. Zhuo Bin and Zhou Changming just happened to walk past the ward. Hearing Jingzhu want to compete, Zhuo Bin wanted to stop her but was pulled back by Zhou Changming. Zhou whispered, "Don't rush. Jingzhu is a clever girl. Let's see how it goes first." Inside the crowd, Lin Suihong hesitated. Jingzhu sarcastically provoked her. "You're a professional nurse. Don't tell me you don't have the courage to compete with me?" Encouraged by the insult and the director's impatient look, Lin Suihong had no way to back down now. She gritted her teeth and said, "Fine, let's compete. Just tell me how." Jingzhu turned to the director. "Director, you're the most authoritative and professional person here. Please sacrifice a bit and let Lin nurse and me insert the needles for you. You can judge who's better based on your experience." Hearing this, the director frowned. He was a leader, but with so many people watching, he couldn't refuse, so he agreed. He sat down in a seat, and Jingzhu let Lin nurse choose first. Seeing that the blood vessels on the back of the director's right hand were clearer, she immediately stood on the right side. Jingzhu didn't mind, and went to the left side. Both took an infusion set. Jingzhu asked the other to go first. Lin nurse squatted down and started working, disinfecting and inserting the needle. Actually, she wasn't very skilled. She often missed the vein. But this time, the vein was so obvious that even the most clumsy person could do it. As the needle gradually pierced in and the insertion succeeded, she showed a relieved smile and shot a teasing glance at Jingzhu. She was sure she had won. Jingzhu watched her proud expression and couldn't help but sneer. She's so full of herself? Too early. She bent down to disinfect the doctor's left hand. The doctor glanced sideways, and just as his gaze touched the back of her hand, Mingzhu had already inserted the needle into the blood vessel. She skillfully fixed the syringe with tape, moving smoothly and quickly, like flowing water. After finishing, she stood up and looked at the doctor. "Doctor, you can give your opinion now." The doctor was surprised and looked at Mingzhu, then turned to Lin Suihong. "As an experienced nurse, your hands tremble so much. The pain from the needle lasted until now. This family member's technique is very skilled, with only a brief feeling. The follow-up was handled well. Do I need to say more?" Lin Suihong clenched her teeth, angry as she looked at Mingzhu. This job was her pride, and she couldn't lose it. She caught sight of Zhou Changming outside the crowd. An idea suddenly occurred to her, and she quickly said, "Doctor, this village woman has studied medicine. Director Zhou from Shanghai Hospital is her teacher. She even went into the operating room with Director Zhou yesterday." She pointed to Zhou Changming. "Director Zhou is right over there. You can ask him yourself if you don't believe me." Mingzhu glanced sideways and saw Zhou Changming really coming. His serious expression softened with a smile. "Professor Zhou is here." Zhou Changming nodded, squeezed into the crowd, shook hands with the hospital director, and introduced himself. When the director heard his identity, his attitude became even more friendly. Zhou Changming honestly said, "I have resigned from Shanghai Hospital. Now I live in Shaojing Village. Mingzhu is indeed my student. Recently, I saw she has a talent for medicine, so I gave her some medical materials. But that's all. Shaojing Village has no medical equipment, and Mingzhu has never given anyone in 4. Today, she is confident and honest." However, Lin Suihong retorted stubbornly, "Director Zhou, you used to be the director of Shanghai Hospital. Your students must be good. She should have won. Otherwise, it would make you look incapable." Zhou Changming's face turned cold. Mingzhu, standing nearby, sneered and said, "Lin Suihong, I don't care how capable I am. You should know that you don't have the ability or qualification to be a nurse. Patients coming for treatment are not your punching bags or outlets for anger. People like you, a troublemaker, shouldn't stay in the hospital." The patient in the same ward felt deeply. "That's right. We patients don't understand much. Nurse Lin yells at us every day. If we say a word back, she deliberately misplaces the needle, causing us pain for days. She's just irresponsible." Everyone's anger was quickly stirred up by her words. Amid the accusations, Lin Suihong's face darkened. The director looked at Lin Suihong with great displeasure. "Did you see that? The decision to let you go reflects the people's wishes. That's enough.
Go home now.
Lin Suehong immediately started crying and hurriedly said, I won't leave, Director. I only did it to stand up for Dr. Chen. I am on the side of justice. She turned to look at Dr. Chen in the crowd. Dr. Chen, please say something for me. Dr. Chen looked very uncomfortable. This foolish woman, even after being fired, still wants to drag him down? Don't talk nonsense. What do you mean standing up for me? I have no conflict with this patient's family. Why would I need your help? Lin Suehong became anxious. Yesterday, you told me yourself. When I finally met the director of the Shanghai hospital, I wanted to learn some skills, but this village woman stole the spotlight. You wasted your effort. That's why I helped you vent my anger. Mingzhu raised an eyebrow and looked at Dr. Chen's face. Dr. Chen quickly shook his head to hide his guilt. I'm a doctor. Of course I envy this family member for having the chance to learn from Professor Zhou, but when it comes to saving lives, we can't be careless. You can't use professional ethics to target others, right? You are too unfair. Seeing no one to support her, Lin Suehong couldn't argue anymore and finally ran away crying. As she left, the onlookers gradually dispersed. The director looked at Mingzhu and asked, Your name is Mingzhu, right? Are you satisfied with how this was handled? Mingzhu nodded calmly. The director is fair. It's just that the hospital's atmosphere needs to be improved. After saying this, she gave Dr. Chen a meaningful look and turned to walk toward the ward. Seeing Zhou Changming also about to leave, the director quickly stopped him and took the initiative to suggest a deeper discussion about medical work. Zhou Changming agreed. He went to the director's office and, based on what Mingzhu had said, recounted Dr. Chen's behavior during the surgery yesterday. As a result, for a long time afterward, Dr. Chen was repeatedly scrutinized by the hospital staff. He lived in constant fear and no longer dared to speak carelessly. In the ward, when Xiaobin returned, Mingzhu was feeding Jang Duo water. He went over and told Jang Duo what had just happened, then praised, Sister-in-law, you're so impressive. Not only did you dare to enter the operating room, but you also dared to give injections. It's really eye-opening. Mingzhu calmly replied, Maybe I have a special talent for this kind of thing? Teacher Zhou's medical records are very complex, but as long as I read them over and over, I can gradually understand the theories. As for injections, it's just finding a blood vessel to insert the needle. What's so hard about that? Just stay calm and don't be nervous. Boss, listen, medical books are like a mystery to me, but my sister-in-law understands them easily. I think she has gained another skill. She could be a doctor even if she's not a chef. Jang Duo's gaze fell on Mingzhu's gentle, smiling face, with a serious look in his eyes. She spoke naturally, but are many things really that easy? Mingzhu noticed Jang Duo watching her and made an excuse to send away Xiaobin. Only the two of them remained in the ward. She bent down, cupped Jang Duo's face with her hands, and kissed him on the lips. Jang Duo smelled her sweet, pleasant scent, which made him feel more relaxed. Mingzhu looked at him with a bright smile. Captain Jiang, do you have something else you want to ask me? Jang Duo was stunned. She noticed something even Xiaobin didn't see. Her sharp observation was not what you'd expect from an ordinary village woman from a small mountain village. Jang Duo kept his emotions in check and asked Mingzhu, Do you want to learn medicine? Mingzhu nodded honestly. If I have the chance, I definitely want to learn systematically. Don't you think healing and saving lives is a very cool thing? Jang Duo's heart skipped a beat. She was a girl eager to heal and save others, and she looked down on irresponsible nurses. How could she? Some things needed careful investigation. He replied gently, Okay, for now, follow Lao Zhou and learn well. If there's a chance, you can study more systematically. Seeing his brow finally relax, Mingzhu cheerfully said, Then don't always keep a stern face. It's kind of scary. Just tell me directly if something's wrong. I'm a bit timid and might get scared, okay? Jang Duo looked into her bright eyes, deep but also soft with affection, okay? Mingzhu leaned down and kissed him on the lips again, then quickly got out of bed. I'm going to cook at my sister-in-law's house across the street. You rest first. I'll be back soon. After Mingzhu left the ward, Jang Duo unconsciously pursed his lips, those unique, sweet scents of a little woman. He really didn't know before girls could smell this good. Even lying on the hospital bed now, he couldn't help but feel restless. When Mingju finished cooking and passed through the lobby downstairs, she brushed past two nurses who were chatting. Is that news really fake? Really, how could a big shot come to our small town? It's true. My aunt works in the hospital office, and the news she shared isn't fake. She said the person's identity is very impressive. Not just our director. Even provincial leaders would show respect if they saw him. Who is this person? Which department are they in? Are they a doctor or a patient? It seems to be a neurosurgery, but I'm not sure of the details. The two people walked away, and Mingju listened carefully and remembered. She went upstairs to the ward, where only Jang Duo and Xiaobin were. The older brother in the neighboring bed was just discharged, and Zhou Changming had already gone back to Shaojing village. Mingju divided the fish soup and stir-fried dishes into two parts. Xiaobin was eating nearby, while Mingju fed Jang Duo and chatted. When I came up just now, I overheard the nurses gossiping that a big shot came to the hospital, specifically to neurosurgery. They say this person is very important, so much so that even provincial leaders would give him 3 points of respect. Xiaobin almost choked on his food, looking at Mingju with a nervous expression, as if he was terrified. Luckily, his sister-in-law didn't look at him, and the boss always kept a serious face, so no one could tell what he was thinking. Jang Duo responded calmly with a slight nod, acting as if he didn't care. Mingju turned to Xiaobin, curious and teasing. Hey, why aren't you gossiping at all today, Captain Xiao? Don't you want to know who that person is? Xiaobin's nervousness returned. I don't recognize him, and I'm not curious either. How could he not be curious? In novels, it always says that the heroine meets a noble person when she steps out and then gets carried away by their influence. Mingju said again, I'm pretty curious about what this big shot looks like. Xiaobin looked at Mingju's eager gaze, sweating a little, while Jang Duo remained calm. Haven't you seen him before? Mingju turned around, surprised and confused. Had she seen him? Jang Duo's voice was flat. They're probably talking about Lao Zhou. If Lao Zhou hadn't left Shanghai Hospital, his rank is so high that even provincial leaders would give him respect. We wouldn't have a chance to meet him at all. Xiaobin immediately agreed. Yeah, Lao Zhou is really impressive. Mingju suddenly understood and nodded thoughtfully. I should really take good care of Teacher Zhou. With someone like him, I might never meet a big shot like that in my life. In this era, finding a good job often depends on having someone recommend you. Seeing Mingju's bright eyes, Jang Duo's lips curled into a faint smile. Xiaobin was still there, and Mingju's thoughts were written all over her face. She didn't seem to notice or hide her feelings. In the afternoon, Mingju went to the supply and marketing cooperative and found Lu Qingkai. She told him about Jang Duo's situation and asked him to inform Aunt Cui Lan tomorrow when he goes to Shaojing village to collect tofu that she cannot supply water these days, so she will pause her tofu business. Although Lu Qingkai felt it was a pity, he understood that when a man is injured, his matters are more important and must take priority. At night, Xiaobin usually stayed at the guest house. Since the bed next to him was empty, Mingju didn't sleep on the floor, but directly slept in the bed beside him. In the past, she always slept close to Jang Duo, but now that there's a big space between them, Mingju felt a bit uncomfortable. She turned to face Jang Duo and softly asked, Jang Duo, are you asleep?
No.
I can't sleep either. Is it hot? Mingju pouted and said playfully, no, I just want to hold you and sleep. In the dark, Jang Duo's body stiffened slightly. After a moment, he cleared his throat and asked, is it too hot for you? Yes, but I'm used to holding you to sleep. Without holding you, I can't sleep. Last night, she didn't sleep well on the floor. Jang Duo was silent for a moment, suppressing a surge of emotion in his heart. Come here. Mingju's eyes brightened, but she shook her head helplessly, sounding a bit frustrated. No, I can't sleep peacefully. You still have wounds on your body, and I can't just touch you randomly. It's okay. Forget it. Maybe you can keep me company and chat for a while?
All right.
Under the moonlight shining through the glass window, Mingzhu looked at Jang Duo's sharp features and hesitated before asking, "Actually, I want to ask you something, and I don't know if it's convenient for you to answer. Will you and Captain Xiao leave Xiaojing village in the future?" Jang Duo didn't expect her to suddenly ask this, and remained silent for a long time. Mingzhu probably guessed some of it and continued, "A few days ago, there were lots of rumors in the village about your and Captain Xiao's disappearance. After Mingda went to the town to inquire, he said you two are outsiders brought in for a special task, and most likely, you've been called back. Ming Shao Jie even came to joke that I was abandoned by you, so I just want to ask if you will really leave. If it's inconvenient to answer, just forget it." Jang Duo's lips tightened. He hadn't expected that during his 2 days away, Mingzhu had endured so much. That kind of pain made him unable to hide it anymore. "My work with Xiao Bin is similar to that of educated youth. We have to follow orders and be reassigned. We are always likely to be moved away." Although he had guessed, hearing him say it made Mingzhu feel sad. The farewell of educated youth returning home, as shown on TV, will eventually come. She is just an ordinary villager from Xiaojing village, and she also has an aunt to take care of. Jang Duo has his own hometown and family, but she knows nothing about him. She doesn't even know where to find him if he goes missing. If he leaves, and they're separated for a long time, they might gradually drift toward divorce. Thinking this, her heart feels more heavy and sad, and her eyes unconsciously turn red. She used to think that divorce was not a bad thing for their future. But now, she doesn't want him to leave. Mingzhu asks again, "If I ask you when you're leaving, will you tell me?" "Not sure yet. I'll let you know when I get news." "Why tell me?" Could it be that she has to count the days, waiting to see him off, thousands of miles away? Jang Duo has a head injury and can't turn his head easily, but he hears her doubtful tone and asks back, "Aren't you coming with me?" Mingzhu suddenly sits up straight, her eyes shining brightly as she looks at Jang Duo, very surprised. "Why you want to take me with you? You are my wife." His natural tone makes Mingzhu's heart settle instantly. No matter where they end up in the future, at least Jang Duo has no intention of abandoning her. She actually feels happy inside. But thinking about practical issues, she asks again, "But I still have my aunt. Once we settle down, we will naturally bring her to live with us." Mingzhu feels touched inside. She had thought about her aunt, which shows Jang Duo wasn't unprepared when he married her. She gets out of bed and walks to Jang Duo's bedside, avoiding his wound, leans in close, and gently holds his face, smiling sweetly, and says, "Aren't you worried that your family might oppose you marrying a girl from another place who also has an aunt as a burden? My affairs are my own business." Mingzhu pouts playfully, not a mama's boy. She smiles mischievously. "Then aren't you afraid I won't go with you?" Jang Duo has naturally thought about this. Though he has no right to force Mingzhu to come with him, she has no other attachments here besides Ming Chunmei. "Just come with me." Mingzhu's eyes are bright as she looks at him. Just his words, "come with me," fill her with a sudden sense of security. No matter what happens in the future, at least for now, she is willing to travel the world with him. Mingzhu nods firmly, "Okay, I'll go with you." They are very close under the moonlight, and in their eyes, only each other is visible. Jang Duo looks at the passionate look in Mingzhu's eyes, and his heart moves. He suddenly feels like kissing her. The night was so peaceful and beautiful that it made people easily fall into a dreamlike state. Of course, Jang Duo only thought about this, but Mingzhu took action. She lowered her head and kissed his lips lightly, smiling softly. "Seal it." She seemed a little different this time. Although she often teased him before, it was mostly with words. But since he woke up this time, her closeness to him was more through actions. He couldn't say whether it was good or bad. Jang Duo only knew he liked this feeling very much. Jang Duo stayed in the hospital for only 3 days. Because his wound was healing well, with no infections, and the scar on his back was closing quickly, he decided to leave and rest at home. Mingzhu agreed. After all, she could do everything the nurses usually did. At home, they could both rest well, and she could prepare nutritious meals for him more easily. Before leaving the hospital, Mingzhu made a special trip to the supply and marketing cooperative to tell Lu Qingkai that she could continue supplying tofu tomorrow, and she exchanged a lot of fine flour using the grain coupons Jang Duo gave her. To prevent Jang Duo from being squeezed and hurt on the bus, Xiao Bin specially hired a carriage. By noon, the three of them returned to Xiaojing village. Mingzhu deliberately let the carriage pass through the front of the village to make a loud statement to everyone. Jang Duo was back, and he hadn't abandoned her. This time, she wanted to strongly prove to those who were waiting to see her make a mistake that she was not to be underestimated. When the carriage arrived at the gate, Mingzhu heard sobbing sounds. She looked inside and saw Ming Chunny sitting in the yard crying, while Jiang Suilon crouched beside her, looking serious as she spoke. Hearing the carriage, both women looked over. Ming Chunny tensed up, and Jiang Suilon immediately stood up. Mingzhu noticed something was wrong with their expressions, so she went into the yard first and asked, "Auntie, what's wrong with my aunt?" "Zhu Zhu." Jiang Suilon looked at Ming Chunny with a troubled expression, sighed deeply, and said, "The Tai Sui is gone."
Gone?
Jiang Suilon explained, "We were working in the field just now, and a few people said Ming Yan also found a Tai Sui under her tree. Many people went to see the fun at her house. I also went to take a look and found that the Tai Sui she found was about the same size as the one in your family's jar. I thought something was wrong, so I hurriedly pulled Chunny back to check, and it turned out the Tai Sui in the water jar was really gone. It must have been that shameless Ming Yan, who stole it while you and your aunt weren't home." Jiang Suilon usually never cursed, but now her face was full of righteous anger, clearly furious. Next spring, Ming Chunanai's head was bowed very low, filled with guilt.
Zuzu, I'm sorry.
Auntie really isn't good enough. I couldn't even watch over the family. Jang Duo and Xiao Bin, who followed behind, heard this and frowned tightly. Xiao Bin was even more angry. Ming Yan is too bold. Only Ming Zhu remained calm, her expression indifferent. She came to Ming Chunanai's side, squatted down to wipe her tears, and comforted her. "Auntie, don't cry. Our family's Tai Sui is still here." Everyone present was surprised. Suddenly, Ming Zhu smiled. "How could I have lost something so important? I hid it long ago. Just wait and see." She stood up and went into the bedroom. She cut out a piece of Tai Sui from the space, about the same size as the previous one, and waved it in front of everyone. "Look, our Tai Sui is right here." Ming Chunanai suddenly stood up, quickly ran to Ming Zhu, looked at her, then excitedly held Jiang Chuilan's hand. "Sister-in-law, it's not lost. The thing is still here." Jiang Chuilan also nodded happily. Yes, that's great. I thought Ming Yan stole it just now, and I was scared too."
"So,
Ming Yan really didn't steal it from your house?" Ming Zhu raised her eyebrows slightly. She was lucky. Maybe she really just picked up a piece of Tai Sui. Who cares? As long as our own Tai Sui is still here.
Right.
Jiang Chuilan breathed a sigh of relief, then changed the subject to ask about Jang Duo. Ming Zhu and Jiang Chuilan exchanged a few words. Jiang Chuilan finished her work and came to fetch water to soak beans for tomorrow's shipment. Jiang Chuilan agreed and went back to work. After everyone left, Ming Zhu's gaze gradually darkened. But soon, she thought of something and a mischievous smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Jang Duo noticed the slight curl of her lips and vaguely sensed she was about to do something. The Tai Sui in the jar was indeed lost. Ming Zhu had just taken out a new one. Others didn't know, but she did. If Ming Yan was so bold as to steal from her, she would have to pay the price. Xiao Bin helped Jang Duo back to his room, then returned to his temporary residence. Before leaving, Ming Zhu told him to come for lunch, and he agreed. With no one else at home, Ming Zhu half-hugged Jang Duo and asked with a smile, "Captain Jiang, what would you like to eat for lunch?" "I'll order the dishes. Your beautiful little chef will prepare them for you." Ming Zhu's smile was like magic, always able to lift people's spirits. Jang Duo slightly pulled his lips in a faint smile. "Anything is fine. You decide."
All right then.
"Rest for a while, and I'll start cooking." She gave Jang Duo a quick kiss on the cheek, then got up and went to the kitchen. After tidying up the things she bought, She took some pork fat for making lard and neatly sliced it on the cutting board, setting aside a small piece. Once the lard was prepared, she chopped the fat into small pieces, picked some fresh chives from the yard, chopped them, mixed with seasonings, and made dumplings with the dough. After the first batch of dumplings was cooked, she went back to the bedroom and told Jang Duo, "I've made dumplings. I'll deliver one to Teacher Zhou, and we'll wait until Aunt and Xiaobin come back to eat the rest." Jang Duo nodded and advised her to go early and return quickly. Mingzhu carried a metal lunchbox and crossed the village. Just then, a few villagers, chatting happily, carried water buckets toward the fork in the road. One of them was the sister-in-law who had been making tofu with Mingzhu recently. When she saw Mingzhu, she avoided eye contact. But Mingzhu cheerfully greeted her. "Sister-in-law, are you going to fetch water? The village well isn't over here, right?" After teasing for a moment, she finally explained, "I'm going to Grandpa Fourth's house to buy water. His daughter Mingyan found a piece of taishui, a type of stone, and she's selling water now. It's a yuan a bucket and many villagers have gone there." Mingzhu raised her eyebrows slightly. "I see. Sister Mingzhu, I actually wanted to wait until you came back to talk to you. Since I've run into you now, I'll tell you. I don't want to work with you anymore." Mingzhu smiled. She didn't press her, knowing she wouldn't drink water if she refused. She responded straightforwardly, "It's okay, sister-in-law. But I want to be clear before we continue. There are many people who want to work with me making tofu. If you decide to quit, I won't keep a spot for you. No need to keep it. I've been working with you making tofu, using your water, but your commission is too high, and you insist we follow your rules. Honestly, I have issues with your behavior and really don't want to continue. I have other things to do, so I'll go now." After saying this, she ignored Mingzhu and turned away, carrying her water bucket. Mingzhu sneered softly. She was the one who had spoken nicely about cooperation at first. Now, when there were benefits elsewhere, she was eager to cut ties. Such a fickle person. This kind of person should be taught a lesson by those petty people. "Go ahead." Mingzhu's mood was unaffected. She strolled happily to Zhou Changming's place. This was her first time visiting him. Zhou Changming was an intellectual. In such a difficult era, he not only kept his home spotless, but also planted a row of colorful small flowers in the corner of the yard, showing great taste. While washing vegetables in the yard, Zhou Changming saw Mingzhu coming and was a bit surprised. "Mingzhu, you've returned from the county town? Teacher Zhou, Jang Duo has been discharged from the hospital. I brought some dumplings and thought of giving you a share." Hearing that Jang Duo was out of the hospital, Zhou Changming was even more surprised. "Already discharged? The home environment is quite dirty. Be careful not to get infected." "It's fine. His back wound has mostly healed, and the surgery on his head is recovering well. It's easier for me to take care of him at home." Zhou Changming nodded in agreement. Thinking about Mingzhu's previous behavior, he asked, "Mingzhu, I see you have a talent for medicine. If you have the chance in the future, would you like to become a doctor?" "She is already a doctor." Mingzhu nodded without hesitation.
Of course I want to.
"I'm currently studying the notes teacher Zhou gave me." Zhou Changming was pleased and nodded. He reached out to take the dumplings Mingzhu handed him.
All right.
"I was a bit careless in accepting you as a student before. Today, I will officially take you as my apprentice. From now on, I can spend 2 or 3 hours each day teaching you theory. Next year, I will recommend you to learn practical skills at the hospital." Recommendation. Mingzhu's eyes lit up with joy. "Really? Thank you, Teacher Zhou. Since you're officially my apprentice, you should bow 3 times to your master." Mingzhu immediately bowed 3 times to Zhou Changming. "Master, I will study hard."
"Yes."
"I am very strict and will often test you. If you don't study well, I will tell Jang Duo to watch over you at home and make you stand as punishment. Do you hear me?" Mingzhu nodded cheerfully. "Understood." Back home, Mingzhu ran into her room and told Jang Duo about officially becoming Zhou Changming's apprentice. Seeing her excited face, Jang Duo was happy for her too. Mingzhu took his hand and placed it on her flushed face from running. "Master said that if I don't study hard, he will make you watch me stand as punishment. Captain Jiang, Are you willing to punish me? The warmth from his palms spread through her body. He spoke softly, then you better study hard. Mingzhu, acting spoiled, asked, Of course I will study hard. But I want to ask you, are you willing to punish me? Jang Duo looked into her eyes but didn't answer. Some words were hard for him to say. He felt awkward. Mingzhu pouted, pretending to be angry to tease him. Not speaking means you're willing, right? My life is so unlucky. I married such a ruthless man who wants to punish me. Seeing her acting cute and pitiful, Jang Duo knew she was pretending but still couldn't help but give in. He said, I won't punish you. You have to say you're reluctant to part with it. It means the same thing. However, Mingzhu shook her head firmly and said, Seriously, it's different. Not punishing might mean I don't want to punish or I'm too lazy to do so, but not wanting to part with it
means you care about me.
Jang Duo knew how good she was at acting spoiled. If he didn't speak, Mingzhu would definitely keep teasing him. Since she often crossed boundaries in front of him, he didn't mind adding one more. Jang Duo's thin lips curved into a slight smile, and his voice was hoarse. I can't bear to part with it. Hearing his satisfied reply, Mingzhu, like a mischievous little cat who got her way, smiled slyly. Since you care so much about me, I'll give you a reward. She said this, released his hand, lowered her head, and captured his lips, sweetly slipping into his mouth. Jang Duo's stomach tightened. He raised his hand to gently hold the soft waist of the little woman and deepen the kiss. A warm feeling flowed through Mingzhu's heart. This was the second time in a few days she had kissed him deeply. Even though he was injured, he responded passionately without hesitation. For such an honest man, could his actions mean that? Maybe he actually liked her too? Outside the door, Xiaobin's voice pulled them back to their senses. Mingzhu suddenly sat up, trying to calm her hot breath. Then she poked Jang Duo's nose and said, Captain Jiang is getting naughty. Even injured, he still can't resist teasing his wife. Jang Duo's face flushed with embarrassment, but he didn't speak. Because what Mingzhu said was true, but he usually was the most self-controlled person. However, when facing Mingzhu, his self-control seemed to have disappeared. All right, I won't tease you anymore. I'm going to make dumplings, Mingzhu said, leaving the room and heading to the kitchen to busy herself. In the evening, Mingzhu's family had already closed the door early after they came to take away the water. She boiled a large pot of hot water, mixed in some spiritual spring water, took a shower herself, and then brought a basin into the room to help Jang Duo wash. In the past few days at the hospital, both of them had sweated a lot, and being sticky and sweaty was definitely uncomfortable. But when she was taking off Jang Duo's clothes, he looked a bit embarrassed and held her hand, his face serious. No need. What's no need? Do you mean I don't have to help you wash, or do you mean you don't want to wash? Jang Duo knew he needed to wash, but having her help him was awkward. Tomorrow, when Xiaobin comes. No, I won't allow it, Mingzhu naturally refused. How can I let others see my man's body? I would get jealous. Xiaobin is a man. Pearl raised her eyebrows and said, So what if he prefers men? Besides, when you were in the hospital, I saw everything I needed to see. If you feel like you've lost out, I can let you see again. As she spoke, she placed her hand on her clothing button, pretending to unbutton her shirt. Of course, she didn't actually undo the button because Jang Duo stopped her, grabbing her hand gently and whispering, No need. Pearl chuckled secretly, knowing this innocent but rough man wouldn't do such things. She leaned closer to him, blowing softly into his ear. Then you choose. Should I wipe you carefully like this, or should we completely and bathe together? Jang Duo. He was surprised she could say such words. But since they had already done more intimate things before, Jang Duo simply let go of her hand. Let her do as she wished. Just wipe like that. Thank you for your effort. Pearl smiled with a squint, helping him take off his shirt. His broad shoulders, slim waist, and well-defined abs appeared before her eyes. Pearl admitted she was very envious. She dipped a towel in warm water, wiping him back and forth, wishing she could touch him with her hands. After wiping his front, she moved to his arms, then his back. The wound healed faster under the nourishing spring water. When she reached his lower body, Pearl was about to untie his pants, but Jang Duo again held her hand, his voice low and a bit hoarse. "No need to wipe here." Pearl looked away. Jang Duo was injured now, so she really, couldn't tease him anymore. Otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable. She released her hand. "All right, then I'll wipe your calves." After finishing, her task was done. Pearl stood up, ready to make her bed on the floor. Seeing her move, Jang Duo frowned and stopped her. "Come up to the bed and sleep." It had rained the day before, and the ground was damp. She, a girl, shouldn't sleep on the floor. "No, I won't sleep well on the bed. Your back wound is fine. The ground is damp. Come up." His tone was firm and irresistible, almost tempting. Pearl's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of teasing in her voice. "All right then." To avoid touching his wound, Pearl rolled 2 thick quilts between them. Jang Duo didn't say anything, as long as she didn't sleep on the floor. After lying down, Pearl didn't dare sleep deeply, because she had something to do later. She drifted in and out of sleep several times, then looked at the time by the moonlight on her wrist. It was 1:30 a.m., almost time. Listening to his steady breathing, she slowly sat up and carefully moved off the bed. Just as she took a few steps, she suddenly heard a serious man's voice coming from the bed. "Where are you going?" Mingzhu was startled by the cold sound late at night. Her whole body shivered. She turned around and patted her chest. "You scared me to death." Jang Duo looked at the sneaky little woman. "Where do you want to go?" I need to use the bathroom. Otherwise, what do you think I could be doing in the middle of the night? I just want to sit for a bit." "You should go back to sleep." After saying this, Mingzhu confidently left the room. Jang Duo lay quietly on the bed, listening to the sounds outside in the yard. Mingzhu first went to the kitchen, then to the bathroom. She entered her space directly. The space moved 30 meters. After leaving the house, she ran quietly in the dark to Ming Chang's home, climbed over the wall into the courtyard, then tiptoed toward the main door of the house. Hearing no movement inside, she moved again through her space. A few minutes later, Mingzhu, feeling itchy, returned to her room. She sat on the bed and pouted at Jang Duo. "There are so many mosquitoes outside. They almost me dry." Jang Duo was momentarily stunned. He had thought she was going to do something bad in the middle of the night, but it turned out she was just going to the bathroom. Had he guessed wrong this time? Mingzhu pushed the middle mattress to the end of the bed, turned over, and lay down with her back to Jang Duo. "Captain Jiang, please scratch my back. It's so itchy." Jang Duo composed himself and rubbed her back a few times over her clothes. Mingzhu turned around angrily, looking at him with a pout. "Captain Jiang, you don't know how to be gentle with your wife. Just a little scratch, but you're so perfunctory. It's like scratching through a shoe." She then deliberately pulled Jang Duo's hand and tucked it into her clothes. "Scratch properly like this." Jang Duo's rough hand touched the soft skin of the little woman. He stiffened all over. "Oh, brother, hurry up, I can't take it anymore." This sentence was simply against the rules. Jang Duo's Adam's apple moved. He held back again and finally lightly scratched her smooth back. Mingzhu felt comfortable and slowly closed her eyes. The smile at the corner of her mouth deepened. She was just waiting to see the show tomorrow. The next noon, Zhang Chuilan and 2 other villagers brought tofu to Mingzhu's door. While Lu Qingkai was not around, a few people gathered and chatted. Zhang Chuilan asked Mingzhu seriously, "I heard Minglei's wife came to see you yesterday and had a fight with you. She said she won't work with you anymore?" "Yes. She didn't like my commission rate, so she went to Ming Chang's house to buy water. The water from Ming Chang's place is only $1 a barrel." Zhang Xuelan was a bit angry and said, "That's not the same. You started this business first. When so many people looked for you, you saw she had just given birth and couldn't earn any work points at home, so you chose to work with her. How can she turn around and bite you now?" Mingzhu just smiled and said, "Auntie, don't be angry. It's her right to choose, including yours. My price is fixed and won't change. If you think it's too expensive, you can leave." The 2 people opposite didn't say anything. Seeing their shy looks, Jiang Suilan became even more unhappy. Auntie, you wouldn't be thinking of leaving, would you? Don't forget, we are not only using Mingju's water but also connected to the supply and marketing cooperative, which Mingju brought.
You.
Big Auntie, Mingju patted Jiang Suilan's shoulder to comfort her. It's okay. She looked at the two women and said, if you want to leave, I won't stop you. I only have one request. Don't be like Minglei's wife, who crossed the river to tear down the bridge and then went around telling everyone I'm a greedy person. If I help you but you scold me, I won't be easy to deal with either. Both women nodded at the same time. Before they could say anything, Lu Qingkai arrived nearby driving a horse cart. Mingju looked away. Lu Qingkai smiled and said, sorry, everyone. We were delayed at the neighboring village today, so we're late. Lu Qingkai stopped the cart and jumped down to check the goods. Just as he was about to pay, Ming Yan and a few others pushed a small wooden cart over. Each of them had 2 blocks of tofu tied on their carts. Ming Yan smiled and said to Lu Qingkai, hello, we also have Tai Sui water tofu. It's cheaper than Mingju's. 1 jin costs just a little over a dime. Would you like to buy? Seeing this, Jiang Suilan immediately stepped beside Mingju and asked, Ming Yan, what do you mean by coming here to argue about prices? Ming Yan shot a challenging look at Mingju, pouting with disdain. What arguing about prices? Tofu is cheap to begin with. It's your poor judgment for buying expensive Tai Sui water from Mingju and raising the price without reason. Anyone can make tofu. Do we have to sell only to you? She then walked up to Lu Qingkai and said, all right, from today, if you only accept their tofu and not ours, I will decide to give you just a dime per jin. Lu Qingkai didn't expect to encounter this kind of situation and looked troubled. The 2 sisters-in-law working with Mingju nearby got anxious, worried that Lu Qingkai might refuse to buy their tofu. If that happened, wouldn't all their effort today be wasted? One of them quietly whispered to Mingju, Mingju, this won't work. If we can't sell our tofu, we'll end up losing it. It's so hot today. If we don't sell it all, it will spoil tomorrow. Maybe we should lower the price? Mingju smiled softly but spoke loudly, sister-in-law. Don't worry. If Brother Lu doesn't want your tofu, I will buy all of it to make sure you don't lose out. But my tofu is of good quality, so I won't lower the price. Lu Qingkai sensed Mingju's determination. He cleared his throat, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Seeing this, Ming Yan said, Brother Lu, right? Both are Tai Sui water tofu, so you shouldn't prefer to buy ours at 1.5 yuan but not at 1 yuan, right? I heard someone say that there are doubts about your relationship with Mingju. If you really won't buy our tofu, I will report you to the supply and marketing cooperative. After all, you're using their money. Lu Qingkai didn't expect the previous issue to still be unresolved. He frowned, about to speak, but Mingju spoke first. Brother Lu, since you represent the cooperative, why not carefully check the quality of our tofu and theirs? Whoever's is better, you should buy that. I don't mind. Hearing this, Lu Qingkai felt less troubled. He looked at Ming Yan. I only bought Mingju's tofu after tasting it first. If yours is better, I will buy yours. Ming Yan felt pleased and opened her bag, cutting a piece of tofu to give to Lu Qingkai, glaring sharply at Mingju as she did so. Lu Qingkai took a bite, and soon his brow furrowed. Next, he tried the others' tofu one by one. Finally, he looked unhappy, feeling like he had been tricked. How come you little wives are playing tricks? This isn't Tai Sui water tofu, it's just regular tofu. Ming Yan's face changed at this, and she shouted back loudly, impossible. This is tofu made from Tai Sui water. The others who came with Ming Yan also started causing trouble. I think you're just trying to use public funds to buy Mingju's expensive tofu. Are you two stealing from the government? Lu Qingkai was speechless. He was fed up with their endless arguing. He cut a piece from Jiang Suilan's tofu bag and divided some among them, saying angrily, Here, try it yourself. Can this tofu compare to theirs? The group was unconvinced. One of them took a piece and ate it. At that moment, everyone fell silent. Lu Qingkai didn't want to bother with them anymore. He turned to Jiang Suilan and the 2 sisters-in-law and said, Bring your tofu onto the cart. I will buy yours. The 2 sisters-in-law were very surprised. They never expected that Ming Yan's tofu, which was once cheap, was now a whole $1 per jean, yet she still lost to them. They quickly, happily carried the tofu and collected money. Some of the money went into their own pockets, and the rest was shared with Mingzhu. They thought to themselves, it's better to work with Mingzhu. As Lu Qingsai's cart was about to leave, the villagers who hadn't sold their tofu became anxious. One of them pushed Ming Yan hard and angrily said, "Ming Yan, you said we could make money by selling tofu with you, right? The co-op's cart is about to leave, and you're not saying anything?" Ming Yan hadn't yet understood what was happening. Seeing the cart about to go, she quickly stepped forward and blocked it, spreading her arms. "You can't leave until you take back our tofu." Now Lu Qingkai was really angry at this unreasonable person. Watching the scene, Mingzhu couldn't help but mock and sneer. "Ming Yan, you married a fool. After sleeping with him for a few days, you've also become silly?" The words "married a fool" were a big taboo for Ming Yan. She suddenly turned her head and directed her anger at Mingzhu. "You dare to insult me?" "Not just insult you. You're using fake Tai Sui water tofu to block the public's cart, not letting people leave. If Brother Lu reports this to the police, we can all testify that you're scamming." Mingzhu crossed her arms and chuckled softly. "Then, your family might have a second person going to jail. Is your family proud of being in prison?"